waking up and finding myself in the pirate world. And I can combine the flame fruit with a famous sword. A spherical shield fell from the sky. Luo Xia crawled out from inside. Where's this? Wasn't I sleeping at home? An empty wasteland with not even a weed in sight. Ding. Dimension synthesis system bound. I've crossed into the pirate world. Luo Xia's mind felt like it had been hit by a sledgehammer. With a bang, he was stunned. Beginner's gift package. Luo Xia was anxious. Ding. Obtained flame fruit and the great sword tiger hunt. This is the flame fruit? Luo Xia disdainfully tossed it aside. Not even a dog would eat this. He drew out tiger hunt, a black-blue blade with a chaotic and rebellious design. Under the sunlight, it dazzled his eyes that he instantly fell in love. Luo Xia had a flash of inspiration. Flame fruit in his left hand, tiger hunt in his right. Synthesize. A green light burst forth. The fruit disappeared, and the sword transformed. 3 flame patterns appeared. The blade's pattern turned red-purple. Can it change shape? As soon as he finished speaking, tiger hunt transformed into a bracelet and wrapped around his wrist. Restore. It changed back into a sword. He swung it towards the sea, unleashing a fiery sword energy. Wow, this is amazing. Just as he was about to leave the deserted island. Ding. Random task. Survive here for a year. Reward. System space. Failure. Face divine punishment. Luo Xia exploded. How could he survive on this broken island? Delving deeper into the island, his eyes brightened. The other half had greenery and even rabbits. The heavens won't abandon me. What else can this sword synthesize? A year later, how powerful will the system space be? Who will he encounter on the deserted island? Will Luo Xia become the strongest swordsman? A year later, a wild man emerged from the deserted island, daring to use the flaming sword to cut Carp's ship. Luo Xia lay on a high mountain. His long hair was messy, and he was only wearing shorts. Nibbling on rice crackers, he stared at the SIN. Just a year, he had robbed 3 pirate crews. The East Sea really has no pirates. In the distance, a ship approached. Luo Xia's eyes lit up. With a flick of his wrist, the bracelet transformed back into tiger hunt. He unleashed dozens of fiery sword shadows. Can't cut a big ship, but a small one is still doable. On the dog-headed warship, the soldiers were stunned. The old man with white hair in the recliner woke up. Everyone stepped back. Carp vanished from his spot. He punched through all the sword shadows. There's someone on the island? Go take a look. Luo Xia was still thinking about how to rob. Suddenly, he felt the gaze of a beast. Looking up, he locked eyes with Carp. It's over. It's Carp? Carp blinked and appeared right in front of him. Luo Xia's legs trembled, unable to move. Carp grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Phew, at least he didn't just hit me. The Navy discussed. This guy looks like a refugee. Has he not cut his hair in years? Luo Xia's face darkened. This how you Navy talk? Kid, why did you attack the warship? Bogart spoke up. Luo Xia confessed. I didn't see clearly. I thought it was a pirate ship. I wanted to sink it and wait for you to come over and rob it. How would Carp deal with him? Would he be interested in knowing he had a flaming sword? Can Luo Xia leave the deserted island with Carp? Would Carp recognize the history of tiger hunt? Luo Xia casually conjured rice crackers, and Carp's eyes widened. This ability is incredible. I'm hungry. Luo Xia's left hand flashed with green light. Rice crackers appeared out of thin air. I've eaten all the animals on the island that I can only rely on robbing. I'm sick of rice crackers. Carp stared intently at his hand. His eyes sparkled with greed. Kid, where did the rice crackers come from? Luo Xia handed them over. Carp snatched them and chewed loudly. I've never tasted this flavor before. Luo Xia conjured more rice crackers. The Navy soldiers were dumbfounded. That a devil fruit user, Bogart confirmed. Luo Xia pouted and said nothing. How about joining the Navy? Carp tempted him. The cafeteria food is super delicious, as Luo Xia drooled. Ding. Task completed. Reward. System space. My ability is very strong. Luo Xia teased. First, give me something to eat. Meat, fried rice, noodles. He devoured them in a whirlwind, feeling stuffed. My ability is synthesis that I can combine anything, 2 things, 3 things, even 10 things. Luo Xia clenched his right hand. The bracelet transformed into tiger hunt. This was synthesized a year ago, a Logia-type fruit combined with a great sword. Tiger hunt circled around him. The flames combined with an eerie blue were stunning. Bogart pulled Carp away. We must recruit him into the Navy. Will Luo Xia agree? What else can his synthesis ability create? Does Carp know the origins of tiger hunt? If he joins the Navy, will he clash with Luffy? Did Luo Xia agree to join the Navy? Carp looked at him like he was a rare treasure. He can conjure rice crackers out of thin air. We absolutely cannot let him go. Carp was super excited. Bogart was anxious. That sword is a Logia-type fused great sword. Even Vegapunk can only use animal type. Carp slapped his forehead. Right. This kid is a treasure. Luo Xia. Join the Navy. Karp extended his hand. Luo Xia immediately agreed. If I stay on the island, it'll starve to death. The dog-headed warship turned back. Destination: Navy headquarters. On the deck, the Navy soldiers were dumbfounded. Luo Xia was chewing meat with his left hand and holding a drink with his right. More than 30 empty plates piled up like a mountain. Karp laughed. There's no one who can eat more than me. Luo Xia lay on the ground, patting his belly, comfortable. It's been a long time since I've eaten so well. Luo Xia conjured rice crackers, piling them into a small mountain. Karp's eyes sparkled with greed. Luo Xia, let me have a taste. Bogart took Luo Xia to change clothes. Half an hour later, Luo Xia was wearing a black shirt with green dragon cuffs. The Navy soldiers stared in disbelief. Is this really the refugee from before? Karp laughed heartily. He looks just like my grandson. Luo Xia's mouth twitched. Don't randomly claim grandsons. Ding. Random task. Accelerate the warship. Reward: gravity glove blueprint. Failure: lose tiger hunt. Luo Xia's face darkened. This damn system wants to steal my sword. Dragging out a large package. Karp was dumbfounded. You want to leave? Aren't you coming to the Navy with me? Does this package contain acceleration items? Can it be made in 10 days? If it fails, will Tiger Hunt be taken away? When he gets to the Navy headquarters, will Sengoku keep an eye on him? Luo Xia pulled out a bunch of junk and surprisingly synthesized a battleship propeller. A journey of 10 days could be completed in 2 days. Karp clenched his fists. Luo Xia panicked. Don't hit me. This is junk I searched from the cabin. Transforming pots, wine bottles, wooden boards, and sea prism stone. Karp, old man, eat rice crackers quietly. Ratchet held a wooden stick and rag clothes. Wrapped in blue light, he synthesized something new. Damn, what is this? He casually tossed it aside. Kapu was stunned. Even Sunbei stopped eating. Squatting on the deck, they stared at Ratchet's synthesis. After 1 or 2 hours, Ratchet raised 2 large fans. This is a thruster. It can accelerate the ship on both sides. Bogart installed the thrusters. The military ship took off automatically without wind. The sailors were left in shock. Ratchet was feeling proud. Bang! He was punched down to the deck by Kapu. Did you sneak attack me? Ratchet's face darkened. Kapu scratched his head. I was too happy and lost control, the sailors advised. Don't mind it. Vice Admiral Kapu is like this point 2 days later. The military ship arrived at the Navy headquarters port. Originally, it was supposed to take over 10 days. Kapu laughed wildly. I found a treasure. Is Sengoku impressed? Ratchet disembarked with Kapu. The Navy headquarters was shocked. On the training ground, sailors were sparring. Passing soldiers curiously looked at Ratchet. Would they discover the secret of his synthesis ability? Could this thruster dramatically increase the Navy's strength? Ratchet slashed to Kapu. Guion intervened and found that the sword could transform into a flame bracelet. A Navy officer approached, with black hair, wearing a coat, and a spider tattoo on his thigh. He had a famous sword, Kinpyra, at his waist. Vice Admiral Kapu, why are you back so early? Kapu pulled Ratchet in front of him. This kid right here. Ratchet flipped his wrist, and the flame bracelet transformed into a tiger hunting sword. He raised the sword to slash at Kapu. Old man, stop grabbing my collar. Hey, handsome, that's not good, Guion said, drawing her sword to block in front of Kapu. Big beauty, step aside. Unless he promises not to grab my collar. Kapu laughed heartily. Sorry, not next time. Ratchet sheathed the sword. The tiger hunting sword turned back into the flame bracelet. Guion was stunned. That sword could transform? Or is it a famous sword? Kapu whispered. That sword fused with a Logia-type fruit. He dragged Ratchet away. Ratchet turned back. Big beauty. See you later. Guion smiled. What an interesting little brother. Kapu kicked open the door to Sengoku's office. You bastard, Kapu. Kicking the door again. Sengoku scolded angrily. I brought you a treasure. Kapu pushed Ratchet to the front. Sengoku sized up Ratchet, black shirt with a green dragon pattern, looking cool and stylish. What's your name? Ratchet. He can create Sunbei out of thin air. Kapu's eyes sparkled. Ratchet's hands glowed with blue light. Countless Sunbei flew out, piling up on the table. Sengoku was dumbfounded. Kapu directly grabbed a Sunbei and started munching. Sengoku stared at Ratchet with intense eyes. What fruit ability do you have? Would Ratchet expose his synthesis ability? Would Guion investigate the secret of the flame sword? Does Sengoku want to train Ratchet to become a Navy ace? Ratchet's sword can turn into a flame bracelet? Sengoku was stunned and directly sent him to Zifa's training camp. Kapu, take me out to eat, Sengoku yelled angrily. Kapu went out with a mouthful of Sunbei. My ability is synthesis. I can combine anything. After Ratchet finished speaking, the flame bracelet on his wrist erupted, transforming into a sword. Sengoku was dumbfounded. This sword is made of flames. It's fused with ordinary flames. Ratchet lied, fearing to expose the burn fruit. The sword transformed back into a bracelet. Kapu patted his shoulder and laughed that we struck gold. Tomorrow it'll take you to Zifa's training camp. Ratchet's smile froze. That place had training that could scare people to death. I can just be a little soldier in logistics. Trying to escape, he was pulled back by Kapu. All three admirals were trained there. He could only agree. Back at the dormitory, Ratchet took out the blueprint for the gravity gloves. The first material left him stunned. The gloves of Akainu? Where'd he get those? Kapu ran into Zifa outside. The one coming tomorrow brought by you. That's right, he's definitely talent. Zifa frowned, but if he can't do it, get lost. At Zifa's training camp, are there smokers and Tina? Can Ratchet withstand the devilish training? How can he get Akaina's gloves? Sengoku attaches such great importance to him. Will he receive any special treatment? Is Kapu go to snatch Akaina's gloves just for Ratchet's new invention? How to get Akaina's gloves? Ratchet grabbed his hair. Let Kapu go steal them. Realizing this, his mood immediately improved. The next day, the door was kicked open. Kapu came in. Let's go have some fun at Zifa's. Ratchet dodged his hand. Let's go, old man. On the way, Ratchet asked. Who would win between you and Akainu? Kapu replied proudly him. I could pin him down and hammer him. Can you help me steal his gloves? It'll make sure you have plenty of sunbae in the future. Kapu patted his chest. Not a problem. Entering the training ground. The sailors were running laps that to the front were Smoker and Tina. Kapu casually dropped a line. This kid is yours. Then directly moonstepped toward the Akaina's office. My name is Ratchet, and I'm skilled in swordsmanship. I am a synthesis fruit user. The trainees were curious. Can you show us? Ratchet pressed down a machine gun and a rocket launcher. With a flash of blue light, he synthesized a new gun. The barrel was larger than a plate. Zifa took it and shot at an open area. The bullets exploded into cannonballs. The trainees were dumbfounded. A loud bang came from afar, and black smoke rose. Zifa walked over using moon steps. I need to see this. Smoker couldn't hold back. Did Kapu get into a fight with Akainu? Could they snatch the gloves? How powerful could Ratchet's gun be? When Zifa returned, how would he deal with the runaway trainees? Did Kapu punch Sengoku against the wall just because of the gravity gloves synthesized by Ratchet? The trainees ran towards the loud noise. The area was filled with Navy personnel. It's Kapu and Akainu fighting. Kapu is beating Akainu badly. Ratchet's heart sank. It's over. It was me who instigated this. Sengoku arrived with a group of commanders. What are you all doing? Kapu picked his nose. Ratchet wants Akaina's gloves to make something. Ratchet instantly knelt down among the crowd. He was pulled to the front by Gion. Akainu glared at him fiercely. Ratchet pulled out the tiger hunting sword. The bracelet transformed into a sword, leaving the sailors dumbfounded. I am going to make gravity gloves. I'm still missing sea stone and soil. Gion brought the materials. Ratchet's hands glowed blue. Akaina's gloves, sea stone, and yellow earth. He synthesized a black glove with dragon patterns on it. Kapu snatched it and put it on. I don't feel anything. He threw a punch at the air. Sengoku was pinned against the wall. His expression twisted. These gloves are too powerful. Akainu knows how powerful his gloves have become. Will he regret it? Is Rasha going to be taken seriously now? Will Karp refuse to return the gloves? With a gravity glove, he slammed Sengoku against the wall. The admiral's eyes turned red. Sengoku just broke free from the wall. The wall cracked like a spider web. The way the admirals looked at Rasha instantly changed from fierce to super friendly. Akaina's expression softened too. This glove is linked to strength, Rasha explained. When a person who fights with their fists wears it, the power doubles. Just like old man Karp. When Sister Gion uses a sword, the power will be less. And it can't be mass-produced. Why? Sengoku became anxious that IT has to be the gloves worn by Akainu for 5 days. Damaged or burnt ones won't work. Akainu nodded. I have many gloves for the sake of the Navy's combat power. Karp was about to leave wearing the gloves. When Akainu stopped him, the gloves should be taken off, right? Give them to you? Do you deserve them? Seeing that another fight was about to break out, Sengoku shouted, First give them to Karp. Next time I'll give them to you. Back at the training ground. The trainees were slacking off, smoking cigars. Zifa's veins bulged. IT seems I need to show you my power. Smoker listened to the whispers. His face turned ashen. Can these gloves be mass-produced? Will Akaina's gloves worn for 5 days have even more powerful effects? How will Zifa deal with the lazy trainees? Will Rasha be treated as a treasure and snatched away? All right, then now run 50 laps around the track. If you can't finish, no food for you. Hurry up, Zifa shouted angrily. This alone shows that he was indeed very angry today. After all, Zifa is someone who has truly been to sea, understands the cruelty of the ocean, and knows that only by becoming stronger can one survive. Without strength, you're just at risk of being killed by pirates. After issuing the order, one by one, the Navy personnel started running, including Rasha. At the same time, after Zifa issued the task, a voice echoed in Rasha's mind. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a random mission. Complete 50 laps. The task reward element is the weapon method. At the same time, a scene appeared in Rasha's mind, showing a person infusing a sphere of ice into a weapon. Then, that weapon emitted a dazzling light, and it became tightly wrapped around Rasha's arm like his tiger hunt. Seeing this reward, a faint smile appeared on Rasha's lips. If he mastered this technique, it would be incredibly profitable. Meanwhile, another voice from the system followed closely. This system wants me to become stronger, Rasha said to himself. However, before he had time to think, Zephyr's roar echoed. You brat, if you don't hurry and run, are you waiting to be swept away by my machine gun? Before he could finish his sentence, the distinctive rat-a-tat sound of the machine gun exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone hurriedly started running, and Rasha did the same. It's hard to imagine that Zephyr, who is referred to by the outside world as the one who doesn't kill the general, is like this when training students. Perhaps it's precisely because he knows how cruel this world is that he behaves this way. The training ground is about 500 meters around, and Rasha and the others have to run 50 laps, which amounts to 25,000 meters, roughly equivalent to 25 kilometers. Roxy's scalp tingled at the thought. Around the training ground, there were about 40 to 50 trainees running, with Smoker and Tina occupying the first and second positions, while Roxia was currently in 5th place. As for why Roxia was running so far ahead, a little common sense would reveal the answer. After all, Roxia had survived on a deserted island for a year. He was definitely better than these trainees who had never been out to sea, and he had even killed pirates. Hurry up, go faster. Didn't you guys just have a nice rest? Why can't you keep going now? If you don't hurry, my machine gun doesn't have eyes. Under Zephyr's verbal intimidation and firepower, some were already struggling to keep going, gritting their teeth to endure. They certainly didn't want to be killed. Sigh, the Navy is really strict. Roxia sighed silently. Soon, 3 hours passed quietly, and the first group of trainees had already run about 30 laps. Some trainees had fainted from exhaustion, but of course, these trainees were carried to a shaded area by Zephyr's assistants. After all, Zephyr knew how to handle things. He was known for not killing the generals. And if he could refrain from killing pirates, he would naturally be gentle with his own students. At this moment, Zephyr was sitting comfortably in a lounge chair with a can of sherry. Smoker, Tina, and Roxia, these 3 little guys had pretty good endurance. He wondered if they could last until the end. Zephyr murmured to himself, while increasingly appreciating Roxia. Smoker, Tina, and Roxia, who were running laps, glared at Zephyr resentfully. Especially Smoker, who secretly spat. Humph, that purple-haired old turtle. How dare he lie down like that? Once I finish my run, I'll have some drinks too. Tina wanted to smoke. With a dozen more laps to go, Tina had to give it her all. Roxia silently followed behind the two, not speaking. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, but he was almost out of words. His throat felt like it was on fire. The sweat from the 3 of them was almost soaking through their clothes. Fortunately, they were wearing dark outerwear, so even if it did, it wouldn't be too noticeable. As time went by, Roxia gradually fell behind. At this moment, Smoker and Tina had already lapped him. Roxia's vision was blurry, and his body swayed unsteadily, as if he could faint at any moment. However, deep down, Roxia had a goal. The key was he didn't want to go bald. With just 1 lap remaining, all the trainees and Zephyr stood up and shouted, "You little brat, just 1 more lap. Hang in there. Go, Roxia. Good job, Roxia." Meanwhile, Smoker and Tina had already completed their laps and were resting in a shaded area, carried by other trainees. Ah, that purple-haired turtle. Why did it have to set so many laps? How infuriating. Roxia's voice came out from his mouth like a mosquito, inaudible to others. A few minutes later, Roxia, swaying on the verge of collapse, crashed directly onto the finish line, completely fainting while also completing the task of 50 laps. Quick, hurry and take Roxia to the infirmary. Within minutes, Roxia was carried to the infirmary by Zifa. When the doctor saw Zifa carrying a boy in, he immediately knew what was going on. Quick, put him on the bed. After checking Roxia, the doctor secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I told you, Instructor Zifa, you can't train like this. This Marine is just overly fatigued and fainted. A drip would do the trick." There had been others brought to the infirmary before, but none as serious as Roxia. Usually, they would wake up halfway, but this time Roxia showed no signs of waking up for such a long time. No wonder the doctor blamed Zifa. Although they blamed Zifa, it was for the good of the trainees, and Zifa had no reason to get angry. "All right, I won't do it like this again. Doctor, don't worry. Zifa said. By the way, when will Roxia wake up? Zifa asked. The doctor waved his hand. In half a day, this little guy is too tired. Instructor Zifa. Just let him rest well. Okay, then I'll leave for now and come back in the afternoon. Zifa stood up with a gentle smile on his face and turned to leave the infirmary. Half a day later, Smoker and Tina arrived at Roxia's ward carrying a fruit basket. As soon as the door opened, Roxia, who had been lying on the bed, sat up in confusion and looked around. When he noticed Smoker and Tina, Roxia asked curiously, "Where is this?" Tina replied, "This is the hospital. You fainted after running the 50 laps that teacher Zifa set." It scared Tina a lot. "Yeah, Roxia, your stamina is really impressive," Smoker praised. "Smoker, Tina, you two are stronger than me. Isn't this a bit embarrassing for me?" Roxia scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed for getting himself all dizzy in front of so many people. As an earthling, he really felt a bit ashamed. Tina didn't feel embarrassed at all. "Roxia, if you knew, the task released by Teacher Zephyr was actually 50 laps. Besides the two of us, you're the only one who completed it." The two chatted with Roxia while Smoker and Tina found a chair to sit down. As soon as they sat down, Smoker said unhappily, "That purple-haired old turtle is really ruthless, making me run so many laps at once. Just wait until I'm stronger than him. What will happen if you become stronger than me?" Suddenly, a cold voice exploded in Smoker's ear, and in an instant, Smoker turned into a puff of smoke and ran behind Roxia, still drenched in cold sweat. Old teacher Zephyr. Smoker was taken aback. He didn't expect Zephyr to silently approach him. Tina, on the side, was also startled, but fortunately, she didn't blurt anything out. "Humph, you little brat." Zephyr found a spot and sat down directly. "So, Roxia, how's your body?" "I'm okay. The doctor said it's just fatigue. I just need to rest." That's good." Zephyr nodded. "But why are you two back to see Roxia?" "Old man, we ran 50 laps together. Isn't it fine to come and check on him?" Smoker said defiantly. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in Roxia's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed a random task. Reward had been issued." In an instant, Roxia felt a warm sensation in his hands, which was quite comfortable, but only for a moment. At the same time, memories related to the method of elemental synthesis appeared in Roxia's mind. At this moment, Zephyr patted Roxia and asked, "What's wrong? You seem lost in thought just now." "I was just thinking about some new uses for the devil fruit, like a light bulb moment." Regarding his abilities, Roxia could only say it was the devil fruit ability. "Oh, what ability?" "Yeah, Tina also wants to know." Smoker didn't speak, but his eyes were filled with anticipation, no less than the other two. Tina and Smoker had long been curious about Roxia. Moreover, they saw Roxia being taken into the office by Admiral Sengoku today. Since you want to know, then okay." Faced with the curious gazes of the three, Roxia felt a bit reluctant to refuse. He then turned his gaze to Smoker. Smoker, you're a Logia-type user, right?" "Yeah, that's right. I'm a Logia-type smoke fruit user." "Why do you ask?" Roxia nodded and then reached out to Smoker, saying, "Give me a puff of smoke." At the same time, a faint blue light emanated from Roxia's palm. Smoker didn't waste any words and directly took off his brown gloves. A ball of white smoke gathered in his palm, which he then handed to Roxia. The smoke landed in Roxia's palm and, contrary to Smoker's expectations, did not dissipate immediately but was firmly held in Roxia's hand. The next moment, a voice echoed in Roxia's mind, "Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained a fragment of the natural-type smoke fruit one." Rorschach swallowed hard, but there was no time to think about new features now. The three of them were all looking at him. Roxia sat up from the bed, and with a wave of his hand, a white smoke shot out fiercely from his palm. In an instant, the cloud of smoke slammed into the wall like a projectile. When the smoke dissipated, the wall was already indented by about 5 centimeters. Roxia looked at the wall he had damaged. His heart skipped a beat. He unconsciously swallowed and shouted, "It's over. It's over. I don't have the money to pay for this. I'm in so deep, even selling myself wouldn't cover it." At that moment, Roxia seemed to think of something and gently tugged at Teacher Zephyr. "Teacher Zephyr, how much do I have to pay for damage in my level?" However, no one spoke, and the air seemed to fall silent. Roxia twitched the corner of his mouth and pulled Zephyr again. "Teacher Zephyr, huh? Little Roxia, what's wrong?" Rorschach is about to spit blood at this moment. He even asks what's wrong. "Can't you see there's a hole in the wall?" "Cough. I made a dent in the wall in front. Do I need to pay for it?" Rochester tentatively asked, even if he had to pay in the end. He could just have Old Man Carp come over to pay. Zephyr curled his lips and waved his hand, saying it was fine. This was the Navy hospital. No need to compensate. "By the way, can you do that move you just did again?" Zephyr asked. That's right, that's right." Tina was also very curious. "This is clearly Smoker's smoke. Why can you do it, Rochester?" and it seems to be even more powerful than Smoker's. Zephyr and Tina were both chiming in about Rochester, while Smoker was feeling extremely awkward, almost wanting to dig his toes into the ground. However, he was also curious, so this time Smoker took off both of his gloves. The next second, Smoker gathered smoke with both hands, and the smoke gradually grew larger, about the size of a basketball, before he handed the smoke ball to Rochester. Roxia's mouth twitched, but he still accepted it. As soon as he took it, Roxia used his hands to compress the smoke again and again. Gradually, the smoke ball transformed repeatedly. In just a few seconds, the smoke shrank once more, and Roxia was able to hold it with one hand. Rasha swallowed hard. He really couldn't guarantee how powerful it would be now, but the information in his mind told him that the power would definitely not be smaller than before. Ahem. Teacher Zifa, do we really have to do it again? Rasha asked tentatively. Go ahead. I'll take responsibility if something goes wrong. Rorschach sighed and said, well, since you're in charge, if I make a hole in the wall, that's on you. Roxa grinned, and the next second, he bent his arm and slammed it directly against the wall. The compressed smoke exploded the moment it came into contact with the wall, creating a large hole. The entire wall collapsed. Fortunately, there was no one next door. Otherwise, Roxa would have killed someone. Although nothing serious happened, it wasn't exactly good either. Smoker, who watched the whole process, had a somewhat unpleasant expression. He even shook his hand in disbelief, muttering to himself, could my smoke really have such great power? Whether it was an illusion or not, a light suddenly flickered in Smoker's eyes. Of course, it could also be that Roxa misread the situation. At that moment, Roxa realized and grabbed Zifa's arm. Teacher Zifa, you said that this strike is entirely your responsibility. If you make me pay, I don't have any money. Zifa swatted Roxa's hands away and said impatiently, do you not realize that your ability is worth much more than a wall now? All right. Tina suddenly felt that her ability was like garbage. Compared to Roxa, she really felt weak. Tina was sad. Just then, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and a doctor in a white coat walked in. His originally angry face instantly transformed into a smile. Instructor Zifa, may I ask what happened here? Why is it in such a state? Zifa waved his hand. Go find Sengoku for reimbursement. Just say it was my fault. This is none of your business. As soon as the medical staff left, Zifa grabbed Roxa's glowing hands. You can still use your hands like this? Tina thought that the smoke Roxa had just thrown seemed to have more power than Smoker's. Rorschach smiled awkwardly and quickly pulled back his hands when Zephyr wasn't paying attention. Teacher Zephyr, Tina, this was just a moment of inspiration, a coincidence. Ratchet smiled awkwardly, and at that moment, Smoker gently patted Ratchet's shoulder and asked, can your ability actually enhance the destructive power of elements? Maybe it can. In this atmosphere, Rasha was forced to answer questions for a long time. Finally, a few hours later, Rasha followed Teacher Zifa and the other two out of the courtyard. By this time, it was already dark, and Rasha returned to his room alone. As soon as he got back to the room, Rasha couldn't wait to check his system backpack. At that moment, there were about 5 fragments of smoke fruit in the backpack. This was what shocked Rasha. He had only asked Smoker for 2 balls of smoke to generate such things. Just as Rasha was in shock, the system's voice suddenly rang out, ding. System warm reminder. Collecting any kind of natural fruit fragments can synthesize a complete fruit. As soon as the system said this, Rasha's heart trembled, and he became excited, unconsciously swallowing his saliva. Clearly, he was very thrilled. If I collect 100 sparkling fruits, does that mean I can synthesize a complete sparkling fruit? Yes, host. He heard the system's voice again, which completely reassured Rasha. Just like that, Jiang slowly fell asleep, sleeping until 7 o'clock the next morning. Ratchet struggled to open his eyes, and after some washing up, he felt much more awake. Zephyr Elite Training Camp. At this moment, Zephyr was standing at the forefront, announcing that today we would learn the 6 powers of the Navy. Some of you may not know what the 6 powers of the Navy are, so today I will introduce them. Zephyr walked slowly among the trainees with his hands behind his back, looking every bit the stern teacher. The 6 powers of the Navy consist of 6 techniques: shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, storm leg, and paper gun. These are physical techniques designed to surpass human physical limits and are extremely powerful. If one masters them all, they would even have the strength to contend with devil fruit users. Of course, the officers at our level typically know 3 to 4 of these techniques, and their mastery of the 6 powers is already at an advanced level. Roxia secretly nodded. He had wanted to learn this for a long time. He had known about the 6 powers of the Navy since watching anime in his previous life, especially Suru, Shave, and Jeppo, Moonwalk. These were the two techniques that Roxia wanted to learn the most. As for Tech Eye, Iron Body, only a fool would want to learn that, right? ISNT, that just standing still and letting someone hit you? If the enemy is strong enough, they could kill you in one hit, Roxia thought to himself. In short, among the 6 powers of the Navy, all 5 techniques besides Tech Eye were pretty good. So first, I will teach you how to use Soru. Soru requires you to stomp the ground dozens of times within 1 second to create explosive recoil for high-speed movement. That is the way to use Soru. After Zifa finished speaking, he demonstrated it himself. In an instant, Zifa disappeared and then reappeared in front of a student. The whole process was very smooth. All right, boys, give it a try. As soon as Zifa's words fell, most of the students began to experiment. However, they were all just going through the motions, and their attempts were completely different from Zifa's. Roxia rubbed his chin for a moment, and then in the next second, he quickly stomped on the ground 10 times. In that instant, Roxia actually disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was in front of the iron net used to divide the training ground. Rorschach crashed straight into it. It hurts, it hurts. Roxia hurriedly stood up and covered his face. At that moment, Zephyr walked over, patted Roxia on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. Good kid, well done. When using shave, pay attention to the direction control. Otherwise, you'll end up like Roxia and crash into the railing. Zephyr held Roxia's shoulder and explained to the other trainees. And soon everyone burst into laughter, while they were also very envious that Roxia had succeeded on his first try. Look at that kid. His whole face is covered in marks. It's really quite funny. Smoker sneered. Little did he know that Roxia heard everything. Roxia glared at Smoker, and in the next second, he used shave to disappear from his spot, reappearing right in front of Smoker. You little brat, what are you saying? Smoker instantly transformed into smoke and retreated several meters. The surrounding trainees quickly scattered, realizing that the two were about to fight, leaving just enough space for the two to face off. Tina retreated to Zephyr's side and, seeing that he had no intention of stopping them, understood his meaning. Smoke man, are you ready to get beaten up? Rochester cracked his fingers, making a snapping sound. Damn it, that brat is so arrogant. He still thinks I'm just a smoke man. In an instant, Smoker's arm transformed into smoke and struck towards Rochester. Roxia's hands instantly emitted a blue light to catch Smoker's punch, while a mechanical voice continuously echoed in Roxia's mind, congratulating him on obtaining Smoke Fragment 1. Congratulating him on obtaining Smoke Fruit Fragment 1. Congratulations. Rochet's lips curled up slightly. Only he knew how excited he was at that moment. You little brat. You dare to laugh while fighting me? In an instant, Smoker sprang forward like a spring, appearing right in front of Rochet. Rochet stood firm, not dodging, as he directly dug out a large chunk of smoke from Smoker's waist, which glowed with a faint blue light, and then threw it straight at the smoke body of Smoker. This chunk of smoke had been greatly enhanced by Rochet, making its power quite formidable. Smoker watched as the faintly glowing smoke ball flew toward him, refusing to dodge. But the next second, just under a meter away from Smoker, the smoke ball exploded, and a violent airflow forced Smoker back several dozen meters. How is this possible? This is my smoke. How could it hurt me? Hey, you little brat, why is this happening? Rochet pouted innocently, saying, I don't know, don't ask me. How annoying. Then I'll beat you until you answer. As soon as the words fell, Smoker charged at Rochet like a machine. Rochet didn't dodge. Instead, he started rummaging through Smoker's body. Every time he dug, a cloud of smoke would erupt, and when he finished, he would casually throw it without aiming. Each throw created a large crater on the ground, and he almost blew up Zephyr just moments ago. While the two were in the heat of battle, a pair of hands as dark as ink stopped them. Are you two idiots trying to blow up the training ground? In the next moment, both were thrown out by a pair of large hands, and the two loud crashes made the onlookers once again witness Zephyr's terror. Because they didn't react to Zephyr's arrival, they both landed hard on the ground. Rochet was rolling on the ground in pain, holding his butt and wailing, It hurts. It hurts. So painful. On the other side, Smoker wasn't suffering as badly as Rochet, but he was still hit pretty hard. At this moment, Zephyr's forehead was bulging with veins as he looked around. The ground was pockmarked with small holes, which made him very unhappy, and his fists were itching to strike. Seeing Zephyr like this, Tina quietly retreated several dozen meters. After Tina moved back about 10 meters, Zephyr's roar followed. Rochet, Smoker. The voice spread rapidly, and even some soldiers outside the training ground heard Zephyr shout. Among them were some of Zephyr's former students, and they couldn't help but shiver. One plain-looking soldier said, Are the students this year so impressive? They actually managed to make teacher Zephyr this angry? With this level of anger, I guess only the first batch of students from Zephyr's elite class could do this. I wonder which student did it. These discussions didn't reach Zephyr's ears, and besides, how could the dignified black arm Zephyr care? Right now, all his attention was on the two on the ground. The two who had just gotten up exchanged glances, and 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down from their foreheads. Damn it, what's wrong with that purple-haired old turtle? Why is he so furious? Smoker said weakly. I don't know. Didn't you see those holes on the ground? Those are all made by you, Smoker. I think if Teacher Zephyr wants to hit someone, it should be you. Ratchet actually knows who did it, but he is now trying to push everything on a Smoker so that he doesn't feel guilty. You're talking nonsense. Smoker regretted saying it as soon as it came out because he realized Zifa was staring at him intently. This brat, daring to say that I'm talking nonsense? It seems I need to deal with you before I get to Ratchet. The moment the words left his mouth, Zifa instantly disappeared from his spot and reappeared right in front of Smoker. Just as Smoker was about to run, Zifa's hands grabbed him tightly. It's over, it's over. Hockey, it's hockey. Smoker cried out in despair. Seeing Smoker caught, Ratchet couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He then quietly slipped around the edge and ran behind Tina. This process took only 10 seconds, thanks to Ratchet using Shave. Ratchet, why are you hiding behind Tina? And you're using Shave much better than Tina. In the distant corner, the sound of bang 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 could be heard, and with each punch that landed, Smoker's cries of despair filled the training ground, looking truly pitiful. TSK, TSK, TSK. This Smoke guy is really in a bad spot, beaten black and blue. Ratchet grinned while standing behind Tina. You're still laughing? Tina felt that it would soon be his turn. Be careful, you might get beaten up worse than Smoker, and Tina won't pity you then. Tina rolled her eyes at Ratchet, not quite understanding his schadenfreude. But for Ratchet, who was a reincarnated person from Earth, he enjoyed this kind of excitement, especially when others were getting beaten. If he had a phone, he would even post it on social media. Soon, Smoker finally stopped, and his cries ceased. Although he wasn't unconscious yet, his face was bruised and looked quite frightening. Zifa turned around and glared at Jiang Qi, as if to say, you little brat, why don't you hurry up and come here so I can beat you? Tina advised you to go get beaten early. Otherwise, Zifa can be really scary when he gets angry, and you would want to get beaten, would you? Tina kindly advised. You girl, that's not good advice. You're pushing me into a fire pit. Didn't you see how badly Smoker got beaten? I'm not going. Ratchet pouted, clearly finding this suggestion very unfriendly. And he wouldn't foolishly run in front of Zifa to get beaten. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. He wants to run. Ratchet then focused on his shoes. An inspiration struck him. Zifa was now walking step by step toward Ratchet, his expression not exactly fierce, but looking like he was about to beat Ratchet. Tina poked Ratchet, who was squatting on the ground fiddling with his shoes. Hey, Ratchet, stop fiddling with your shoes and go see Teacher Zifa. As long as you admit your mistake obediently. Tina thought you shouldn't get beaten. Other students were also saying, yeah. Ratchet, stop playing with your shoes and hurry up to get beaten. What if Teacher Zifa gets angry and punishes us like last time? Perhaps the buzzing chatter from the students was distracting Ratchet. Or perhaps he was nervous about being beaten soon, but Ratchet actually trembled a bit. However, it was because of this tremble that Ratchet felt he successfully merged with the thing in his shoes. Before he could feel happy, a cold voice reached his ears. You little brat are hiding quite well. In an instant, Ratchet felt a chill run from his head to his feet. Damn it, run. In a flash, Ratchet used Shave, disappearing from Zifa's sight and reappearing in front of Smoker. Smoke guy, I'm out of here. Roxia didn't use the Shave either. Excessive use of it would quickly deplete his stamina. Just as he had just fiddled with his shoes, it was a good opportunity to give a try. Zifa, sensing that Roxia was about to run, didn't feel an urgent need to chase him. Instead, he slowly walked towards Roxia, allowing him to run for a few minutes before pursuing. Roxas stepped on the ground and quickly started running. He didn't limit himself to just training. This time, he was running back to Cap's villa, which was the safest option. So from the very beginning, he ran with all his might. A minute later, Zephyr instantly used Shave to catch up, which could also be described as multiple shaves. Shave was incredibly smooth in Zephyr's hands. However, Zephyr was frowning, feeling like he could never quite catch Roxas, or rather, they maintained a fixed distance apart. Since Zephyr was behind, Roxas had no choice but to run for his life. At this moment, Roxas was almost cursing Zephyr as it felt like a game of cat and mouse. The two were in a chase, with numerous naval commanders and soldiers cheering them on along the way. Now, Roxas was in a situation where he was escaping, being pursued, and feeling like he couldn't fly away. Rorschach was even about to give in. Suddenly, something caught his eye. There were two people in front of him that looked very familiar. The panic in Rorschach's heart dissipated a little. Ratchet's movements quickened a bit, swiftly running up behind the two. Crunch, crunch. Carp chewed on the rice crackers with a very innocent expression, somewhat puzzled as to why Zephyr was chasing Ratchet. At the same time, Guillaume beside Carp looked at Zephyr in confusion. Huff, huff, huff. Rasha was panting heavily, clearly exhausted from running for so long. Zephyr, why are you chasing after this kid? And by the looks of you, old man, do you have some health issues? It's been so long, and you still haven't caught up to him. Carp said, gleefully, nonsense. I'm not chasing after this little brat for fun. The reason I'm after this punk is that he messed up my training ground while fighting with Smoker. Smoker got his beating, and he is no exception, Zephas said, waving his hand to catch Rasha. But Rasha suddenly grabbed Jiyuan's shoulder. Sister Jiyuan, you have to stop Teacher Zephyr for me, or I'll be in big trouble. Roshas witnessed Smoker's miserable state on the spot. He had never been beaten by anyone before. Moreover, looking at Zephyr's big hands, it would definitely hurt when he hit someone. Just as Zephyr was about to push the two aside to grab him, Carp and Jiyuan stepped forward to block Zephyr. Zephyr, I have business with this guy today. You can't hit him. Zephyr was taken aback and immediately asked, what business? Carp pointed to Jiyuan beside him. I brought Jiyuan here to teach this guy swordsmanship. And this kid has some talent in the way of a sword. My grandson, Ace, has become a pirate. So I need to train a general to capture that kid and bring him to the Navy. After hearing Carp's reasoning, Zephyr's mouth twitched unconsciously. It wasn't that Zephyr looked down on Carp. He knew that Carp was raising a grandson who was in the Revolutionary Army and another one who was currently a pirate. All right, I'll give you face this time. But if there's the next time, I'll make sure to beat him until the peach blossoms bloom all over the ground, Zephyr said fiercely. At that moment, Jiyuan gently shook her shoulder, smiled at Roshas, and asked Roshas, is Sister's shoulder soft? Soft, it's okay. Roshas instinctively replied, but quickly took a step back when he realized something was off. Hey kid, I'll let you go today, but I have a question you must answer. Roshas, who had just relaxed, became alert again, but upon hearing that Zephyr wanted to ask him a question, he nodded. How did you run away just now? I used all my strength and couldn't catch up? Why is that? Zephyr was very puzzled, but he firmly believed that Roshas must have done something again. Roxa rubbed his chin, contemplating whether to reveal the matter of modifying his shoes. What if he said it and Zephyr, that purple-haired old turtle, punished him with another 50 laps? Little did he know that 3 pairs of eyes were quietly watching him at that moment. After much consideration, Roxa decided to speak up. Otherwise, if he got caught later, he might end up getting beaten. Well, it's actually not a big deal. It's just that when Teacher Zephyr just beat Smoker. I hid behind Tina and mentioned a little something. What is it? The 3 asked in unison. Roxia took a step back, slowly lifted his foot, and pointed at his shoes, saying, is it these shoes? They've got something mixed in them. Teacher Zephyr, you can't possibly be faster than the wind, right? The wind is everywhere, so it's quite reasonable for me to run this fast. I assenti it. Suddenly remembering something, Roxia scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Unfortunately, because I was just scared of getting hit, my hand trembled and created these shoes. I can't remember the synthesis formula at all. For a moment, it felt as if time had stopped. Zephyr took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. I thought so. Otherwise, how could I, the great Zephyr, possibly not catch up to you? Roxia smiled helplessly and said, that's right. Teacher Zephyr is definitely stronger than me. After that, Zephyr talked with Carp for a while and then left. Meanwhile, Roxia patted Carp on the shoulder and asked, old man, do you two have something to discuss with me? Roxa was also puzzled about what Jiyuan wanted from him, and he didn't want to keep following Jiyuan. If he was seen by Chatten, he would be in big trouble. Right now, he could only handle Smoker. Ha ha ha, it's like this. I think you have some talent in swordsmanship, so I've invited Jiyuan to teach you, Carp said, putting his arm around Roxa's shoulder. So what do you think? I'm pretty good to you, right? Jiyuan's sword skills are among the best in the Navy. So you need to help me make some more sanbei to try. The last batch we made is all gone. Rorschach curled his lips. Although he was angry, he couldn't express it. Moreover, that old man had the audacity to make decisions on his own. How infuriating. Cough, cough. I'm not that reliant on swordsmanship either. So, about finding someone to teach me swordsmanship. What? As a reserve general, can I even teach you swordsmanship? Are you looking down on me, kid? Rochester was interrupted halfway through his words, and Jiyuan began to chatter incessantly, looking like a resentful woman. Rorschach repeatedly waved his hands. Say no. I still know the great name of the dignified substitute general of the Jiyuan. It would be an honor for me to have you teach me swordsmanship. Rorschach had a smile on his lips, but deep down, he was very reluctant. It's not impossible for me to teach you, But you have to agree to one condition first. Otherwise, there's no discussion. G. Gardens smirked proudly. She had already thought of this when she came. Rorschach pouted, looking speechless. What? There are conditions? What conditions? Bailey? Or Sunbay? Even if you sold me, I wouldn't be worth much. If you want Sunbay, take as much as you want. Enough to make you burst. Roxia has now also given up on everything. This Jiuyuan is obviously trying to teach herself swordsmanship. Moreover, she probably has her eye on a certain item in my synthesis ability. Otherwise, how could a dignified candidate general make such demands? Jiuyuan glared at Roxia and said, I don't want berries, and I definitely don't want Sunbay. Carp, you don't want them, but I do. I want them. Could it be that you're interested in me? Do you want me to warm your bed? Roxia blurted it out, and as soon as he said it, he covered his mouth, clearly feeling a bit regretful. Of course, it was only a little bit. In an instant, Roxia felt a chill behind him, and the next moment, a strong wind rushed past his ear, cutting off a few strands of his hair. Gulp. Roxia swallowed hard and said in panic, that was really dangerous. I almost lost my life. At that moment, Jiuyuan smiled and patted Roxia's shoulder, saying, Roxia, you mustn't say the wrong thing. Although I wouldn't dare to kill you. Things like this can still happen. Rorschach looked at the smiling home of the garden in front of him, constantly cursing in his heart, damn woman. Just wait until I synthesize a treasure that can surpass yours. Let's see how I deal with you. Roxia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sat down on the ground. Sister Jiuyuan, after all this talk, what exactly are your conditions? Even if you tell me, I might not be able to help you. Jane glared at Roxia and then directly placed the golden blade hanging at her waist in between them. This is a blade of the same quality as your knife, possibly even better. I want to turn this blade into something like yours. But what I want is the cold energy. Rorschach twitched the corner of his mouth. He originally thought that the garden would let her synthesize something small, but this woman truly wouldn't stop until she shocked him. She actually wanted to have something like my tiger hunt? Roxia thought to himself as the tiger hunt at his wrist transformed into a ball of flame and landed in front of him. Sister Jiuyuan, you're a reserve general, and you don't have any weapons at your waist. Are you sure you want me to do this? Isn't this going to affect your prestige when you go out to sea to fight enemies? Jiuyuan shook her head and then nodded. Rorschach frowned and asked, what does that mean? Shaking your head and nodding at the same time? What do you mean? Rox's tone was slightly unpleasant. But Jiuyuan didn't mind and instead said, the meaning is very simple. I don't want a bracelet that can turn a knife into something that can be worn on the wrist. What I want is to have cold air attached to the blade. At this point, Rox's expression darkened. But Jiuyuan didn't pay attention to Rox's face and continued speaking to himself. I have observed your knife. It can transform into flames. It should be that your ability has infused fire into the blade, which is why it is like this. Therefore, with your extraordinary ability, you can definitely achieve it. Rorschach curled his lips and sat down on the ground, looking speechless. Roxia now wishes to be beaten up by Zifa. This woman's request is simply too demanding, isn't it? Although he is a synthesizer, he is not a god. Where is he supposed to find the ice fruit or the freeze fruit? It's important to note that this sword of Roxia's became what it is thanks to the flame fruit given by the system. Roxia stood still in Jiuyuan's eyes, as if he were in a daze. Then Jiuyuan shook Roxia's arm and said, Hey, Roxia, can you really do it? You must be able to, right? A twinkle of starlight appeared in Jiuyuan's eyes. Ever since she saw the knife on Roxia's wrist, she couldn't help but dream of her own Kinjuru being like that every night. After several days of dreaming, Jiuyuan found Kapu and took him to look for Roxia, but unexpectedly encountered Zephyr beating Roxia. This was still quite difficult, and the materials needed were quite a lot. The most important thing was the cold ice. Speaking of cold ice, Roxia subconsciously thought of Kazan, and instantly a wave of memories surged in Roxia's mind, a series of memories about elements, especially those about cold ice. Roxia shook his head, and his eyes regained clarity. At this moment, Roxia also noticed that Jiuyuan was shaking her arm, which looked somewhat seductive. All right, Jiuyuan, stop shaking, or you might make me dizzy. Upon hearing Roxia speak, Jiuyuan retracted her hand and sat down on the ground, wanting to listen carefully to what Roxia had to say next. Jiuyuan, if you want to turn your famous sword into that kind of form, you can. However, you need to find a way to capture Admiral Akiji first. Otherwise, I can't help you. Roxia spoke without holding back, and Cap, who was eating Sunbay beside him, suddenly froze, looking at Roxia with disbelief. Jiuyuan was even more surprised, her beautiful eyes fixed on Roxia. Why are you both looking at me? Roxia scratched his head, wondering if there were no ice fruit users in the Navy. Smack! Roxia's head was slapped directly. Just as he was about to curse, he heard Carp's gruff voice say, You little brat, Your words are getting more and more rogue. What were you thinking sending Jiyuan to catch Kazan? Jiyuan shot an exasperated glare at Luo Xia and said, "You little brother, I'm a candidate for admiral. He's an admiral, and a Logia type at that. What do you expect me to use to catch him? Are you hoping I die faster?" With that, Jiyuan reached out and started twisting Luo Xia's ear while lecturing him. Fortunately, there weren't many Marines around, and even if there were, no one dared to come close. Perhaps the three of them also realized that sitting on the ground like this was not appropriate. After tidying up Luo Xia and the others, they headed towards Karp's villa. 10 minutes later, the three of them were sitting on the sofa. As soon as Luo Xia sat down, he couldn't help but sigh. "This is so much better than my apartment. When will I have a villa like this?" "Simple, as long as you reach the level of a candidate for admiral," came the reply. Luo Xia was immediately speechless upon hearing Ji Yuan's words. If he could reach the level of a general, then he could wait a few more years. But for now, that's out of the question. "Luo Xia, what did you just mean?" "What do you mean?" Ji Yuan glared at Luo Xia and said irritably, "You just said that to make that kind of sword of yours, the first thing we need to do is capture General Kazan." "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, you mean that?" Luo Xia finally remembered. "Weren't you looking for a sword with ice attributes? Then I said it wouldn't be a problem to bring Admiral Kazan over, right? Since you want the ice attribute, Admiral Kazan, as a user of the ice fruit, is the most suitable." At this point, both Karp and Ji Yuan nodded in agreement. And it was only then that they understood Roxas's meaning. Roxas, you should have said so earlier. Why did you have to say it in such a rogue way? Asking me to bring Admiral Akiji back? Isn't it better to bring him back? That way, I can use ice anytime and anywhere. And I'll be more confident in making the sword you want." Roxia shrugged indifferently. Ji Yuan secretly clenched her fists and stood up, walking towards the door without looking back. When she reached the doorway, Ji Yuan finally spoke. "Wait, I'll go call General Akiji over." After saying that, Ji Yuan disappeared before the two. As she walked, Ji Yuan looked burdened with thoughts, emanating an aura that discouraged others from approaching her. The soldiers and officials she encountered along the way instinctively avoided her. Should she go find the warlord of the Sengoku or General Akiji? However, time did not allow her to hesitate, and soon she arrived at Akiji's office. "Knock, knock, knock." Ji Yuan tapped on the door. "Come in." A lazy voice came from inside the room. Ji Yuan took a deep breath and stepped inside. Upon entering the office, Ji Yuan found Akiji lounging lazily on the sofa, alone. Akiji lifted the eye mask covering his eyes in surprise and asked, "Oh, I didn't expect you, Ji Yuan. Is there something you need?" Ji Yuan consciously sat down on the nearby sofa and hesitantly said, "Can General Akiji help me with a small favor?" Akiji lazily raised an eyebrow. "What favor?" "I don't know if you've heard of Luo Xia." Akiji nodded. He was aware of Luo Xia, the synthetic kid with a very interesting fruit ability. "I'd like to see it sometime." Ji Yuan felt a surge of joy in her heart and immediately said, "What I need is for General Akiji to come along. This is also what I asked Luo Xia for." "Oh, what kind of favor is that? Did that kid design something fun again?" Akiji thought that since a candidate general was asking for his help, it must be something significant. So he decided to check it out. "Oh, then let's go see. I also want to check out that synthetic kid." Saying this, the two of them walked out of the office one after the other. Meanwhile, inside Karp's villa, Luo Xia was looking quite impatient, but he had to keep synthesizing senbei. Next to him, Karp had somehow found a large sack filled with senbei. In just a short time, 3 full sacks had already piled up beside Karp, presumably all filled with senbei. "You old man, considering you helped me escape from Zephyr's clutches, I'll begrudgingly give you a bit of senbei." On the other side, Akiji and Ji Yuan were heading towards Karp's villa when suddenly a figure appeared in front of them. The person had a lewd appearance, squinting his eyes as he leered at Ji Yuan. "Peach Rabbit, please marry me." After saying this, he pulled out a bouquet of roses from somewhere, gazing at Peach Rabbit with fervent eyes. Peach Rabbit's eyes were filled with undisguised disgust as she swatted the roses away. "T-Pig, I could never marry you. If I were to marry anyone, it would be someone like Luo Xia." T-Pig was taken aback and quickly asked, "Who is Luo Xia? I won't let him off. If you dare disrespect him, I won't let you off either." At this moment, Peach Rabbit's fierceness was evident. "Oh, Peach Rabbit, shouldn't we go to the synthetic kid now?" T-Pig looked up and saw Akiji looking down at him with an extremely indifferent expression. "General Akiji." Akiji nodded in acknowledgement. Then, without paying any attention to the two, he walked straight towards Karp's villa. Realizing this, Peach Rabbit hurriedly followed, with T-Pig close behind. There was no conversation along the way, and soon the three finally arrived at Karp's villa. They were taken aback to see that there were over a dozen sacks inside the villa, all filled to the brim. Karp stood beside Luo Xia, looking excited gripping the edges of the sacks with both hands. Ratchet heard a sound coming from the door and looked up to see 3 people, led by Qingji, standing there. Rorschach's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled his hand back. "You little brat, is this enough for anyone? How can you take your hand back?" Roxia pouted reluctantly and turned his head away. "Oh, Captain Carp." Carp looked up and saw 3 people standing in front of him. At that moment, Carp realized why Roxia didn't help him make senbei. Carp turned back to look at the more than 10 sacks of senbei, feeling secretly pleased. "Now let's see how this guy's Sengoku compares to me." Once everyone was seated and before Roxia could say anything, the T-Pig sitting opposite him spoke first. "So, you are Roxia? The one that Peach Rabbit wants to marry?" Rorschach looked confused and turned to Ji Yuan, who seemed to be on the verge of anger, with a not-so-pleasant expression. "T-Pig, shut your mouth or I'll kill you." Roronoa swallowed and reached out to tug at Carp, who was sitting next to him and munching. "Huh, what is it, kid?" Roxia pointed at the lewd-looking Chibuda sitting on the sofa, saying, "This Vice Admiral wants to kill me." As soon as these words were spoken, time seemed to stand still, especially for Chibuda, who stared blankly at Roxia pointing at him. In the next second, Chibuda quickly waved his hands, saying, No, I didn't mean that." The panic on Chibuda's face was impossible to hide. Just moments ago, he had noticed that Carp's eyes had already narrowed, clearly a sign of itching for action. He knew that Carp had just fought with a Kainu and hadn't lost it all. If he couldn't even beat a Kainu, let alone Carp. Rasha pouted. He thought this lewd uncle would stand his ground and let old man Carp beat him up. He didn't expect him to back down so quickly. "Let me clarify. I have no intention of marrying Sister Ji Yuan. If you want to pursue her, go ahead," Rasha stated solemnly. After all, he wasn't strong yet. In his previous life, he was an earthling, and backing down wasn't embarrassing. Dying would be embarrassing. Chachua nodded seriously. He had to be serious, as Carp was watching him closely. If he didn't respond quickly, he feared he might be beaten out of the villa, and it would be quite tragic. Roxia stood up and sat down beside Admiral Akiji. Chuckling, Admiral Akiji, "Did Sister Ji Yuan tell you? Alala, were you planning to create again? And you even called me here." Akiji was quite interested in his abilities. After Ji Yuan placed her sword, Jean Pilo, in front of her, Roxia didn't waste any time. His hands instantly turned a light blue. At that moment, the method for creating elemental weapons flooded into Roxia's mind. Understanding what to do, Roxia said to Akiji, "Admiral Akiji, please unleash your cold air and condense it in my hands. It's okay if it freezes." Upon hearing this, Akiji looked at Roxia in surprise. But after seeing Roxia's determined gaze, he didn't hesitate. Cold air erupted from his hands, and a ball of ice the size of an apple began to form between them. "Admiral Akiji, could you pass me the ice ball?" Rorschach's question somewhat left Green Bull perplexed. What does it mean to pass this cold ice ball to him? As Luo Xia saw Akiji still standing there dazed, he didn't wait any longer and directly reached out to grab him. As Luo Xia's hands gradually enlarged in Akiji's eyes. When Luo Xia made contact with the ice ball formed from the gathered cold air, Akiji's heart skipped a beat. He knew just how lethal this cold air ice ball he had condensed was. It could kill over 100 million pirates in an instant, let alone Luo Xia. But what shocked him was the scene unfolding before his eyes. Luo Xia simply lifted the ice ball lightly from Akiji's hand, and he appeared completely nonchalant, as if he were quite familiar with it. At the moment Luo Xia touched the ice ball, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. "Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 2 fragments of a naturalized fruit." Rashia was overjoyed in his heart. He had indeed guessed correctly. However, he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, holding the ice ball with both hands. Akiji looked on in shock. As a user of the ice fruit, he was well aware of just how cold the mass of cold air in Rashia's hands was, especially since Rashia was holding that ice ball right in front of him. Roxia didn't pay attention to Akiji's gaze. Instead, he tightly gripped the ice ball in his hands, with a bright green light emanating from his palms as the cold air continued to compress. Before long, the ice ball, which had shrunk 2 sizes, appeared before everyone. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Roxia pressed the ice ball directly against the blade of Jean Pira. Roxia nodded silently, and the scene in his mind was just like this. When everyone saw that Roxia no longer had the ice ball in his hand, Jiwan finally asked, "Roxia, has it been completed?" "No, it probably needs many more tries. This will require the trouble of Admiral Akiji." Roxia shook his head and explained, and based on the hint he had just received in his mind, he estimated that he would need about 49 more attempts to obtain a frozen fruit, which meant 100 fragments. For such a top-tier fruit, Roxia's eyes were shining with excitement, and he looked at Akiji with an unmistakable fervor. Synthesizer. Just as Roxia was lost in thought, a slightly lazy voice rang out. Roxia looked up to see it was Akiji, whose eyes held an indescribable complexity at that moment. Admiral Akiji, is there something you need? How is your hand? Rorschach looked at his hands, which now emitted a faint blue glow, looking nothing like they were in trouble. Roxia shook his head. It's fine. At this, Akiji was even more puzzled. He scratched his head and said, the ice ball I just condensed can freeze someone to death. You're fine? Since most of the people present were at least Vice Admiral level, Akiji was naturally surprised that Roxa's power was so low. It's fine, my ability is special. Akiji scratched his head. He really couldn't make sense of it, so he decided to stop thinking about it. He then continued to condense ice balls for Roxa. For a while, the room was filled with the crisp sound of Roxa pressing the ice ball into Jinbiro, along with the crunching noise from Carp. The temperature in the entire villa's living room dropped sharply with the ice balls created by Akiji, to the point where even the tea-pig started yawning, which showed just how cold it was. However, in his excited state, Roxa didn't feel cold at all. In fact, he became even more exhilarated. This was because the prompt sounds kept ringing in his mind. Over an hour had passed, and despite the frost on Roxa's face, he looked very happy because he only needed to press the last ice ball into Jinbiro to achieve his goal. At that moment, 100 pieces of ice blue shards were quietly lying in the system space of Roxa's system backpack. As Roxa pressed the last ice ball, which emitted cold air, into Jinbiro, the sword underwent a qualitative change. The entire blade turned ice blue, looking stunning. This scene stunned everyone present. Moreover, the blade emitted an unparalleled chill that felt exactly like Akiji's ice fruit. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the sword that Roxa had placed on the table. Just then, a voice echoed in Roxa's mind, detected that 100 pieces of ice fruit shards have been collected, meeting the synthesis requirements. Would you like to synthesize? Roxia swallowed and immediately said, synthesize. In an instant, a flash of icy blue light appeared in Roxia's mind, and a frozen fruit was suddenly displayed. Ding! Do you want to consume the natural type frozen fruit? Current number of devil fruits available for consumption. 1. Although Rasha was a bit confused, he immediately expressed his feelings. In an instant, the people who were observing Jean Piluo in the villa's living room suddenly felt a massive chill erupting from Rasha's body. The air wave produced by the freezing fruit rushed towards the four of them. The four raised their hands to brace against the oncoming wave. And when they looked up again, they saw a person completely frozen in ice before them. Carp was astonished, covering his head with his hands, his eyes wide in shock at the scene. Akiji was even more shocked, thinking, what the hell is this? At that moment, Ji Yuan also saw clearly that the figure trapped in ice was indeed Rasha. Rasha, Carp, with a serious expression, grabbed Akiji's arm and asked, Kazan, what is going on? Why is this kid turned into this? Akiji, looking troubled, scratched his head and was about to step forward when the humanoid ice blocks suddenly cracked open, and Rasha walked out from within. At this moment, his palm, which had been glowing with a greenish hue, had turned ice blue, and half of Rasha's face was also covered in ice, just like when Akiji activated his ability. Rasha looked at the four of them in confusion and slowly asked, what is wrong with you guys? And did you do this, Villa? Admiral Akiji? It looks so shiny. Akiji twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling quite speechless. But this was not the time for small talk. He was increasingly curious about Rasha. Moreover, this state was similar to his ice fruit. And suddenly a bold guess popped into Akiji's mind. You little brat, this isn't the work of Kuzan, it's your doing. Roxia frowned and slowly walked in front of Old Man Carp, saying earnestly, how is that possible? I'm not some ice fruit user. Don't make wild claims, old man. If it weren't for the frozen marks still visible on half of his face, Carp would have believed him. At that moment, Jiwen also said, Roxia, it was you who did it. Take a good look at your face. Saying this, Jiwen took out a mirror and held it up in front of Roxia. Roxia took the mirror from Jiwen's hand, and in an instant his eyes lit up. In the mirror before him, half of Roxia's face was covered in ice blue ice cubes. Looking quite handsome. Hey, not bad. No wonder Jiwen wants to marry me, he muttered to himself. However, his words were overheard by Jiwen, who was closest to him. She lightly punched him, but her expression showed no signs of displeasure. Chatten, standing next to Qingji, watched the interaction between the two without any expression, suggesting that he probably didn't hear Roxa's comment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so expressionless. After a while, Roxa put down the mirror and walked aside to touch the ice crystals on his face. He then started rubbing them with his hands, but after a long time, he couldn't get any of it off. Oh no, what if half of my face gets frozen? Roxas knew he had eaten a devil fruit, but the devil fruit shouldn't affect the user's appearance, right? Moreover, it was only half of his face, and he couldn't show any expression that indicated he understood everything here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Besides, he really didn't know how to eliminate it. While Roxas was rubbing the ice crystal vigorously, Aokiji, who was standing not far away, seemed to be deep in thought. He then patted Carp's shoulder and walked towards Roxas. During the few meters of this journey, Aokiji even condensed an ice knife. Then, in front of Roxas's stunned expression, Aokiji slashed towards his waist without a hint of emotion on his face. However, Roxas did not sense any killing intent in Aokiji's eyes. As the ice knife was unleashed and the wielder was an admiral, Roxas was instantly cut in half. His body directly split into two pieces. The unaware Jiyuan's eyes widened in shock as he picked up the Jinbira that was placed aside and rushed in front of Aokiji. His eyes filled with rage. "Damn it, Admiral Aokiji, what are you doing? Why did you kill Roxas? He is my newly acknowledged brother, and he is not a pirate." Despite Jiyuan's loud questioning of Aokiji, Aokiji maintained that helpless expression throughout, and his gaze was fixed tightly on Roxas, as if he was expecting something to happen. Roxas, who had been cut in half, touched his upper body and glanced at his severed lower body, letting out a helpless sigh. Seems like things are not looking good. Roxas also realized that he seemed to have exposed himself. After the body of the divided Su Nu Juzi transformed into countless shards of ice and underwent a reorganization, Roxas resumed his form, and it was still the same image as before. Just as the stiff Ji Yuan was facing off against Qingji with the sword, he turned his head and saw Roxas with a silly smile on his face. Ji Yuan rubbed his eyes, and, after confirming that he wasn't mistaken, exclaimed, "Roxas, you weren't cut down by General Qingji?" Roxas frowned. "What are you talking about? How could I die? I won't die as long as I don't live a leisurely life." Aokiji and Carp both burst into laughter at this scene, especially Carp, who laughed heartily. "Ha ha 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 ha, just as I thought." Aokiji stared at Roxas with intense curiosity, as if looking at a treasure. Only a user of the ice-ice fruit could have that kind of state and the ability to freeze Carp's villa to the bone. "Roxas, I'm becoming more and more curious about you," Aokiji thought to himself. Carp stepped towards Roxas, laughing as he patted Roxas on the shoulder, but before he could, Roxas used his ice-ice fruit ability to freeze Carp's hand in place. Roxas had no idea whether he had the armament hockey attached to him. If he did, that would be a problem. Moreover, he hadn't seen armament hockey since coming to the pirate world. It is said that armament hockey is colorless, like a kind of energy. So, Roxas naturally decided to freeze Carp first. "You little brat, I came here to congratulate you out of kindness, and you dare to use your ability to freeze me?" Roxy sighed helplessly and pointed to the sofa that had turned into ice, saying, "I know you all have many questions. Why don't we chat?" Sure. In an instant, everyone present sat on the icy sofa. However, except for Kizuru and Roxia, the other three felt a bit uncomfortable. "First of all, aren't you surprised why I have Admiral Kizaru's abilities?" The four of them nodded in unison, especially Kizuru, whose eyes were completely different from the drowsy look he had before. They were particularly bright at that moment. Roxia activated his ability on his own, saying this is probably an ability derived from absorbing Admiral Aokiji's cold air, and it feels like this power might be permanent. Of course, it's just a feeling. After speaking, Roxia lowered his head in guilt, as he really didn't have enough knowledge to come up with an excuse. As soon as Roxas said this, everyone present gasped in shock. They were all stunned by the news. Based on the information on Rasha from Aokiji's desk, Aokiji could be very certain that Rasha possessed the power of a paramecia. However, he really didn't expect this change, especially not this kind of change. Particularly, Carp's entire face went blank, not even realizing that snot was running down his face, and his eyes were wide open. He still couldn't believe that he had initially only noticed Rasha's Sunbei ability, but after picking him up, he discovered that Rasha had the presence of a vice admiral. After Roxia said these words, everyone remained silent for a long time, which made Roxia anxious. "You have to believe me. Although I don't know if the ability users from previous sessions have noticed this change, I'm like this right now." Roxa was worried they wouldn't believe him, and a light of icy blue shimmered in his hand, instantly conjuring an icy blue fairy pastry that floated in his palm. This scene left Roxa somewhat stunned. He had eaten a fruit, and even the fairy pastry had changed its flavor. Rochet brought the senbei to Carp's mouth, and Carp took a bite. The moment it entered his mouth, a wave of coolness burst open in his mouth. "Wow, this is so delicious. I like this flavor. It's so cool and refreshing." Rochet shrugged and looked at Jiyuan and Qingji, saying, "You see, this is really the ability to synthesize. It feels like a double fruit ability. What do you think, Peach Rabbit?" Peach Rabbit nodded. "That's right, General Qingji, this is a double fruit ability, synthesis plus freezing. So impressive." Ratchet said, "This is really astonishing. We must tell Admiral Sengoku." Seeing Qingji with a rare serious expression, Ratchet nodded as well. Sooner or later, Sengoku would find out about this matter. It was just a matter of knowing it early or late. Anyway, Ratchet was very good at making up stories. So no matter what Sengoku said, he could easily bluff his way through. "I have no problem with that, General Qingji. That's good, then I'll take my leave." Shortly after, at the entrance of Sengoku's office, Qingji knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Qingji walked into the office with his hands in his pockets and found not only Sengoku, but also Crane inside. Qingji scratched his head, momentarily unsure how to start, just standing in front of the two. "Kazan, what's wrong?" After hearing Sengoku's question, Kazan finally spoke up. "There's something, and it's quite complicated." Sengoku was also surprised to see Kazan like this. He hadn't seen this expression from him in a long time, the last time being. "Please have a seat." Sengoku pointed to the sofa on the side. Qingji nodded and sat down opposite Crane. After about a minute, Qingji slowly said, "You both should know Ratchet, right, Admiral Sengoku?" "Ms. Crane?" Crane nodded. "Yes, I've heard a lot about him recently. Jiyuan sometimes mentions him too. Synthesizing fruit, quite a good ability." Sengoku smiled and nodded. "That's right. Are you going to say something related to him? Did he invent something different again?" Qingji gave a bitter smile. "I guess you could say that." Unconsciously, as Qingji said this, a scene of Ratchet being cut in half yet not dying floated into his mind. "Just a few hours ago, I was asked by Jiyuan to help a bit at Captain Karp's villa. When I arrived, I found Ratchet was there, and Captain Karp was there too. But I only found out upon arrival that they wanted to use my eyes to modify a sword." At this point, Crane couldn't help but interject. "It wouldn't be Jiyuan's Keniro, would it?" Qingji nodded. "That's right, and Ratchet's ability is really strange, particularly strange." The fact that Qingji found it strange piqued Sengoku's interest. Then Ratchet asked for a lump of ice, and I condensed a lump, one that could instantly take out over 100 million pirates. To my surprise, he actually reached out to take it and pressed it directly onto the sword. Qingji wasn't normally a talkative person, but this event was too bizarre. Who could gain devil fruit abilities after being frozen for a while? It was too outrageous. So, Qingji could only slowly explain, try and make the event sound a bit more reasonable. About 2 hours later, the sword was finished, and at the moment the sword was completed, Ratchet was frozen. However, when Captain Karp stepped forward, the ice that had frozen Ratchet suddenly cracked, and Ratchet walked out unharmed, with half of his face covered in ice crystals. It looked just like how I would appear after using my ability. Moreover, it seemed Ratchet momentarily had the ability of the freezing fruit. At this point, Qingji lowered his head, feeling he had no confidence in what he was saying. It was just unbelievable. Meanwhile, Sengoku and Crane exchanged glances and said in unison, "Impossible, right? You just said Ratchet gained freezing abilities?" Qingji nodded, looking quite helpless. Sengoku was quite surprised by Qingji's acknowledgement. After all, in his mind, Qingji had always been a very calm person. So, it was unlikely that Qingji would lie, which left only one possibility. With that thought, even Sengoku, known as a strategist, couldn't help but gasp. 2 abilities? There's never been a precedent for this at sea. If this is true, then the Navy has struck gold. Sengoku rubbed his hands and picked up the phone on his desk to call. Meanwhile, inside Karp's villa, Karp took out the trembling transponder snail and answered, "Who is it?" "Karp, is Ratchet with you? Hurry and bring him over," Sengoku said. Karp frowned upon hearing this, glanced at Ratchet, who was making the latest rice crackers for him, and decisively shook his head, refusing. "No time, I don't have time. That's it, I'm hanging up." As soon as he hung up, Jing, sitting beside him, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? If I could freeze that old man, would I still be here helping him make rice crackers? Besides, you said you'd teach me hockey, everything I want to learn. Otherwise, don't come asking me to help you make other things in the future." Luo Xia continuously summoned ice blue fairy sweets with both hands while saying this to Jiyuan, although her expression showed some reluctance. Jiyuan nodded slightly and said, "All right, after it's over, I'll teach you whatever you want to learn." Luo Xia pouted, "If you really want to repay me, you should knock that old man down for me." Jardin glanced at Karp and decisively shook his head. "No way. I can't defeat Vice Admiral Karp. And you, old man, even though I can't afford to compensate. How could you make me pay with Senbei? How much would that even take to compensate?" Luo Xia said indignantly. In contrast to Luo Xia's frustration, Sengoku's anger flared up instantly as he slammed down the phone and stood up. "Let's go, Lil Crane Akiji. Let's see what Karp is busy with." This guy is actually saying he's busy with that kid Luo Xia? About 10 minutes later, Sengoku and his group stood at the door of Carp's house, staring blankly at the scene before them. At this moment, there were already dozens of burlap sacks inside Carp's villa, while Roxa was still holding Senbei, a sight that made Sengoku envious. Carp! A loud shout at the door startled Roxa. Who? The three looked over, and at the door stood three people, Akiji, Sengoku, and Crane. The three then walked into the villa that Roxa had frozen. Ha, Sengoku, what brings you to my place? Did you come to inquire about the Senbei? Upon hearing Carp's words, Sengoku's forehead twitched with anger as he glared at Carp. Damn you, Carp. Is this what you meant by being busy? Sengoku grabbed a burlap sack in front of Roxa and pulled out a handful of Senbei, stuffing it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The moment the Senbei entered his mouth, Sengoku was stunned. Especially with its cool texture, it was a unique experience he had never tasted before, and Sengoku instantly fell in love with this Senbei. Seeing Sengoku in a daze, Crane tugged at the still-stunned Sengoku, pulling him back to reality. Sengoku then regained his serious demeanor and began to look around. Before long, he spotted a young boy less than a meter away, with both hands in a burlap sack, seemingly fiddling with something. Roxa? Sengoku tentatively asked. Luo Xia slowly raised his head, and the half of his face that was frozen immediately caught Sengoku's attention. Sengoku was not impressed by the looks, but rather shocked by that half of the face. He felt as if he had encountered another user of the ice fruit. Marshal Sengoku. As soon as Roxa finished speaking, he seemed to realize something and suddenly stood up. Ahem, Marshal Sengoku, General Crane, General Akiji, hello. It's fine. No need to be nervous, Roxa. After comforting Roxa, Sengoku looked around the villa and indeed found a dozen or so burlap sacks in the house. Roxa, these burlap sacks in this house wouldn't be. Roxia nodded, and the bag contained the Senbei I gave to Grandpa Carp. Although Roxia spoke casually, Sengoku's fist tightened. By the way, Roxia, what is that ice crystal on your face? Sengoku pointed to the half of Roxia's face and asked. Sengoku still remembered the serious matters very clearly. Roxas was momentarily stunned and instinctively reached for his left cheek. When his hand touched his left face, he felt the sensation of his hand rubbing against ice. Oh, this? I don't know either. It's just been there since the beginning. Moreover, Admiral Akiji even said, I have the ability of the ice fruit. Sengoku was staring intently at Roxas, as if trying to discern something. So do you have the ability of the ice fruit? As soon as Sengoku's words left his mouth, Akiji and Crane's gazes were fixed firmly on Roxas. As for Jiun and Carp, they had already witnessed it. In fact, just earlier, Roxas had frozen Carp twice in an attempt to resist him when he refused to make Senbei, and the result was predictable. He was broken free by Carp the moment he was frozen. I guess I do have it. Roxas recalled what he had said to the system before. How to prove it? Sengoku was staring hard at Roxas. He had to understand this matter clearly. It was crucial, as it represented future top-tier combat power. After a week of observation, Roxa stopped in front of Carp, who was eating Senbei. Without wasting any words, Roxa stepped up to Carp and extended his palm, freezing Carp in an instant. A layer of ice enveloped Carp, completely encasing him. However, it didn't last long. Carp soon shattered the ice with a powerful shockwave. The three onlookers were stunned. Their jaws dropped, although Akiji remained calm. After all, he had just witnessed it, but Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru were different. Sengoku couldn't hide the smile on his face, looking at Roxa with such affection as if he were a rare treasure. The look made Roxa shiver. Perhaps noticing Roxa's expression, Sengoku withdrew his gaze. Soon, they all sat on the sofa, and Sengoku casually grabbed a sack and began munching on Senbei. While eating, he asked, Is this ability something you just acquired? That's right. I got it just now when I helped Sister Ji-Yuan synthesize a weapon. For now, the best explanation was to answer whatever they asked, as he had no other excuses. After a round of basic inquiries, Sengoku, satisfied with 5 sacks of Senbei, left with Tsuru and Akiji. As for Carp, he was behind them cursing Sengoku. Damn Sengoku, I have less than 10 sacks of Senbei left. This isn't enough for a month. Roxia and Jiun are sitting together, and now he is really panicking, fearing that Roxia will catch him and continue making fairy cakes. However, Carp only complained a few times before walking in the direction of Sengoku. Before leaving, he also said he was going to eat something. That old man has finally left. I can finally go back. Just as Luo Xia was about to get up, a cold little hand grabbed him. He turned his head and saw Ji-Yuan holding his hand. Sister Ji-Yuan, what are you doing? Didn't we agree that I would teach you? Do you still want to go back and rest? Ratchet's forehead instantly appeared with a few black lines as he said speechlessly, but I still need to wait for that purple-haired Zifa teacher to give me some time. Haha, don't worry. I'll help you get a good excuse from Instructor Zifa, and the training camp has just started. Even if you haven't learned anything, it's okay. I'll teach you everything. Rorschach looked up and down at Jiyuan and couldn't help but nod. Hello there. What do you mean? No. Actually, I'm doing well in the training camp. Teacher Zay Fa has only just started teaching the Navy 6 styles. Jiyuan nodded and smiled. Navy 6 styles? Is it very difficult? Do you want me to teach you, big brother? Just call me sister and I'll listen. By the way, usually they start with a shave. Isn't hard? Rorschach pouted. I've already learned it, although I might bump into the pole, but it seems my talent is not bad. Oh, really? This surprised Jiyuan a bit, considering she had studied for more than 10 days at that time. Otherwise, Ratchet immediately began to prove himself. In the next moment, he appeared behind Jiyuan. However, whether it was due to the slippery ground or something else, Ratchet suddenly stumbled and fell behind Jiyuan, with both hands resting on Jiyuan's back. Roxa awkwardly distanced himself from Jiyuan, coughing, I just need some practice. It's only the first day. The atmosphere between Roxa and Jiyuan was completely different from that in the Warring States office. At this moment, Sengoku had been waiting for over 10 minutes and finally had everyone gathered. In addition to the 3 admirals, there were also Carp, Zifa, and Crane among them, all assembled for Roxa, though they were unaware of what had just happened. At this time, everyone was silent, quietly watching Sengoku, waiting for him to speak. Cough. I called you all here for an important matter, Sengoku said as he surveyed the room. We have another Logia-type devil fruit user in Navy, and it's a user of the ice fruit. Instantly, apart from a few who were in the know and remained calm, everyone else stood up in shock, especially Akainu, who immediately questioned, isn't the ice fruit Kazan's? How could there be another one? Are you getting old and confused? Of course. He didn't dare to say the last part aloud. Zifa also curiously stared at Sengoku. Having worked with him for many years, he knew Sengoku wouldn't make baseless claims, as that would tarnish his reputation as a wise general. Sengoku smiled slightly, clearly satisfied with their reactions. Kazan is indeed the user of the ice fruit, but we have a second user of the same fruit, and we have personally verified it. Vice Admiral Crane and Kuzan nodded in agreement. What Admiral Sengoku said is correct. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more bewildered, with several thinking, how could the same fruit appear twice? Unless the previous user died. However, this thought quickly vanished from their minds. I'm still alive, came a voice, and that kid Roxa is indeed using the real ice fruit ability. As for Kuzan's explanation, both Kizuru and Akainu were somewhat skeptical. However, given their years of collaboration, they expressed their doubts. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table. I didn't call you here to question this. I just wanted to inform you so you would be aware. Kazan, Crane, and I have confirmed it. It is indeed a Logia-type ice fruit. Cart nodded at that moment. That's right, that brat has frozen me several times. Hearing Sengoku and Carp say this, everyone present was astonished, especially the 3 who were unaware, Kizu, Akainu, and Zifa. Kizuru's mouth curled into a slight arc, and behind his froggy glasses, his eyes were inscrutable. In the courtyard of the Jiyuan villa, hurry up, swing it faster. Are you a turtle? This loud voice belonged to Jiyuan, who was currently holding a whip and strolling behind Roxa. Every step seemed to carry an unparalleled sense of pressure, making Roxa extremely nervous. Ratchet is currently holding a tiger hunting sword, swinging it forcefully with each stroke, each swing carrying 8 parts flame and 2 parts sword energy. In front of Rasha was the ice wall he had just created using the newly acquired ability of the freezing fruit. Since it was made of ice, it would melt quickly. As for why Rasha ended up in such a situation, it was naturally due to Jiyuan's coercion. She had said at the time, since you promised to teach you, I will definitely make you learn and become stronger. And with 2 such powerful devil fruit abilities, don't waste them. So Rasha was taken to the yard of his own villa, with Jiyuan's villa next to Carp's. However, when Rasha arrived at the villa, Jiyuan revealed her true nature, becoming extremely violent. Initially, Rasha was laid back, but suddenly a whip appeared from nowhere. After that, Rasha was struck by the whip, but didn't cause him any harm. Instead, Jiyuan's whip was frozen. It was at that moment that Jiyuan realized that Rasha could no longer be regarded as an ordinary marine. He had already acquired all the characteristics of the freezing fruit. Therefore, whenever Rasha slacked off afterwards, Jiyuan would whip him with a hockey-covered whip. This made Rasha suffer greatly, and he silently took note of Jiyuan. Rox's sweat dripped down like it was free, but it quickly froze. At that moment, a voice echoed in Rox's mind, detected that the host is undergoing swordsmanship training. Long-term task activated. Ding. Personal panel opened. Ding. Long-term task. Please swing the sword 10,000 times daily. Reward will be settled every 15 days. Rewards are randomly triggered. As the voice continued to resonate in Roxa's mind, he was stunned, momentarily forgetting that there was a Jun beside him holding a small whip. Suddenly, Roxa felt a gust of wind by his ear, and in the next second, he instinctively used the shave technique. Roxa had just left his original spot when, in the blink of an eye, the ground was already cracked with streaks from the whip. Rorschach swallowed hard and looked up. Ji-Yun smiled and said, "Only just realized you should hide? Are you really that dense? It's taken you this long to figure out?" Rorschach frowned and asked, "Hey, you nasty woman, what trick are you playing this time?" Roxa's impression of this woman had completely changed after being whipped a few times before, so he didn't believe a word of what Ji-Yun just said. Who uses a whip to make someone run? And judging by her expression, it seemed like she thought only I would know. I never said you couldn't run, did I? First of all, having you swing your sword every day is for your training. As for dodging, that is to prepare you for flexibility and adaptability on the battlefield later. If you let me hit you while standing there like an idiot, who can you blame? After saying this, Ji-Yun still wore an innocent expression. If that lewd Teton saw this, he would probably confess again. "You just wait for me." Rorschach pouted with discontent and started swinging his sword while holding the tiger hunt. Ji-Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Although he had been played, his character was still commendable. About 30 minutes later, a large group of people was heading towards Ji-Yuan's villa, with the Warring States Marshal leading the way. From a distance, the Warring States could see Ji-Yuan seemingly whipping something with a whip. "Damn brat, you better hide quickly, or my whip will definitely make you regret it." Crack, crack. The sound of the whip striking the ground was particularly crisp. "Damn woman, just wait until I'm stronger than you." Rorschach spoke while provoking the Garden of the Gods, and at the same time, his shaving became increasingly skillful. Suddenly, something red as lava flew in from a distance. Rorschach suddenly turned around, and a basketball-sized ball of lava was heading straight for him. Roxia's pupils constricted in the daylight, and his hands instantly turned ice blue. Just as he was about to make a move, a pink figure blocked his path. It was Ji-Yun, and at the same time, the golden sword at her waist was drawn. An extreme chill transformed into a slashing strike aimed at the lava mass. In an instant, the lava mass was turned into a stone encased in ice. After dealing with the lava, Ji-Yun sheathed her sword and turned to smile, saying, "How about that? Am I impressive? Damn woman, I could have handled such a small lava ball myself. Who needs your interference?" Ji-Yun shot a glare at Roxia and then grabbed his ear, huffing, "How do you speak to your sister? Calling me a damn woman?" Ahem. An elderly voice reached the ears of the two. Roxia and Ji-Yun turned their heads to see that they were back in the Warring States period. "Huh? Why are you here again, Warring States Marshal?" The Warring States Marshal smiled and approached, accompanied by a group of generals. In particular, Zifa's eyes were sharp like an eagle's. Rasha now sees Zephyr looking a bit weak. He currently doesn't have much stamina. However, Zephyr hasn't said anything to him. "Marshal of the Warring States, what just happened?" Ji-Yun asked with a frown. "Just now? That guy Akainu acted on his own, and I didn't have time to stop him. I just want to test this kid's ice-ice fruit ability. Everyone's saying this kid has the ice-ice fruit, so I wanted to give it a try." Akainu crossed his arms, still wearing a proud expression on his face. "Rasha, why are you sitting on the ground? Don't you see all these naval officers have come?" Ratchet spread his hands and said, "I'm really sorry, Admiral Akainu. I just finished training and I'm exhausted." In fact, it was true that Ratchet lacked exercise, and having this level of stamina at his current strength was already quite impressive. Ji-Yun explained, "That's right, I was just training him, but the training method was a bit special." Ji-Yun threw the whip in her hand right in front of Ratchet. The other generals knew a bit about Ji-Yun's personality, but they were still surprised that she could train Ratchet. Rorschach saw a whip fall in front of him and quickly stored it in his system space before the garden noticed him. Roxas felt his leg muscles and, after realizing they were not as sore, slowly stood up. Just as he stood up, Roxas sensed two sharp gazes, one of which was naturally Akainu, and the other was Zephyr. Sengoku stepped forward with a smile and said, "Little Roxas, can you demonstrate your ice-ice fruit ability for these three?" Roxa nodded and then asked, "General of the Warring States, is there anyone else who wants to watch? Should we call them over? I still need to train." No, just these three will do." It was indeed thoughtless of the General of the Warring States to repeatedly ask Roxa to confirm this matter, which made him quite embarrassed. "All right," Roxia nodded, stepping back 3 paces. His hands gradually turned ice blue, emanating a chill, and a mask-like ice crystal appeared on his face, covering half of it. In the next moment, Luo Xia slammed his hands down onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground within 50 meters of him was completely frozen. The entire process was fluid and seamless, just like when Akiji activated his ability. Luo Xia exhaled a breath of cold air and smiled. All right, General of the Warring States. And all the other commanders, are you satisfied? The scene fell into silence, with the commanders who had previously witnessed Luo Xia's abilities looking calm. The three who had never seen Luo Xia demonstrate his powers were all in shock, especially Zephyr, whose eyes looked like they were about to pop out. Kizaru still had his usual lewd expression. Akainu's expression wasn't as exaggerated, but his eyes had already conveyed the answer to Luo Xia. Akiji looked around and then voluntarily stepped forward, saying, Luo Xia, we didn't use your full power, did you? That's right. If I had used my full power, this old lady's villa would be uninhabitable. The old lady glared at Luo Xia, but didn't say anything. Even if she froze everything, she couldn't say anything to Luo Xia and could only teach him a lesson in private. But Luo Xia's comment caused trouble. Kapu, who was standing in the crowd, immediately stepped forward and punched Luo Xia on the head, cursing, you little brat. Do you think my villa can be frozen at will? Ouch. Roches covered his head with both hands and said, Old man, are you going to attack me with weapons? Ha ha ha, I know what your current state is. Then why not just let Admiral Akiji use his freezing technique? Why do you have to hit me? Upon hearing this, Karp instinctively looked at Akiji, as if to say, aren't you going to hurry up? Akiji sighed with a bitter smile and shrugged. Ah, Karp-san, there's no such thing. This kid is lying to you. Luo Xia probably knew that Akiji would say something like that, so he hid behind the GUN early on, which is one of the few reasons he could find something good about this woman. At that moment, a purple figure suddenly appeared in front of the GUN, or more accurately, to its side, because Luo Xia was sitting right behind it. Luo Xia, you really surprised me. Oh, Teacher Zephyr, you're joking. I also don't know how this ability came about. Besides, this ability has some flaws. At this moment, Luo Xia also stood in front of everyone, pointing to half of his face, and said, although it's very handsome, it obstructs the view. The crowd followed Luo Xia's finger and saw that half of his face was already covered by ice. There is no need to worry about this. Once your strength increases and you learn how to use this power, you will be able to control it flexibly. Luo Xia nodded thoughtfully. He really didn't expect such a response from Kizaru. He didn't expect a taciturn person to say so much to him. All right, now that we've finished reading, it's time to go, right? Don't disturb little Luo Xia's training, Sengoku reminded. Just as everyone was about to leave, GUN called out to Zephyr, Teacher Zephyr, please wait a moment. What's wrong, GUN? Seeing this scene, Luo Xia couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart, and his face instantly became unpleasant. Before Luo Xia could stop her, GUN said, Teacher Zephyr, I hope to train Luo Xia for the next month, of course, after a month. If Teacher Zephyr is not satisfied with Luo Xia's strength, you can return him to the training camp at any time. Wait a minute, Teacher Zephyr, think twice. This woman is a violent maniac. She really means to fight. I still prefer Teacher Zephyr's gentle approach. I like Teacher Zephyr's training camp. While Zephyr was still pondering, Luo Xia appeared out of nowhere and started saying so many pitiful things. But did Zephyr only notice Luo Xia's sob story? How did you just come over? Luo Xia said without thinking. Of course it's with a whip. As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. Ha ha ha, good, good. In just one day, GUN has trained you to be this proficient. It seems that GUN's training is indeed effective. Then for this month, I'll leave you to GUN. As long as you don't die, make sure to train him. With Zfa's words, Luo Xia's anxious heart finally calmed down. Am I really going to train with this woman for a month? She won't beat me to death, will she? As everyone left GUN's villa, the smile on GUN's face quickly faded, and she approached Luo Xia with an aggressive demeanor. GUN stretched out her hand and asked, Where's my whip? Bring it out. I saw it disappear as soon as your hands touched. Did you hide it? Well, it's fine to give it to you, but can you go a bit slower during training? I'm afraid I won't be able to dodge and will get whipped to death. Ha ha ha. GUN was directly amused by Luo Xia's words. All right, I'll be very gentle, don't worry. During this month, I will also teach you the Navy's 6 styles. And we can start with what you're interested in. Luo Xia nodded. Of course, she wouldn't easily believe that a bad woman could change for the better. Ji-Yuan's smile was just an illusion, and Luo Xia wouldn't be deceived. Here, a whip. Ji-Yuan took the whip, and, upon realizing it was real, became curious. Where did you conjure this whip from? Can I take a look? Go away. How could I possibly show it to you? You might as well stop being curious. Are you kidding? Can the system's space be seen? Time passed slowly, and at midnight, Luo Xia let out a heavy breath. His 10,000 blades are finally completed. Rorschach sat down on the ground, and until this moment he found it hard to believe. When did he become so hardworking? He was supposed to enjoy every day leisurely. As Luo Xia was lost in thought, a woman with pink hair and a bright smile appeared before him. It was Ji Yuan. Oh, you're quite persistent. Aren't you? Not bad, not bad. As your sister, I'm very satisfied. You annoying Ji Yuan. I'm going back to rest now. I'm exhausted. Without waiting for Ji Yuan to respond, Luo Xia took his knife and walked into Ji Yuan's villa. This was also what Ji Yuan had requested, saying it would be convenient for early morning training, and she had even taken the liberty of assigning him a room. What can Luo Xia say? He can only nod. Under the eaves, one has to bow their head. Back in the room, Luo Xia first took a cold shower, then plopped down on the bed. What did the systems say at noon? Personal panel? Or something else? As Luo Xia muttered to himself, a small blue screen automatically appeared in front of him, displaying a series of his skills and items in columns. Name, Luo Xia, 17 years old. Items owned. Smoke fruit fragment X80 skills. Elemental weapon technique, gravity gloves. Probability of dropping fragment weapons upon contact. Tiger hunt. Merged with flame. Ability. Ice fruit, currently limited to 1. Task. Swing the sword 10,000 times daily. Completed for today. Deadline 1 year. Rorschach just finished reading and stood there in a daze, murmuring. 1 year? Does that mean I have to wave every day? Roxa waited for a long time, but didn't receive a response from the system, so he simply lay down on the bed. From the panel information he had just seen, Roxa understood his current situation. He could only eat 1 devil fruit for now, and he didn't yet know how to enhance it. But that doesn't mean that Roxa, can't synthesize other fruits, right? Roxia chuckled and imagined the future crew, all of them being nature-type Roxias, which would be incredibly beautiful. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and what came into view was Ji Yuan, dressed in pajamas, standing at the door with a faint smile on her face. Roxia hurriedly got up and scolded. What are you doing here? You foul woman, you female demon. It's so late. Ji Yuan said nothing, and what awaited Roxia was a heavy punch that directly smashed his head. However, as a nature type, Roxia was not harmed at all. Could you show a little respect to your teacher? Is there anyone like you? It's late at night, and you barge into my room without knocking and dress so boldly? While speaking, Roxia glanced fiercely at Ji Yuan's chest, and he had to admit, it was indeed something. I came to ask what you want to learn tomorrow. I can teach you anything. The Navy's 6 styles, swordsmanship, or even spar with me. Rorschach pouted and said, what do you mean by sparring with you? Might as well just let you hit me. But I want to learn hockey. Can you teach me? After thinking for a moment, Ji Yuan replied, sure. While learning hockey, we will also focus on swordsmanship. After all, hockey requires understanding. Some people can learn it in a few days, while others might take months, and some may never learn it in their lifetime. Roxa nodded, all right, go ahead and sleep. I'll wake you up in the morning. Just as Ji Yuan stood up to leave, she was grabbed by Roxa's wrist. Wait, Ji Yuan Jia. What? Do you want me to stay overnight? Ji Yuan's words were filled with tenderness, but Roxa could clearly see in Ji Yuan's eyes that it was as if she was saying, if you dare to say a good word, I'll turn you into crushed ice. Roxia quickly withdrew his hand in fear, then forced a smile and said, Sister Dune, you're joking, but I want some of Admiral Kizaru's light. Can you help me get some? I want to try making a batch of weapons. For such an excuse, Roxia could come up with it easily now. It was almost too simple. In fact, he really did want to make some weapons. I'm not too sure if he has a mission tomorrow. If not, I can help you call him over. Thank you, Sister Dun. Dun's lips curled into a charming smile, and her gaze became more alluring. Well then, Roxia dear, I'm off. Don't you really want me to keep you company? Just let me break one of your legs, and that would be enough. Roxia's mouth twitched, feeling a chill all over his body. He quickly waved his hand to say goodbye. See you tomorrow, Sister Jiwen. I don't really need it yet. Just find someone who does. Time passed little by little, and soon it was the next morning. That day, Jiwen kicked open the door and immediately grabbed Roxia by the ear, lifting him up. Roxa was sleeping when suddenly a wave of intense pain swept over him. He opened his eyes to see Jiwen already dressed, holding his ear and looking at him with a smile. Got it, I'm not sleeping anymore. After breaking free from his restraints, Luo Xia quickly tidied himself up and followed Ji Yuan out of the villa. As soon as they exited the villa and arrived at the place where Ji Yuan had trained Luo Xia yesterday, Ji Yuan said, let's start with teaching you arm color, and then you can practice your swordsmanship. Sure. The two found a spot where Ji Yuan usually had afternoon tea and sat down directly. Ji Yuan raised his palm and waved it in front of Luo Xia. Look closely. In the next moment, Ji Yuan's entire fist turned pitch black, as if coated with a layer of armor. Ratchet curiously looked at Ji Yuan's fist and instinctively reached out to touch it. Ding! Obtained Armament Hockey Fragment 1. Roxa was taken aback, secretly delighted. Is this really possible? Jordan glanced at Roxa and saw him lost in thought, wishing he could just punch him right then and there. Fortunately, Roxa didn't stay in a daze for too long. Ahem, it's amazing to see you in such a daze. That's right, the armament hockey, as you can see, is like coating your skin with a layer of armor. It enhances personal defense and can also be converted into offensive power, allowing you to interact with devil fruit users. And you can even grab natural type users. For example, someone like you, I could have just slapped you. Rasha was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but he continued to listen to Ji Yuan's explanation. The armament hockey can not only cover the skin, but the most common application is to wrap weapons, making them less prone to damage, thereby enhancing both attack and defense. It can also allow a swordsman's famous sword to evolve into a black blade. A black blade refers to a sword that has the swordsman's hockey permanently fused into it, making it incredibly hard. This is also a pursuit of swordsmen and a symbol of strength. As Ji Yuan continued to talk on and on, Rasha reviewed things he already knew. After Ji Yuan finished speaking, he added, besides armament hockey, there are also observation hockey and conqueror's hockey. He said he wouldn't introduce these two for now, as you wouldn't understand anyway. Roxia nodded, but his gaze was fixed tightly on Ji Yuan's hands. Noticing Roxia's attention, Ji Yuan finally reacted and said, right, the method of training armament hockey is that there is a certain energy hidden within our bodies. Calm down and feel the flow of that energy, gathering it onto your fist. Once you can cover your fist with a layer of armor, then you will have succeeded. Roxia frowned upon hearing this. Sister Ji Yuan, isn't there any quick method? I feel like sitting here for a few days isn't really helping, right? Ji Yuan glared at Roxia. Do you think mastering hockey is easy? Many people have gone through this process. Even Yanko are no exception. At this point, Ji Yuan recalled something she had heard before. Then she changed her tone and smiled, but, she continued, I heard that when Vice Admiral Garp was training his hockey, he literally smashed through 8 mountains to succeed. If you want a quick way, then that's your only option. After saying this, Ji Yuan pointed towards the direction of the back mountain. Well, if you want to go, the back mountain is a good place. Are you kidding me? Rasha walked into the courtyard where he had been training last night with a dark expression. He saw the ability of the frozen fruit manifesting in his hand, and half of the mask on his face directly covered his features. The next moment, Rasha activated his ability, and in the courtyard where he was, a lounge chair-like object appeared out of thin air, but it was made of ice. That wasn't all. Rasha then created several chairs and a sunshade. After finishing these things, Rasha nodded in satisfaction and, the next moment, sat cross-legged on the newly made chair, closing his eyes tightly. In the distance, Ji Yuan, who had just stood up, instantly darkened his expression, clenching his fists unconsciously. This kid really knows how to enjoy himself. Ji Yuan gritted his silver teeth and walked straight towards Rasha. Since Ji Yuan moved very quietly, Rasha had no idea that danger was approaching. In just a few seconds, Ji Yuan arrived in front of Rasha. Seeing the slight smile on Rasha's lips made him even angrier. Upon closer inspection, he was even more furious. It turned out that while Ji Yuan was seriously observing, Rasha was actually sleeping, and he was doing it extremely secretly. At this moment, Ji Yuan could no longer hold back. He covered his fist with armament hockey and threw a punch directly at Rasha. Ah, who hit me? Luo Xia, covering his reddened cheek, reluctantly opened his eyes. And as soon as he did, he saw Ji Yuan standing in front of him. Roxa twitched the corners of his mouth and forced out a smile. Sister Ji Yuan, you're still here? Oomph, you little brat. Have you never been beaten? I didn't ask you to come here for a vacation. How dare you create so many things? What do you want to do? Seeing Ji Yuan's cold expression, Roxa helplessly said, it's such a big sun, it's too hot. Besides, you said that to cultivate armed color, one needs to calm down and feel the flow of energy within the body. If I don't do this, how can I calm down? You little brat. Still trying to reason? Ji Yuan really didn't expect this kid to be so articulate. She didn't like nonsense. Without saying a word, Ji Yuan swiftly drew the whip from her waist and struck it hard against the ground. The crisp sound instantly made Roxa's heart tense up. Start cultivating now. For 2 hours. Oh, okay. Roxa plopped down on a chair and closed his eyes to feel. You better not think about sleeping. If you accidentally fall asleep, my whip has no eyes, and it might just leave a whip mark on someone's face. Ji Yuan said coldly. This scared Roxa so much that he shivered. Soon, seeing that Roxa was really focused on cultivating, Ji Yuan looked around and directly lay down on the lounge chair that Roxa had made. It felt nice and cool. This guy may be mischievous, but his brain is really good. No wonder he can synthesize so many things. Meanwhile, at this moment, Roxa had his eyes tightly closed. and his consciousness had already sunk into the system. In front of Rasha, there was a fragment emitting a black-purple light. Is this the armed color fragment? Do I have to collect 100 pieces? Yes, host, the stronger the armed color, the more fragments are produced. Rasha was already used to the system, speaking suddenly. Rasha's consciousness reached out towards the fragment of armament hockey, and in the next moment, something miraculous happened. The fragment of armament hockey actually flew towards Rasha's consciousness on its own, and, in the blink of an eye, integrated into Rasha's body. What's going on? Ding said that each fragment of armament hockey would automatically merge into the host's body upon acquisition, and this was also for the host's safety. Luo Xia frowned and thought for a moment before realizing the reason. If he suddenly obtained armament hockey, it would be strange for others not to notice. So a gradual change is more reliable. However, just a small amount is really insignificant. Although Luo Xia can feel that dot of energy inside him is of no real use. Therefore, he still needs a lot of fragments. Time passed quickly, and 2 hours slipped by quietly. During this time, Luo Xia was whipped once, leaving a red mark right in the middle of his face, and it was particularly even. At that time, Luo Xia had already been training for an hour and saw that Ji Yuan was asleep on the lounge chair. So he began to relax and soon fell asleep. However, about 5 minutes later, Luo Xia suddenly screamed in pain. It turned out that Ji Yuan had lashed him again. Now, Luo Xia could only cover half of his face with an ice mask to avoid embarrassment, because that mark was just too ugly. All right, 2 hours are up. Now, let's go to the Navy cafeteria for a meal, and after we finish eating, I'll look for Admiral Kazuru to see if he will show up. All right, got it. Huh? Why do you sound so weak when you speak? Ji Yuan asked in confusion. Luo Xia pouted and pointed at the mask on his face. Have you forgotten what you just did, woman? Now I can only use my abilities to cover that mark, to avoid embarrassing myself in the Navy cafeteria later. Ha ha ha. Ji Yuan laughed recklessly. This made Luo Xia's teeth itch, wanting nothing more than to pull out his dagger and stab him right now. However, Luo Xia could only endure. Everything he was doing now was for the future. I can endure. In the Navy cafeteria, Luo Xia and Ji Yuan were surrounded by passing sailors and colleagues. People came and went, but regardless of whether they were sailors or naval officers, they would unconsciously glance at Luo Xia, curiosity evident on their faces. Luo Xia walked alongside the Divine Garden and said fiercely, "It's you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be wearing a mask, especially one made of ice. If you weren't so lazy, I wouldn't have to whip you. Or, Luo Xia, little brother, you could just take off the mask." Luo Xia secretly gritted his teeth and fell silent. It was a joke, if you were to take it off. The looks from these Marines would no longer be curious, but rather mocking. Luo Xia knew very well what was more important. Soon, Ji Yuan brought Luo Xia to a window to get food. When it was Luo Xia's turn to get his meal, he nodded. The Navy's food was still quite good. After Luo Xia finished preparing a large platter of dishes, he looked around and finally spotted a few familiar figures. Luo Xia's face lit up as he walked straight over. Before long, Luo Xia arrived in front of the two with a tray in hand. The two at the dining table were a bit bewildered upon seeing him. "Hey kid, who are you? Why are you wearing a mask?" The sharp tone made it clear that it was Smoker. Luo Xia grinned and said, "Smog, Tina, don't you two even remember me?" At that moment, Tina seemed to have discovered something and exclaimed, "You are Luo Xia?" Luo Xia snapped his fingers. "That's right. Tina has a good memory. Are you Luo Xia? What's that on your face?" Smoker asked in confusion, pointing at the mask on Luo Xia's face. Rorschach tugged at the corner of his mouth. And although he was reluctant to speak, he still decided to explain. Rorschach pointed to the half of his face that was frozen and explained, "This is the ability of the ice fruit. I guess it belongs to me. As for why it turned out this way, the reason is..." Rotchet snapped his fingers, and then an astonishing scene unfolded. As soon as Rotchet finished snapping his fingers, the half of his face covered in ice suddenly transformed into ice crystals in an instant. Luo Xia's entire face was revealed. Tina and Luo Xia looked up and saw a red dividing line on Luo Xia's face, which looked somewhat comical. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the two in front of him laughing at himself, Luo Xia really wanted to freeze them directly. With Luo Xia's current strength, it should be a piece of cake to freeze the two of them. However, Luo Xia still covered the dividing line with another layer of ice. The two laughed for about a minute before stopping, and the surrounding sailors also ceased their watching. Looking at those sailors, it seemed to say, "What are these two fools laughing about? By the way, Luo Xia, who did that injury on your face? It was so precise." Tina also curiously nodded beside him. Facing their inquiries, Luo Xia opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and sighed heavily. Too much talk brings tears. Just thinking about how heartless Ji Yuan was to him made him want to know what impression Ji Yuan left in the hearts of these two. I have a question to ask you. You ask, as long as Tina knows, she will tell you everything. Rorschach took a deep breath and asked, what kind of person is this woman, Ji Yuan, in your hearts? Yi Yuan? Sister Tao too, right? Rasha nodded. Sister Peach Rabbit's words carried weight. Her swordsmanship was considered top-notch, even on the sea. Moreover, she had become a candidate for the general purely through her sword skills. Tina thought Sister Peach Rabbit was amazing. After hearing Tina's response, Rasha turned her gaze to Smoker. But Smoker only casually replied, I haven't dealt with her yet, so I don't know. Roxia nodded. It wasn't wrong that he hadn't interacted with Smoker. After all, Ji-Yuan indeed hadn't had any contact with Smoker. Moreover, Ji-Yuan hadn't taught anything at the Zephyr training camp. The topic was thus terminated, and the three of them quietly ate their meal. After an unknown amount of time, Roxia felt someone patting his shoulder. Turning his head, he found that Ji-Yuan had somehow sat down beside him. Roxia, have you finished eating? Huh? Why did you come to find me? Ji-Yuan squinted his eyes, grinning but not smiling, and said, I'm worried if you don't go back to train. Meanwhile, the hand Ji-Yuan placed on Roxia's shoulder exerted a slight pressure, clearly carrying a threatening intent. Roxia was about to concede when he heard a girl's voice exclaim, Wow, you are Major Peach Rabbit. Upon hearing someone call her, Peach Rabbit released Roxia's shoulder and turned to look. In front of her sat a girl and a rebellious-looking boy. You two are from the Zephyr training class, right? Tina, Smoker, you both are quite famous, so keep it up. Tina nodded vigorously, her face slightly flushed as she replied. Tina will do her best. Thank you. Major Peach Rabbit. Roxia secretly pouted. Was it really necessary to be so excited over a little Peach Rabbit? Look at how thrilled Tina is. Is she about to faint? Major Peach Rabbit. Did you come to find Roxia to tell him to go back to training? That's right. This kid is currently being taught by me. As soon as these words were spoken, Tina's gaze towards Roxia was filled with envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, Smog's eyes darted around. He glanced at Peach Rabbit, then at Roxia, and recalled the question Roxia had just asked. Smog quickly pieced everything together, and his expression became quite interesting. Roxia's injury on his face was indeed caused by Major Peach Rabbit, right? Luo Xia was taken aback. Is this kid usually this clever? Isn't he always pretending to just fight, brawl, and show off in front of Teacher Cheese? Why is he so quick-witted today? Roxia awkwardly smiled, instantly stood up, and grabbed Tao Tu's arm as if to escape, disappearing before their eyes. Smoker watched the two leaving, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems I guessed right. Smoker, let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll be late and Zephyr-sensei will scold us again. Tina reminded. TCH, an old turtle with purple hair. If I'm late, I'll just have to run a few laps. Although Smoker spoke disdainfully, his body obediently started to move. Meanwhile, Roxia had pulled Ji-Yuan all the way to the entrance of the cafeteria. As soon as they reached the entrance, Roxia let go of Ji-Yuan. Next time you finish eating, don't come looking for me, or else. Ji-Yuan suddenly leaned closer to Roxia and said in a seductive voice, or else what? Besides, they weren't wrong. If you practice diligently and don't slack off, how could I hit you? Ji-Yuan said matter-of-factly, making Roxia clench his fists again. You wait. All right, I'm going to find Admiral Kizara now. After that, Ji-Yuan pointed at Roxia's chest and said, As for you, go back and practice your swordsmanship right now. If I come back and find you still sleeping in a lounge chair, don't blame me. Wait, I still have to go to the forging department. That'll take some time. Ji-Yuan raised an eyebrow, realizing she had thought of what Roxia mentioned earlier. Well then, you better hurry up. After warning Roxia, Ji-Yuan strode away towards the Navy building. Once Ji-Yuan was far away, Roxia pouted, thinking really all she knows is to train. If she didn't train, could she even beat me? After Rorschach finished his complaint, he was puzzled. Is there a forge department in the Navy? Where is it located? Just as he was walking and thinking, a figure he was familiar with appeared in his sight. Rox's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran up to greet the two in front. Old Man Carp, Admiral Akiji. Oh, it's you little brat. Carp laughed heartily. Akiji looked at Roxa and frowned, asking, Roxa, can't you control your freezing ability? Why is there always a layer of ice covering your face? Rorschach was taken aback and touched his half-ice mask. Then he removed the ice mask, revealing the scar that looked like a dividing line. Roxia pointed to his face helplessly and said, I got beaten up by Sister Ji-Yuan for slacking off in my training. I used my ability to temporarily cover it up because I was afraid of losing face. It's not what General Akiji thinks. He felt he had to explain. Carp glanced at the obvious scratch on his face and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. That girl Ji-Yuan, ha ha. Even Akiji laughed out loud, completely disregarding Roxia's feelings at that moment. In the moment when Rasha saw Carp smile, He immediately covered half of his face again to prevent the surrounding Marines from looking over and laughing even more. Soon, after the two had laughed enough, Rasha finally spoke up. All right, old man, stop laughing. I have something I need your help with. Huh? Help? What do you need help with? Akiji also looked over, curious about what Rasha wanted Karp's help with. Rasha cleared his throat and asked, is there a forging department or an armory in the Navy? There is. But why are you asking this? Karp asked curiously. It's nothing, I just have a new idea for synthesis, and I want to get some swords, guns, and weapons. Also, I asked Sister Jiwen to call Admiral Kazuru for me. At this point, both Rasha and the other person noticeably raised their eyebrows slightly, clearly interested. Karp laughed and slapped Rasha on the shoulder, saying, come with me, I'll take you there. Take as much as you want. Rorschach thought it made sense. After all, with a naval admiral and a naval hero present, they had to give it, whether they wanted to or not. Roxa followed the two of them, during which he also made a lot of rice crackers for them to eat. Before long, the three of them arrived in front of a bungalow, which was quite large. As soon as Rasha entered the house, he felt a wave of heat coming towards him. It was clear that this was the forging department. He could hear the sound of numerous hammering and the noise of cooling weapons nearby. The sound of the soldiers hammering away was quite lively. Rochas glanced around for a week, and suddenly a Navy officer dressed in cool, seemingly specialized blacksmith attire approached the three of them. Vice Admiral Karp, Admiral Akiji, and this little brother. Do you two have any orders for me? To Rochas, this large man appeared to have a look that suggested he would fulfill any request. This must be the benefit of having connections. If it were me, I would be lucky if they didn't just kick me out. The old man and Kazan have no business here. It's this kid who came here for what exactly? Roxia was speechless, so he hurriedly said, hello, could you give me some of the guns, knives, and weapons you forged? Just ordinary ones will do. As for the quantity, let's say 100. Roxia smiled. The Marine glanced at Karp and Akiji, then nodded. The Marine turned around and shouted, brothers, find 100 pieces whether they are guns or knives. Gather them all and bring them over. As soon as the big man finished shouting, those nearby, whether they were blacksmiths or assistants, all sprang into action to retrieve the weapons. Action is number one. Roxa secretly thought, is this guy their leader? These people are so obedient. Before Roxa could finish his thoughts, a dozen people came over holding weapons, placed them on the ground, and then went back to forging. Vice Admiral Karp, do you need me to send these weapons to their destination? Karp looked at the small pile of weapons on the ground and waved his hand. It's fine. The three of us can carry them. You go ahead and get busy. All right, Vice Admiral Karp. After the big man left, Karp turned to Akiji and said to Roxa, Kazan, you little brat, let's get moving. You're heading to the Jiun family, right? Just in time. The two of us will help you deliver them. Akiji rubbed his forehead. Ah la la. Vice Admiral Karp, you really know how to get us to work. Ha ha. Hurry up. Seeing that Karp and Akiji had already picked up a small pile of weapons, Roxa didn't hesitate either. After organizing the weapons, he directly picked them up and walked outside. On the way, the three walked side by side, and the surrounding Marines looked at them curiously. The three of them didn't pay any attention. Just as they were walking towards the Jiun family with weapons in hand, a man with a long knife at his waist and a handlebar mustache appeared in front of them. The man was obviously taken aback when he saw the three of them, then directly stepped forward to ask, Vice Admiral Karp, Admiral Akiji, where are you going? Do you need help? Oh, Mongoose. We're going to the Jiun family. Saying this, Karp pointed at Roxa with his eyes. These weapons are for this kid. We're just responsible for moving them there. The three didn't linger and continued walking forward, with Mongoose following behind. Mongoose felt that Roxa looked a bit familiar, and since he was on vacation and had nothing to do, he was quite curious about what they were up to. Being a gossiping person, how could he not be curious about such matters? Since the three walked quickly, it didn't take long for the four to arrive at the Jiun family's yard. As soon as they arrived, Mongoose was stunned. He was surprised to find lounge chairs, umbrellas, and chairs made of ice in front of him. This made his gaze involuntarily turn to Akiji, who was standing beside him. This wasn't Teamy, Mongoose, don't look at me. Akiji suddenly spoke up, and Mongoose immediately turned his head back. This made him even more confused. Among the entire Navy, only Akiji had freezing abilities. Who else could it be but Admiral Akiji? Ha ha ha, it's this kid. Karp patted Roxa's shoulder hard, unaware that Roxa had already anticipated Karp would do this. Rochet directly elementalized his shoulder, and when Karp struck it, shards of ice flew everywhere. This scene made the mole widen his eyes, and he looked at Rochet with a calm expression. However, the mole still found it hard to believe. Ahem, General Mole, this matter is quite complicated, so let's not discuss it for now. You can ask Admiral Sengoku about it later. Okay. The mole nodded instinctively. Rorschach looked around, and finally his hands turned into ice blue, and then a series of lounge chairs slowly appeared in front of everyone. Rasha invited, Admiral Karp, Admiral Akiji, and Admiral Mole. Shall we take a seat first? They naturally would not be polite to Rasha's invitation. If they could sit down, why stand? Once everyone was seated, Rasha finally revealed the purpose he had been thinking about all along. Roxia rubbed his hands and asked, Old man Karp, can you show me your hockey? I want to learn. While speaking, Roxia created an ice bucket, and in his hand, he was continuously producing senbei. Ha ha, little Roxia is so sensible. Karp naturally picked up the senbei and started munching on it. Crunch, crunch. To think you've actually started learning hockey, but it's not that easy to learn. Back in my day, I had to smash through 8 mountains to master it. If you really want to learn, I can teach you, Karp said proudly about his past, looking as if he genuinely wanted to teach Roxia. Roxia's face suddenly darkened, and he thought to himself, this old man doesn't seem like a good person. I invited him to eat fairy cakes, and this old man actually wants me to go to my death. Seeing that Karp was still chattering away, Roxia grabbed Karp's fist and placed it at the edge of his lounge chair. Old man Karp, let me see your hockey first. Oh, okay. Instantly, the hand that Roxia was holding turned pitch black in an instant. Following that, a series of sounds echoed in Roxia's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Hockey Fragments 5. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Hockey Fragments 6. With the continuous sounds, Roxia's smile never faded. At this point, Roxia felt that he could barely use hockey on one of his thumbs, as he continuously absorbed the fragments into himself. Roxia became more and more familiar with his colorless and tasteless energy. And Roxia also didn't forget to cover himself. Ratchet looked at Karp's palm and then at his own hands. Immediately, his hands emitted a dazzling ice blue light. I wonder if I can synthesize this? Ratchet murmured while staring intently at Karp's hand. Although he spoke very softly, the three of them heard him. Akiji and the mole exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, clearly not believing him. Karp, on the other hand, had a smile on his face. Whether he was looking forward to it or not, he was enjoying his food very much right now. Roxia's hands emitted a glow as he pressed his palms directly against Karp's arm. However, after several seconds, nothing happened. This was also intentional on Roxia's part. It's important to note that there was a general here, 2 vice admirals, one of whom was even stronger than the general. If they were to find out that Roxia could learn hockey in just 1 day, it would be quite the revelation. Roxia could have thought of that outcome. He might be dismembered, wondering how his body was actually made. Just as Roxia was lost in thought, a faint yellow light illuminated the entire courtyard from 10 meters away. Roxia tightly closed his eyes, and when the light dissipated, everyone finally noticed the figure in the distance wearing a lewd smile. The person was Kizaru, who had eaten the perversion fruit. No, it was the light fruit, Borisolino, codename Kizaru. Beside him was Jew Garden. Upon seeing Roxia lying on a lounge chair with one hand resting on Admiral Karp's arm, as if taking his pulse, couldn't he help but laugh in anger. Ratchet immediately jumped down from the lounge chair when he saw the situation in the GUN. He was afraid that if he hesitated, the whip would come swinging at him. The others also sat up. Only the mole stood up, as the newcomer was Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru walked over with a lewd expression, looked around, and finally stopped in front of Ratchet, saying, Oh, Ratchet kid, I heard you need my help? Rorschach nodded. That's right, I want to try out my new idea. So I asked Sister GUN to help invite Admiral Kizaru over. After all, I don't even know if I can get him myself. Rorschach scratched his head, which made him seem a bit more honest. Kizaru nodded and casually found a lounge chair to lie down on, casually saying, Feel free to say whatever you want. Anyway, I haven't had any tasks lately, so it's quite easy. Roxia didn't say anything, but instead moved the weapons that he and the others had brought back next to the lounge chair. This made it easier to work. Seeing this scene, everyone gathered around, and Karp even brought over the sunbae bucket that Roxia had just made for him, munching on it while watching. A glimmer of anticipation also flashed in Jeyuen's eyes. Roxia looked at Admiral Kizaru and slowly said, Admiral Kizaru, can you give me a ball of light? Kizaru was taken aback for a moment, but then quickly reacted and casually condensed a ball of light the size of an apple. And, as expected of the Pika Pika noMi, Roxia was dazzled by it. Roxia picked up the light orb condensed by Admiral Kizaru with one hand. With the experience from the last time, Roxia didn't have to be so careful anymore. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Roxia's mind, ding. Random, task triggered. Please make 100 elemental weapons. Completion reward, a portal. Failure penalty, deprivation of the ice fruit ability. A series of system sounds left Roxia somewhat bewildered, but he understood it clearly. A portal? Do I even need that? I've only been to a deserted island. How is that useful for me? Of course, Roxia could only think this in his heart and couldn't say it out loud. Roche's gaze swept over the pile of weapons before finally settling on an iron sword. Roxia picked up the iron sword and violently pressed down the orb of light in his hand until it disappeared. Everyone present twitched at the corners of their mouths, fearing that the orb of light would explode, but to their surprise, it remained intact. At this moment, the mole curiously asked, "Is Roxia done with this? What is its purpose?" Rorschach weighed it and found it was still the same weight, feeling no difference from the previous iron sword. He couldn't help but doubt in his heart. Could this thing have failed? Did this thing fail? Ji-Yuan questioned. She still had a say when it came to swords and knives, because her Jean Pirot was still emanating a strong chill. Just now, she noticed that this iron sword showed no characteristics of the yellow ape general's abilities, so she dared to conclude that this sword had definitely failed. Failed? How could that be? Roxia did not trust the words of the mole, and at this moment, he was inspecting the iron sword, even tapping it with his hand. Just then, Roxia unintentionally slashed forward with his sword. In an instant, a faint yellow sword aura appeared before everyone's eyes. The sword aura sharply struck forward, and right in front of Roxia was the mole. The mole widened his eyes, staring at the faint yellow sword aura. However, the mole lived up to his title of general, and his reflexes were quick. In an instant, he drew the sword from his waist. The moment the sword aura made contact with the blade, a drop of cold sweat fell from the mole's forehead. He felt that if he didn't use his sword to block, the sword aura could injure him. "Huh!" the mole shouted, gripping the sword tightly, and the sword aura instantly transformed into particles of starlight, dissipating into the air. The mole wiped his cold sweat and looked at Roxia in surprise. He was well aware that these were merely weapons used by ordinary soldiers. The fact that such ordinary weapons could unleash such power proved that Roxia was a rare talent. Moreover, the ability of the devil fruit was very strong and had great potential. "Ah, what an astonishing kid." Akiji sighed. "Wow, that's really frightening." "Roxia." Everyone present looked at Roxia with astonishment. Roxia awkwardly smiled, scratched his head, and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, General Mole, I didn't expect that." "It's all right, kid Roxia. Your abilities are impressive. This has opened my eyes." Mole waved his hand, not caring at all, but this incident gave him a clear understanding of Roxia. "Ha ha 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 ha." Carp laughed heartily as he walked over to Roxia and patted him on the shoulder, asking, "Hey kid, what's the name of your sword?" Roxia scratched his head. "Name? How about laser sword?" "Ah, never mind the name. It's strong anyway, right?" Roxia wasn't good at naming things. He wasn't a wandering swordsman like Zoro. Roches didn't have time to waste, continuing to gather light orbs from Kizaru, as he didn't want his mission to fail. Moreover, Kizaru was a vice admiral. If he had any urgent tasks, then Roches' freezing fruit would be gone. For the next hour, Roches hardly spoke, diligently crafting weapons. In the meantime, the onlookers even suggested testing the weapon's power. Besides the swords they had seen, Roches also made handguns with bullets made from Kizaru's lasers. They didn't need to be reloaded. Ordinary bullets could unleash the form and power of a laser. This left everyone present in shock. Of course, the most practical weapon was still the sword, as every swing could produce sword chi, making it very useful. The crowd's gaze on Kizaru became even more eager. Roxia was still making weapons when suddenly, a rough roar came from a distance. Kizaru, this roar startled Roxia, causing him to shudder, and the light orb almost detonated right in front of him. Of course, the Guangyuan could also be detonated, but unless Roxia dropped it on the ground due to a shaky hand, it wouldn't explode. Roxia frowned, clearly in a bad mood. However, the others turned in confusion as a serious-looking, tall man approached Huang Yuan with a fierce demeanor at the door. Everyone looked over, and, at that moment, Sengoku's face was filled with anger, clearly very displeased. When Sengoku arrived in front of Huang Yuan, he directly shouted, "Huang Yuan, did you come here to slack off?" The moment Roxia heard the sound, his body trembled, clearly startled. The glowing orb in his hand unintentionally slipped and fell at Sengoku's feet. Since Roxia was facing away from Sengoku, he did not see him approach. In the moment the light group landed, Roxia instantly dashed behind Ji-Yuan like a rabbit. Ji-Yuan frowned and said, "What are you running for?" "The general from the Warring States is here to find Admiral Kizaru, not to catch you." Roxia pointed at the glowing orb by Sengoku's feet and whispered to Ji-Yuan, "It's going to explode." "Huh? What's going to explode?" Before the words were even finished, the glowing orb by Sengoku's feet suddenly burst open, just like how Kizaru fires his lasers. At that moment, Sengoku's shoe was already burned through with a hole, and it was stained black, looking extremely disheveled. Sengoku's face turned dark instantly, and even Ratchet could see his clenched fist clearly ready to hit someone. It wasn't just Ratchet who noticed this, everyone present did. Seeing Sengoku, who looked as black as a pot's bottom, Kizaru's expression shifted from lazy to serious in an instant. Kizaru immediately transformed into a light source and flew to Ratchet's back, looking as cowardly as possible. No kidding, Kizaru wasn't that reckless now. He couldn't take on Sengoku, and he hadn't really tried. Hey, you brat. Hurry up and go talk to Admiral Sengoku. This wasn't my fault. It was you who did it. I'm not taking the blame for this. Rokia heard what Kizaru said to him, and he quietly glanced at Sengoku's expression, then immediately shook his head. No. The Marshal Sengoku looks terrifyingly angry right now. I'm afraid I'll get beaten to death. Kizaru, upon hearing Rokia's response, twitched the corner of his mouth. You brat. If you don't go, don't think you'll get any of my light orbs in the future. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Kizaru directly resorted to threats. But the problem was that Rokia was genuinely afraid of this kind of threat. Unable to do anything, Rokia nodded. All right then, General Kizaru, you have to remember me. All your future light orbs will be mine. When he said this, Jaya almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She thought Rokia was quite cute. Jaya secretly noted that she could be a bit gentler with Rokia in the future. At this moment, everyone kept a few meters away from Sengoku. Even Carp, who usually loved to joke around, was quietly silent, which showed that Carp still had some sense. Rashia swallowed hard and stepped forward, standing in front of the Warring States. Rashia trembled as he spoke. That, Warring States Marshal, actually that light orb, just now, was accidentally detonated by me. What's the reason? Rashia coughed, because I was making the latest weapon, so I asked Sister Ji Yuan to invite Admiral Kizaru over. I'm really sorry. Rorschach spoke with a tremble, already prepared to take a beating, but instead, he heard hearty laughter. Ha ha, the latest weapon? Roxa nodded. Take it out and let me see, kid. Rorschach smiled awkwardly. Where is the dark face of the Warring States period now? He's just a sunny and cheerful old man. Rasha stood in place, forming an ice pillar in his hand as he reached for the long sword. Once the ice pillar froze the hilt of the sword, he presented it to Sengoku, saying, General Sengoku, this is the sword. Sengoku took it in his hand, but after looking at it from side to side, he still wore a puzzled expression. Isn't this just an ordinary iron sword made by the Navy's forge? The crowd watched as Sengoku held the iron sword, and no one reacted. Only the mole quietly crept away to hide behind Admiral Carp. While Sengoku spoke, he waved his hand in the air a few times, and in an instant, several pale, yellow sword chi shot straight towards Carp. As the sword chi approached, Carp, unfazed, clenched his fist and directly struck the sword chi. The sword chi immediately dissipated, leaving Rasha shocked. He hadn't expected Carp to be this strong. He had thought Carp was powerful when watching TV in his past life. Seeing it in person now felt completely different. Sengoku, can you not swing around carelessly? I just lost a lot of Sunbae because of that. The mole behind Carp swallowed hard, relieved that he had just hidden behind Carp. Otherwise, he would have been the one getting cut. At this moment, Sengoku's eyes widened, and when he looked at Rasha again, his gaze was filled with warmth, just like the first time they met. Sengoku had likely completely forgotten about what had just happened. He walked up to Rasha with the iron sword, a friendly expression on his face, and patted Rasha's shoulder, inviting him to sit down. Rashia couldn't help but chuckle at the transformation of the Warring States period. Once both of them were seated, the Warring States commander finally invited everyone present to sit down. Worried there wouldn't be enough chairs, Akiji had thoughtfully made a few extra ice chairs. After everyone was seated, the Warring States commander smiled and asked little Rashia, "What weapon is this?" I made it in 2 hours. Originally, I was going to make more. But then Commander Warring States, you came over so violently. After that, I accidentally blew up Commander Warring States. While saying this, Rashia glanced down at the commander's white shoes, which had already been blown out with a hole from the energy blast, and the area around the hole was also charred. The Warring States commander waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, it's for weapon manufacturing. So, little Rashia, is this sword that can unleash flying slashes synthesized by you? Does it take a lot of time? Does it require funding? Ratchet was somewhat speechless due to a series of inquiries from Sengoku. He didn't know if he was a marshal. Where was your aloofness? Where was your authority? Ahem, this is indeed something I synthesized. The materials for synthesis are quite simple. Just any weapon and the light ore from Admiral Kizaru. At this point, Ratchet's gaze fell on Kizaru, who was lying opposite him. Possibly noticing the gazes of a few people, Kizaru turned his head and happened to make eye contact with Sengoku. But Marshal Sengoku didn't have time to pay attention to him. Little Ratchet, are these weapons on the ground all made by you just now? Sengoku's eyes glanced at the two piles on the ground, among which the iron swords and handguns were the most numerous, followed by axes and other less common weapons. Sengoku stood up and walked towards one of the piles of weapons, casually picking up a handgun, raising it, and pulling the trigger directly. The handgun instantly fired a bullet. Looking at the handgun that seemed no different from a regular one, Sengoku turned his head, looking at Ratchet with a puzzled expression. The meaning was clear. Rorschach said speechlessly, "Warlord of the Warring States, the pile you are currently standing on is the one that is not done well. The one that is done well is placed in front of you." Roches was also speechless. Even choosing a weapon could go wrong. "Oh, I see." Immediately, the Warring States general picked up an axe from the pile of weapons on the opposite side. This kind of axe had a large handle, suitable for strong soldiers, and was a great tool for cutting down enemies and looting, essential for home invasions. Warring States picked up the axe and glanced around, finally stopping at Carp, who was munching on senbei. "Hey Carp, come over and help me test the power of this axe. Stop eating senbei for now." Whenever senbei was mentioned, Warring States couldn't help but feel angry, and seeing Carp eating senbei made him even more furious. Carp nodded, casually handed the senbei bucket to Jiyuin for safekeeping. "Jiyuin, keep an eye on my senbei, and remember to have that kid Luo help me replenish it." After speaking, Carp rolled his wrists and stood opposite Warring States. "Come on. Warring States, a little axe like that. I can smash it to bits with one punch." "Damn it, Carp, this time you're only allowed to defend, not attack. I want to test its power, not have you destroy it." Although he hadn't tested its power before, Warring States was quite confident in the axe in his hand. After all, this axe was made by Roches. Once both of them were ready, everyone's eyes in the venue focused intently on the two, filled with anticipation. Warring States gripped the axe tightly with one hand and swung it down at Carp. At the moment of the swing, the blade of the axe suddenly expanded several times, and the enlarged blade was the light sphere from Admiral Kizaru. Roches hadn't even tested this weapon, not expecting that the light would enhance it like that. This was a surprise for Roches. The scene shifted, and Carp, seeing such a large axe coming at him, didn't dare to be careless. He crossed his arms above his head to block it, and of course, using haki was essential. Clang! At the moment the weapon made contact with his arms, sparks seemed to fly, and the sound of friction continued. Clang! Clang! The continuous collisions made Warring States realize just how powerful this axe was. Carp and Warring States temporarily separated, and at that moment, the axe in Warring States' hand returned to its normal state. Warring States was now smiling widely, feeling very satisfied. Not only was Warring States pleased, but even Kizaru, Akiji, and others looked at Roches with unexpected expressions, filled with curiosity. I remember back when the mole had asked if they should test the power of this axe. Roches had said, "Just a broken axe. Even if I infused it with Admiral Kizaru's light sphere, it wouldn't be enhanced much." And now, the results were evident. This axe had exceeded everyone's expectations. No one expected such a huge change would occur after infusing it with the light sphere, not even Roches himself. In the following time, Warring States didn't idle around, testing dozens of weapons in a row, including pistols, sabers, iron rods, and so on. This time, the test subject was not Carp, but the mole. Besides Roches, the mole was the weakest here, so Warring States naturally chose him. The first test was a pistol, and the bullets turned into light bullets, leaving the mole defenseless. The second test involved a weapon similar to an iron rod, which also hadn't been tested, and the result was indeed hard to defend against. The light sphere infused into the iron rod allowed it to extend and retract, with the retractable part being the light sphere. However, this time, the mole didn't have a chance to resist and was hit squarely, marking the second time he had suffered such a loss. The first time was due to Roches' error. The mole could only express that if he had known, he wouldn't have come along, which would have saved him from this trouble. After playing with more than a dozen novel weapons, Warring States was in a great mood, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, good, good." Every weapon made by Roches had unparalleled significance for the Navy. Warring States' hearty laughter reached everyone's ears. At this moment, a sneaky voice said, "Hey, Warring States, aren't you tired of me yet? Didn't you say there was still a mission? Should I go now?" Warring States' expression darkened as he glared at Kizaru and slowly said, "Kizaru, if you want to be sent to the New World for a mission, just say it earlier." Kizaru swallowed, smiled awkwardly, and immediately sat back down. He was joking. He certainly didn't want to go on a mission, especially not in the New World. It was much better to loaf around at the Navy headquarters. After warning Kizaru, Warring States took out a din mushy and made a call in front of everyone. After a brief conversation, Warring States hung up the phone. Soon, 6 sailors arrived at GUN's courtyard. The 6 sailors walked up to Warring States with determined expressions, stood at attention, saluted, and reported, "Admiral Warring States, the weapons department has arrived." Warring States nodded and then pointed to the pile of weapons on the ground. "All right, leave one of each type of weapon, and take the rest to the armory. Be careful and gentle. If you accidentally touch any of those weapons, your strength won't be able to withstand their power." Warring States spoke seriously, and the 6 sailors nodded firmly. They had complete faith in Warring States' words. "Yes, Admiral Warring States." Soon, the group of 6 picked up fewer than 10 weapons each and headed outside. They followed Warring States' instructions, leaving 4 different weapons behind. Ahem. These weapons can be used to reward outstanding sailors. The pistol can be used to reward those with good marksmanship. As a strategist, Warring States naturally knew how to handle such matters. 2 hours later. Finally done. Roches looked at the pile of weapons in front of him with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Those 2 hours had truly been torturous for him. He didn't know why, but during those 2 hours, he had accidentally caused a light sphere to explode nearly 10 times. This made him extremely cautious during the subsequent synthesis. "Oh, Roche's kid, it seems I have nothing to do here. I'm leaving." Seeing Kizaru about to leave, Roches quickly stopped him. "Admiral Kizaru, please help me take these weapons to Admiral Warring States." Ratchet refers to these weapons as something that is of no use to him, and he has already obtained what he wanted. Kizaru stroked his chin and nodded. "Well, all right." "Lasernet." Kizaru crossed his hands, and a brilliant light surged forth. The pale yellow rays intertwined as if someone were weaving them, and soon formed a net. Kizaru directly covered the pile of weapons with the net, which instantly captured the weapons. Having completed everything, Kizaru transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the Navy building. Seeing that, Ratchet couldn't help but drool. He was truly envious. Jardin noticed Ratchet was mesmerized and gave his shoulder a nudge, asking, "All right, it's time for training, you guy." Okay, I got it." At the same time, a mechanical voice echoed in Ratchet's mind, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the random task. Reward. Any door. Any door has been issued to the system space, and the host can take it out at any time. Clap." As Luo Xia was about to enter the system space to view the rewards, a sudden sharp pain swept through his entire body. Roxa turned to look, and at that moment, Ji Yuan was holding a long whip in her hand, smiling at him. It looked as if she was saying, "How about it? Does it hurt? Damn woman. What are you doing? Don't get distracted during training. Be careful not to get whipped." This immediately angered Roxa, who shouted, "Just wait. I'll be stronger than you." It doesn't matter if you're stronger than me. But right now, you're not stronger than me. So you have to listen to me." After saying that, Ji Yuan was about to make a move, and Roxa immediately transformed into a mass of ice, running off to a distance to start training. Day after day of training, practicing with the sword. Time always passed quickly, and at midnight, Roxa ended his training on time. This also meant that he had officially completed his goal of 10,000 sword strikes for the day. Roxa dragged his tired body back to his room. After a wash-up, he sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his hands together, with an excited expression on his face. Roxia directly entered the system space. As soon as he entered, he saw 2 glowing orbs of light, and next to them was a large pink door. "Ding, would you like to synthesize?" "Ding, synthesis complete." Roxia secretly curled his lips, thinking that you would do this even without me saying it. He didn't mind the system being this way at all. Then with a thought, the door of all dimensions and a fruit appeared on his bed. The door of all dimensions stood upright on the ground, showing no signs of falling over. Roxia turned his gaze to the bed in front of him, and suddenly his expression stiffened. The happy smile disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Roxia could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. He had already calculated that he would harvest 2 fruits today, and indeed there were 2 fruits, but he never expected that what lay before him were 2 fruits of different colors. One was green, while the other was white. Roches had seen pictures of the shining fruit in his previous life, and it indeed looked like what was in front of him, but the color had changed. Roxia couldn't help but ask, "Why is that?" The color of the fruit synthesized by the system cannot be the same as the original fruit. With this answer, Roxia became even more puzzled. "Is the color of my frozen fruit incorrect?" "Ding, yours is ice blue, not blue." Roxia was speechless, but upon careful consideration, it didn't matter. It was just green and white after all. No problem. The color of the fruit could be changed at any time. Just then, the words change appeared in front of the 2 fruits, with various color boxes underneath. Roches looked at the white object with curious eyes and transformed it into pink. In the blink of an eye, the originally white fruit instantly turned into pink, and the change button disappeared. Rorschach picked one up and examined it closely, finding that it was indeed identical. However, he didn't dare to eat it. His panel clearly indicated a warning that only one was allowed. He feared that if he ate it, it would really explode. Roxa then turned his gaze to the portal on the ground. He approached the portal and silently imagined the appearance of the deserted island in his mind, following the method he used to watch anime in his previous life. In an instant, the hand that had been completely still was suddenly twisted open by Roxa. As soon as it opened, darkness enveloped him, which made sense since it was nighttime. Roxia slammed the door shut and sat back on the bed, his gaze fixed on the two devil fruits. Just then, the door to the room facing Roxia was suddenly flung open. Roxia's eyes widened, filled with fear as he carefully looked on. At this time, he didn't even have to think to know who it was. As the door slowly opened, a face that was all too familiar came into Roxia's view. This time, unlike the last when she wore pajamas, she was dressed in a tank top. Roxia is not in the mood to appreciate the garden at this moment. He just wants to hide the two fruits on the bed to prevent the garden from seeing them. However, it's too late. As soon as the garden entered the room, it immediately spotted the two fruits on the bed. Almost instinctively, it sat down on Roxia's bed, and, at this moment, its eyes were almost glued to the two devil fruits. Rochet swallowed hard and grabbed the two fruits on the bed, his eyes warily watching Jiyuan. Sister Jiyuan, what are you doing? I'm just here to see you, is that not okay? But those two fruits in your hand wouldn't happen to be devil fruits, would they? Jiyuan's gaze remained fixed on the two fruits. Rorschach was taken aback for a moment and laughed, saying, "How is that possible? This is just a little something I just synthesized." At this moment, cold sweat had started to bead on Luo Xia's forehead, but because his hair was relatively long, Ji Yuan didn't notice. Forgive Luo Xia for his serious nonsense, as he had never expected Ji Yuan to barge in, so he hadn't prepared any excuse at all. Ji Yuan straightened up, her gaze both smiling and questioning as she fixed her eyes on Luo Xia and asked, "Is that so? Little Luo Xia. But how come these two fruits look exactly like the Shanshan fruit? Don't tell me you made two identical fruits." Faced with Ji Yuan's suspicion, Luo Xia was completely flustered this time. "Cut the nonsense. I just made two identical decorations. Are you dressed so sexy tonight just to warm my bed?" Roxia swallowed hard and looked at Ji Yuan with unrestrained scrutiny. I have to say, the women in this world really have great figures, but once they age, they become unappealing. Ji Yuan frowned slightly and threw a punch. When Ji Yuan punched, it wasn't the sensation of flesh he felt, but a crisp sound, like the sound of ice shattering. Rorschach smiled triumphantly. "Hey, I finally blocked it this time. It seems that my training during this period has been quite effective." Roxia's left half was directly covered by ice, and Ji Yuan didn't know that almost half of Roxia's face was covered by armament hockey beneath the ice. It was under this double protection that Roxia's left eye wouldn't be bruised. Although Roxia had only integrated armament hockey to about 60%, covering a small part was still possible. The main thing was that Ji Yuan hadn't noticed. It seemed that Ji Yuan was very dissatisfied with not hearing Roxia's screams. She pouted and tilted her head. With this tilt, Ji Yuan pointed to a pink door and asked, "Roxia, what is this?" At this moment, Roxia was completely speechless. He vowed to develop a lock in the coming days and promised to lock the door after training. Otherwise, all my secrets would be gone. There is no secret to speak of in front of Ji Yuan. This is called a random door. It's a nearly scrapped door, a failure, Roxia said with a guilty conscience. But who was Ji Yuan? She was currently the person who knew Roxia best. How could such an expression escape her notice? Ji Yuan ignored Roxia's nonsense and directly stood up to approach the door. Seeing this scene, Roxia's face darkened, and he directly scolded, "Stupid woman, what are you doing?" I'm just taking a look. Why are you so nervous?" Roxia was just about to get up when he suddenly froze, thinking to himself, "Right? Why am I so nervous? This foolish woman doesn't even know the function of this random door. No matter how hard she tries, she can't open it, so why bother?" After thinking so much, Roxia relaxed his expression, even starting to close his eyes and rest, looking quite leisurely, which made Ji Yuan feel irritated. Could it really be just junk? Yiyuan murmuret. If only Sister Crane were here. She is so perceptive, she would definitely see through this brat. But just the next second, the door that had been firmly shut suddenly twisted open with ease. Ji Yuan fell straight through to the other side of the door. Hearing the noise, Roxia abruptly opened his eyes and turned to look at the now open random door, completely stunned. I didn't tell this stupid woman how to use it. How could she possibly turn it? Roxa trembled as she slowly walked to the door, saying as she walked, "Why not just close the door and let that woman suffer a bit on the other side? By the way, I should warn her not to pry into others' privacy." The more she spoke, the more determined her gaze became. However, when she reached the door and looked through the open doorway, she saw another familiar person. The person had a head full of white hair, wearing a dark blue shirt on the upper body and black trousers on the lower body, looking confused as they stared at Ji-Yuan across from them. Meanwhile, at the other end, Ji-Yuan rubbed her head and slowly got up, muttering curses under her breath about that bastard Roxa. This door was indeed a failure. Either it wouldn't open at all, or it would just twist open suddenly. This time, she was definitely going to beat her. When she got up and saw the person across from her, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept it. "Sister He? Ji-Yuan? How come you're here?" And rolling in. General He indeed did not speak carelessly. Ji-Yuan had indeed rolled into the room. At this moment, Roxa no longer wanted to close the door. She had originally thought of shutting it to make her suffer a bit. Now, Roxa could only sit by the door resignedly, propping her chin up with one hand, her face showing no signs of joy or anger. Ji-Yuan and General He exchanged glances for about a minute. Then both turned their attention to Roxa. He and Ji-Yuan were more direct, as they simply crossed over Roxa and entered her room. General He couldn't help but ask, "This Roxa lives at your place, right?" Ji-Yuan nodded vigorously. "That's right." Ji-Yuan then looked to the other side of the door, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. She quickly approached Roxa and asked, Roxa, this door is a failure, right? It could take us anywhere, right?" At this moment, he also looked at Roxa with eager eyes, seemingly wanting her to give the answer. As a pillar in the Navy, General He deeply understood that if Ji-Yuan's question turned out to be true, then they would have struck gold. Just with this door, they could reduce their annual military expenses, minimize naval casualties across different regions, and it wouldn't be a problem to provide support in major incidents. Rorschach stared intently at the garden in front of him, and then asked with a strange expression, "How did you open this door?" How did I open it?" At this point, the guardian carefully recalled what had just been said, as if he thought of something. He stood up and approached the door. With a loud bang, he firmly closed the big door, and then he suddenly opened the door wide. Luo stiffly turned his head, and the face of the person outside the door nearly made his heart stop. At the same time, the general of the warring states, who was about to take a break, was drawn to the suddenly appearing pink door, and then Ji-Yuan suddenly opened the door. This completely shocked the warring states. He immediately stepped into the room and looked at Ji-Yuan, who was opening the door, and asked, "Peach Rabbit, what is going on here? And what is with this door?" Ji-Yuan did not speak, but instead smiled broadly, staring intently at Luo. Roxa's face turned dark at that moment, and he cursed Ji-Yuan countless times in his heart. Roxa slowly stood up and walked in front of Ji-Yuan, looking at her exquisite face, wishing he could just kiss her directly, but that wouldn't do. "Sister Ji-Yuan, you really know how to open the door. How did you call over the general of the warring states?" I didn't intend for the general to know about this. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire space seemed to freeze. Rasha felt someone watching him from behind, so he stiffly turned his head and saw Sengoku smiling at him. Rosia swallowed hard and coughed. "You guys chat first. I'm going to stay at Grandpa Cap's place for a night." As he was about to leave, he was stopped by Ji-Yuan's hand. You haven't explained the purpose of this door yet, and you think you can just leave?" Roxa pulled at Ji-Yuan's delicate white hand and said, "Ji-Yuan, let go of me first." It was only then that Ji-Yuan realized that Roxa's back was pressing against her continuously, which made her blush deeply. About a minute later, Roxa sat on the bed, while Zhongjong and the warring states general sat on the sofa, their eyes fixed on Roxa, as if to say, "Hurry up and explain." Roxa gave an awkward smile, got out of bed, and walked to the random door. He just lightly touched the random door, and it was transported into his system space. After finishing everything, Roxa chuckled and said, "General of the Warring States, Colonel Crane, Sister Ji-Yuan, it's getting late. I still need to practice tomorrow, so let us talk about it tomorrow." But just as everyone was about to object, Roxa had already laid down on the bed and fallen asleep, looking somewhat cute in Ji-Yuan's eyes. "General of the Warring States, Sister Crane, Roxa is indeed tired. He practices very hard every day. Come back tomorrow, and I will definitely make him explain clearly," Ji-Yuan assured them. The general of the warring states and Crane exchanged glances, then looked at Roxa and nodded in unison. Whether it was an illusion or something else, Ji-Yuan seemed to see affection in the eyes of the two, a doting gaze, as if they were elders looking at a child. "All right, then we will come back tomorrow morning, and this time you can come directly to my office. At that time, please explain the function of this door well." Ji-Yuan nodded heavily. When Ji-Yuan sent the two to the door, Crane held Ji-Yuan's hand and said earnestly, "Roxa is quite good, and he seems to match well with you. You see, Sister Crane, see you tomorrow. No need to send me off." After saying that, Ji Yuan quickly closed the door. With the door shut, Ji Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but recall her moments with Roxa. Especially when she thought of whipping him, she would unconsciously laugh out loud. If you really can defeat me, then it's not impossible. Time passed quickly, and early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Roxa's room door was kicked open. Roxa's eyes widened instantly. As soon as he opened them, he saw a familiar person. Roxa couldn't help but complain, "Annoying woman, do you ever get tired of bothering me every day? Kicking the door every day. Why don't you just sleep with me instead? Honestly, it's a win-win situation that can wake me up without breaking the door." Juin shot him a glare and promptly grabbed his ear. "It's late. Stop daydreaming and get up to cultivate. Also, I've said it before. As long as you're stronger than me, I can satisfy your requests anytime." Roches pouted and said nothing, but obediently went to wash up. After tidying everything up, the two of them went outside and arrived in the courtyard. Rochet first made a few stools, and then sat on one to practice his arm color. About 2 hours later, Ji Yuan struck directly next to his chair with a whip, causing the ice to explode. Rorschach suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up. "Hey, are you trying to murder me?" Rorschach could clearly feel that the wind whipped up by the whip beside his ear was stronger than all the days combined. "This woman wants to kill him. Let's go to the marshal's office. That thing you did last night has piqued the interest of the Warring States Marshal. With that look in the marshal's eyes, if you don't go today, he might just come over and kill you." Rorschach scratched his head and pretended to be confused. "What thing? Didn't I just go to sleep directly last night? What'd I take out?" As soon as Luo Xia said this, the previously chattering Jiuan instantly shut her mouth, her face turning an unusual shade of black. "Do you believe I will tie you up?" In the next moment, Luo Xia was directly bound, and the whip was infused with armed color, making it impossible for him to escape. To make matters worse, his mouth was stuffed with an unknown object, preventing him from begging for mercy. Thus, Luo Xia was carried along the way, and they happened to run into Smoker and Tina. When Smoker saw Luo Xia, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Luo Xia took note of this. Soon, Jiuan carried Luo Xia to Sengoku's office. Upon entering the office, Jiuan was shocked by the presence of people inside. Besides the 3 admirals who were not on missions, Carp, Tsuru, Sengoku, and even other vice admirals who were free were all present. This time, Sengoku had really called everyone. As soon as Jiuan entered the office, Sengoku leaned forward and asked, "Tao Tu, where's Luo Xia? Is he still asleep?" Before Jiuan could respond, a woo-woo-woo sound came from behind her. Jiuan laughed heartily, patting the tightly bound Luo Xia on her shoulder. As Jiuan relaxed, the armed color on the whip dissipated, and Luo Xia took the opportunity to transform into shards of ice and escape from Jiuan's shoulder. Roxia transformed into a pile of crushed ice and darted behind Carp. Just as he reached behind Carp, Roxia turned back in a human form and exclaimed, "I've been tied up by this woman all the way here, finally free. Ha ha, you little brat finally have someone to deal with you." Carp laughed heartlessly. Roxa glared at Carp and sat down on the ground, looking as if he didn't know why he was here. This made Ji Yuan's anger flare up again. Just as he was about to step forward, he found his arm being pulled back. Turning his head, he was surprised to see Vice Admiral Crane. Vice Admiral Crane shook her head at Ji Yuan. Among all the people present, only the 3 who were at the scene last night knew why the 2 had come here. However, Akiji and Kizuru exchanged knowing smiles and looked at Roxa with meaningful eyes. At that moment, Sengoku slightly turned his body, his expression warm as he said, "Roxa, why don't you bring out that thing from last night? It's a good opportunity for us to discuss how to use it." Rashia pretended to be confused and asked to him, "General Zhanghua, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. I just slept last night and didn't go anywhere." Zhangua's expression stiffened, but he did not lose heart. The scene fell silent, and all the generals looked at Zhanghua. At this moment, Zhanghua furrowed his brows, seemingly deep in thought, and no one dared to speak out of turn, fearing to anger him. However, 2 people were different. They were quietly talking to each other. "Hey kid, what happened last night? Did you do something astonishing again? Hurry up and show it to me." Roxia swatted away the outstretched hand of Kapu and said irritably, "What have I produced? Maybe the Warring States Marshal has become senile." "Ha ha. Exactly, that guy from the Warring States was already senile. You really are becoming more to my taste." The 2 of them chatted as if no one else was around, seemingly indifferent to the feelings of the war. The generals nearby felt somewhat uneasy upon hearing this. Moreover, they were puzzled by Roxia's boldness in being so audacious in front of the Warring States Marshal. Little did they know that the wise Warring States was currently engaged in a brainstorming session, contemplating the changes in the situation. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Warring States, and his expression turned cunning. Ahem, Roxia, how about this? If you bring out that thing from last night, the Navy will reward you with 10 million berries? Warring States tempted. He believed that for Roxia, 10 million was already a lot, and he was certain that Roxia was absolutely broke. Roxia was surprised to hear that the Warring States Marshal was going to reward him with 10 million berries, but then he quickly returned to his previous expression, as if he were uninterested in money. Marshal Warring States, you're kidding, I don't have. However, before Roxia could finish a sentence, Warring States said, 100 million. 100 million berries. Oh, Marshal Warring States, I am part of the Navy. How can I not take something good? Mainly, it's not for the berries. I also want to make the Navy stronger. By the way, when will the money be delivered? Roxia looked like a money-obsessed person, which made the Warring States laugh in anger. However, the general who met Roxia for the first time found him quite interesting. Previously, only Carp could make the Warring States this angry, and now there was another one, Roxia. Roxia walked over to Carp, grinned, and then a green light flickered in his hand. In an instant, a large door appeared before everyone. Almost everyone showed a look of surprise, and their expressions were quite strange. Sengoku saw Roxia take out the magical door from last night, and the joy on his face was hard to conceal. Good. Roxia could start explaining now. Sengoku straightened up, vividly remembering what had happened last night. Rokia looked around and finally sat down on the ground. Let me say this first. This thing is extremely difficult to make. I only managed to create this one. If you want 10 or 8 more, I'm sorry. But I can't provide them, because I don't even know how I made it. It was just a random synthesis, and it somehow succeeded. Finally, Rokia's deep eyes turned to Sengoku. He opened his mouth, but then closed it again and began to explain. As a wise general, Sengoku naturally understood the meaning behind Rokia's earlier gaze. Moreover, Rokia had specifically reminded him that there was only one. He meant to say that it shouldn't be used for the pleasure of the world government and those celestial dragons. Sengoku secretly made a note of this in his mind. Everyone present who managed to climb to the position of Rear Admiral was sharp-witted, and they roughly understood Rokia's intentions, but they just didn't say it outright. This device is called the Any Door, and of course, from its name, one could deduce its function. That is, as long as you open this door, you can instantly reach the place you have in mind. Impossible. Akainu was the first to refute. This is absolutely impossible. How could there be such a magical thing in the world? Roches pouted, but since he was Akainu Roches, he patiently began to explain. Admiral Akainu, why don't you give it a try? Ratchet stepped aside. Almost everyone looked at Akainu, and they were also eager to see if this thing could really go anywhere. Akainu was not flustered and immediately walked over to Ratchet, facing the pink door. What I need to do? Admiral Akainu, I need to clarify that this door can only take you to places you have been before. You can't go to places you've never been, even if you think of them. Ratchet reminded him. Akainu nodded. He had been paying close attention to the usage instructions, so he didn't need Ratchet to explain again. Then, Akainu fixed his gaze on the random door, thinking about a specific location in his mind. A few seconds later, with a click, the random door was opened by Akainu. At the same time, almost all the Navy generals looked toward the other side of the door. To their surprise, the other side was a lush green landscape, and occasionally, there were sounds of bubbles popping. When Akainu saw what was on the other side of the door, he was completely stunned. If his mouth were any wider, he could probably swallow Ratchet whole. Is that the Sabeti archipelago I was just thinking of? Akainu asked in astonishment, pointing at the other side of the door. Rasha helplessly nodded. That's right, if Admiral Akainu is thinking about this so-called archipelago, then it's over there. By the way, generals, you can go take a look over there. You can always come back. At this moment, Sengoku said, all right, then let's go take a look. We should have too many people to avoid crowd panic. Just the 3 admirals, me, Carp, and Tsuru will do. Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged a glance and walked towards the other side of the door together. Meanwhile, Rasha had already taken a seat in the chair where Carp used to sit. Jiyuan walked over with a smile and asked, aren't you going to take a look over there? It seems like you haven't been anywhere except your lonely island. I'm not going. I plan to spend my life eating Jiyuan's food with Jiyuan. Jiyuan smiled even more and patted Rasha's shoulder, saying, it's okay. I'll take you with me when I go on a mission. No need. I don't want to get chopped. The Sabeti archipelago. Alala. It really is the Sabeti archipelago. Sengoku nodded seriously. That's right. That kid Rasha was like this yesterday. Listening to the discussions around Akainu, who had initially said it was impossible, stomped hard on the ground, and, upon confirming that it was indeed the Sabeti archipelago, showed a shocked expression. At the same time, Rasha crossed his legs, propped his chin with one hand, and turned to ask, Jiyuan? What's up? Roxia pointed to a door that was 2 meters away from him and said, I can sell this door to the Warring States General for 200 million berries. Isn't that a fair price? Staring at the sly smile on Roxia's lips, Jiyuan asked in shock, Are you still going to charge for it? Of course. I went through a lot to synthesize this, and I almost got blown up in the process. How could I possibly give it away for free? Roxia could easily spit out such lies. Ancient poets could compose poems in 7 steps, and Roxia could spin tall tales in just as few. Hearing that Roxia had almost been blown up because of this door, Jiyuan's heart suddenly tightened, and his expression shifted from relaxed to tense. Roches was completely unaware of Jiyuan's expression and continued to talk about prices. After a while, a group of 6 returned with radiant faces. In particular, Sengoku was beaming with excitement that he couldn't hide. Even Akainu, who usually had a serious demeanor, showed a slight reduction in his solemnity. Carp grinned widely and sat down next to Roches. As for why Carp didn't drag Roches out of his chair, it was naturally because Roches had used his abilities to create a chair. Once Sengoku sat down, he cleared his throat and looked at Roches with eager eyes, saying, Roches, can this door be mass-produced? We'll fully fund it. No matter what materials you need, we will accept any price. Rorschach lazily propped his chin and said, Sorry, Warlord of the Warring States, this thing is hard to make, and there's a risk of getting blown up. Also, I forgot what specific materials are needed. Roxia shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was powerless, and if he could mass-produce, would he still be sitting here? Upon hearing that Roxia could not mass-produce, almost all the generals sighed. I see. Well, one is fine. You and Jiyuan can go back to cultivate for now, and I'll have another meeting with the other generals. Ahem, Marshal of the Warring States, I charge for this door, and if you don't pay, I'll take it back. In the blink of an eye, the earlier random door flew back to Roxia's system space like flowing water. For a moment, everyone was puzzled about how Roxia had done it. Even Zhanghua and the 3 generals did not react in time. Roches scratched his head awkwardly and coughed. Don't mind the inventor's unique skill. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. Now that the transdimensional door was gone, he could only buy it with money. He originally wanted to change the subject and brush off the matter of giving money, but Roches played this trick on him. Now he had no choice but to honestly pay up. So, Roches, how much do you want? 2 billion plus the previous 1 billion. Just give me 3 billion. Sengoku twitched his lips, thinking that this kid was really not polite. All right, then, Jien, take Roches to the Navy's treasury to collect it. There will be someone there to give him 3 billion. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. In the Navy's treasury, as Roches and Jien just arrived at the designated office. A chubby naval officer walked out. Admiral Roches, this card contains 3 billion berries. Please accept it. Admiral Sengoku has just informed us through the snail phone. Roxia looked at the chubby Navy officer in front of him and shook his head speechlessly at the golden card being handed over. I don't want a card. I want cash. What use is a card to me? Lord Roxia, this golden card can be used to withdraw money from any heavenly dragon bank in the world. It's very convenient. Jiyuan also advised, yeah, Roxia, I have one of these cards too. It's really convenient. Rasha waved his hand. It's fine, I want cash. All right, Lord Rasha. How do you plan to transport back? The Navy officer replied. 300 million berries is not a small amount. It's a huge quantity. It's okay. Just bring it out first. I have my ways. Upon hearing Rasha say this, the chubby Navy officer had no choice but to obey the order. Normally, he would have slapped him across the face by now. However, this time he couldn't care less. Besides, there was a vice admiral nearby, and he was also aware of Rasha's reputation. Rasha possessed freezing abilities, synthesis abilities, and had a very good relationship with Vice Admiral Garp. The chubby Navy officer found this quite scary, so he complied with Rasha's orders, which is why he referred to him as Lord Rasha. Moreover, Rasha didn't even have a military rank, nor was he wearing a Navy uniform. After a while, the Navy officer placed 300 million berries in front of the two of them. It must be said that 300 million berries is indeed a lot. Next to him, Jiyuan smiled slightly and pointed to the pile of berries, signaling, let's get started, Brother Rasha. It's a piece of cake. Rashia's hands emitted a blue glow, which gradually enveloped the large pile of berries. In an instant, the nearly mountain-sized pile of berries vanished into thin air. Jiyuan's expression turned to shock. How did you do that? Let's go, Sister Jiyuan. It's time for us to go back and cultivate. Roxa didn't pay attention to Jiyuan and walked outside by himself. Once outside, Jiyuan grabbed Roxa's hand, looking left and right but still couldn't figure it out, so he asked, Roxa, how did you do it? Nothing much. It just disappeared in a flash. Ji-Yuan pouted, but didn't press further. By the way, why did that chubby, big-eared Navy guy call me Lord Roxa? Do I look like an important figure? TSK. Maybe it was a courtesy from the Warring States Marshal, making people treat you a bit more politely. Luo thought for a moment and agreed. By the way, Ji-Yuan, can you use your armament hockey for a while? Why? Because I want to see if my devil fruit ability can merge the armament hockey into my body. Ji-Yuan secretly complained in her heart, but still fulfilled Luo's request. Along the way, Ji-Yuan's pitch-black hand tightly grasped Luo's palm. According to Ji-Yuan, it was the right way for her to hold Luo's hand because she was afraid of other Navy officers gossiping. Luo didn't object either. After all, this way he could generate fragments, so why not? Time flew by like a white horse passing a crevice, and soon a month had passed. On this day, Ji-Yuan and Luo still got up early to train as usual. During these past 10 days, Luo had already grasped the basics of armament hockey. Even Ji-Yuan couldn't help but praise him for mastering it so quickly. Luo still remembered Ji-Yuan's sparkling eyes at that moment. Bang! Ji-Yuan's pink whip suddenly struck the air, making a loud noise. Luo paused his hand, though was swinging the sword upon hearing the sound. He then transformed the tiger hunting weapon back into a bracelet. As for why Luo reacted this way to the sound, it should be the noise made during every meal. Let's go. Luo, I'm sure Teacher Zephyr is waiting anxiously. All right, I'll take them down first and then come back to continue. After saying this, a look of anticipation appeared on Luo's face. During this month, he had been frantically collecting fragments, especially armed color fragments. These days, he had been pestering Old Man Carp quite a bit. Luo and Ji-Yuan walked side by side, their laughter occasionally ringing out, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. After returning from delivering the random door, Luo began intense training. As for Ji-Yuan, she would often wear revealing clothes to tempt him just before bedtime. Of course, under the stimulation of these days, Luo trained even harder, and Ji-Yuan was pleased to see this. However, during these 10 or so days, Luo would occasionally receive a whip, and at those times, he would use his abilities to conceal it. After about 10 minutes of walking, Luo and Ji-Yuan quickly arrived at the Zephyr training camp. Not far away, Luo could even hear the sounds of fighting. It seemed that the assessment had already begun. Luo and Ji-Yuan slowly walked into the Zephyr training camp. As soon as they entered, almost everyone present noticed them, especially Smoker, whose eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and a meaningful smile was on his lips. Tina, standing beside him, lit up the moment she saw Luo. So handsome. Soon, Luo and Ji-Yuan arrived in front of Instructor Zephyr. It's been a long time, Teacher Zephyr. Luo almost called out the nickname he had given himself. If he had, he would probably have been beaten up on the spot. Luo thought to himself. Well, there's only one person left now, Smoker, and he doesn't have a test subject yet, so you two are just perfect. Zephyr looked at Smoker and shouted, Smoker, step forward and face Luo. Yes. Soon, in the training ground, Luo and Smoker stood facing each other in the center. Both of them had a fighting spirit in their eyes, especially Smoker, who had been wanting to fight Luo every day for the past few days. But they never got the chance. Ha ha, Luo, I can finally beat you up. Luo curled his lips and said, Just you? Forget it. Why don't you just admit defeat in advance? Damn it, Luo, take this. Smoker's fist unleashed a swirl of smoke as it came crashing toward Luo's face. Luo squinted his eyes slightly, and the ice-blue frozen power in his hand instantly transformed into a shield, standing before his chest. What? An ice shield? Smoker's eyes widened. Although he knew in advance that Luo had freezing abilities, he never expected Luo to use it so quickly. His fist struck directly against the ice shield, which Luo had condensed, and after the punch, the ice shield remained as smooth as white jade. Consider yourself lucky. Although Smoker didn't hit Luo, his expression seemed to say that he would let him go this time. Luo glared at Smoker, and the ice shield he had formed in his hand instantly shattered. The bracelet on his wrist transformed into the shape of the tiger hunt, and Luo held it tightly, his eyes filled with determination. In the distance, Ji-Yuan, who was watching Luo's battle, smiled slightly and then patted Zephyr on the shoulder. Zephyr, this kid Luo is getting serious now. Make sure to keep a close eye on that guy Smoker, or he might really get cut down by Luo. Zephyr scratched his head in confusion and said, Is this kid really that skilled with a sword? Besides, Smoker is a Logia user. For someone who can't use hockey, no matter how hard he swings, you shouldn't be able to kill him, right? If Zephyr went to Ji-Yuan every day, he would know that the current Luo was no longer the guy who used to complain about wanting to slack off. In the training ground, when Luo took out his sword, Smoker showed no signs of panic and instead explained, Luo, You also have a Logia ability. Don't you know that blades are ineffective against Logia users? You might as well use your freezing ability to fight me. Stop talking nonsense. Just wait and see if I can cut you down. Roxa replied. Then, in front of Smoker and everyone else, the hand holding the sword suddenly turned pitch black, and that darkness gradually spread along the blade of the tiger hunt. Although it was only basic hockey, a large part of it was made up of hockey fragments from carp. Wrapping a sword with it was a piece of cake. Come on, Smoker. On the opposite side, watching the pitch-black blade in Roxa's hand, coupled with the entire process just now, Smoker gaped in shock. He definitely wasn't mistaken. That was hockey, and from the way Roxa looked, it was clear that he wasn't a novice at it. He was quite skilled. Smoker was still learning, but had never managed to master hockey, leaving him utterly at a loss. Not far away, Zephyr also showed a look of surprise in his eyes as he turned to Ji Yuan. Zephyr, Roxa is using hockey. I remember he learned it on the 8th day. I was quite shocked at the time. Zephyr was secretly astonished. It had only taken him 8 days, which meant this kid had considerable talent. No, it should be said that he was exceptionally gifted. Initially, Zephyr thought it would be impressive if even one of the students learned hockey before graduation. Yet Roxa had already mastered it. Zephyr glanced at Ji Yuan, his expression seemingly questioning. How on earth did you teach him? In a training ground, Roxa wore a confident smile. Smoker, today you will be the first to experience my new move that I just learned. Instantly, a tiny spark of fire circled around the pitch-black handle of the tiger hunt several times, making the sword look even cooler. Flashy tricks. Watch this. Smoker lunged at Roxa like a cannonball, holding the sea stone made just so horizontally in front of him, ready to attack. Clang! The tiger hunt collided with Just so, producing a sound like metal clashing. The flames on the Roxia tiger hunting blade seemed to sense Roxia's intentions, and in an instant, the fierce fire surged forward, attacking Smoker. Smoker was taken aback and retreated dozens of steps in shock. Damn Roxia, how infuriating! Smoker never expected that the flames entwined around the blade would actively attack him. This was truly shameless. Ha ha, there's nothing to be done. This flame has a mind of its own. All right, it's time to finish this. I'll use this move. Roxa closed his eyes tightly, holding a knife in one hand while standing still. The flames of the tiger hunt surged brightly in his hand, making it look from a distance like he was holding a fireball. On this side, Smoker thought Roxa was up to something. This move is a debut just for you. Smoker. Roxia suddenly opened his eyes, holding a sword in both hands, and fiercely slashed towards Smoker opposite him. At that moment, the flames on the sword burst forth, following Roxia's sword intent and rushing straight at Smoker's face. The flames surrounding the sword intent looked as vibrant and colorful as flower petals. Upon seeing this attack, Smoker felt a sense of dread. His body felt stiff, and he didn't know what to do. Just as the sword intent was only a fist distance away from Smoker, Ji Yuan suddenly appeared in front of him, the golden armor emitting a cold light that forcefully blocked Roxia's strike. A thick mist also spread through the air. As the mist gradually cleared, Roxia was able to clearly see the figures of the two people opposite him. Roxia casually rested the knife on his shoulder and swaggered over to Ji Yuan and Smoker. As soon as he reached Ji Yuan, he couldn't help but start complaining. Hey, Ji Yuan, seriously, this is my first time using this move, and you just blocked it? Bang! Ji Yuan's fist landed directly on Roxia's head. You idiot, Roxia. Do you know that if you had hit Smoker with that knife just now, he would have been injured? Are you trying to kill Smoker or just testing him? Rorschach spreads his hands. I know you will stop me. That's why I made that move. Otherwise, do you think I would dare? Roxia spoke while bypassing the garden and came to Smoker, smiling and extending his hand. Get up. Don't just sit there. I really don't want to be scolded by that purple-haired old turtle. Of course, Roxia would never dare to say this out loud. Smoker gave a bitter smile and placed his hand on Roxia's palm. You made an incredibly exaggerated progress this past month. At that moment, a group of people came running from a distance, and they were the trainees from the training camp, including Zephyr, especially Tina, who looked dizzying as she ran. Tina reached Smoker and grinned. You actually had a day of being defeated, and it turned out to be Roxia. It's really hard to imagine that you've become so strong in just a month. It's unbelievable. Tina's eyes sparkled, clearly showing her great interest in Roxia's rapid improvement. Just as the three finished speaking, they turned around to find Zephyr, wearing sunglasses, standing in front of them. Zephyr took off his sunglasses and curiously sized up Roxia, finally saying slowly, this training seems quite tough. Huh? Not bad. Still within my acceptable range. What did you learn hockey? I learned it in 8 days. I just happened to pick it up. Get lost. All right. Zephyr and Roxia chatted as if they were friends, completely ignoring their surroundings. This made Tina feel a sense of imbalance in her heart. Teacher Zephyr, why are you so fierce to Tina, but so gentle to Roxia? Tina is not convinced. Zephyr, instead of getting angry, looked at Tina with great interest. Finally, when Tina was about to give in, Zephyr said, Jin, why don't you introduce Roxia's training over the past month? Sure. By the way, if any trainees want to practice with me, feel free to sign up. Jiyuan's cute yet seductive statement immediately attracted most of the male trainees present. Even a few bold male trainees directly signed up. Roxia, come here. Jiyuan waved her hand, signaling Roxia to come over for a moment. Roxia was not being pretentious. He directly walked over and sat down beside Jiyuan. He was quite tired and didn't want to stand with Jiyuan. Roxia's training was actually quite simple. Every morning, he would wake up and practice arm color for 2 hours. Of course, if he dared to lose focus during this time, my whip wouldn't be merciful. After that, he would swing his sword 10,000 times daily. Recently, his sword swinging speed had been increasing, so I added another task, sparring with me, but of course just to a certain extent. By the way, if any part of the training is not done well, or if the sword swinging speed slows down, my whip will really draw blood from you. After Jiyuan finished speaking, some students who wanted Jiyuan to accept them immediately lost hope. Almost all the students pictured the scene of Roxia being beaten, and just thinking about it made them shiver. Jiyuan glanced around and noticed that some were still not giving up. Since that's the case, I can only make you completely lose hope. Jiyuan kicked Roxia with his foot. What are you doing? I haven't rested enough yet. That last sword swing was really exhausting. Jiyuan glared at Roxia. I still don't know you. Hurry up and stand up. Okay. Roxia stood up, looking at Jiyuan with confusion. He remembered that this woman was just talking about training. So how did it involve him? However, Jiyuan slowly spoke under Roxia's gaze. Roxia, take off your shirt. What? Roxia thought he heard wrong and even dug in his ears. I said, take off your jacket. Seeing Jiyuan insist, Roxia reluctantly agreed, fine. But if I scare them, it's not my fault. Roxia, under everyone's gaze, took off his black shirt with a dragon pattern. As he removed it, the scene fell into silence, and some timid trainees couldn't bear to watch and cover their eyes. Yuyuan smiled slightly and pointed at Roxia, saying with a calm expression, this is the result of Roxia's month of hard work. Simply put, it's scars. Yes, scars. Roxia's body is covered with countless scars, each one clearly a mark from a whip. Perhaps you might call me cruel, but this is what Roxia chose for himself. Roxia said that in this world, having no strength is not an option. Of course, these whip marks are also a symbol of honor. Roxia secretly curled his lips. What the hell is this a symbol of honor? This outfit almost killed me with pain. Hey, Sister Jiyuan, can I put it on now? It's just a body full of scars, right? Don't scare people seriously. Roranoa quickly put on the shirt. At this moment, Smoker asked, were these all made by whips? Roxia thought for a moment and said, it was my request, but Sister Jiyuan is within my tolerance. Moreover, I don't recommend you all undergo this female tyrant's training like I did. It's really too brutal. As for why I let her train me, there are reasons for that. Otherwise, who would let her beat them like this? And as the training goes on, Roxia feels his body becoming stronger and stronger. At this moment, Smoker realized that the gap between him and Roxia was only going to get bigger from now on. Just based on his fearless will, he was already stronger than Smoker. Although Smoker wasn't afraid of death either. Soon, Roxia and Jiyuan bid farewell to the training camp. On the way, Roxia laughed and said, aren't you afraid of discouraging them? I have freezing abilities. These little injuries are nothing. And you actually bring them up? What a foolish woman. Roxia scoffed. But before he could even finish laughing, a heavy iron fist smashed him into the ground. Fortunately, Jiyuan didn't use hockey. Otherwise, Roxia would have had a hard time getting out. Please show some respect to your sister Jiyuan. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of graduation for the Zephyr training class. Over the course of a year, the trainees had matured from being inexperienced to becoming seasoned. At this moment, at the entrance of the training camp, dozens of trainees looked determined. In front of the trainees stood Sengoku, Zephyr, and Kizuru, who seemed to be discussing something. Sengoku held a bounty notice in his hand, and Roxia didn't need to guess what it was. Not long after, Zephyr took the bounty notice and turned it towards the trainees, showing them the face of the person on it. The bounty notice in my hand is your graduation exam target this time. This assessment will no longer be a competition between trainees, but a real battle. The pirate on the notice is a notorious pirate from the North Sea with a bounty of 124 million. His name is Marine Hunter Oolong. You can tell from the name why this guy is wanted. This bastard takes pleasure in hunting marines. He is currently occupying a mountain on an island in the North Sea. Zephyr paused and continued. By the way, this guy also has a devil fruit ability, the Paramecia type growth fruit. If anyone wants to withdraw now, feel free to speak up. Zephyr quietly looked on, having scanned everyone's expressions. His gaze lingered the longest on Roxa. This guy feels a lot like that bastard Kizaru, Zephyr muttered to himself. During this time, Kizaru also glanced at Roxa several times. Rasha was about to speak when Zephyr, standing at the front, waved his hand and said, "All right, since no one is withdrawing, we will set off for the North Sea immediately." Rasha had just noticed two pairs of eyes watching him with his observation hockey, and, among them, the purple-haired old turtle's gaze was the most complicated. He had initially intended to interrupt, but Zephyr spoke first, leaving Rasha with no outlet for his energy. Rasha had slowly explored and successfully cultivated his observation hockey over the past year. Ratchet has been training his arms almost every day this year, and the daily 10,000 swings leave his arms extremely sore. Of course, the rewards are plentiful. Now Ratchet can easily unleash a slash at will. When it comes to using his ultimate move, Ratchet can make Gun step back a few meters, which boosts his confidence even more. Meanwhile, a naval warship is slowly sailing on the sea, with many sailors dressed in naval uniforms on board. These people are naturally from Zifa's training class, and these naval uniforms were provided by Zifa. However, Ratchet, Smoker, and Tina are not wearing them, not because they don't want to, but because they don't want to wear the lowest rank of naval uniforms. At this moment, Ratchet is lying in the far corner of the warship's deck, looking quite comfortable. Surrounding him are students from the Zifa training camp, chattering endlessly. "Ratchet, is there any way to make the warship go faster?" Yeah. It's going to take a whole day and night to travel. That's too long. We don't want to wait that long. Roxa lazily glanced around and slowly said, "I'm a synthesis master, not a turtle in a wishing pool. If you have wishes, go find Teacher Zifa." A few naval cadets were about to speak, but Roxa moved his wrist. A massive wall of flames instantly formed, driving away the numerous cadets. Once all the cadets surrounding Roxa had disappeared, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, a bunch of idiots. Are they so eager to seek death? These people want to get that pirate's head sooner, don't they? By the way, where did you pull out that lounge chair? Ratchet slightly turned his head as Tina and Smoker slowly approached. The two sat down beside Ratchet's lounge chair. "I didn't expect that over the past year, your swordsmanship and hockey have improved to a certain extent. On the contrary, my hockey has only just scratched the surface this year." Hearing Smoker's self-deprecation, Ratchet replied speechlessly, "Aren't you developing your devil fruit ability quite well, you bastard? Stop pretending to be weak in front of me, or I'll beat you up." "Who are you going to beat up? You, big Smoker." Just as the two seemed ready to fight, Tina jumped right in between them and said, "Can you two stop trying to pick a fight every time you meet? It's always me who has to stop you two, honestly." A few minutes later, Ratchet suddenly said, "You, Smoker, are too one-dimensional. A perfectly good Logia-type fruit has been developed into this state by you. It's quite embarrassing." Smoker didn't respond, but he noticed the look of disdain in Ratchet's eyes, and his fists tightened. Ratchet ignored Smoker and continued. "The smokesmock fruit of the natural type, as the name suggests, is smoke. If you infiltrate the smoke into the enemy's mouth and nose, what do you think will happen to them? But you developed it to be just like the gum fruit." Ratchet's face was filled with disdain, showing no signs of concealment. For nearly a year, the two had been in this state of interaction, and Tina had long since become accustomed to it. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Smoker was pondering something while unconsciously emitting smoke from his body. The smoke instinctively drifted towards Tina, and Ratchet smiled helplessly. He activated his hockey and reached out to grab Smoker's smoke. At that moment, Tina finally realized that this bastard was trying to use me as a test subject. Angered by this thought, Tina clenched her fist tightly, and with one punch, she struck Smoker squarely in the chest. Smoker took the hit solidly. "Oomph, you despicable bastard. How dare you use Tina as your experimental subject? Are you tired of living? You smoke addict? You bastard woman." "Oomph." Smoker turned his head away, no longer paying attention to Tina. After all, it was he who intended to use Tina as a test subject, so taking that punch was only reasonable. Several hours passed, and just as Ratchet was about to fall asleep, he was suddenly shaken awake. He was about to get angry, but upon seeing it was Tina, he muttered, "What do you want, woman? I was almost asleep." Tina smiled awkwardly and then asked, "After graduation, Ratchet, who do you plan to work under? Or which branch do you intend to go to? You should go under Sister Ji Yuan, right? You have such a good relationship with her. She trains you every day, and she even takes you along on missions occasionally." Both Smoker and Tina looked at Rochet with curiosity, eagerly anticipating his answer. They still believed that Rochet would go under Ji Yuan. Typically, graduates from the Zephyr training camp would have two choices: either join a certain commander-s ranks or be assigned to another branch for gilding. However, for someone as strong as Rochet, whose abilities significantly benefited the Navy, Sengoku would not allow him to be sent to another branch for gilding. So Rochet's choice would only be one. Roxa looked intently at the two in front of him, then said speechlessly, "How could you think that I would go to the garden? Don't talk nonsense if that woman hears any rumors. What if she really wants me to join her as a deputy?" Smoker and Tina exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "Aren't you going to the garden to join her subordinates?" "Of course not. Only someone with a screw loose would go there, right? I don't want to see her face every day after I graduate." Tina and Smoker thought it made sense. After all, Roxa's strength had seen a qualitative leap this year. Moreover, the daily training was several times more intense than theirs, and that level of training was not something others could endure. "So, are you going to serve under one of the three admirals?" Roxia nodded and then shook his head, saying, "It's about the same. Recently, Admiral Akiji, Admiral Kizuru, and even Admiral Akainu have been trying to win me over, so I might choose one of them. Of course, it's not impossible to follow Old Man Garp. It wouldn't be bad to have fun with Old Man Garp." Tina rolled her eyes. "Garp? How could that be? Even if this guy Roxia really wants to go under Garp's command, Admiral Sengoku would definitely not agree." Time passed quickly, and the next morning, a deserted island appeared before the Navy. Zephyr stood in the center, saying seriously, "The island ahead is the location of our target this time. Once we land, be careful. Some of you are in combat for the first time, so protecting yourselves is the most important thing. There are many pirates on the island, and the number is about 100 or more. One last thing, Roxia," who hadn't been called by name, was taken aback and then looked at Zephyr. "Roxia, you don't need to make a move this time. You can step in if any of the trainees are injured. Overall, your main role this time is to support the other trainees. Is that clear?" "Understood." Just as the Navy finished their deployment, a pirate responsible for lookout on the island hurried to report to their captain. "Captain, a Navy warship has appeared on the sea. They might be here to hunt us down." Looking at the crew member kneeling before him, a man with a long scar on his face suddenly smiled eerily, his expression turning extremely excited. He was Oolong, the captain of the Blade Pirates, a Paramecia-type devil fruit user with a bounty of 124 million berries. "Ha ha, the Navy has finally arrived. This is great. Everyone prepare to hunt the Navy. I want to kill them all. Yes." In contrast to the excitement of the pirates, the trainees in the Navy were all very serious, with some even gripping their fingers until they turned white, clearly due to nervousness. Among them, Roxia, Smoker, and Tina stood out, feeling out of place. Smoker had an excited look on his face, clearly looking forward to hunting the pirates. Meanwhile, Roxia and Tina seemed to be strolling around, looking here and there. Roxia even pointed out this island definitely can't grow vegetables. It's all just stones. Did these damn pirates eat all the trees on the island? That wasn't the case. According to the information, this island had always been like this, and the original residents had moved away due to the geological conditions of the island. Later, Oolong, the captain of the Blade Pirates, occupied the island. Every few days, he would go out to hunt the Navy, using extremely cruel methods. After hearing Tina's explanation, Roxia couldn't help but curl his lips in disbelief. A pirate who often hunts the Navy. Are the North Sea Navy a bunch of useless fools? Can't they notify the headquarters if they can't win? Just as Roxia was pondering, he suddenly felt an arrow shooting towards them, burning with fierce flames. Roxa instantly struck, accurately knocking it down with a single move of the ice ball. Dozens of people on the distant observation platform all grinned. Soon, more than 10 of them drew their bows and began shooting arrows in the direction of Roxa and the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a sky full of flaming arrows shot toward the students. Rasha squinted his eyes slightly, and with a flash of his icy hand, an ice wall instantly stood before everyone, blocking the attacks of the flaming arrows. Zephyr nodded at Rasha, who smiled faintly in return. After all, as the instructor bringing the naval cadets for training, Zephyr didn't want to return with fewer people. The cadets protected behind the ice wall expressed their gratitude to Rasha. Watching countless flaming arrows shoot towards the ice wall he had created, Rasha turned to Smoker, who had his arms crossed, and said, "Hey, Smokey, go deal with them. These guys are too annoying." Smoker didn't reply, but transformed into a cloud of smoke and rushed out. "Cough, cough, cough, that bastard." In midair, Smoker clenched his fists, giving the pirates below almost no time to react, as a massive cloud of smoke descended upon the more than 10 archers below. The moment the smoke made contact with the pirates, it spread out immensely. The smoke gradually seeped into their mouths and noses. In just a few seconds, one by one, the pirate archers fell to the ground until everyone lost their fighting capability. Smoker, standing not far away, grinned and then punched the ice wall created by Luo Xia. The ice wall that was on the verge of collapse shattered instantly. At this moment, Zephyr arrived with the trainees at Smoker's location. Looking at the pirate on the ground, Zephyr asked, "Is he dead?" This question truly puzzled Smoker. Even he himself didn't know, as it was his first time using this ability. Fortunately, Luo Xia quickly said, "Not dead, just a short-term lack of oxygen due to prolonged hypoxia." After speaking, Luo Xia's gaze turned to Tina beside him, and the meaning was clear. Tina removed the glove she was wearing, and instantly a chain appeared in her hand, binding more than 10 pirates on the ground. After completing everything, Tina slightly raised the corners of her mouth, clearly satisfied with her ability. However, Luo Xia said calmly, "Actually, you didn't need to take off your gloves? What you did was a bit excessive." Tina angrily threw a chain at Luo Xia, who quickly retreated a few meters to dodge it. How terrifying! A user of the olive fruit. Tina gritted her silver teeth. "All right, let us keep moving. You two stop messing around." Zephyr said, Got it. All right, Tina understands." As Luo Xia and the others continued deeper, Luo Xia was surprised to find that this island was quite extraordinary. Although the island was barren, there were some areas with forests, albeit a small part. Along the way, Luo Xia and his group couldn't say they had a smooth journey, but it was close enough, with only a few trainees from Zephyr's group sustaining minor injuries. So far, Tina had already captured over 30 pirates. As Luo Xia and the others ventured deeper, with more and more pirates appearing, Luo Xia had a good idea of the pirate leader's location. "Hee, Navy, are you here to seek death? It's been a long time since I felt the thrill of hunting the Navy. Let me enjoy myself today." The group led by Rorschach moved towards the island, when suddenly the students heard a chilling voice in their ears. Luo Xia frowned and quickly located the other party's position. About 100 meters directly in front of us, there were remaining pirates. The sound we just heard should have come from that pirate captain. After all, he's a user of the growth fruit, and this kind of thing is still within his capability. Zifa nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Luo Xia was right. This Oolong, as a pirate with a bounty of 124 million, should not be underestimated. Everyone must be careful. I certainly don't want to lose any of you on the way back. Although the many students didn't speak, they all took note of it in their hearts. As everyone slowly advanced, Luo Xia also saw the full appearance of this growth fruit user. He was wearing a black jacket on top, with something resembling a collar around his neck. His hairstyle was similar to that of Shammate style, but his hair was green. On the bottom, he wore a regular pair of long pants. Overall, this pirate's clothing style resembled punk fashion. Luo Xia twitched the corners of his mouth again. He didn't expect to see someone dressed like that in the pirate world. What terrible fashion sense. Luo Xia rarely made a sarcastic comment. "What did you say, brat? Do you want to die?" He shouted. "You all listen up. Take down that little brat in black first. I want to torture this Navy brat thoroughly." Luo Xia didn't expect that just a casual remark would provoke this pirate captain. What he didn't anticipate was that this guy actually wanted everyone to take me down first. Are the people in the pirate world really this dim-witted? Have their brains short-circuited or something? At this moment, Zephyr said, "Luo Xia, if these bastards dare to come near you, just freeze them. After all, they're just a bunch of pirates who can't use hockey." "Got it, Teacher Zephyr." Luo Xia smiled, his fingers beckoning the pirates across from him. "Come here, you garbage of the sea." The little brat shouted, "Boss, can we go up now?" Oolong cruelly grinned, "Go, little ones. Once we've killed all these pirates, we'll hold a victory feast." With Oolong's command, the scattered pirates rushed towards Luo Xia. Some held pistols, others brandished machetes, and some even carried a water pipe. Their reckless demeanor made Luo Xia once again feel that they were just a bunch of fools. However, they weren't entirely brainless, although Luo Xia had already frozen a few reckless pirates. The trainees around him were also putting up a resistance. Luo Xia's use of color had reached its peak. Whenever someone was about to get hurt, he would shoot an ice ball to block the pirates' attacks, helping the students avoid risks. However, Luo Xia couldn't take care of everyone. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the flat ground was stained with pools of blood, and 40 to 50 armed pirates lay on the ground, unaware of their fate. Some had even been frozen into solid blocks of ice. Among them, several students from Zephyr's class were injured, which was something Luo Xia could not prevent. He couldn't take care of everyone. Meanwhile, the pirate leader Oolong, who was originally sitting on a throne made of stone, wore a face of shock. disbelief written all over him. He looked at Ratchet as if he were seeing a monster. A Logia-type user? You. Ratchet shrugged at Smoker, who was watching the show nearby, and said, "Kid, we have 2 Logia users here. What are your eyes for?" I'm a Paramecia user with the ability to enlarge. Am I supposed to be afraid of a little brat like you?" Zephyr looked around, and then raised his hand to stop the students who were about to step forward. "You all step back. This guy is still a pirate worth 124 million. Zephyr glanced at Ratchet and the others before slowly saying, "Which one of you 3 wants to go?" "Forget it. Let Ratchet go." Smoker was about to argue, but was handcuffed by Tina, so let Ratchet go. Unlike Smoker's excitement, Ratchet remained calm when he heard the news. "Teacher Zephyr, can I kill him?" "No, this guy is supposed to be taken to impel down. And this is also to prevent the fruit ability from leaking out, creating new pirates, and avoiding them causing chaos on the sea with their abilities." "All right then." Upon hearing the conversation between Ratchet and Zephyr, the pirate captain Oolong suddenly stood up, a fierce grin on his face representing his violent inner thoughts. "Damn Navy. You all deserve to die. Arm, enlarge." In an instant, Oolong's originally weak arms grew dozens of times larger as he activated his ability. Luo Xia swallowed hard, looking at the enormous fist in front of him that seemed oddly familiar. This damn thing looked like the 3rd gear of some foolish kid, but time was not on his side, as the giant fist was approaching Luo Xia's face. Roche's hand shone with a blue icy light. With a sweep of his large hand, the gigantic fist that was about to come before him was instantly sealed in ice. Ratchet smiled wickedly and patted the huge fist frozen in front of him, saying, "I've never seen such a stupid pirate." Rorschach leaned close to the pirate captain Oolong's ear and asked, "How did you, a guy with an unstable mind, become a captain? Is everyone in your pirate crew just as foolish?" Ratchet babbled on for so long, but Euler never said a word. Just as Ratchet was about to check, a huge foot stomped directly towards his waist. In an instant, Ratchet was kicked in half, his body splitting into 2 parts. "Ha ha, you bastard Navy brat. This is what happens when you offend me. Damn Navy. Who else dares to come up? My giant fruit is not to be taken lightly." Euler laughed wildly. But the dozens of Navy cadets across from him remained expressionless, which made Euler feel somewhat strange. As if he thought of something, Euler suddenly turned around and saw that Ratchet's severed body was slowly healing. And now Ratchet's smile looked so terrifying to Euler. Roche's body healed in just a few seconds. "Damn pirates, I won't play with you anymore. Next time I open my eyes, it'll be in the Navy's Grand Prison." Ratchet activated the power of ice, directly restraining his limbs and preventing any movement. With a swift motion, Ratchet struck him, knocking him unconscious. After handling everything, Ratchet waved to a student, who was holding a pair of sea stone handcuffs. Just as Rasha was about to take it, he heard 3 angry shouts. "Rasha, are you out of your mind? Rasha, you're a devil fruit user. Rasha, pull your hand back." Rakatan's body trembled instantly, and he quickly withdrew his hands, scratching his head and giving an awkward smile. Zifa was more direct, delivering a punch that shattered Rakatan's head into countless pieces of ice. Roxa quickly regained his shape, and as soon as he did, he complained. "Compared to Sea Stone, Zephyr's punches are even scarier. What do you guys think?" he asked while patting Tina and Smoker on the shoulders. Tina won't answer a fool's question," Tina replied. "TCH, I didn't expect there to be such a fool in today's world." With each line they spoke, Roxa would retort first. "Fool? Idiot? Who are you 2 bastards talking about?" Smoker said, sneering, completely unafraid of Roxa. "You're a devil fruit user, and when a devil fruit user encounters Sea Stone, they become powerless. Are you really that ignorant, or just plain stupid?" Faced with Smoker's mockery, Roxa wanted to punch him, but after thinking it over, he realized he had been reckless. "Stop wasting time. We should go loot his treasures." Leading the way, Roxa, with Smoker and Tina assisting, carefully searched around and ultimately found only a wooden box, which was locked with an iron padlock. Rasha looked disdainfully at the wooden box in his hand. "Damn it, a pirate worth over 12 million. And the treasure is so little? Where did he pick up this little wooden box from some trash can? Given how simple the box is, it's quite normal for Rasha to feel disgusted." Rorschach glanced at the 2 people beside him. Then his hands were instantly covered with armament hockey, the black texture making Smoker's eyes widen in surprise. Ratchet grabbed the lock on the wooden box and yanked it hard, pulling the lock off and tossing it aside. At this moment, Smoker and Tina leaned in, their faces filled with curiosity. As Ratchet slowly opened the wooden box, its contents came into view for the 3 of them. When Smoker and Tina saw what was inside, their eyes instantly widened, as if they had seen something extraordinary. Inside the box lay a devil fruit that looked similar to a banana, quietly resting within. Roches looked at it for a few seconds before directly tossing it to Smoker and Tina, clearly losing interest. Since it was banana-shaped, it was either a Zoan-type or a Paramecia-type. Roches suddenly lost interest. Moreover, it seemed that he had seen this scene in his previous life, and he suspected that it was highly likely to be an animal-type devil fruit. Smoker and the other person with the fruit exchanged glances, and Smoker asked, "How should we handle this thing?" Of course, we should hand it over to Teacher Zephyr. Since it was obtained during battle and we have the team leader present, our first choice is to give it to the team leader. It's all in the Navy manual, and we are not thieves. Smoker shrugged and said, "I know. You don't need to remind me, woman." Just as Tina was about to retort, a deep voice came into her ears. "What's wrong, Tina, Smoker?" Tina realized it was Zephyr and quickly handed the wooden box in her hand to him. "Teacher Zephyr, we only found this thing while searching the pirate's belongings, and it's a devil fruit." Upon hearing that it was a devil fruit, Zephyr raised an eyebrow and took the fruit from Tina's hands. "I didn't expect this little pirate to have a devil fruit. This is truly an unexpected gain. When we return to headquarters, you three will be rewarded." The three nodded in unison. Before long, Zephyr was heading back to the Navy headquarters with the captured pirate and many trainees. Meanwhile, Rasha was still lying on his deck chair, with Smoker and Tina sitting on stools beside him. "Rasha, quickly tell me, how else can I develop my smoke fruit? I feel that my recent move, smoke infiltration, could even kill some weak pirates if it lasted a bit longer." Roches listened to Smoker's incessant chatter in his ear, and he began to doubt whether this was still the Smoker he knew. "Smoker, stop it. Right now, I only have one thought. Don't bother me, I want to sleep." Smoker showed no hint of defiance to Roches' words. After all, Roches had helped him develop a new skill today. At this moment, Zephyr's eyes narrowed into slits behind his sunglasses, and he held a bottle of sherry in his hand, clearly very happy. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days went by. The warship docked on time, which also meant that Roches and the others' graduation practical training had come to a successful end, and these trainees were destined to welcome a bright future. At this moment, the trainees following Zephyr off the ship all had radiant expressions, looking very happy. However, 3 of them were quite different. These 3 were naturally Roches, Smoker, and Tina. Ratchet looked drowsy, occasionally glaring at Smoker beside him. Smoker, not to be outdone, also glared back at Ratchet. Hey, you two, can you calm down a bit? Below are the Warlord of the Sea and Admiral Kizuru." Roches pouted and said, "Smoker, if you dare to wake me up again next time, I'll beat you up. Once I learn hockey, I'll make you eat dirt." Tina, at that moment, was holding her forehead with one hand, looking speechless. Meanwhile, at the port, Admiral Sengoku and Kizuru were welcoming Zephyr and the students. As soon as Sengoku saw Zephyr, he asked, "How was the actual combat this time? Did any students get injured?" Zephyr glanced at the students behind him and replied, "About 10, but just minor injuries." This time, Smoker and Roches performed exceptionally well, especially Roches, whose strength was at least double that of his peers, while Smoker was slightly less impressive. Tina played a significant supportive role in this battle. Her olive fruit was very useful. Speaking of the fruit, Zephyr suddenly thought of something and took out a banana to throw to Sengoku. Sengoku, looking puzzled, caught it and exclaimed, "You guys actually found a devil fruit this time? Do you know what type it is?" Roches said, "It's probably a Zoan type." Sengoku nodded in agreement. "That seems about right. With that shape, it should be. Just throw it into the Navy treasury later. As for this actual combat, I will reward you based on the report you provided this time." The two continued chatting as if no one else was around, which made the students standing behind them miserable. They hadn't expected that the first thing upon returning wouldn't be to wash up in their dorms, but rather to listen to Admiral Sengoku's lecture here. Rorschach pouted and directly sat down without paying any attention to the strange looks from the surrounding Navy. As soon as Rasha sat down, the warring states standing at the front noticed him, and he reacted accordingly. "Zifa, let these recruits go back first." Zifa nodded and then turned to speak loudly. "You kids can head back now." Hearing that they could leave, Rasha immediately stood up and walked towards the direction of Karp's villa without looking back. It wasn't long before Rasha arrived at the entrance of Karp's villa. As for the G Garden Villa, Rasha had trained a lot there over the past year, and he didn't want to go back to suffer anymore. As soon as he entered Karp's villa, Rasha saw Karp, dressed in a Navy uniform, sitting on the sofa with a piece of paper in his hand. To be precise, it should be a bounty notice. There were several bounty notices placed on the table. This left Rasha somewhat puzzled. When did old Karp become so interested in pirates? At least during this period, he shouldn't be interested in pirates. Could it be about a certain Yonko? Rorschach's eyes lit up as he stepped directly towards Karp. Hearing the sound, Carp didn't even lift his head, still holding the wanted poster in his hand. Roxa slowly walked up behind Carp and looked at the bounty notice in Carp's hand. However, the name on it made Roxa involuntarily read it out loud. Monkey D. Luffy? Bounty of 30 million? Ratchet sat next to Carp, curiously looking at him and then at the name on the wanted poster, pretending to be surprised. Monkey D. Luffy? Could it be that he's your grandson, old man? Grandpa is a Navy, and grandson is a pirate. So, old man, your son. Bang. However, before Ratchet could finish his sentence, he was met with a heavy iron fist. It hurt so much. A few minutes later, Ratchet rubbed the large bump on his head, glaring at Carp with an expression full of indignation, as if he wanted to eat Carp alive. Stinky old man. How can you blame me for your grandson becoming a pirate? And you even use hockey to hit me. How despicable. Carp glared at Ratchet, thinking, how can my grandson become a pirate? How infuriating. When I find him, I must bring him back to become a Navy. One after another, they have all become pirates. Listening to the crack-crack sound coming from Carp's hands, Ratchet leaned back on the sofa and dared not speak. If this old man took his anger out on him again, it would be over. Carp's iron fist was no joke. After a while, seeing that the anger in Carp's eyes had diminished considerably, Ratchet picked up the wanted poster and noticed there were newspapers about them on the table. Being wanted for 30 million berries right from the start, it seems your grandson will be very strong in the future, old man. Ha ha ha, of course. My grandson has been trained by me since he was 7. How could he not be strong? Carp said proudly. Your grandson has become a pirate. And you're still laughing, Carp. Suddenly, a strong voice came from outside, and Ratchet looked up to see Admiral Sengoku walking in. Carp shrugged, looking indifferent. I've been away from home for so long, what can I do? Besides, that brat Luffy is not easy to deal with. He is determined to become a pirate. Sengoku understood Carp's difficulties, so he just said it for the sake of saying. After all, it was a choice he made himself. And if he gets caught in the future, he can't blame anyone else. Rashia looked at Sengoku and Garp, and then picked up the newspaper from the table. The evil dragon that ruled the Kokushia village in the East Sea for 8 years was defeated by the Straw Hat Luffy. The Straw Hat Kid Luffy has a bounty of 30 million for the first time. TSK, TSK, TSK. This fishman pirates actually ruled Kokushia village for 8 years. I can't even imagine how they lived during those 8 years. Rashia then looked up at Garp and Sengoku and asked, isn't the East Sea known as the weakest sea? Roxia didn't say the second half of the sentence, but those words were enough for Sengoku to understand their meaning. Before Sengoku could speak, Roxia smiled and said, it should be the Navy near Koko Village colluding with the pirates. He must have a lot of berries. What a pity. Ding. Random quest triggered. Roches shivered inexplicably. He felt that this mission was likely not a good one. Could it be that they want me to capture Luffy? Please arrive at Rogtown within 5 days and check in. Reward. Random. Roxas twitched the corner of his mouth. He never expected the system would issue such a task. Just as Roxas was lost in thought, a dense sound of footsteps came from outside, as if someone was about to enter. Carp and Sengoku were also staring intently at the doorway, and before long, Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu actually came in a group. Is there something you three need here? Sengoku frowned slightly. Sengoku Admiral, we are here to invite Brother Roxas to join our ranks. As for whose ranks, we don't know. Akainu also nodded seriously. That's right. Raksha scratched his head and said, join under your command? Although he had a general idea, he still didn't fully understand. Sengoku could tell that Raksha was confused. The three of them came to invite him, which meant they wanted to know which command he wished to join. Generally, graduates from the Zephyr training camp have 2 options. One is to join the command of various generals, and from then on, your tasks will be assigned by the general you join. Of course, if the headquarters has a mission for you, you cannot refuse it. The second option is to take a position at a naval branch on another island. For someone like you, who performed exceptionally well in the Zephyr training camp, you can choose which branch you want to go to. After listening to Sengoku's explanation, Raksha nodded and said, I see. So which one do you choose? The 3 admirals spoke in unison. Roche's mouth twitched as he looked at Carp and then at the 3 admirals. He really didn't dare to say he wanted to join any of the admirals. What if Akainu heard that he hadn't joined him and decided to give him a magma fist? No worries, kid. Just choose freely, we're here. Who would dare to act up? Marshal Sengoku said domineeringly, and of course, he had that confidence. Although Sengoku's combat power wasn't at its peak now, the 3 admirals wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of him. Roxia swallowed hard, and his hands revealed a chilling aura, which was obviously self-explanatory. I'll choose Admiral Akiji. After all, they have the same fruit ability, and Akiji's laid-back personality suits Luo Xia quite well. So Luo Xia chose him without any hesitation. Roka originally thought that choosing Akiji would make Akainu angry, but the result was that Akainu turned and left. Before long, only Carp, Sengoku, and Akiji were left in the room. Akiji casually leaned back on the sofa and asked, "Do you have any plans for the next step? Or are you planning to go to the Navy branch, like Smoker, to hone your skills? Or perhaps develop gadgets at the Navy headquarters?" "Roshis, I want all of these." Akiji nodded and said, "Okay, if you want to go to any branch, you can talk to Admiral Sengoku. He will help you with that. By the way, if you develop anything good, you can give it to me first. If you want to learn how to develop devil fruit abilities, feel free to come to me anytime. After all, since you have my ability, it's only right for me to teach you." Roxas nodded, understanding that he had his own thoughts about his abilities. The two of them chatted away, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Before long, Akiji walked out of Vice Admiral Garp's villa. As soon as Akiji left, Roxas's eyes lit up as he looked at Garp, who was sitting nearby. "Hey, old man, can you take me to Low Town?" Why do you want to go there?" Luo Xia shook his head, with a new idea for a prop in mind. He needed to make a trip to Rog Town. "Is that okay?" Carp's eyes turned as if he remembered his useless grandson was around. Maybe he could tag along with this kid? "Sure, I'll take you this time." The next day, in the early morning, Luo Xia was walking towards the port with Vice Admiral Carp. At this moment, Luo Xia was still wearing the same clothes as before, but now he had an additional justice cloak, giving him a somewhat cool and rebellious vibe. "Old man, we could just use the anywhere door. Why take a military ship? Less talk, the device you made last time is still intact, and there are quite a few people going this time. It's been a while since I took them to catch pirates. And it's just Rog Town. We'll reach it in 2 days, plus the scenery at sea is really nice. The most important thing is we might encounter pirates." Faced with this reasoning, Luo Xia couldn't find a reason to refute. "Your goal is to catch pirates, right?" As Rorschach and Carp arrived at the port, they saw dozens of soldiers on a dog-headed warship busy moving something, looking quite occupied. Rasha stepped onto the warship with an unrecognizable gait, but to his surprise, as soon as he reached the deck, he saw an unexpected person. "Jiyuan? What are you doing here?" Rasha incredulously asked, pointing at Jiyuan, who was lying on a deck chair. "Ha ha ha, it was I who sent Taodo up here, because he just completed a mission, and yesterday, I heard from the old man that you're going to Rog Town. So, he came along." Ratchet's mouth twitched. He thought he wouldn't see Jiyuan for a few months, but unexpectedly, he saw her again in just 2 months. After all, it was Mr. Cap who invited her. So I couldn't refuse. "If you want to get beaten up, just come find me." Facing the naked threat from Jiyuan, Luo Xia immediately shrank his neck and found a corner to create a lounge chair for himself using his abilities. At this moment, the serious Bogart walked up to Vice Admiral Carp and said, "Vice Admiral Carp, may we set sail?" "Yes, let's set sail." Destination, Low Town, approximately 1 to 2 days' time. With Bogart's command, the previously motionless doghead number 1 slowly started moving. However, this speed made Jiyuan sit up instantly. Jiyuan grabbed Bogart's arm and asked, "Bogart, is there something wrong with Vice Admiral Carp's warship speed? This is too fast, isn't it?" Report to Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. This is the naval ship propulsion device invented by General Luo Xia before he joined the Navy. This device can increase the speed of the sailing warship by 2 to 3 times. Just as Bogart finished speaking, Carp added with a smile, That's right. And this thing is very sturdy. I've used it for several voyages without any issues. All of them were very fast, feeling the current speed of the warship. Jiyuan felt that the doghead warship was at least twice as fast as his own. Since Luo Xia was in the corner drinking juice, he didn't hear any of this. "Hey, having freezing abilities is great. I could even freeze juice, making it taste better." Roxa was enjoying himself alone, unaware that a pink whip had quietly tied one leg of his lounge chair. While drinking juice, Roxa suddenly felt a tug, and when he looked ahead, he saw Jiyuan holding a whip, pulling his lounge chair. Hey, you nasty woman, what are you doing?" Although Roxa tried to stop her, he was still pulled into the space between Carp and her. Roxa looked at the damaged lounge chair and then glared at Jiyuan, after which he personally made a new lounge chair. "What are you trying to do, woman?" "I was just enjoying my juice, not doing anything. Are you looking for trouble?" Jiyuan faced Roxa's gaze without fear. "I want the thing you made for Admiral Carp too." Jiyuan also thoughtfully pointed to the 2 fan-like devices installed on both sides of the ship. Rasha followed the direction pointed by Jiyuan and then suddenly realized, "This thing? Yes, it's this one. When we get back from Roger Town, install it on my ship. Or else you're doomed." Roxa involuntarily swallowed. "Don't threaten me, besides, I can't do that either. I've already forgotten the formula for back then. But I'll think seriously about it. Just don't go around chopping people in a hurry. Despite the uncertainty in Roxa's response, Jiyuan still agreed. After all, saying those words was just to scare him a bit. Once Jiyuan's matter was settled, Roxa completely relaxed, feeling a strong urge to sleep. Before long, he fell asleep. This sleep lasted until the next morning. As soon as Luo Xia opened his eyes, he saw an old man with a white beard staring at him. That large face reflected in Luo Xia's eyes. Roxa was so scared that he jumped at least a few meters away. When Roxa came to his senses, he realized it was the old man, Cap. Hey, old man, why did you scare me? The old man replied, I originally wanted to call you last night, but Bogart said you were probably tired from using your synthesis ability. So he told me not to disturb you. After that, when I got up in the morning, I kept staring at you. Now stop talking nonsense and produce the fairy rice for me immediately, or I'll toss you into the sea. Roxia pouted and looked speechless. Then have the chef on the ship prepare a meal for me. I want to eat now. As time passed, a table full of delicacies was piled up in front of Roxia. Meanwhile, Carp, who was beside Roxia, was holding a large wooden barrel filled with various flavors of senbei. Roxa's palm emitted a greenish glow, and it seemed like a bottomless pit, constantly spitting out celestial delicacies, making all the marine soldiers present envious. Carp looked at the delicacies in the barrel with green eyes. Compared to Carp, who only watched but didn't eat, Roxa was now happily feasting with a fork he had created using his abilities. Roxa kid, what is that thing popping out of your palm? While eating, Roxa was suddenly choked by this loud shout and coughed continuously. After finally recovering, Roxa turned to look. However, upon seeing what Carp was holding, Roxa's heart sank, and his eyes widened in shock. At that moment, Carp was holding two fruits, one green and one pink. Roxa nervously swallowed and coughed. Cough, old man Carp. What you have in your hand is just fruit. Get it back to me first. Beside him, Jiyuan noticed Roxa's tension and couldn't help but glance at the two fruits in Carp's hand. Aren't those the fruits from that night? How did they end up in Mr. Carp's hands? Jiyuan thought to herself, her eyes sparkling. Especially with Roxa's tense demeanor, it opened up her thoughts. Could it be true? Roxa can even replicate Admiral Akiji's abilities, so two fruits should be simple, right? Although Jiyuan was thinking this in her mind, she had to say her guess was quite accurate. Carp looked at the two fruits in his hand, weighing them slightly, and then asked Bogut, haven't I seen this shape of fruit somewhere before? Bigot didn't respond, but stared intently at the two fruits in Carp's hand and said softly, it seems like the Goro noMi. It was exactly how it looked in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. The only difference was that the one in the encyclopedia was yellow, while these two are one green and one pink. Roxa wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a feigned calmness, these two are fruits I synthesized, not some devil fruits, so don't say that randomly. Just after he finished speaking, Roxa's hands suddenly reached for the devil fruits in Carp's hand, but no matter how hard he tried to grab them, the two fruits seemed to be welded to Carp's hand. Roxa suddenly felt extremely embarrassed and said, old man, hurry and give it back to me. This is something I painstakingly synthesized. Don't break it for me. As Roxa went through a series of actions, Tina behind him felt that her whole mind had become clear, and everything connected in her mind. Why was Roxa so nervous when he saw the two fruits Mr. Carp had? Why did Roxa just wipe cold sweat? Why did Roxa insist on getting those two fruits back? Everything made sense now. Jiyuan immediately stood up, walked over to Carp, and directly reached out to take the pink devil fruit. Seeing this, Roxa's heart skipped a beat. Roxia knew very well that this Jiyuan was not as simple-minded as old man Carp. Jiyuan, luckily you made a move. All right, get it back to me first. When the time comes, I'll give you another one after I've made more. Jiyuan looked at Roxia with a half-smile, then brought the pink fruit to her mouth. Roxia, is this an ordinary fruit? Of course, the natural-type devil fruits are limited. Who could get two at once? Besides, hasn't the Pika Pika fruit already been eaten by Admiral Kazuro? As Roxia spoke more, he grew increasingly confident in his lies, to the point where he even believed that the fruit in Carp Jiyuan's hands was just an ordinary fruit. Jiyuan shook the pink fruit in her hand, and just when Roxia thought she was going to give it back to him, she bit into the pink fruit right before Roxia's horrified eyes. In an instant, Roxia's anxious heart finally sank. After taking a bite, Jiyuan's whole demeanor changed, her taste buds overwhelmed by a foul smell. Although she hadn't tasted it before, she'd heard others talk about it. After she managed to swallow it down, Roxia immediately ran up to her, shaking her body. Jiyuan, hurry and spit it out. Hurry, hurry. As Roxia shook Xiwan's body, his gaze was fixed on the devil fruit. When he saw that a piece was missing from the fruit, he felt like he wanted to die. It's over. You actually ate it. Xiwan waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. Didn't you say it was just an ordinary fruit? but this fruit tastes really terrible. It's the worst thing I've ever eaten. If Rasha could fight back against Yuan right now, she would definitely sew his mouth shut. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Rasha saw that Garp had put down the green fruit, and he quickly collected it into his space. Ha ha, it's just an ordinary fruit, and you made it sound like you ate a devil fruit. Garp patted Rasha's shoulder vigorously. Roxia pouted, looking unconvinced. Meanwhile, after consuming the devil fruit, Jiyuan felt a warm current surge through her entire body. About a minute later, Jiyuan's eyes widened as she sensed she had gained a new ability. She swallowed hard and stared at Roxia with a shocked and surprised expression, as if trying to see right through him. Suddenly, Jiyuan stood up and walked over to Bogart, saying, "Bogart, could you please take the sailors on the deck to the cabin for a while? I have some important matters to discuss with Roxia and Mr. Carp." "No problem. Vice Admiral Jiyuan, I'll take these sailors into the cabin right away. We won't come out without your or Vice Admiral Carp's orders." As a group of sailors entered the cabin, Carp looked on in astonishment. At this moment, Jiyuan also sat down not far from Roxia and Carp, her face serious, as if she was about to announce something important. When Luo Xia saw the garden like this, his heart instantly dropped to the bottom of the valley. Roxia had already cursed the system countless times in his heart. Why did two fruits suddenly appear in the palm of my hand? Haven't they always been stored in the system space? Of course, no one answered him. Why did Peach Rabbit suddenly call them in? And she looked so serious. Could it be that she had something important to tell me? Ji Yuan didn't say anything but rubbed his hands together, then extended a finger. In a few seconds, a pink light spot appeared at the tip of Ji Yuan's finger. The moment the pink light spot appeared, it shot directly towards Rear Admiral Carp. Carp clenched his fist and shattered it with a single blow. Carp was stunned for a second, then looked at Ji Yuan in disbelief and asked, "What was that just now?" It seemed like the ability of the Pika Pika noMi. Ji Yuan was about 80% convinced of this, and the last 20% needed Roxia's confirmation. "After eating that pink fruit, I ended up like this." Ji Yuan spread her hands, indicating that she was a bit confused too. Then Ji Yuan recalled the techniques used by Kizaru with the Pika Pika noMi. A surge of pink light gathered in her hand, and a light sphere the size of a fist was shot out by Ji Yuan. The moment the light sphere touched the surface of the sea, it exploded. Both Carp and Ji Yuan, witnessing this scene, were truly convinced. Realizing what had happened, the two immediately turned their gaze to Roxia, as if to say, "Aren't you going to explain this?" Rorschach opened his mouth and ultimately chose to give up, lying down on the recliner, ignoring everything happening outside. Roxa's attitude suddenly left Jiyuan at a loss. So, Jiyuan said softly, "Roxa, how did you do it? If you tell me, I'll agree to one of your conditions. How about that?" Roxa looked around the garden and finally said, "Let's talk about that later. As for what you just mentioned, I can tell you. After all, it's not something shameful. On the contrary, I went through a lot of trouble to get these two, and now you've just eaten them," Roxa said fiercely. At that moment, Carp and the garden formed a pincer movement, leaving Roxa with no way to escape. Their expression seemed to say, "Hurry up and spill everything." Roxa swallowed hard, staring at Jiyuan's gentle face. After hesitating for 5 minutes, Roxa gave a wry smile. "The one you ate is the shining fruit, just a different color." Carp and Jiyuan frowned and looked at Roxa upon hearing this. Shining fruit? Didn't Admiral Kizaru eat that? Then what was the one that Peach Rabbit just ate? Roxia wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and slowly said, Exactly what?" "Roxia, hurry up and tell me." Jing, who was previously a very calm woman, now appeared quite anxious, which indicated that she was truly in a hurry. Rorschach raised both hands, with a blue light emanating from them. "This is it. I extracted it from Admiral Yellow Monkey's abilities using synthetic power. During the last time, when Sister Jiyuan called to help me make weapons, I extracted the components of 2 devil fruits in total. And the one you ate, Sister Jiyuan, can unleash the full power of the glint fruit. And also," Ratchet hesitated to speak, noticing that Carp and Jiyuan were itching to throw punches. Carp was more direct, saying, "Ratchet, if you have something to say, hurry up and say it." Jiyuan chimed in, Yes, Ratchet, hurry up and tell us. What if this thing is a defective product?" Rorschach crossed his arms, exuding an air of authority. "A defective product? If you were a defective product, you wouldn't be standing in front of me right now. You should be nothing but a pile of broken flesh lying on the deck." After Rosha finished speaking, fearing that he would be beaten, his hands emitted a cold blue light. With a wave of his hands, an ice wall appeared between Ji Yuan and Rosha. However, it wasn't long before Rosha shattered the ice wall with a punch, and the one who acted was Carp. Before Rosha could react, Ji Yuan grabbed Roxia by the shoulders. Roxia swallowed hard and asked, "What are you going to do?" What was that sentence you just said? You haven't said it yet. I can't just be clueless about all the information regarding this fruit. The two stared at each other, and then Roxia quickly looked away from Ji Yuan's gaze. Ji Yuan was instantly displeased by this scene. "You little brat, you're definitely hiding something from me. Hurry up and tell me." Roxas waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "No, I can't say it. I absolutely can't say it." Jian was instantly both amused and angered, but seeing Roxas's expression, she couldn't bear to take action. Jian could only seek help from Carp beside her with her eyes. Carp nodded blankly, his hands instantly enveloped in hockey, and he looked somewhat excited. How long has this old guy not fought anyone? Roxas thought to himself. What Roxas didn't expect was that Carp would strike without warning, giving him no time to react at all. As Carp's fist came down, Roxas thought he was doomed. However, the tiger hunting weapon infused with the flame fruit suddenly appeared in front of Carp and directly blocked his punch. The flames on the blade became even more fierce, swirling around as if it had come to life. After Rorschach narrowly escaped a disaster, he cautiously patted his heart. "Do you really want to know?" The two nodded, looking as serious as possible. "All right, but don't blame me if you get targeted by Vegapunk." Roxia pointed to Ji Yuan and said slowly, "This pink fruit of yours has no side effects." Ji Yuan scratched his ear, seeming not to have heard clearly. "What did you say?" "The one you have. The one you ate has no side effects. That means even if you eat that fruit and go into the sea, you won't feel weak all over." Then Roxia stood up proudly. "Hee, this is the benefit of my fruit. Aren't you especially grateful to me?" Ji Yuan frowned and asked, "Really?" "Roxia, brother, of course. If you don't believe me, why don't you jump in and see for yourself?" Roxia speaks with great confidence, and of course, he has that confidence. Throughout this year, he has taken countless baths without feeling weak, but there are always unexpected events. He is directly used by the system, unlike Ji Yuan. However, even if something unexpected happens, Roxia can promptly rescue Ji Yuan, as he has the ability of the freezing fruit. Ji Yuan smiled slightly, turned around, and transformed into a pink light, jumping directly into the sea. Roxia and Cap exchanged glances and walked towards the edge of the ship. However, what they saw was Ji Yuan swimming around in the sea, showing no signs of any side effects. A few minutes later, Ji Yuan returned to the ship, unable to hide the excitement on his face. After all, he had previously trained only in swordsmanship without eating a devil fruit. But who would want a top-tier Logia devil fruit? And one without side effects at that. Now you see, I wasn't lying to you. Ji Yuan's damp little hand grasped Roxia's big hand, his eyes gentle and smiling as he said, Thank you, brother Roxia." Roxia raised an eyebrow and asked, "No problem, as long as Sister Ji Yuan gives me 10 billion berries. It's a big bargain for you. Such a fruit shouldn't be worth less than 20 or 30 billion. By the way, this time, I don't want your kind of Celestial Dragon Bank gold card. I want cash. Remember to transfer the money early." After saying this, Roxia took a long breath, looking particularly happy. Ha, you little brat. You really dare to ask for it. I want to see if you can get it from the Peach Rabbit." Carp was completely in a spectator mode, even munching on Sunbae with a ka sound. Rorschach pouted and wanted to continue speaking, but just then he caught sight of the dark, pot-bottom-like face of the garden keeper. Roxas involuntarily took 3 steps back and coughed. "A little bit is fine. I'm not picky." Roxia looked at Ji Yuan's expression, feeling as if it was a prelude to her making a move in the past year. Every time Ji Yuan was about to take the whip, she would have this expression. Moreover, just now, Roxia actually saw the pink whip at Ji Yuan's waist. That, 100 million, just 100 million is fine. Plus, you are not allowed to accept Chahu's proposal. Roxia was speaking while retreating, and only when Ji Yuan revealed her gentle smile did he let out a sigh of relief. "I know, I still have 100 million, but I won't accept that guy Chahan." This time, Ji Yuan truly got a great deal, even though it cost 100 million. She still needed to borrow from Sister Crane, otherwise it wouldn't be enough. Ji Yuan thought to herself. Currently, Ji Yuan only had about 70 million on hand. Although she held the rank of Rear Admiral, their salaries were fixed, and she still had to buy clothes, which cost a lot each time. Saving money was out of the question. Time passed quickly, and with the help of Roxa's drive device, they soon arrived at the port of Rogtown. As soon as they disembarked from the warship, Roxa murmured, "Is this the town of beginnings and endings?" But before he could finish reminiscing, a fist resembling smoke suddenly struck towards him. Roxa slightly turned to the side to dodge, and then looked up to see a person with 2 cigars in his mouth and a weapon slung over his back, looking at him provocatively. "Cigar addict? I didn't expect you to come to Rogertown. Are you here to get beaten up?" Roxas pouted and pointed at Carp and Ji Yuan next to him, saying, You better be careful with your words, or I'll have Sister Ji-Yuan beat you up. Smoker awkwardly smiled, then stood at attention and saluted with the many Marines from Road Town. Welcome, Vice Admiral Karp, Vice Admiral Ji-Yuan, and Brigadier General Roches. After the welcome ceremony, Smoker took the three of them, along with the Marines from Karp's ship, back to the Road Town Navy branch. As soon as they arrived at the Navy branch, Roches casually asked, Smoker, do you have any news about the Straw Hat Kid and his crew? Are you here to catch that kid? Luo Xia glared at Smoker and said unhappily, no, I just came to check on this guy, and I also want to test the strength of the swordsman on his ship. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke and then asked a nearby female swordsman, wearing glasses and carrying a sword at her waist, to Shiji, do you have any news about the Straw Hat crew? Report to you, Colonel Smoker. The Straw Hat crew successfully landed in Lowtown this morning, but their current whereabouts are unknown. However, the Straw Hat crew is indeed in Lowtown. Do you need me to take people to capture the Straw Hat crew, Colonel? Luo Xia covered his mouth, his eyes full of laughter. He almost said, how many of you dare to say this in front of Vice Admiral Karp? Are you guys tired of living? No need, you can leave. Smoker then shrugged and gestured to Luo Xia, indicating that the Straw Hat Kid is on this island. Should we go catch him? Rocket poked Karp and said, hey old man, let's go. I'm a bit curious about this Straw Hat Kid. You have to come with me. As the three of them left, the Marine base in Rogtown began to get busy as well. On the way, Karp, Ji-Yuan, and Rocket strolled through the streets of Rogtown. Their destination was clear, the execution platform where Roger was executed, which was proposed by Rocket. At that moment, a flash of light appeared in Rocket's hand, revealing a green fruit. Upon seeing the appearance of this devil fruit, Ji-Yuan's eyes widened and he hurriedly urged Rocket to put it away. You idiot, put it away quickly. What if someone else snatches it? Rocket just turned the devil fruit and smiled slightly, thinking that only pirates would dare to come and snatch it, right? Bring one, and I'll catch one. Rocket glanced around, noticing many people with fierce looks and greedy eyes staring intently at the devil fruit in his hand. However, despite holding it all the way, no pirate dared to snatch it away, probably because of the presence of the two companions beside him. Finally, while strolling along, the three of them arrived near the execution platform. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the execution platform, causing it to collapse. Just then, a man wearing a straw hat, a red sleeveless shirt, and blue shorts crawled out from the ruins. His signature smile allowed Luo Xia to recognize him immediately. It was the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Behind him, charred on the outside but tender on the inside, was the clown dressed in jester attire, Buggy the Clown. Roches patted Karp and said, old man, if I catch him, you won't hit me, right? Karp replied, a pirate like him who lacks ambition should be caught. But you don't need to do it. I'll do it myself. Before Roches could respond, Karp pushed off the ground and flew towards the Straw Hat Kid. The Straw Hat Kid, who was still running, noticed someone in the sky. When he looked up, he instantly saw the person he least wanted to see in his life. As Karp landed, smoke billowed up, and the ground beneath him cracked into countless pieces. Karp smirked and locked eyes with Luffy. noMi, who was next to Luffy, immediately panicked. The marine hero? Karp? Luffy's reaction was the most amusing. He looked terrified, his eyes bulging, and his jaw dropped. Grandpa? What are you doing here? Are you here to catch me? I'm going to be the Pirate King. Even if you're my grandpa, you can't catch me. As he spoke, Luffy stretched his arm and wrapped it around noMi's body, running off. noMi, bound by Luffy, asked, Luffy, I've never seen you so scared. What did you say the marine hero is to you? Luffy replied, noMi, run. I can't beat my grandpa. What? Your grandpa? Yeah, that's right. He used to beat me every day when I was a kid. As Luffy ran further away, Roches couldn't help but look at Ji-Yuan. Ji-Yuan rolled his eyes, took Roches to Karp, and then grabbed both Roches and Karp with one hand each. In an instant, the three turned into a stream of pink light and chased after Luffy. Before long, they arrived in front of Luffy within a few breaths. Luffy looked at the three in front of him, momentarily unsure of what to say. Ha ha, you little brat, I've finally caught you. Karp, using his arm hockey, punched Luffy on the head and then grabbed him. You little brat, Grandpa didn't plan to catch you, so why are you running? While the grandfather and grandson were catching up, Roches casually walked over to noMi and smiled. You're noMi, right? The navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates? Please take us to your ship, the Mary. He added, by the way, you only have the option to agree, not to refuse. Luo Xia exuded a chilling aura, causing noMi to shiver, possibly due to Luo Xia's intimidating presence. noMi, unable to resist, half-heartedly led Luo Xia and the others to the location where the Mary was docked. As soon as the two arrived at the Mary, Usopp and Zoro were stunned by the sight of the three. Zoro stepped forward slowly, drawing his wad-Ikemanji sword and pointing it at Luo Xia with a serious expression, saying, "Navy, are you here to capture us?" Roronoa Zoro faced the misunderstanding without explaining, instead turning his gaze to Zoro's flustered green hair. This made Roronoa blurt out, "Seaweed head?" Then, he glanced at the fruit in his hand, feeling it matched perfectly with his fruit. "Damn it, who are you calling seaweed head?" Zoro instantly exploded, drawing his Sandai, Kitetsu, and Shusui. Roronoa Zoro didn't expect to draw his sword towards him after being called that. Luo Xia did not hesitate at all. With a flick of her hands, starlight sparkled, and in an instant, Zoro's 3 swords, which were just within reach, were frozen by Luo Xia. This included the sword that Zoro was holding in his mouth, wad-Ikemanji. Roronoa Zoro was stunned as he looked at the 3 swords in his hands, which had been frozen. Despite his fierce demeanor, he couldn't break the ice off the blades no matter how hard he tried. Meanwhile, Luo Xia stepped back beside Carp, watching Zoro's reaction with a smile. Luo Xia quietly poked Carp, who was holding Luffy next to him, and said, "Hey, old man, can we catch the Straw Hat Pirates?" Carp replied, I'm a Navy. How could I do something that favors my grandson? If you want to catch him, hurry up and do it. No need to worry about my feelings." When Roche heard Carp's words, he and Jiun exchanged glances and both covered their mouths to stifle their laughter, especially for Jiun, who had worked with Carp for several years. It was quite an eye-opener. In Jiun's impression, Vice Admiral Carp was synonymous with legend, a representative of immense strength. Since Roger's execution, Carp had started to idle away his time, often sneaking snacks from Sengoku, like sunbae and donuts, and occasionally feeling good enough to return to the EC to clean up some pirates. But today, Jiun realized that Vice Admiral Carp was someone who was very protective of his own. To Jiun, Carp's earlier words implied, "If you dare to catch them, just wait and see." And when Roche and Jiun exchanged glances, Roche understood. Luo Xia glanced at Usopp on the ship, as well as Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy beside him. He simply sat down and returned to his previous lazy demeanor. At the same time, Luo Xia waved his hands, and a few ice chairs emitting a faint glow appeared in front of everyone. Roxa silently thought, "Check in." In an instant, a mechanical voice echoed in Roxa's mind, "Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have arrived at the town of Rog, the beginning and the end. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a recipe for the 3-piece set of eat, drink, and use 3 sheets. The host can crush and use them directly." As the voice in Roxa's mind faded away, he also opened his eyes. At the same time, 3 sheets of paper emitting a golden glow appeared in Roxa's system space, covered in dense writing, but Roxa did not understand it. Roxia frowned, and soon a green light appeared in his palm. Before long, 3 sheets of dark golden paper appeared in Roxia's hand. Ji Yuan, seeing the scene, was a bit curious and was about to reach out to touch it when Roxia quickly crushed it with his hand. The moment he crushed it, the 3 sheets of paper ignited like flames. To outsiders, it looked as if Roxia's hand was on fire. In reality, it wasn't hot at all. Instead, 3 item recipes appeared in his mind. Gourmet tablecloth, famous Chinese cigarettes, Matai liquor. After Luo Xia finished reciting the 3 formulas, several black lines suddenly appeared on his forehead. It was obvious that Luo Xia was not satisfied with this outcome. Rorschach was deep in thought when he suddenly felt as if someone was pushing him. Roxia turned to look at Jiun and asked irritably, "Sister Jiun, what are you doing? What was that thing just now? And you didn't say anything. I feel like everyone present is too afraid to speak." Roxa glared at Jiun and said, "The 3 sheets of paper you just looked at were the synthesis formulas I had just written. If you had touched them just now, I would have ruined that one. You better behave yourself in the future." Jiun pouted. Although she didn't say anything, she still remembered it in her heart. "Old man, can you let her grandson Luffy introduce us to his partners?" Carp, who was punching Luffy repeatedly, was taken aback and then directly released the battered Luffy. Luffy finally broke free from Carp's loving iron fists, feeling immensely grateful to Roxa, with tears shimmering in his eyes. "Grandpa, and that guy over there, the Iceman and the Light Girl. Let me introduce you to my partners." Upon hearing Luffy's words, Usopp and Nami were immediately terrified and burst into tears. "Damn Luffy. What Iceman and Light Girl? They are the Navy." However, Luffy's carefree personality didn't care about Usopp and Nami's reactions. "Haha, he has Zoro, our fighter on the ship. Zoro is really strong." Luffy laughed while patting Zoro's shoulder, looking innocent in Roxa's eyes. Zoro ignored Luffy and instead picked up the 3 swords that had just been frozen and approached Roxa with a serious expression. My swords are frozen. You did this, right? Yes, I did. Who told you to be so full of killing intent? If it weren't for the fact that you're a swordsman and Karp's grandson, I would have frozen you in place. Zoro cleared his throat and asked, can you help me get the ice off my swords? Roronoa Zoro looked at the 3 swords tightly wrapped in ice, then smiled and replied, no way. I'm afraid you'll chop me. But after Luffy introduces you, I can help you defrost. By the way, I'm also a swordsman, so we can have a spar later. If you win, there will be a reward. Ratchet finished speaking and ignored Zoro, continuing to introduce Luffy. This is noMi, our ship's navigator. Luffy then pointed to Usopp beside him and laughed, saying, this guy with the long nose is Usopp, our ship's sharpshooter, and he also handles the cannon fire. Hey, don't just give people nicknames, damn it. Luffy stretched his arm in front of the blonde Sanji and cheerfully introduced him. This is our ship's cook, Sanji, and his food is the best. After all the introductions, Luffy and his crew all sat down on the chairs made by Ratchet. At this moment, Zoro, radiating killing intent, handed the 3 swords in his hand to Ratchet, asking, is it time to unfreeze them? Rorschach glanced at Zoro, but ignored him, instead handing the note he had just written to the person beside him, Ji-Yuan. Roxia leaned close to Ji-Yuan's ear and said, Sister Ji-Yuan, help me find these, preferably quickly. Hearing Roxia's voice made Ji-Yuan's ears heat up. She tightly grasped the note in her hand, and in an instant, it transformed into a pink beam of light that flew towards the Rogtown branch. After Ji-Yuan left, Roxia glanced at Zoran, standing in front of him, then extended a finger glowing with ice blue light and gently tapped the blade. The 3 swords that had been frozen solid instantly shattered as the ice melted away. Humph, didn't you say you were a swordsman too? Where's your sword? As a swordsman, it's a grave mistake not to keep your own sword on you. Rorschach was still feeling pleased about unfreezing Zoro's 3 swords. But just after the unfreezing, he heard that directionally challenged green algae head bastard accusing him. Rashia couldn't hold back any longer. So it's the green algae head, huh? Who said I don't have a knife? As Rashia spoke, the bracelet on his arm instantly transformed into a flame and floated into his hand. The fire gradually grew larger, eventually taking the shape of a knife. Rorka grinned and instantly drew the tiger hunt, the flames on the hilt flaring up, looking incredibly imposing. Come on, seaweed head. Let me see your sword skills. What kind of sword is that? And it's wrapped in flames? Zoro asked in surprise. It's nothing, just a large blade, the 21 crafts. No need to be amazed. As long as you defeat me, this thing will be yours. As Roronoa spoke, a green fruit with spiral patterns suddenly appeared in his hand. Zoro frowned slightly, saying, I don't eat devil fruits, so it's useless to me. Zoro is still somewhat smart and knew about the treasures of the sea. TCH, how many people want it but can't have it? This is a top-tier Logia fruit. Roxia raised the green fruit in his hand and said mockingly, look how much it resembles your hair, which is like green algae. Ha ha ha. As soon as Rashia spoke, Sanji, who was standing behind Zoro, couldn't help but laugh. Damn cook, stop shouting, it's so noisy. Zoro scolded Sanji, then turned around to look at Rashia with a serious expression, his fighting spirit palpable. Come on, Iceman. At this moment, both of them looked serious, and the people around gathered to the side, watching Rashia and Zoro's battle intently. Rasha held the sword with one hand, his expression sometimes serious, sometimes relaxed. However, Zoro felt that the Rasha in front of him gave off a very dangerous vibe, but compared to Mihawk, it was nothing. Ratchet held the sword in one hand, and the flames on the blade were extremely fierce. Rasha, a flame mixed with a blue sword aura, flew toward Zoro. Zoro widened his eyes as he looked at Rasha. He initially thought that such a laid-back guy would have sword skills similar to his own, but reality proved to be different from his imagination. Zoro let out a light breath of foul air, and the Snowwalk and the 3rd generation of Onitaru crossed each other, forming a cross stance. As Rashia saw this pose, his pupils dilated slightly, clearly indicating that he was aware of this move. I will use my strongest move against you. If I don't defeat you, I lose. If I do, I win. Rorka remained silent, simply holding his tiger hunt while staring at Zoro. 9 mountains and 8 seas. Those who do not cease to exist. 3-sword style ultimate technique. 3,000 worlds. As the name of the technique was shouted out, the swords in Zoro's hands spun rapidly. In just an instant, Zoro was behind Rorka, and at that moment, Rorka stiffly moved a shoulder, only to discover that his left arm had directly broken off, shattering into a pile of ice shards. Roxa fell to the ground, but before he could pretend for a while, a foot wearing navy boots directly stomped on his head, causing it to explode. Damn it, Roxa, stop pretending and get up. If you don't get up soon, I'll stomp you to pieces. Ji said loudly, completely unconcerned about her ladylike image. However, as soon as Ji words fell, Roxa's body, which had exploded into a pile of ice fragments, began to spin in place in front of everyone. In the end, Roxa successfully recovered. Zoro, who had just untied his headscarf, smiled helplessly, feeling as if he had known this would happen in advance. Nature type? That's really tempting, Zoro murmured. As soon as Luo Xia recovered, he glared at the proud-looking Ji and thought, how infuriating. Can't you let me act for a bit? Then Luo Xia casually pointed. Didn't you see that 3 fools over there already believe it? Ji looked up, and those 3 were Usopp, Luffy, and noMi. Do you still want what you asked for? Ji lifted the bundle at her hand. The bundle was stuffed full, clearly containing many items inside. Yes, of course. How can I not want it? Roxia smiled as he took it. At that moment, Carp, who had been silent, stepped forward and curiously looked at the bundle in Roxia's hand, asking, Hey kid, are you able to make something new again? Roxia ignored him and instead sat down on his ice chair. Then Roxia waved his hands, and a round table appeared instantly. At that moment, Roxia looked around and said loudly, Come sit, Carp's grandson's pirate crew. Bang! Before Luffy and the others could react, they heard a loud bang. You little brat, speak properly. Lusha painfully covered his head and said with a pained expression, Then, Straw Hat crew, come and sit down. He. In no time, the round table was filled, with Sanji, who had hardly been noticeable, and Zoro, who had been played with, both sitting on chairs. Rorschach looked around before finally opening the package, and what caught his eye was a set of sea tower stone handcuffs, with a total of 3 pairs of them. Roxia pouted and casually picked up the sea stone handcuffs, saying, What I want are pieces, not handcuffs. This big chunk would waste so much material. Stop giving me nonsense. This is what I threatened that smoker guy to get. You better shut up, or I'll beat you to death. Ahem, actually it can still be used. Besides the sea stone, there is also a small bag of tobacco, a handful of sorghum, and a carpet. Jiwon didn't know what Roxia wanted these for, but since it was Roxia's request, he was trying his best to find them. However, these items all had one characteristic. There were plenty of them. Rorschach's lips twitched, and finally he extended his hands, which emitted a faint blue glow. Ratchet held a piece of Hailu stone in one hand and a bag of sorghum in the other. In an instant, both items vanished without a trace. About a minute later, bottles of white liquor suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and there were no labels, just the words Matai on the bottle. Luffy was exceptionally excited about the suddenly appearing items, saying, Wow, I can't believe so many things can appear out of nowhere. Iceman, you're really interesting. Ratchet smiled slightly and gestured. This time, we've synthesized a brand new liquor. You could give it a try. Upon hearing it was alcohol, Zoro, who was about to doze off, instantly perked up. He grabbed a bottle, opened the cap, and tilted his head back to drink. Galugulu. Seeing that Zoro had already started drinking, Luffy, Shiwan, and Carp all grabbed a bottle as well and began drinking in the same manner. However, after taking a few sips, they all had a common reaction. Coughing, intense coughing. Roxia helplessly covered his head and said with a silly expression, Are you guys idiots? This wine is not the same as what you usually drink. Sip it slowly, you idiots. As soon as Roxia finished speaking, Carp, Jiwon, Luffy, and Zoro each began to cough louder and louder. Even their faces started to turn increasingly red, seeing that these people were all so flushed. noMi cautiously tugged at Roxia's navy coat and weakly asked, Mr. Navy, are they really okay like this? Rochester raised an eyebrow. Is this little thief questioning me? Rorschach was about to turn his head to respond when he heard a deep shout beside him. Awesome. The old man had never drunk such delicious wine. Even the wine stolen from the Warring States period wasn't this good. Roxa looked at the expressions of the people in front of him, and indeed, one by one, they were glowing with health, completely unlike the severe coughing they had just shown. Especially Ziwan, whose eyes were sparkling. Suddenly, a large hand heavily patted Roxa's shoulder. Laughing loudly, Ha ha ha, Roxa, what you synthesized this time is really good, compared to the wine I've had before. Those were as bland as water. Old man, that hurts. Let go of me quickly. Oh. Roxia rolled his eyes, rubbed his shoulders, and inwardly complained, Is this old man's armament color even integrated into his skin? As more and more people started drinking, even Usopp and noMi, who never drank, began to sip cautiously. However, their reactions weren't as intense as Zoro's. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away in a bush, 2 men dressed in white, holding binoculars, were silently observing Roxia. The government actually sent us to monitor this guy named Roxia. Although the things he synthesizes are all good, is it really necessary to pay so much attention to him? But that alcohol he just synthesized seems to be really good. Judging by Carp's expression, I really want to try it. Stop thinking about it. The government only asked us to monitor and investigate him, not to interact with him. If you dare to get close, Carp's iron fist won't be gentle. That's true. Anyway, his light swords have been entertaining those celestial dragons quite well. On the other side, Luo was currently holding a large bag of tobacco and sea prism stone. His hands emitted a rich blue glow, and in no time, everything in his hands vanished before everyone's eyes. About a few seconds later, around 200 cigarettes suddenly appeared on the table, this time without any packaging, just scattered on the table. Sanji, sitting opposite Luo Xia, lit up with excitement upon seeing the cigarettes. Quick as a flash, he grabbed one from the table and lit it up. He understood that since the alcohol synthesized by this Navy man was so good, this unfamiliar cigarette must also be excellent. Luo Xia looked around and finally left about 10 cigarettes on the table, putting the rest into his space. However, he was surprised to find that, apart from Sanji and Jiyuan, no one else in the room smoked. Jiyuan tentatively picked up a cigarette, and with a flash of light from her hand, she instantly lit it. Taking a deep breath, the smoke filled her lungs, and Jiyuan revealed a satisfied smile, clearly enjoying it. What is the cigarette called, Luo Xia? How would I know? Perhaps noticing Jiyuan's death glare, Luo Xia quickly changed his words. It's not named yet. Let's just call it a cigarette for simplicity. Meanwhile, Sanji was puffing away like he was addicted, but Luo Xia knew that in the pirate world, cigarettes were like smoke. Except for cigars, which had strength, those thin cigarettes were practically powerless. So now Sanji was finally experiencing the joy of being a man. All right, you little brat. I'm not interested in cigarettes. What's next? Hurry up. Roches pouted and then waved his hands, and almost instantly, something resembling a carpet appeared on the round table. Carp asked in confusion, is this a carpet? Oh man, it's really scary how uncultured you are. Bang! Before Roches could finish his explanation, a heavy punch landed on his head, making him see stars. After regaining his senses, Roches wanted to get angry, but after thinking for a moment, he introduced the tablecloth in front of him, saying it was a gourmet tablecloth, a good thing he had thought of for a long time. It's definitely a must-have item for killing and looting when going out. As long as you say what you want to eat, it will instantly appear in front of you. Luffy looked confused, but that didn't stop him from hearing the word eat. Hee, I want ramen meat. Luffy said a bunch of food, and his companions looked at him as if he were a fool. Luffy, this is just a tablecloth. How could there be food? Aren't you being ignored? Nami and T finished speaking when a series of bang 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 sounds followed. The ingredients Luffy had just frantically ordered appeared before everyone like bamboo shoots after a rain, filling the entire ice table. The Straw Hat crew was shocked by the scene. At this moment, there was no fear or caution in Nami's eyes, only admiration. She even thought about how much these inventions and items would be worth if sold. If you keep looking at me with that expression, I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Roches said coldly. By the way, Nami, who originally had a look with a belly symbol in her eyes, suddenly wilted. Wow, it's really meat. So much meat. Ice Guy, you're amazing. Although Luffy's mouth was stuffed full, he didn't forget to keep praising Roches. As time passed, Roches and the others had already been waiting here for several hours. Hey, old man, we should go back, right? If we stay any longer, I'm afraid I really want to be able to help, but catch this brat. Then let us go, you little brat. Rasha dragged the lazy carp to Jiyuan's side, putting a hand on her shoulder. Let's go, Jiyuan, eh? Hey, Iceman, you're quite interesting. How about joining my pirate crew? Luffy cheerfully invited. Rasha, who had originally looked helpless, suddenly had a cold glint in his eyes, but someone was quicker to act. Jiyuan raised one hand, and a pink energy ball shot towards Luffy at high speed. Boom! The pink energy ball exploded upon contact with Luffy, sending up a faint black smoke, but it didn't seem to cause much harm. Pirates, be careful with your words, or you might find yourselves in jail. Although Jiyuan spoke gently, anyone from the Straw Hat crew who wasn't foolish could sense the coldness in her words. Roxa was trained by the Garden himself. And you want him to become a pirate? Then you pirates should report to the prison first. Time flies, and the next morning arrived. Roxio was still sound asleep when he was suddenly yanked up by a tremendous force and shaken violently. Feeling this immense power, Roxia instantly opened his eyes, only to see Smoker shaking him with a serious expression. Upon seeing Smoker shaking him while holding a cigarette, Roxia exploded with anger. Damn, Smoker, do you want to get punched? Ratchet's shoulders automatically dropped Smoker's palms, and the clothes that were originally grabbed shattered into pieces of ice and automatically moved towards Ratchet. Rockhat patted himself and glared angrily at Smoker. Damn, Smoker, you're finished. How dare you disturb my sleep? You're done for. Smoker looked disdainful. I woke you up because Jiuyin Zhongjiang told me that you have the freshly made cigarettes from yesterday. Give me 2 to smoke. Rasha waved his hand, an icy aura erupting from his body as his right arm lunged at Smoker like a giant serpent. You damn smoke addict. If you don't let me beat you up today, don't even think about leaving this door. The commotion quickly attracted all the Marines from the base, including Vice Admiral Jiuyin and Karp. But no one dared to enter Smoker's exclusive room. Indeed, the room where Rasha had slept last night was Smoker's. As the commander of the base, not a single Marine dared to step forward. Hey. It sounds like that Brigadier General from headquarters is about to fight our smoke boss. Of course, with so many people gathered, they all heard the noise from inside. I wonder if the smoke boss can win? Not certain. The opponent is a Brigadier General, after all. The smoke boss must have done something to provoke that familiar-looking Brigadier General into such a rage. The Marines discussed who would win between Smoker and Rasha, but most believed their boss would come out on top. Unlike the noise outside, inside the room, Rasha's icy aura instantly froze the entire space, making escape impossible. You bastard. I'm determined to beat you today. Huh, your fruit won't work on me. As he spoke, Rasha activated his ice fruit again, freezing his face while leaving only his eyes visible, making it look like he was wearing a mask from a distance. Smoke serpent. Smoker was enveloped in swirling smoke, his arm transforming into a massive serpent of smoke that charged at Rasha. The smoke wafting through the air intentionally and unintentionally entered Rasha's nose and mouth. But Smoker's eyes widened as he fixated on the mask on Rasha's face, seemingly deep in thought. Haha, I was already prepared for this move. I call a smoke mask. As the smoke serpent's attack came in, Rasha waved his hand, and a massive ice shield appeared in front of him, rendering the weak smoke serpent completely ineffective. Roxia's lips curled slightly upwards, and the icy blue light in his hand surged. Instantly, chains formed from condensed cold air appeared in his palm. The chains swiftly shot toward Smog, but in the next second, the previously frozen door flew up and crashed toward Roxia. Roches tilted her head slightly to dodge the big door that was about to crash down. Roxia looked up and saw 2 figures at the door. Old man, Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan stared at Roxia, her eyes filled with warnings. Are you 2 planning to blow up this branch? Roxia glanced around and found that the room was frozen all around by him. Some papers had cracked due to the freezing, and the office cabinets were scattered with wood chips from the aftermath of the Two's battle. The entire office was messy, giving off a sense of being bombarded. See this, you 2 bastards? If you don't stop, are you going to blow up the entire base? Ji Yuan sternly reprimanded them, and this continued for more than 10 minutes. At first, the 2 had their heads held high, but now they all lowered their heads. All right, get up, you 2 troublemakers. You weren't obedient at headquarters, and now you're still not at the branch. Once the 2 stood up, Roxia curled his lips, and with a flash of green light in his hand, piles of berries appeared in the previously dilapidated office. Here, 10 million berries should be enough to repair the office. Roxia pointed to the pile of berries in front of him. Moreover, Roxia specifically placed about 100 cigarettes on top of the pile of money. Smoker, who was about to refuse, surprisingly nodded. Then, Smoker released smoke from his hands and directly took the more than 100 cigarettes from the top. Dasky, where have you been? Smoker's impatient voice came through. Coming. Dasky reported. What orders do you have, Colonel Smoker? Smoker pointed to the pile of cash in front of Roxia and said, take this money and find a craftsman to restore the office to its original state. Dasky looked at the pile of berries and couldn't help but swallow, then assured yes. This little interlude soon passed, and at this moment, Roxia and the other 3 were enjoying the things Roxia made for them yesterday in a cool place. In particular, Smoker was now smoking not a cigar, but the cigarettes made by Roxia. Roxia, give me a few thousand more. Roxia, who was originally drinking and smoking, instantly stood up at Smoker's words, staring at him with what seemed to be a murderous gaze. You bastard Smoker, do you know how many materials this requires? Smoker rolled his eyes. It's fine. I've already asked Dasky to buy it. You just need to help me synthesize it. Anyway, you'll have to synthesize it when you return to headquarters. Smoker seemed to envision the expressions of the generals at headquarters, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. But in Roxia's eyes, that was nothing but a blatant provocation. At that moment, a crisp female voice said in their ears, you 2, since both of you are at fault this time, you should have written a self-criticism. However, because you resolved the issue quickly, this time it's canceled. If their essay next time, you will have to write a self-criticism, and it won't be an exception. Roxia and Smoker exchanged a glance, their eyes seeming to accuse each other. Report. Suddenly, a youthful female voice came from behind, and the four turned to see Dasky, accompanied by 4 Navy soldiers carrying a pile of tobacco. Dasky held a pair of sea-prism stone handcuffs in her hands and raised them towards Smoker. Upon seeing this, Carp, Luo Xia, and Jiuyin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Roches pointed at Smoker and said, "That guy, that Smoker, is a devil fruit user. Why don't you just put it on the table?" Hearing Roches' reminder, Dasky slapped herself and said, "I'm sorry, Colonel Smoker, I forgot." Luo Xia looked at the tobacco being pulled by the small cart in front of him, feeling completely dazed. His hesitant expression, with his hand reaching out and then retracting, made Carp and Jiuyin laugh. "Luo Xia, what are you doing? Hurry up. What are you thinking?" Luo Xia glared at Smoker and irritably pointed at the tobacco in front of him, saying, "You Smoker, can't you see this cart full of tobacco? Are you expecting me to synthesize it handful by handful? If you want cigarettes, just shut up, otherwise don't smoke." Upon hearing this, Smoker, who originally wanted to mock Luo Xia, was instantly rendered speechless. Luo Xia looked at the tobacco in front of him and tried to grab a handful, but what happened next surprised him greatly. As the green light appeared in Luo Xia's hand, it gradually enveloped the clump of tobacco, and then the green light slowly spread to the entire vehicle, wrapping up all the tobacco inside. "So it can be done like this." Roches smiled confidently, holding tobacco in his left hand and Hailu stone in his right. In an instant, the object wrapped in a green glow disappeared from its original spot. About 10 minutes later, countless cigarettes suddenly fell on his Smoker's head from the originally empty table. Rorschach roughly calculated that there were actually more than 2,000. Rorschach waved his hand, and 1/3 of the cigarette in front of Smoker instantly disappeared. "Hey, you little punk, what are you doing? Did you see that?" "Of course I took it back." Rokia pointed at the cigarette in front of Smoker and said, "You have enough of those. Even though you have the smoke fruit, using your fruit's abilities might require smoke. But smoking this much could really kill you." Smoker's mouth twitched. He did not agree with Rokia's wild imagination. Without hesitation, Smoker threw a punch. But Rokia quickly raised his arm, and a round shield blocked Smoker's attack. Just as Smoker was about to continue, Jiuyin hurriedly stopped him and said, "Hey, do you two want to get beaten up? Still fighting?" Roxia raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, saying, "I didn't do anything, Jiuyin. Don't talk nonsense." Jiuyin waved her hand, stood up, and said, "The ship at the port is ready. We can return to the Navy headquarters now." At this moment, Carp, who had been silent all along, spoke up. "I've figured it out. You two are definitely going to fight when you get together. I don't know what's going on with you two." An hour later, under the farewell of the Navy, Roxia finally set sail slowly from Rogtown on Carp's dog-headed warship. Since the props Roxia synthesized were very compatible with the warship, its speed was unusually fast. Roxa, wearing sunglasses, looked at the distant sea and realized that Rogtown was no longer visible. He turned his gaze to the side where Carp was munching on rice crackers. "Hey, old man." Carp paused his hand and asked him, "Kit, what's up? That straw hat kid, Luffy, really seems to be your grandson. Isn't that obvious? If he's not my grandson, whose grandson could he be?" Rasha smiled slightly and asked, "Since he's your grandson, why don't you teach him hockey? You wouldn't want your grandson to get killed, would you?" Although Rasha spoke casually, Carp still sensed the seriousness in his tone. Carp put down the senbei in his hand and, after a long silence, slowly said, "Both of my grandsons have become pirates. Since they've chosen the path of a pirate, it's their own decision. I have no right to interfere. They must walk each step on their own." Rorschach hesitated and said, "You won't be one of those who can't teach, right? Like someone who is extremely powerful but has no idea how to teach their disciples." As soon as Rasha finished speaking, a steel fist struck towards his head, but Rasha still took a heavy punch. Bang! Rasha's head quickly swelled up with a large bump, and he covered his head in pain. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Who hit someone using hockey?" Rasha protested. Jiguan covered her mouth and chuckled. "Stinky Rasha, who told you to dare to expose Vice Admiral Carp? Now you know the consequences, right?" Lying on the ground, Rasha felt like crying without tears. If he had known, he would have stayed far away. Bogart, standing on the deck surveying the sea, tentatively asked Rasha, "Brigadier General Rasha, do you need me to carry you to the infirmary?" "It's fine. No need. This punch is soft and can't hurt me at all." Although he said that, Rasha's body was very honest. As soon as he stood up, he lifted the deck chair next to him and brought it to Jiguan. Time passed quickly, and 2 days later, Rasha and the others successfully returned to the Navy headquarters port. As soon as they arrived at the headquarters, Jiguan didn't even greet anyone and jumped off the warship, running towards the Navy office building. Her purpose this time was to borrow money. That's right, borrow money. Because Rasha had already reminded Jiguan countless times on the ship to pay for the fruit. She was in such a hurry to borrow money. Roxia stood in place watching the running Jiuyin, revealing a knowing smile. It seemed the money would be in soon. Meanwhile, Jiyuan quickly ran into the Navy office building, heading straight for Crane's office. Knock, knock, knock. Cool. As soon as Jiyuan entered the office, she sat breathlessly in a chair. Seeing this, Crane hurriedly stood up and approached Jiyuan, asking with concern, Jiyuan, what's wrong? Didn't you go to Lowtown with Xia and Carp? Why are you back so soon? After finishing a glass of water, Jiyuan hesitantly spoke, Sister Crane, can you lend me 70 million berries? Crane frowned and asked, are you short on money? That shouldn't be the case. I remember you still had a few tens of millions. Did you buy too many clothes recently? Crane asked Jiyuan like a mother, but her tone was filled with concern. Seeing this, Jiyuan felt that Crane might have misunderstood something, so she quickly said, no. I didn't buy clothes randomly. I bought something really powerful. Oh, something really powerful? Jiyuan nodded. That's right, but I still owe that seller 100 million. Jiyuan spoke somewhat unconfidently, appearing quite shy. The mention of something worth 100 million piqued Crane's interest. She wondered what could possibly be worth that much. In today's world, aside from devil fruits, it could only be ships or weapons. Jiyuan couldn't have spent 100 million on a devil fruit. Could she? What kind of fruit could be worth that much? A Zoan-type fruit, perhaps? Crane hesitated and asked Jiyuan, did you really buy a devil fruit on credit for 100 million? You should know very well what kind of devil fruit could be worth that much, right? Crane's expression gradually became serious. Jiyuan awkwardly smiled and quickly waved her hand. Sister Crane, even though I spent 100 million on a devil fruit, this devil fruit is still very suitable for me. But who told me to accidentally eat it like a fruit? The seller asking for 100 million isn't wrong, right? After Jiyuan finished speaking, Crane was stunned on the spot. Once she realized, Crane urgently asked, what kind of devil fruit did you eat? It can't be a Zoan type, right? If you're going to eat one, you should have chosen a Logia type or maybe a mythical Zoan type. Crane was practically dying to grab Jiyuan by the neck and make her spit it out. Roxia broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. When dealing with Sister Jiyuan couldn't just give her a beating like she did with Roxia. Roxia, so I deserve to be beaten by you, huh? In the end, I was the one who misplaced my trust. Ahem, wait for me a moment, Sister. I'll bring the seller over. You wait for me in the office. Just as Jiyuan was about to leave, she was pulled back by he. Jiyuan turned around and saw he looking serious as he said, I'm going with you. I want to see which unscrupulous shopkeeper dares to sell you an animal-type devil fruit. He said this while pulling Jiyuan out of the office. Meanwhile, as soon as Roxia returned to the Carp Villa, he lay down on the soft sofa, feeling quite comfortable. The soft sofa is so much better. The lounge chair is too hard. It feels like I'm going to break. I wonder when Sister Jiyuan will give me that 100 million berries. If she dares not to give it to me today, then for each day overdue, I'll raise it by another 100 million. Let's see if she still dares to default. Rorschach was muttering to himself while Carp was sipping Mao Tai on the other side of the sofa, enjoying it immensely. Just as Carp was drinking, a loud noise made his wine glass tremble. He put down his glass and looked toward the door, where Sengoku was striding confidently toward them. However, Carp noticed that Sengoku's eyes seemed to be shining, and he was fixated on the wine glass in Carp's hand. When Sengoku sat down next to Carp on the single sofa, he snatched the wine bottle from the table. Then he began to gulp it down, a sight that even made Rorschach's corners of his mouth twitch. It's over. Marshal Sengoku is about to make a fool of himself, but I love watching this. At that moment, as Sengoku was savoring the special taste of the Mao Tai, he suddenly felt an itch in his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Sengoku started to cough violently. Seeing Sengoku cough, Carp and Rorschach exchanged a glance and burst into laughter without any regard for their image. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. After they laughed enough, they looked up to see Sengoku staring at them fiercely. Rorschach swallowed hard, then got up and jogged over, flipping his hands to place hundreds of cigarettes in front of Warring States. Rorschach said with a smile, Warlord of the Warring States, this is my latest synthesized cigarette. It has a unique flavor. You can give it a try. By the way, that liquor is called Matai. It's stronger than all other liquors. You should sip it slowly. After Rasha finished speaking, he ran back to his sofa, burying his entire head into it, pretending to be dead. Carp laughed heartily and patted Rasha on the shoulder, saying casually, you brat, with me here, what are you afraid of? Besides, this is my territory. Sengoku didn't pay any attention to Carp. He picked up a cigarette and examined it closely. He discovered that the cigarette Rasha had placed in front of him was thinner than a cigar and had a very unique scent. Sengoku had never smoked such a cigarette before. He immediately took out a metal lighter, struck it gently, and lit one. After taking a deep drag, The smoke filled his lungs, and Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the cigarette in his hand. Good smoke. This is better than any cigarette I've ever smoked, and it has a refreshing effect, perfect for smoking while working, Sengoku praised. However, Rasha, hiding his head in the sofa, rolled his eyes in silence, thinking, this thing has a refreshing effect? Then how come Rasha, didn't know it all? I smoke quite a bit too. Sengoku continued to smoke one after another until he reached the fifth cigarette when Karp's door was suddenly kicked open. Just as Karp was about to get angry, he saw Crane walk in with Ji Yuan, both looking serious. They looked as if they had come to settle a score. Karp frowned but said nothing. At that moment, Ji Yuan stepped forward and pointed at Rasha, who was hiding in the sofa, and said, "That's the guy hiding his head." Crane narrowed her eyes at the figure and said, "Why did you trick my sister into eating the devil fruit?" Rasha, who was almost asleep, wanted to come out when he heard Ji Yuan's voice, but at that moment, he unexpectedly heard Crane's voice. Roxia turned around slowly to face the two women, frowning as he asked, "General Crane, General Peach Rabbit, what do you mean by this? What do you mean I tricked General Peach Rabbit into eating the devil fruit? Shouldn't you be bringing the money over? I gave you such a powerful devil fruit, and you're playing tricks on me?" On the opposite side, Ji-Yuan listened to Roxia's hurtful words, feeling a tremor in her heart involuntarily. Just as she was about to defend herself, Roxia continued, "Marshal Sengoku, what I gave to General Peach Rabbit was a Logia-type fruit. Of course, it wasn't me who forced him to eat it. He snatched it himself. If you don't believe me, ask old man Karp." Understanding the reason behind the situation, Sengoku turned his gaze to Karp. The implication was clear. Karp glanced at Ji-Yuan and then nodded. Indeed, Peach Rabbit had eaten a fruit similar to Borsalino's. Very strong. Hearing Karp say this, Sengoku and Crane's expressions grew serious. The two of them looked at Ji-Yuan together, and it was only then that Ji-Yuan reacted, quickly activating her ability. A pink glow slowly emanated from her hands as she mimicked Borsalino's way of condensing the Amatsu no Kusanagi. In no time, she really managed to condense a pink, which looked extremely beautiful. Originally, Crane was still angry, but when she saw it with her own eyes, she finally believed it. Now it was Crane who stood there at a loss, her face unusually embarrassed. Rorschach snorted and said, "Seeing is believing, right? Who tricked Major Taudu?" Roxa deliberately bit down hard on the words Peach Rabbit General. General Crane looked guilty, and suddenly it seemed like she thought of something. She quickly pulled out a golden card from her pocket, which was clearly a special bank card from Tianlong Bank. "Roxa, we will pay this 100 million. 100 million isn't enough. How about 500 million? Upon hearing this, everyone present did not react as Roxa had expected, shouting and making a fuss. Instead, General Crane smiled and readily agreed. This left Roxa stunned for a moment, but soon she returned to normal. "Ahem. Well then, since you all have no objections, when can you give it to me?" She shook the golden Tianlong bank card in her hand and smiled. "We can transfer 500 million belly to your Tianlong bank card right now." Roxia hesitated for a moment before nodding. After all, the last time he had directly collected 300 million berries in cash in front of Ji-Yuan. If Ji-Yuan weren't sometimes not good at thinking, she would definitely suspect it. So this time, Roxia decided not to take cash. After discussing everything, the five of them sat on the sofa at Kapu's house, drinking and smoking. Ji-Yuan sat beside Roxia and whispered, Sorry, I completely forgot I had this ability on the way here. It's like I've forgotten how to think." "Roxia, you won't blame me, will you?" Rorschach listened to the deliberately raised voice of Ji-Yuan and felt goosebumps all over. "All right, I've known what kind of person you are for a long time, but it doesn't matter. I won't stoop to a woman's level." Ji-Yuan instinctively clenched her fists, then relaxed them. Her sister Crane was here, and she couldn't afford to be scolded again. Roxia lay carefree on the sofa, looking as if he was deep in thought. "Oh no, this is it. Something similar to the Pika Pika noMi has been exposed. What will the celestial dragons and the world government do now? Will he be captured and made a slave? Should he escape from the Navy in a few days and become a pirate?" As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Roxia quickly extinguished it. If he became a pirate, Sengoku could send 3 admirals to capture him. Of course, everyone present had no idea what Roxia was thinking. At this moment, Sengoku and Tsuru seemed to be discussing something, speaking in hushed tones, and even Ji-Yuan felt they were communicating through their eyes. Before long, Tsuru adjusted her posture and looked at Ji-Yuan with a serious expression. Ji-Yuan was taken aback and immediately asked, "Sister Tsuru? Marshal Sengoku, do you have something to discuss?" The two nodded in unison, and then Tsuru asked, "Is the fruit Roxia gave you capable of only making weapons? Or does it have abilities similar to Borsalino's?" They needed to confirm this, as it concerned the Navy's combat strength. Jiyuan felt a bit uneasy under their gaze, and, just as he was about to speak, a sword enveloped in swirling flames swung toward him. Jiyuan didn't react in time, but the sword surprisingly passed through his shoulder and continued through his body. After everything was concealed, the tiger hunter transformed back into a bracelet. However, Sengoku and Tsuru were left stunned by the scene. A figure suddenly popped into their minds. The figure was wearing a yellow striped suit, had a lewd smile on his face, and his fingers glimmered with golden light. It was Kizura. Sengoku exclaimed, "Isn't this the Pika Pika noMi?" Tsuru turned her gaze to the sleeping Roxia and asked, "Roxia, where did you find this fruit? How come it has the exact same characteristics as the Pika Pika noMi?" Hearing Sister Tsuru asking Roxia, Jiyuan gently nudged him. "Hey, Roxia, wake up." Roxia groggily opened her eyes and looked at Jin. "Hey, Jiyuan, why are you pushing me?" Just a moment ago, Sister he had said that it took Jiyuan a minute to explain his meaning to Roxia. However, in the end, she added, "Can you talk about how you got the fruit?" Roxia, who initially wanted to make up a story, instantly turned pale, thinking, "How am I supposed to make this up?" "You." Roxia opened her mouth and finally sighed in silence, pointing at the opposing Sengoku and General Crane. One is a wise strategist, and the other is the great advisor, General Crane. If you hadn't said that last sentence just now, I might have been able to bluff my way through. But now you, this foolish woman, do you think I can still get away with it? In the end, Roxia added, "You, this foolish woman, still called General Crane your sister. I think you're just a muddle-headed fool." Rasha's outburst made it clear to Sengoku and Tsuru. The two exchanged glances and then turned their attention to Jiyuan, asking, "Jiyuan, where did this fruit come from?" Such an obvious conversation left no room for doubt. And if they still couldn't see the implications, then these two had truly lived in vain. Jiyuan glanced at Rasha, who was pretending to nap with his eyes closed, and finally said slowly, "Well, this is something Rasha told me, but at the time, I thought it was just a joke, so I didn't take it seriously." The two across from him stared intently at Jiyuan. Rasha said, "This is similar to Admiral Kizuru's fruit, which was made from the energy he extracted from his light orb during the last encounter." As soon as these words were spoken, apart from the three who already knew, both Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru were shocked, their eyes wide open. It felt as if an atomic bomb had exploded in their hearts. Sengoku, still in disbelief, asked, "Little Rasha, is this really true?" Ratchet squinted his eyes and waved his hand towards the door. In an instant, Karp's door was frozen, ensuring that no sound would escape. After doing all this, Ratchet glanced at the two people across from him. The foolish woman had already spoken. What more could I say? Boom. Sengoku and Tsuru, after confirming the answer with the person involved, looked as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell, their faces filled with shock. Rorschach didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he started drinking with the old man Karp. The two of them took turns, enjoying their drinks quite a bit. After about 5 minutes, the two who had been motionless seemed to come to life. Sengoku was even more ecstatic, with a grin so wide it looked like he could fit a warship in his mouth. "So, little Rorschach, how many devil fruits can you produce now? I mean, how many can you synthesize?" Rorschach's eyes rolled around, and then he slowly said, "About a few each year? A few each year?" Roshas revealed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. "What's wrong? Do you want something, Marshal Sengoku?" Marshal Sengoku nodded repeatedly. He understood that with Roshas' abilities alone, he could match several top generals. What is the devil fruit? It is the most mysterious thing on the sea, the most coveted and sought-after item. It can be said that as long as one obtains a devil fruit, even the most ordinary Zoan-type fruit can lead to a qualitative leap in strength for an ordinary person. Moreover, Roshas can now synthesize Logia-type fruits. How could that not excite Sengoku? Since the Marshal of War wants it, then? Rokahu paused for a moment, then slowly said, "Then let's give Admiral Sengoku a discount. 400 million berries for each fruit. No more." Puffed. The wine that Sengoku had just sipped instantly sprayed out, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Roxia waved his hand, and the wine that had been sprayed out instantly turned into ice particles that scattered on the table, making a clang, clang, clang sound. "No, Roxia, do you want money?" That tone was filled with disbelief, even a bit of confusion. Roxia nodded with a smile. "That's right. Are you trying to get it for free, Admiral Sengoku?" Before Sengoku could respond, Roxia continued, "You should know that synthesizing it is extremely dangerous. The last time I held that light ball, almost blew me up. That was Admiral Kizuru's light ball. The power of that should be enough to knock me out cold, right? So, you must pay me, and if you don't, there won't be any fruits for you. Not even one," Roxia said with a serious expression. After hearing all this, Sengoku opened his mouth, but ultimately closed it helplessly. Upon careful consideration, Sengoku realized it was true. He was risking his life to extract elements, which was indeed a dangerous task. If he didn't pay, would he still have any face left? With that thought, Sengoku's expression gradually became serious. All right, each one for 400 million. I, Sengoku, am not the type to take something without paying. Beside them, Jiyuan suddenly knocked on his head as if he had an epiphany. Oh right, Admiral Sengoku. After eating this fruit, you can also go underwater. Sengoku, confused, scratched his head and asked, what do you mean by going underwater? Well, normally, devil fruits can't touch water. But Roxia's has no such side effects. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Jiyuan nodded seriously. Oh right, I almost forgot. Since this thing has no side effects, it should be 800 million, Jiyuan reminded him. And Sengoku almost forgot. Just as Sengoku was about to speak, he hesitated. This was such a good fruit. How could he dare to negotiate? This was a fruit without side effects. It was worth every penny. He could just deduct a little from the military budget every month to get it. And if that didn't work, he could ask the Gorosei. Sengoku thought to himself. However, he had no intention of letting those old guys know. Right now, Roxia was like a treasure in Sengoku's heart. If those 5 old geezers found out, it would definitely spell trouble. Since Admiral Sengoku is so straightforward, then you can wait a few more months. I'm not ready to make this thing right now. All right. Although Sengoku was eager, if he had it now, he wouldn't even know who to give it to. Ultimately, the conversation ended on a pleasant note. Roxa and Sengoku stood up to send the 3 out, but just as they reached the door, Sengoku suddenly paused. Right? The world government wants the latest alcohol and cigarettes that you've developed. Roxa? Before Roxa could retort, Sengoku continued. They said that the materials will be sent over by CP soon, and this time the payment is 1 billion. Initially, Roxa was quite resistant to the world government wanting his things, but when Sengoku mentioned the latter part, Roxa couldn't help but be pleased. 1 billion. Let those guys from the world government send it over later. Sengoku frowned slightly and instinctively glanced at Carp, feeling that Roxa was somewhat similar to that guy Carp. Was it just his impression? After Sengoku left, Vice Admiral Tsuru smilingly invited. Let us go, Roxa. Come with us to the Celestial Dragon Bank to transfer some money into your Celestial Dragon Bank card. Then let us go. The 4 of them strolled through the most bustling area of the Navy headquarters. Before long, Carp, Roxa, Jiyuan, and Tsuru arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Dragon Bank. Roxia looked at the ordinary Tianlong Bank in front of him with surprise and complained, I thought that group of dogs, the Tianlong people, would build some kind of impressive bank, but it turns out to be just ordinary. As Roxia's complaints continued, Carp, who had initially looked down on him, suddenly brightened up upon hearing Roxia's remarks. He felt he had found a kindred spirit. Ha, that brat speaks well. Carp patted Roxia's shoulder vigorously. Admiral Crane turned around and said, make sure not to talk nonsense inside. This is the territory of Tianlong Bank. Got it. All right. The 2 nodded obediently. The 4 of them walked towards Tianlong Bank. As soon as they arrived, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit with his eyes squinted and a small mustache approached the 4. Admiral Crane, Admiral Carp, Admiral Jiyuan, and this Brigadier General Roxia. Welcome to our Tianlong Bank. Our Tianlong Bank is backed by the world government and holds the most wealth in the world. Whether you want to deposit or withdraw money, you could trust us at Tianlong Bank. You can call me Manager Shu. Rorschach's mouth twitched wildly. I have to say this sharp-nosed, monkey-faced guy really does look just like a rat from a gutter. This surname really suits him. As Luo Xia took advantage of a few people still talking to look around the interior of the Tianlong Bank, he was greatly surprised. Although the outside looked exactly like the nearby buildings, with just 4 additional words saying Tianlong Bank, the inside was worlds apart from the exterior. The interior was resplendent, and every corner was polished to a shine, as if it had been cleaned daily, looking impeccably neat. Moreover, the opulence was astonishing. Luo Xia wondered to himself, could all this splendor be made of gold? If that were the case, the pirates specializing in robbing the Tianlong Bank would surely become incredibly wealthy. Just as Luo Xia was lost in thought, a cool little hand tugged at him. And when he turned to look, it was actually Ji Yuan grabbing him. Rasha asked, what's wrong? Jin pointed to the mouse manager, saying that guy wants to help you open the card. Otherwise, you won't be able to transfer. Luo Xia followed the direction of the finger pointed by Ji Yuan, and that sleazy guy was signaling for him to come inside. Roxia was not being coy and strode towards the counter, with Carp and the others following suit. Manager Mouse smiled and said, Brigadier General Roxia, I need a hair from you for production. Could you please pull one out? Oh, Roches casually pulled out a hair and handed it to Manager Mouse. Then he walked towards the counter inside. Rorschach looked at the three people beside him and asked, "Is this thing similar to the method of making life paper?" "That's right. And you can also make life paper here. Do you want to make some?" Ji Yuan asked. Roxia shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'm not interested in this." About 10 minutes later, the shifty-eyed manager came out holding a card that emitted a golden glow. The manager, smiling, extended his hand towards General He and said, "Ms. He, please take out your Dragon Bank gold card." "Okay. Transfer 500 million into Roxia's bank card." The manager nodded and said, "All right, Ms. He." He took the two cards to a machine that resembled an iron ball with slots on both sides for the gold cards, and a display in the middle showing the balance in Bailey. As the manager inserted the gold card, he lowered his head and tapped away, and the long string of numbers in the middle rapidly decreased. This process lasted about a minute. After a minute, the manager finally returned the cards to Roxia and the others. "Ms. He, Brigadier General Roxia, your card now contains a total of 500 million Bailey. The related fees have been deducted from Ms. He's card, totaling 500,000 Bailey. Is there anything else you need help with?" General He shook her head and said, "No, we're good. We'll be leaving now. Wishing you prosperous business." "Okay, goodbye." Before they left, the manager bowed as a gesture of politeness. After exiting the Dragon Bank, Carp chewed on some rice crackers and complained, "That guy always has a smile on his face. It makes my fists itch." "Old man, did that shifty-looking guy offend you?" Carp shook his head and replied, "Not at all. He just looks ugly." Rasha shook his head helplessly. The old man Carp really has a personality. Rasha arrived at the Navy headquarters 2 years ago. The world government ordered the establishment of the Celestial Dragon Bank here on Commercial Street, and this guy is a devil fruit user, with the ability of the most ordinary zoan-type fruit, the house mouse. When he activates his ability, he transforms into a long, ugly house mouse. However, this person's ability to run the Celestial Dragon Bank is still quite good. Roxia nodded, and an image of a house mouse unconsciously popped into his mind, which was quite ugly. The sea really has a lot of variability in abilities. It's surprising that such a fruit exists. Speaking of abilities, Vice Admiral Crane suddenly became interested. "Roxia, can you really synthesize devil fruits?" Rorschach was taken aback for a moment, then pointed to the black-haired Ji Yuan, who was the one that had eaten my devil fruit, right? Moreover, Rokia spoke as he flipped his palm, revealing a green devil fruit with swirling patterns. "This is the last one I have, but I can't find a suitable person to eat it." The Vice Admiral glanced at the fruit before turning his gaze away. No matter how much he looked, it wasn't his, and there was no need to keep looking. The four of them walked along the road for about 30 minutes when Carp, who was munching on senbei, suddenly stopped the crunching sound. "Hey kid, I just took on 2 new apprentices. Should we go check them out?" Carp said with a smile, patting Rokia on the shoulder. "Ji Yuan, do you want to go too?" "Sure. It would be great to see what kind of apprentices Mr. Carp can take on, and it's been a while since you've taken on any, Mr. Carp." Ji Yuan replied with a slight smile, eagerly agreeing. Roxia showed a strange expression, but still agreed, as he wanted to see if it was indeed those two. "Little Crane, do you want to go?" General Crane waved his hand, saying he had work to do in no time. "Haha, then you go." Carp watched General Crane leave, then turned and pointed in the direction of the training ground, smiling. "Let's go. They should be training at the training ground now." The three of them said nothing and headed towards the training ground together. Soon, Carp brought them to a corner of the training ground. From a distance, Roxia saw a pink-haired boy earnestly hitting a sandbag, each punch serious. Next to the pink-haired boy was another boy wielding twin blades. Compared to the pink-haired boy, this boy appeared lazy, slowly chopping at the iron plate in front of him, not even leaving a mark with his strikes. When Carp saw the boy with twin blades being so perfunctory, he immediately shouted, "Shiramebo, do you want to taste my beloved Iron Fist?" Hearing that familiar voice, the lethargic boy with a middle part immediately shivered. The next moment, as if muscle memory kicked in, he rolled up his sleeves, straightened his body, and quickly chopped at the iron plate in front of him, executing the movements fluidly. By the time Ji Yuan and Roxia reached them, Carp had already sat down on a nearby chair, drinking tea. "Kid, quickly take out your wine. I now feel that the tea I stole from Sengoku is too bland." "Your wine is much better." Rasha pouted but still took out 2 bottles and tossed them to Carp. Carp, receiving the alcohol, smiled with delight. "Kobe, Shiramebo, you 2 brats. Take a break and come over for some tea. I'll introduce you to them." Upon hearing Carp's order, the 2 obediently walked to the table and sat down. At this moment, Rasha began to seriously scrutinize the 2 before him. He had already felt suspicious when he saw their backs, not to mention now that he even knew their names. Moreover, upon seeing their appearances, Rasha thought that Carp had aged. as even his gaze seemed to have dulled quite a bit. However, while Rasha was observing them, the two in front were also sizing him up. But the guy with the middle part, who looked a bit like a traitor, kept staring at Jiuan, his gaze even somewhat lecherous. Rorschach disdainfully curled his lips and turned to ask, "Old man, I've been training all year. You didn't bring this back from the EC, did you?" Carp, who was just about to drink, was taken aback and blurted out, "Oh, I always sneak back when I go. How did you know, you little brat?" "Anyone with a normal mind would know," Rorschach replied. "It's not like the Navy is recruiting right now, and you old guy love to run back to the EC, so of course I could guess." Roxa rolled his eyes and casually pointed at the two people in front of him, saying, "Care to introduce yourselves?" Carp took a sip of his drink and pointed at Roxa, saying, "This brat is named Roxa. I brought him back from a small island in the EC. He has the elements of the ice fruit in his body, and his rank is Rear Admiral." The bespectacled Kobe tilted his head in confusion and asked, "What do you mean by having the elements of the ice fruit in his body?" Before Carp could explain, Roxa's ice immediately enveloped the entire table. The table was instantly frozen from all sides, leaving the two boys across from him dumbfounded, looking utterly ridiculous. Especially Shiruma. "Is this the ice ability that old man was talking about? Do you two want to give it a try?" Roxa revealed an evil grin. As soon as Roxia said this, the two people who were originally stunned instantly got up. Their movements were like a copy and paste. Even their expressions were the same. Carp scolded angrily, "Look at you two useless ones, come over and sit down." "Oh, okay." When the two sat back down, Roxia could clearly feel that they had become more reserved. Roche's was quite disdainful. "A deserter king? Is this the level we're talking about? Old man, when I just arrived, one was hitting a sandbag, and another was chopping iron plates? Can this really make them stronger?" Roche's asked in confusion. At the same time, he was also curious whether this old man would actually teach his disciples. If he wouldn't, then Qingji is indeed very strong. But it's all his own effort that made him stronger. If he would, then Roche's couldn't bring himself to say it. Carp picked his nose and casually pulled KB over, laughing, "I treat KB like my successor. Moreover, I plan to have him train an iron fist, just as strong as my own martial arts." Roche's shook his head, pointed at Kirby's frail body, and said speechlessly, "The devil fruit enhances strength relatively quickly. Is it possible that your training method only suits you?" Roxa looked at Jiyuan and asked, "What do you think, Jiyuan?" After a long silence, Jiyuan nodded in agreement. Perhaps Roxa was right. The devil fruit was indeed a path. Carp, listening to their conversation, shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't have any devil fruits in my hands right now. Doesn't that brat have some?" Roxa, who was originally sitting in chair, thought that Carp would go look for devil fruits for the two of them, but unexpectedly, this guy turned his attention to him. Ratchet quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "No way, old man. This natural-type Pokemon already has an owner, but he just doesn't want it." Roxia paused mid-sentence and then continued, "To let them eat such top-tier devil fruits, they must have that kind of determination, right? People like this, with this kind of character, would probably run away on the battlefield, right?" Roxia's eyes were filled with disdain, and there was a hint of mockery in his tone. Carp frowned, then casually started eating senbei. Although Carp didn't care, the two opposite him were filled with anger. "Hey, Brigadier General Roxia, we're just rookies. We'll give you the right to mock us like this." That's right. Roxa looked up at the sky, and that day he seemed to see his former self. Not long after, Roxa turned to the two people opposite him and said, "You two currently don't have the strength to earn my respect." As he said this, Roxa smiled strangely, his eyes seemingly filled with a killing intent. "If you two turn into cowards on the battlefield, then I'll personally kill you." Almost the moment he finished speaking, Roxa felt a gust of wind coming from the back of his head. Rorschach almost instinctively used the shaver and instantly teleported behind Jiyuan. Rorschach looked up at Carp and said speechlessly, "Damn, old man, even though your punch didn't kill me, it still hurt. Okay? I was just stating a fact." Roxa finished speaking and pulled Jiyuan over. His fingers tapped lightly on Jiyuan's arm, and Jiyuan understood immediately, activating his ability. In an instant, a pink glow flew off into the distance. Meanwhile, Carp, who remained in the training ground, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you two little brats, from today on, I'm going to train you to death." Upon hearing Carp's voice, the two, who were initially angry, instantly stood up and faced Carp. "That kid is Roxa. I just introduced him to you. His ability is particularly special." With Carp's introduction, the two once again realized Roxa's excellence. In just 1 year in the Navy, he achieved the rank of Rear Admiral. He dominated all his peers in Zifa's training class. Throughout the year, he trained from dawn to dusk, refusing to relent until he achieved his daily goals. Everything he synthesized had a tremendous impact on the Navy. Moreover, he could integrate flames into his sword. There was an even more terrifying aspect, which Karp didn't explicitly mention, only stating that Roxa had a certain connection to the devil fruit. After Karp's detailed introduction, the two once again recognized how great the gap between them and Roxa truly was. Once everything was introduced, Karp solemnly stared at the two and slowly said, "So, you can't afford to slack off in your training, because he really can kill you, and he has countless ways to do it, even silently." His serious tone and earnest gaze made Kobe and the others swallow nervously. They now fully believed what Karp was saying. Usually, Karp was either laughing or seemed casual, or he would be sound asleep. In their memory, it was indeed the first time they saw Karp so serious. Kobe and the others immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, we will definitely work hard to train." Meanwhile, Roxa jumped down from Ji Yuan's embrace and brushed off his clothes. Then he turned around with a wry smile and said, "Ahem, it seems I've offended the old man. Can I stay at your place for a while?" Roxa might be afraid that Ji Yuan would refuse, so he hurriedly said, "I'll pay the rent. I won't stay for free." Ji Yuan was originally going to agree directly, but upon hearing that Roxa wanted to pay rent, Ji Yuan's eyes lit up with interest as he asked, "How much can you pay? Let me think about it." Roches twitched the corners of his mouth. He had thought that out of the bond of master and disciple, this woman, Ji Yuan, wouldn't actually want it, but it turned out she really dared to ask for it. Rorschach hesitated for a moment and said, 100 million a year? Roxa extended a finger, but was trembling. He regretted speaking as soon as he opened his mouth. Why did he have to say so much? It was hasty. The next moment, Ji Yuan held Roxa's finger with both hands and smiled, saying, "Just 100 million deal." Roxia twitched the corner of his mouth and hurriedly shook his head. "What I mean by 100 million a year is that if I say I've beaten you afterwards, then I can't charge you." Okay, but how many years will it take for you to beat me?" Roxia's younger brother Ji Yuan's voice even became charming, extremely tempting. Roxia pouted, "Let's talk about it later." Who told him that his system is just a synthesis system? It's only natural that his strength grows slowly. System. So you're quite proud of that, huh? A few minutes later, Roxia returned to the room he originally had in the Ji Yuan family. As soon as he entered the room, he felt like it had been cleaned regularly, as there wasn't a speck of dust. But before he could survey the room for long, a familiar voice rang in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Your savings have exceeded 500 million berries, unlocking the lottery wheel." Lottery wheel? Ding! Due to the host's savings exceeding 500 million berries, the lottery wheel is now open. As soon as the system finished speaking, a technologically advanced wheel appeared before Roxia. It had countless rewards, but of course, there were also a lot of trash prizes. Rorschach glanced at the bottom right corner, where there was unexpectedly a line of small text, limited to 5 times per day. Roxia looked back at the roulette, where each item emitted a different color of light, with the most dazzling being the golden glow. The lowest item on the roulette was a brick, while the highest was a pair of enchanting eyes. To Roxia, those eyes seemed somewhat familiar. The lottery wheel refreshes daily, with a limit of 5 draws per day. The host can click to draw at their own discretion. Roxia glanced at the prize amount above, and this glance nearly caused his heart to stop. There were 2 buttons below the roulette. One was for 1 billion berries at a time, and the other was for 5 billion berries 5 times. Rorschach swallowed hard, then looked at the items labeled above. They were truly tempting, and he wanted to take a hit. Rorschach's hands instantly activated their ability, and in an instant, the previously restless palms were covered in ice. "Make it bigger and disperse it quickly." Roxa pointed at the screen in front of him. 5 draws, activate. Ding! 500 million berries deducted. With the successful deduction, the previously still spinning wheel began to spin at an incredible speed. About 30 seconds later, the wheel stopped spinning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the swordsmanship inheritance. Breath of the Sun. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of milk. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of socks from Vice Admiral of the Navy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bag of trash. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 spirit beans. Reward distribution completed. See you tomorrow. In an instant, the wheel that was still in front of Roxa disappeared. At the same time, Roxa, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly felt a warm sensation in his body, and a piece of information appeared in his mind. Breath of the Sun. Roxia straightened his posture, closed his eyes, and entered a state of deep contemplation. If someone were to notice him at that moment, they would certainly see that with each breath he took, he exhaled flames. A few minutes later, Roxia opened his eyes with a look of surprise, feeling that he was now terrifyingly strong. After absorbing the breath of the sun, Roxia turned his gaze to the other 4 items on the bed. Rorschach disdainfully threw the large bag of black garbage onto the ground. He then glanced at a pair of white short socks. Roxia scratched his head, just as the system had mentioned whose socks they were. As Roxia pondered, a sound of the door being pushed open echoed. Roxia, there's a thief in the villa. At that moment, Roxia and Jiyuan locked eyes, and Jiyuan caught a glimpse of a pair of white short socks. Jiyuan's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Looking at Roxia again, his gaze was completely different. Jiyuan found a chair and sat down, looking at Roxia with a smile that was not quite a smile. Roxia scratched his head and asked, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" Jiyuan grinned and pointed at the pair of socks on the bed, saying, "Oh, Roxia, that pair of socks on your bed belongs to me. Can I laugh about it? You should have told me earlier. If you just said something, what is the big deal about giving you a few pieces of intimate clothing?" Roxia glanced at the socks on the bed and then looked at Jiyuan. Without hesitation, Roxia picked up the pair of socks and threw them directly to Jiyuan. "I don't know how these ended up on my bed." Just as Jiyuan was about to speak, she was captivated by Roxia. Jiyuan looked at the flames that were coming out of Roxia's mouth, and she was surprisingly drawn to it. Jiyuan got up and approached Roxia's bedside, asking, "What is that thing on your mouth? Is it fire?" Roxia frowned. Are you talking about this?" Jiyuan's eyes lit up, clearly interested in Roxia's sun-breathing technique. Is a new form of cultivation." Roxia pushed Jiyuan's waist and said, "You move aside first. You're pressing down on my stuff." Jiyuan lifted her but a bit, and Roxia quickly took the item from underneath her and stored it into space. If Jiyuan knew what that was, she would definitely ask again. Jiyuan was not very satisfied with the question she had just asked Roxia. She felt that Roxia wasn't telling her the truth. Jiyuan grabbed Roxia's arm and shook it, asking, "What is it? Just tell me, and I'll give you a few of my personal clothes. How about that? I just took them off, and I swear they haven't been washed." Roxia curled her lips in disdain, making a face as if to say, "Wearing that for so many days must have made it stink by now, right? Are you trying to make me die from the smell? What a malicious woman." Jiyuan glared at Roxia, stood up with her hands on her hips, and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Either tell me, or we'll have a fight. Let you see how powerful I am." Roxia looked at the fierce-looking Jiyuan and pondered his sun-breathing technique for a moment. Now was a good time to test if his breathing method was effective. It would be even better if he could beat her up. Thinking to himself, Roxia raised his head and said with a beaming smile, "Let's go, let's fight. If I can beat you, then I can have my way tonight." Roxia pushed the door open and walked out first, with Jiyuan following closely behind. It's best if you stay stubborn like this." The two of them exchanged words as they walked out. Soon, they arrived at the training ground, standing opposite each other. Jiyuan advised, "You better tell me what that thing of yours is, or I'll make sure to beat you up. Let's talk after I finish beating you. I'll take you to the bridal chamber." Jiyuan gritted her silver teeth. The original Roxia was quite timid, so she didn't know what had happened to make him so tough with his words now. Just as the two were about to fight, four figures appeared beside them. Roxia turned his head and asked him, "From the CP organization?" The leader of the CP organization stepped forward and said, "Brigadier General Roxia, we have prepared the materials for making alcohol and cigarettes for you, right in front of Rear Admiral Karp's door. Additionally, here is the processing fee from the world government, a total of 1 billion berries." While speaking, the CP organization member took out a gold card from the Heavenly Dragon Bank. This card contains a total of 1 billion berries. Roxia stared blankly and casually asked, "Where's the material?" The CP member pointed a finger, and Roxia followed the direction of their finger to see that in front of Karp's door, there was a pile of dense tobacco, so much that it could almost be described as endless. In front of Karp's door, Roxia also saw more than a dozen CP organization members dressed in white. "Wow, you brought so many?" "That's right." Rorschach's mouth twitched, then he looked at his own hands again. Roxia now feels that he should be busy until very late. It's making him hesitant to play with Jiyuan, fearing he might not have the stamina later. "So, General Roxia, can you create it now?" Roxia shook his head, then pointed to the opposite Jiyuan. "I want to fight her or no, I mean spar with her, and then I'll go." The CP leader looked at Roxia, then at Jiyuan, and then stepped aside. Roxia's lips curled slightly, and the bracelet on his wrist instantly transformed into the shape of a tiger hunting. However, to Jiyuan, Roxia's breath truly resembled flames. Moreover, she felt that the flames on the blade of the tiger hunting knife became even more vivid, swirling in circles. Jiyuan furrowed her brows and then drew the golden sword from her waist, preparing for battle. She always maintained a rigorous attitude towards the unknown. Besides, she did not want to be defeated by Roxia. Rorschach felt a tremendous change throughout his body at this moment, as if he were a rising sun, warm and bright. His confidence reached its peak. Roxia looked at Ji Yuan with a grin. Oh, the dignified candidate for general actually dares not make the first move. Are you scared? Ji Yuan shot a fierce glare at Roxia, but said nothing. Roxia took a step back, smiled wickedly, and in an instant drew the tiger hunt, flames erupting like a fireball. Roxia utilized his incredible jumping ability to leap into the air, raising the tiger hunter high before striking down towards Ji Yuan with great force. At the moment the blade descended, flames surrounded it as if they were tangible, and a massive fire dragon surged towards Ji Yuan with a ferocious roar. This move was something Roxia had comprehended when he received the breath of the sun. Ji Yuan looked at the fire dragon, momentarily astonished by Roxia's swordsmanship, and then shocked by his strength. It was truly unexpected that he could unleash such a strike in such a short time. Ji Yuan slowly exhaled, and the chill emanating from the toPirate blade erupted, sending a golden sword energy fiercely towards the fire dragon. However, this sword energy, infused with coldness, did not shatter as Ji Yuan had anticipated. Instead, it formed a counter against the energy Roxia had unleashed. Ji Yuan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Her beautiful eyes reflected her surprise, and her mouth slightly agape, showing her astonishment. As time passed, the fire dragon gradually faded, and the two sword techniques created a shockwave in an instant. The disappearance of both sword techniques left Ji Yuan secretly amazed and even puzzled. Has this kid's swordsmanship become this strong? Rox's mouth curled up wildly, huh? So the grand general candidate is nothing special after all. Today is the moment to defeat you. Roxa never expected that attack, just now. He thought that Ji Yuan would be instantly shattered. But to his surprise, it was actually on par with the attack emitted by Ji Yuan. Roxia looked at the chill emanating from the sword of the deity Garden and instantly felt unwell. He was now regretting having infused the sword with cold energy. Just moments ago, Roxia discovered that his recent attack was being eroded by the chill, consuming his fire dragon. The enchanting corners of the deity Garden's mouth curved slightly as she smiled brightly and said, "How about you surrender?" Just a little deity Garden, bring it on. In every breath Roxia took, the flame was indeed captivating, even attracting the nearby CP organization. Close combat was not an option. Whether it was the Navy's 6 styles, armament hockey, or observation hockey, he couldn't compare. He absolutely couldn't engage in close combat. The only option left was to keep using his ultimate moves. Roxa tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, his gaze becoming increasingly determined. On the opposite side, Ji Yuan was watching Roxa with great interest, curious to see how this guy planned to defeat her. Roxia instantly raised his hand, launching an ice ball directly at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan raised her sword to block it. Clang! The sound of fine iron clashing with ice rang out. However, as she knocked the ice ball away, Roxia was swinging his sword in the air, one slash after another. Ji Yuan was surprised to find that Roxia seemed to be creating a net. Indeed, it was a net with flames intertwining in midair. A few seconds later, Roxia pointed his finger and said, "Go." In the next moment, the flames that had been suspended in the air lunged toward Ji Yuan. The instant they made contact with the hem of her clothing, the flame net instantly shrank, enveloping Ji Yuan. The flaming net scorched Ji Yuan's clothes, gradually burning the edges of her cloak to a charred black. However, it was only a corner. With a swing of her long sword, the imposing chill from Ji Yuan instantly dissipated Roxia's flame net. Seeing his technique being countered, Roxia pouted, retracted his tiger hunt, and turned to the nearby CP, saying, "You guys go to Carp first, I'll be there in a moment." The CP nodded, not asking further questions, as their eyes were only focused on the orders from the world government. After the CP left, Roxia walked up to Ji Yuan, smiling, standing 3 meters away. "Your cloak is all burnt. I shouldn't have to pay for that, right?" Ji Yuan glared at Roxia, huffing, "Less nonsense from you. Only you could come up with such a bizarre move. But what is that fire you're blowing out? It feels like the flames on your sword have become much stronger. If the flames on your sword were gentle like water before, now they are like Akainu's magma, ferocious." Clap, clap, clap. Rorschach clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Good observation, but I'm not going to tell you. I can only say it's a sword technique." Ji Yuan scratched her head. "What sword technique can make you spit fire? Are you kidding me? Stop talking nonsense. I'm not wrong." Rorschach instinctively took a few steps back. The current Ji Yuan felt like several barrels of gunpowder, ready to explode at any moment. Moreover, the corner of his cloak had been burned black by his own technique. It was good enough that he hadn't made a move yet. "See you tonight. I have to go to work now." After Luo Xia finished speaking, he instantly used the shave technique to leave his original spot. Ji Yuan glared resentfully at the place Luo Xia was heading to, then glanced at her charred cloak. This can't be worn anymore. I can only go back and change into another set. Damn Luo Xia. Actually using this quirky move, just you wait until tonight. I want to let you off. Ji Yuan muttered angrily as she walked into the villa. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, a man wearing an eye mask was quietly watching them. Alala, it seems it's time to let him help me complete some tasks. After all, this kid is my subordinate. As Luo Xia approached the vicinity of the Capo Villa, he increasingly felt that this time the materials brought by this group of CPs were abundant. It was only when Luo Xia got closer to the materials that he realized just how much there actually was. Roxa swallowed hard. At that moment, the CP leader who had just spoken approached and said, Brigadier Roxa, we have brought a total of 20 carts of tobacco and 20 carts of something resembling sorghum. The CP leader also pointed to the flatbed cart next to Roxa, saying, there's half a cart of sea tower stone here. Rorschach turned around and saw that nearly half of the sea tower stones were piled up in a flatbed truck. Rorschach glanced at the endless materials and then looked at his own situation. It seemed that he could only start synthesizing now. After all, he had already received the money. Rorschach gave a bitter smile. Rasha sat down between the two carts, and his hands emitted a blue-green glow. The glow slowly extended towards the items on the carts, stopping suddenly when it reached halfway. Meanwhile, Rasha's other hand enveloped a piece of sea prism stone. The items wrapped in the green glow vanished instantly. About 10 minutes later, a sudden rain of incense began to fall on the previously empty ground. Countless wisps of incense descended from the sky. Roxia looked at the dozen or so CP organization members, and their meaning was clear. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pack it up. The leader of the CP waved his hand, and in the next moment, several CP members stepped forward to start collecting. Meanwhile, Roxia did not stop his actions. Although he was very reluctant, he kept saying, this is a billion. A billion. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was dark. Roxia didn't even realize when the front of Karp's villa was surrounded by various Marines and Navy generals. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku was silently standing by. Roxia looked up at the sky, which had already turned dark, and at this moment, there were still 2 carts of materials in front of him. At this point, he no longer had the strength he had at the beginning of the synthesis. His arms were sore and swollen. Roxia directly collapsed on the ground, his eyes vacant and looking exhausted. Observing this scene, the CP leader approached and asked, Brigadier General Roxia, what is happening? Roxia rolled his eyes and said weakly, I'm exhausted. How about I refund you 2 billion, and I'll quit the rest? The CP leader shook his head. General Roxia, this is the order of the world government. You take a break first. Rorschach had long known that this would be the outcome, but just as he was about to speak, he heard a familiar mechanical voice. Ding, triggering God-level choice. Choice 1, defeat the CP head and receive a reward of 1 for the Devil Fruit limit. Choice 2, honestly fulfill the world government's requirements and receive the title of Good for Nothing. This title is permanently equipped and cannot be removed with negative effects. Speed -20, strength -30. Rox's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but shout internally. So, I have to take down this guy in front of me? Yes, host. The system responded coldly. At that moment, Rox's gaze became resolute, and he flipped his hand, revealing a celestial bean in his palm. Roxia directly placed the fairy bean in his mouth, and the moment he swallowed it, he felt a warm sensation throughout his body, as if someone were giving him a massage. In just a few breaths, Roxia had fully recovered. Rorschach sat up and clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within his body. Roxia stood up, looked around, and saw familiar figures all around. Although he knew they might try to stop him, this was the system's task, and Roxia couldn't refuse. Roxia narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint killing intent spreading around him, and the bracelet on his wrist instantly transformed into the tiger hunt, which Roxia held in his hand. The many generals witnessing this scene were all perplexed. Even Ji Yuan, who was most familiar with him, was somewhat at a loss. Sengoku turned to ask, Peach Rabbit, what is this kid planning to do? Ji Yuan shook her head. I don't know. I've never seen him combine a knife before. Sengoku furrowed his brows, seemingly muttering to himself. This kid wouldn't be unhappy with that CP's tone and want to beat them up, would he? At this moment, the usually calm Akiji analyzed Sengoku-san with that kid's temperament. It's really hard to say. Oh, what a terrifying little guy. Meanwhile, Roxa, holding the tiger hunt, had the flames on the blade becoming even more vibrant. And at this moment, flames were emanating from his mouth with every breath he took, as if they were part of his breathing. The surrounding sailors and naval officers were taken aback by Rorschach's state. Especially those naval officers who wielded knives had eyes filled with interest. Roches slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed firmly on the CP leader in the distance, who had his arms crossed. Roxia couldn't help but recall his actions today, despite being so exhausted. He hadn't even said a word to let himself take a break. Just now, he wanted to rest and continue tomorrow, but that guy actually said no. Perhaps sensing Roxia's gaze, the CP leader frowned and asked him, "Do you still need to use a knife for synthesis? You've already recovered. So why aren't you finishing the synthesis of these 2 trucks quickly? The world government is waiting." Rosh's eyes were fierce, and his entire body was engulfed in flames. Raging like an ancient beast, Roxia, holding a tiger hunting blade, swung it fiercely towards the CP leader, invoking the breath of the sun, Fire Dragon. In an instant, the sword energy that Roxia unleashed transformed into a fire dragon, charging towards the CP leader. "Damn you, just a dog of the world government. And you dare to give me orders? Today, I'm going to take you down." Despite Roxia's fierce words, the CP leader had no time to listen. His body was completely tensed, his eyes fixed on the approaching fire dragon. He never expected Roxia to suddenly turn against him and attack. Moreover, according to investigations, Roxia had been submissive in front of the Divine Garden for nearly a year, as if he dared not defy its commands. This CP leader could not believe how defiant Roxia had become. Chafe, as the fire dragon approached him, the CP leader instantly vanished from his spot to evade Roxia's attack. At that moment, he was using the moonwalk in midair, his expression extremely grim, his eyes locked onto Roxia. Rosax was not afraid at all and glared back. "I said I'm going to take you down today, and I will never go back on my word. Go." At that command, the fire dragon, which was originally charging forward, suddenly seemed to come alive and made a turn towards the CP in midair. Moreover, its speed was increasing rapidly. Roxa silently watched the CP attacking his fire dragon in midair, his gaze growing colder. The CP continued to assault the fire dragon, but to his astonishment, he realized that all his attacks were being swallowed by the dragon. As the dragon's speed increased, the CP began to panic. The CP leader shouted, "Brigadier General Roxa, I command you to—" A loud crash interrupted him. However, before the CP could finish his sentence, he was struck down by Roxa's technique. At that moment, the white uniform the CP was wearing had begun to turn slightly blackened from the smoke. His body was enveloped in black smoke, uncontrollably falling, his eyes rolling back. Clearly knocked out, the surrounding generals and sailors stared wide-eyed in shock at the slowly descending CP member. Some even gasped in disbelief. Sengoku slapped his forehead, his face expressing exasperation. Meanwhile, Jiwen's mouth slightly opened, her eyes revealing unmasked surprise. Ratchet looked around, and the Marines who made eye contact with him all lowered their heads. Of course, this was only the Navy members who thought they were not as strong as Ratchet. Roxa approached the CP leader with a cold, unfeeling stride and kicked the CP's body with his foot. Seeing that there was no response, Roxa scratched his head innocently and said, "Could it be that he's dead?" Roxia spat fiercely, "It's better to die. I'm not someone who can be ordered around by anyone. If the next CP tries to show off again, I'll just kill him first and then merge him away." Everyone around him shuddered at Roxia's extremely arrogant words. At that moment, a thought emerged in their minds. Can this guy Roxia even merge people away? Roxa has no time to care about what those people are thinking. At this moment, Roxa's hands are glowing with a faint green light. Roxia looked at the CP that was emitting black smoke from its mouth, then glanced at the materials from the 2 vehicles in the distance. A bizarre idea began to spread in his mind. In an instant, Roxia reached out his hand, and a green glow directly enveloped the half-load of tobacco and a piece of Hailu stone in the distance. Roxia looked at his left hand, and a wicked smile appeared. Just as Roxia was about to make a move, a flash of pink suddenly appeared in front of him. A familiar face appeared before Rorschach, and it was Ji Yuan. At that moment, Ji Yuan had her hands on her hips, looking like a big sister, with a very helpless expression. "You really know how to stir things up." Roxia pouted and waved his hand. "Jiwen, get out of my way. I'm going to use him to brew wine." Perhaps seeing the determination in Roxia's eyes, Jiwen turned to look at the Warring States Marshal. The Warring States Marshal in the crowd smiled helplessly and said, "Let's go. This kid seems to be set on it. We should try to persuade him first." A few people beside him nodded, and so Huang Yuan, Qingji, Warring States, and Karp all walked toward the position where Roxia was standing. When they reached Roxia's side, Karp laughed heartily and patted Roxia's shoulder, saying, "Haha, kid, I really admire you more and more. I've been looking at this bunch with displeasure, and I didn't expect you to take action right away. You truly are the one I brought back." The Warring States Marshal grabbed Karp by the collar and pulled him back, then stepped forward to patiently advise, Roxia, this guy's already like this. Don't you think it's a bit much to use him to brew wine? Warring States didn't finish the second half of his sentence, but Roxia had already guessed what he was going to say. At that moment, Carp interjected, Warring States, don't stop, Roxia. I've never smelled this kind of wine before. Warring States pushed Carp away, saying, get lost, don't make things worse. Roxia stroked his chin, but his eyes remained fixed on the unconscious CP on the ground. Just as Rorschach was about to speak, he heard the sound of a cart being pulled from behind, echoing in everyone's ears. Rorschach turned his head and saw more than a dozen CPs coming towards him. Obviously, they'd already brought back what they had synthesized earlier. Roxia clenched his fist and then single-handedly lifted the unconscious CP leader, throwing him towards the group of over a dozen CP members. The CP members caught him, and as they realized it was their own leader, they noticed he was seriously injured. One CP member frowned and asked, Brigadier General Roxia, what happened to our leader? What happened? He talked back, and I took him down in one move. That's what happened. The CP member looked at their leader in their arms, then at Roxia, their expression darkening. Although they were among the weakest in CP, Roxia was still below the rank of a major general, while their leader had the strength of a seasoned major general. He could easily defeat some weaker Navy vice admirals, but what did Roxia just say? He took him down in one move? What a joke. The CP member coldly replied, Brigadier General Roxia, that's not a funny joke. Then why don't you try it? Let's see if I can take you down. As he spoke, Roxia's sun-breathing technique activated again, and his tiger hunt was already in position. Seeing the CP member step back, Roxia smirked and sheathed his sword. Hurry and take him for treatment. Just leave a few to move things. But your leader should be thanking you. The CP member frowned and asked, what do you mean? I was going to use him to brew some alcohol. But since you all showed up, I guess I'll return him to you. All the CP members widened their eyes in disbelief. What did they just hear? Brew alcohol with a person? Roxia looked at the CP group across from him with a half-smile, saying, yes, drinking this can enhance your strength. But this is just a guess. I haven't tried it yet. So how about it? Do you want to give it a shot? At this moment, the expressions of the CP members looking at Roxia changed. Perhaps realizing something was off with themselves, one of the CP members urged, you still have a whole cart of things that need to be synthesized. Once you're done, we can report back. Rorschach pouted, and his hands radiated light, instantly enveloping the half-load of materials. Roches took 2 trips to finish combining all these items. As everything was completed, the Marines who were originally watching the excitement also returned to their dorms. Only Carp, Sengoku, Kizaru, Akiji, and a few others remained at the scene. Sengoku rubbed his forehead and said speechlessly, you little brat, your ability to cause trouble is on par with Carp. Today, you even managed to beat up the CP half to death. You even wanted to turn them into liquor completely. Roches shrugged and said, there's nothing I can do. That bastard was too arrogant. I had no choice but to take action. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hit him. Roxia sat down with a plop, a look of contentment on his face, clearly unfazed by the recent events. At the same time, Roxia's reward was credited. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the God-level choice. Reward. 1 additional limit for the devil fruit. Currently, 1 more devil fruit can be consumed. Sengoku and the others looked at Roxia, who was relaxed on the ground, and said speechlessly, you little brat just beat the leader of their CP half to death. And you sit down like that. Aren't you afraid? Roxia raised his head and said seriously, it's fine. After all, I'm in the Navy now, and that leader is just the weakest CP anyway. Besides, Marshal Sengoku shouldn't just ignore me, right? Sengoku sighed helplessly. He felt that he owed Roxia something. Rorschach looked around and then flipped his hands, revealing something that resembled a carpet in his grasp. Roxia spread it out and took a deep breath, saying, I want meat, ramen, desserts, and drinks. After Roxia listed a bunch of food, the next moment, bang, bang, bang. After a puff of smoke, a large pile of food appeared on the carpet. Everyone watching the scene was a bit stunned. Roxia is using the food tablecloth made during the last production. Aside from Jiguan and Carp, no one else has seen it here. Sengoku wiped the fog off his glasses and, after confirming he wasn't mistaken, asked in surprise, Roxia, what is this? At this moment, Roxia's mouth was stuffed with food, making it impossible for him to answer the question. After about a minute, Roxia looked up and said, this is the tablecloth of delicacies that I didn't get a chance to show last time. As long as you tell this tablecloth what you want to eat, it can make it for you. Of course, it's limited to food and drinks. After Roxia finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to them. He hadn't eaten anything for almost an entire day and had been busy until now, but he was very hungry. Akiji stepped forward, directly sitting opposite Roxia, and seemed to recall something as he slowly asked, by the way, Kid Roshia, what was that little green bean you put in your mouth earlier? It seemed like it could restore your stamina. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Rashia's entire body stiffen, but even Sengoku and the others standing behind him were momentarily taken aback. Sengoku stepped forward and sat beside Akiji, asking Kazan, what green bean? And what else restores stamina? Akiji glanced at the stiff Rashia and explained, earlier, I saw that Rashia was exhausted, and then he suddenly pulled something out of nowhere and stuffed it into his mouth, after which his stamina actually recovered. I found it particularly intriguing, so I quietly took note of it. Just as Akiji finished speaking, the sound of Rashia swallowing food followed. Rorschach didn't expect that despite being particularly cautious, he would still be discovered by this green pheasant. Roxia awkwardly smiled, a hint of bitterness in his expression. At that moment, he regretted not having dealt with that CP. Oh, Sengoku-san, it seems Roxia has invented something good again. The mocking voice of Kizaru echoed. Roxia secretly thought that it was not good. Sure enough, the next moment, the imposing voice of Sengoku rang out. Roxia, did you really invent that thing? Is it really as Kizaru said? Rorschach scratched his head and laughed. It's not exactly a new thing, it's a kind of my fruit ability, which can restore stamina. After Rorschach finished speaking and looked around, he found that everyone's expressions hadn't changed at all, clearly indicating that this attempt to deceive had failed. Roxia swallowed hard, flipped his hand, and a small cloth bag appeared in his palm, containing 3. The remaining one was in Roxia's space. He understood their nature too well, so he kept one as a precaution. As soon as Rasha took it out, everyone present gathered around, especially Carp, who got the closest, and the way his Adam's apple moved clearly showed he had ill intentions. Sensing all of this, Rasha instantly withdrew it into the system space. Rorschach warned cautiously, this thing is not something you can just eat casually. It can bring someone back from the brink of death. Old man, don't you dare snatch it. As soon as Rashia said this, a series of question marks popped up above everyone's heads. Jie Yuan dug in his ears and asked in disbelief, Rashia, what did you just say? I must have misheard, right? Ratchet rolled his eyes at Ji Yuan. You heard me right, this thing really has that effect. I have 3 of them, which means I can recover from a near-death state 3 times. So it's fine for Admiral Kizaru to go and fight Whitebeard now, as long as he doesn't get taken out instantly. After all, Kizaru should be able to leave some wounds on Whitebeard, right? After Rashia finished speaking, Sengoku's gaze swept back and forth over Kizaru. The look made Kizaru shrink his neck, and his lewd expression turned timid, appearing quite weak. After watching Kizaru for a while, Sengoku shook his head. Kizaru certainly wouldn't dare to fight that old man Whitebeard. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Sengoku once again shifted his gaze to Rashia and said seriously, does it really have that kind of effect? Roxia pouted and said, although you are a general from the Warring States period, it seems I, Roxia, have never produced a failure, right? Roxia frowned slightly, flipped his hand, and directly threw it on the ground, currently only 3. As for whether Admiral Sengoku believes it or not, I don't know. Perhaps only by trying will we know. What I said is indeed true, but you all need to believe it. A hint of awkwardness flashed across the faces of everyone present, especially Ji Yuan, who had previously been the least trusting of Roxia. As a result, she is now a devil fruit user. Ahem, we naturally believe it. But is it really only 3? Sengoku frowned and asked. Rorschach nodded, that's right. In fact, I added a lot of materials to create this, but I forgot the order of the materials. Plus, there were a few explosions in the process, and I almost got blown up. Roxia stared at the 3 celestial beings on the ground, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. If the Warring States Marshal wanted them, 1 billion for each would be fine. In an instant, the Warring States was still contemplating how to obtain them. However, Roxia's words completely shut him down, leaving his expression looking as bad as it could be. Roxia glanced at the expression on Warring States' face, and a blue light shone from his hand, instantly wrapping the immortal beings within it. The moment they were wrapped, they disappeared from sight. 100 million for one is already the lowest price. I won't be giving you any discounts, so just give up. After saying this, Roxia directly walked over and sat down behind Ji Yuan. At this moment, Warring States, as the Marshal, felt particularly conflicted. He was torn about whether or not to buy them, especially since Roxia mentioned that these could bring a person back from the brink of death to full health. Warring States secretly cursed. Is this kid really blinded by money? I'm his Marshal. How could I possibly be short of a few billion? Yet he still put them away? Rashia, I was just waiting for you, monk. The next morning, Rashia was in the training ground wielding his tiger hunt, with waves of fiery sword energy striking against the ice wall in front of him. At that moment, a marine arrived at Ji Yuan's courtyard. The Marine ran up to Jiyuan, who was resting nearby, stood at attention, saluted, and reported to Major General Taodu. Taodu looked up and asked, "What is it?" The soldier presented a golden card with both hands. "This is a gold card from Tianlong Bank, given to Brigadier General Luo Xia by Marshal Zhanghua." In the distance, Luo Xia, bare-chested, paused his sword movements upon hearing the name Zhanghua, then quickly approached the soldier. "A card from Zhanghua?" The soldier nodded, confirming, "Yes." Marshal Zhanghua also said there are 300 million berries inside. Rorschach took it over smoothly, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. And then, with a flip of one hand, a cloth bag appeared in his grasp. "Here, give this to the Marshal of the Warring States." The Marine looked blankly at the cloth bag in his hand, then raised it in a salute before walking out of the small courtyard of Jiyuan. Rorschach's lips curled up as he rotated the gold card in his hand with one hand, seemingly unable to resist the effects of my celestial beings. On the other side, Jiyuan complained, "You guy, it feels like now the Warring States Marshal needs to use Bailey to buy things from you. I remember it wasn't like that before." Rorschach pouted. "That's because he didn't pay before, so naturally I have to get back double now." After Luo Xia finished speaking, he ignored Jiyuan and walked straight back to his room. As soon as he entered the room, Luo Xia couldn't help but rub his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Before long, a blue screen appeared in front of Luo Xia. Roxa looked up and immediately widened his eyes. At that moment, the section of the spinning wheel in front of him, which was radiating golden light, seemed to resemble a lazy hairstyle. What on earth is that? Moreover, looking at its shape and color, it really looks like poop no matter how you look at it. Ding! Please do not name the product Host. Rorschach didn't pay attention to the system's voice, but instead leaned in to look at the annotation below. Superman-type space fruit. Rorschach's expression gradually became strange. Is this lump of feces really a spatial fruit? Roxy sighed. No matter what, he had to draw. Ding! Deducting 500 million berries. As soon as the system's voice fell, the previously still roulette started spinning instantly. About 3 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a hockey upgrade card. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a brick. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a paramecia-type space fruit. As the rewards announcements ended, the items appeared one by one on Roxy's bed. Rochester's face is very speechless at this moment. Rorschach reached out and picked up the fruit that resembled feces, examining it up and down. He originally thought he wouldn't draw it, but to his surprise, he actually did. He didn't know how strong it was. Roches looked again at the black card. It should be the upgrade card for armament hockey, right? Roxia raised his hand to pick it up, and the next second, he directly pressed the card into his own body. As soon as the card made contact with his body, it automatically disintegrated. Rasha can clearly feel that his armament hockey seems to be stronger than before. Rasha didn't pay attention to the other trash. Instead, he walked out the door holding the feces-shaped fruit. Outside the door, Ji Yuan, who was sitting on a lounge chair, was clearly taken aback when he saw Rasha. Ji Yuan frowned slightly. Was that in Rasha's hand really feces? It looked so disgusting. Ji Yuan's eyes were filled with disdain, and his little hand even began to wave in the air unconsciously. Roxa paused for a moment. Then the power of ice emerged in his hand, directly freezing the fruit he was holding. He didn't want to give Ji Yuan any misunderstandings. Roxa glanced around and finally returned to his training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground, Roxa activated his ability, directly freezing the surroundings, making it impossible for Ji Yuan to see what was happening inside. Rorschach looked at the fruit in his hand, then slowly brought it to his mouth. Crunch! Rorschach opened his mouth wide and took a bite, and in an instant, a taste reminiscent of a stinky sewer and footbath exploded in his mouth. Rochester struggled to swallow the pulp. What the hell is this? Rorschach felt his body and his hands unconsciously emitted a gray light. Roxia reached out toward the front, and, the next moment, a square opening suddenly appeared in the space ahead. The ice block that had originally been in front of him disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Roxia's previously poor expression instantly shifted from gloomy to bright. Rorschach touched his chin and murmured, "This thing must not be exposed this time. Since it's the superhuman ability, as long as my imagination is rich enough, can I do anything?" Spatial teleportation. As soon as a thought arose in Luo Xia's mind, he disappeared from his spot and reappeared right in front of Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was startled for a moment, but quickly reacted, saying, "Not bad, Luo Xia. You're quite skilled at teleportation." Roxia said nothing and disappeared from his spot in the next second, only to reappear back at the training ground. Huh, why does this kid's shave feel different from mine? At the same time, Roxia, who returned to the starting point, was secretly surprised and displayed a brilliant smile. Feeling extremely excited, Since he could do this, then my space slashes, space explosions, and space swaps should also be possible. In contrast to Roxia's joy and excitement, the world government and a group of CP agents outside a warehouse had gloomy expressions. The leading CP was the one who stood up to confront Roxia last night. "You all wait here. I need to report to the 5 elders first." In the next moment, that CP took out a special phone bug. Buru buru. As soon as the phone bug was connected, a serious voice from the 5 elders came through. "CP, have you finished the items the Navy made?" "Report, sir. They are all completed." "Good. Then distribute those items to each family now." Feeling that the 5 elders were about to hang up, the CP quickly interrupted. "Wait, sir. Is there anything else?" The CP wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and slowly said, "Last night, our CP leader was beaten half to death by Roxia, right in front of the Navy." The 5 elders frowned and asked, "What happened?" "Rear Admiral Roxia was unhappy with the excessive materials we brought, so he attacked us. And he also declared that if the next CP who comes is the same, he will not show any mercy. Oh, and he also said he wanted to brew our CP leader into wine, showing a very arrogant attitude." The 5 elders' frown deepened, looking quite angry. But this matter was not something he needed to take to heart. "Understood, sir. Let's go again in 3 days." Time flew by, and a week later at the Navy headquarters, at the edge of the soldier training ground, numerous soldiers were practicing the Navy's unique marksmanship, creating an extremely spectacular scene from a distance. In front of the many sailors, a young boy, holding watermelon juice, was lounging comfortably in a deck chair. This gun even had a bayonet, looking quite intimidating. "But fortunately, I am an ice ability user. Whoever dares to stab me, I will freeze them directly." Roxia waved his hands, which were wrapped in ice, with great pride, causing the Marines in front of him to hesitate and not dare to advance. Suddenly, the Navy general who was surveying the surroundings shouted, "All Marines, retreat 3 meters." Although the Marines were confused about what was happening, orders were paramount. In the next moment, the sound of scattered footsteps reached Roxia's ears. Just then, a strong and powerful sword aura came slicing toward Roxia fiercely. Roxia suddenly turned around, and with a swift motion, drew his tiger hunt sword, releasing a fiery red sword energy to meet the incoming sword energy. The 2 sword energies seemed to struggle against each other at the moment of contact, holding their ground for about several seconds, before both dissipated into the air, turning into countless sparkling points. Roxia sheathed his knife and raised his eyes, only to see a man and a woman approaching from the opposite side at that very moment. The man was in an ice blue naval uniform, which was very distinctive. The woman, on the other hand, had pink cuffs on her naval cloak, and the outcome was evident. Moreover, the female naval officer was also holding a knife in her hand. Rorschach and another person walked over and asked, "What's going on? Did you get a little restless recently? Do you want to directly chop me down to inherit my fruits of labor? Stop with the nonsense. I just want to see if your swordsmanship has improved. So far, it looks pretty good." Rorschach nodded in approval. Roxia turned to the green pheasant behind him and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a mission looking for me?" The green pheasant nodded and casually handed the newspaper in his hand to Roxia. Roxia took it, and as soon as he received it, his attention was drawn to the headline above. "Salt. Straw Hat Luffy defeats the warlord of the sea, Crocodile." Roxia glanced roughly at the content of the newspaper, which mainly exposed the terrifying conspiracy behind Crocodile's heroic image. After Roxia finished reading, a wanted notice suddenly fell out from the crease of the newspaper. Roronoa Zoro picked it up and saw the iconic smile on the bounty notice. Monkey de Luffy. Bounty of 100 million berries. Quite fast, huh? Roxia took a quick glance and then looked up to meet Akiji's gaze, asking, "Captain, what mission do you have for me?" Akiji scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled as he said, "I need you to investigate the disappearance of Nico Robin after the Alabasta Kingdom incident." "Oh, the one who can read ancient texts?" Roxia replied. "So once we find her, do we capture her or what?" Akiji was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Roxia to know about Nico Robin. Akiji glanced around and then slowly said, "All right, follow me." After saying that, Akiji led the way out of the training ground, with Roxia and Jiyuan closely behind. The 3 of them strolled through the square of the Navy headquarters, and about 5 minutes later, they stopped at an open area. Akiji scratched his head again and waved his hand, instantly summoning 3 ice chairs behind them. "Let's sit down first." Roxia was not polite at all. As soon as he sat down, he felt a rough texture, which he thought was not as good as what he made. "Ah, don't mind it. I just learned this from Roxia recently." After saying that, Akiji's expression immediately became serious. This time, the investigation of Nico Robin was assigned to me by the Marines. Actually, this task is relatively simple for a sea knight. I'm very relieved to hand it over to you, Akiji said earnestly. Luo Xia twitched the corner of his mouth and thought to himself, do you even realize what you're saying? Nico Robin's captain is Luffy, and that guy fights like he has nothing to lose. What if that kid holds a grudge in the future? Akiji didn't notice Luo Xia's expression and continued, if we find Nico Robin, if she's alone, just bring her back. But what if she's on someone else's ship? Like Luffy, Carp's grandson? Akiji's tone faltered. Rorschach ignored Akiji's expression and continued, that Straw Hat fights recklessly. What if he bleeds out and dies? Have you thought about that? Besides, the Straw Hat crew hasn't learned hockey yet, and my freezing ability isn't very proficient. What if I accidentally freeze someone to death? Rox's worries are not unfounded. His primary focus in training is still on swordsmanship and spatial fruits. As for freezing, Roxa currently treats it as an auxiliary skill. He has learned a few attack skills, but even he doesn't know how many. According to Roxa, it's simple. If needed, he can just learn from Akiji's techniques later on. The series of questions from Rorschach left Akiji speechless, and even Ji-Wen couldn't help but comment, you seem more suited for logistics. Yes. I'm going to become the head of the logistics department. Akiji sighed heavily and said slowly, come with me on a mission tomorrow. Huh? Don't I get to go out to sea by myself? However, Akiji didn't answer him and simply walked away, looking quite gloomy. Roxa shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said, I originally wanted to go out to sea by myself, but time flew by, and soon it was the next day. As the sun rose, Roxa strolled through the square of the Navy headquarters. His destination was the port. Before long, Roxa, dressed in a black shirt with a vivid green dragon tattoo on his shoulder, wearing shorts and a navy cloak draped behind him, looked remarkably stylish with his neat black hair. When Roxa arrived at the port, a heap of items caught his eye, among which the most conspicuous were 2 bicycles. Rorschach walked over with a frown and pointed at the things on the ground, asking, hey boss, what's going on with these things on the ground? Because I want to ride a bike to investigate. Akiji pointed at the items on the ground and said, you should be able to take these supplies, right? Originally, these things were supposed to be put on the warship. With you here, we can both ride bikes. Rorschach widened his eyes and hesitantly asked the smaller bicycle beside him, is this bike for me? That's right, I spent quite a bit of Bailey to buy it from the store. Luo Xia swallowed hard. At this moment, he was wondering whether he should run away. After hesitating for about 2 minutes, Luo Xia sighed and said helplessly, fortunately, I have freezing abilities, otherwise, how could I ride this? Luo Xia's hand glowed with a bright green light, and with a casual wave, all the supplies on the ground entered the system space. Of course, the other Navy members couldn't possibly know this. They would only think it was the power of a devil fruit. In this world, anything strange could be attributed to devil fruits. This is also one of the reasons why Luo Xia could boldly use the system. As Luo Xia waved his hand, the items on the ground instantly vanished, shocking the Navy present, causing them to widen their eyes in disbelief. Rorschach turned to Akiji and asked, what now? What should we do? Akiji pointed to the bicycle next to him. The meaning was clear. Rokia's lips twitched, but at this moment, Akiji was already riding a bicycle on the surface of the sea. Rasha reluctantly got on the bicycle and entered the water behind. As the two rode their bicycles on the surface of the sea, the Navy at the port gasped in surprise, and other Navy personnel began inquiring about Rasha's identity. Who is that person? He can ride a bicycle on the surface of the sea, just like Admiral Akiji. That's incredible. You don't know? He's the top of Zephyr's training class. A nearby Navy soldier added, it's Rasha, who was promoted to Rear Admiral during the graduation assessment. And I heard he is a paramecia fruit user, providing the Navy with many amazing gadgets. As for why he possesses Admiral Akiji's abilities, the information that has been passed down is not very accurate. Roxa was unaware that his displayed abilities were being discussed by so many Navy personnel, but he couldn't hear them and didn't care. At this moment, Roxa was puffing along on a bicycle next to Akiji. Just a moment ago, Roxa almost fell into the sea because he hadn't ridden a bicycle in a long time. It was only thanks to his quick reflexes that he managed to freeze the surface of the sea before he could fall in. I didn't expect you wouldn't be able to ride a bicycle. Roxa, you need to practice more in the future. Rasha pouted. Who would ride a bike on the sea for no reason? Maybe only someone with ice powers could do that. Isn't this also a unique way to relax? So where are we going now? Don't tell me you just rode around without a plan. Rasha said. The Navy's intelligence department has already confirmed the whereabouts of the Straw Hat crew. Right now, we just need to keep riding in this direction. We'll find the Straw Hats when we reach Magic Valley Town, because the next record pointer in Alabasta points to the island of Magic Valley Town. Luo Xia nodded and then followed Akiji, riding alongside him on bicycles. At this moment, Roxia was recalling the journey of the Straw Hat crew from his previous life. After some contemplation, Roxia finally came to a conclusion. The Straw Hat crew was indeed correct in what they told Akiji. But they had to hurry before the crew entered Skypiea. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Moreover, it seemed that there would be a great battle in Magu town, and he wondered if they could make it in time. Time flew by quickly, and about 4 days later, Roxia and Akiji leisurely approached the surface of the sea. At this moment, pirates in Magu town were using binoculars to look into the distance, and some were discussing amongst themselves. Hey, you guys. Those two on the sea seem to be riding bicycles. What are you talking about? How can anyone ride a bicycle on the sea? Are you looking for a fight? I told you there are. Just look for yourself. As Roxia and Akiji progressed, they reached Magu town. They had already removed their navy uniforms and changed into their usual clothes. Akiji was dressed in black and wore a pair of black-framed glasses, maintaining an extremely indifferent expression. Roxia had only taken off his navy cloak. As soon as they brought the bicycles to the shore, Roxia waved his hand, and the two bicycles were stored into the system space. The action was incredibly smooth, clearly indicating that Roxia had done it dozens of times before. As soon as they set foot on the island, a few fierce-looking pirates approached and asked, you two, did you really ride bicycles over from the sea? Rasha glanced at the 4 pirates in front of him, whose expressions were strange, and pointed to Akiji's face, saying, haven't you seen my boss's face before? Following Rasha's hint, the pirates turned to look at Akiji's face. This glance was enough to nearly scare their souls away, with some even crawling back to the distant tavern in a panic. Akiji slightly furrowed his brow, and ice manifested in his hands, instantly freezing the 3 pirates in front of him who were already scared stiff. Roxia knocked on the 3 frozen figures in front of him and said with glee, fools, I told you to run. What are you waiting for? At that moment, the cold-faced Akiji said, let's go, check out the tavern for some news. Although the drinks at the tavern weren't good, as Gun said, every tavern is a place for gathering information. Meanwhile, a pirate who had just climbed back to the tavern shouted as soon as he entered, Admiral Akiji is here. With the pirate's shout, the once lively and noisy tavern instantly fell silent. The only sound that could be heard was the swallowing of saliva. A timid pirate cautiously asked, are you kidding? How could Admiral Akiji come to our Magic Valley town? Just as this pirate was about to confirm, in the next moment, Roxia and Akiji appeared at the door. As the tavern door creaked open, all the pirates inside could see the faces of the two. At that moment, their mouths dropped open, their eyes bulging, looking utterly shocked. Akiji's face was cold as he walked straight to the bar, and the pirates along the way automatically made way without Akiji having to say a word, showing extreme respect. This deepened Roxia's understanding of the pirates' fear of the Navy admirals, which was evident in their eyes. As soon as Rasha and the other person sat down, the extremely cold voice of Qingji echoed, if anyone dares to leave this tavern, I guarantee you will die a miserable death. In an instant, the pirates who had wanted to sneak out quickly pulled their legs back. Everyone unconsciously swallowed hard. 2 cups of rum, please. Good gracious, Navy officer. The tavern owner, trembling with fear, poured 2 full cups of rum for Rasha and the other person. Roches might have noticed the boss's nervousness and smiled to reassure him. Boss, you don't need to be nervous. After all, you're not a wanted criminal. Everything's fine. After taking a sip of rum, Green Pheasant slowly asked, Boss, has a crew of pirates wearing straw hats come here recently? Straw hats? Straw Hat Kid? Roranoa nodded. By the way, 2 days ago, the Straw Hat crew was swept up into the sky by a massive sea current, but they haven't come down yet, so it's still unknown. Perhaps it's because the pressure from a navy was too great that the shop owner suddenly remembered. Rasha slapped his palm as if he thought of something, and then said, could it be that their group really went to Sky Island? Rasha was not surprised at all about the Straw Hat crew going to Sky Island. Akiji seemed to have heard Rasha's words and scratched his head in frustration. This might take a long time to find Nico Robin. By the way, Rasha, do you have any way to get to Sky Island? Facing Akiji's hopeful gaze, Rasha shrugged his shoulders with a helpless expression, saying he had never been to Sky Island, and there was nothing he could do but wait. However, boss, what about these pirates? Rasha pointed at the pirates present. The pirates who were pointed at immediately tensed up. Facing Akiji, even if all the pirates attacked together, they had no way to fight back and could only obediently await Akiji's judgment. Moreover, they were silently watching Akiji and Rasha, with a murderous glint in their eyes, as if they wanted to kill. The pirates present seemed to look at Rasha a bit more. Rasha frowned slightly, clearly aware of the thoughts of these pirates. Just as Rasha was watching these pirates, a fierce-looking pirate with one eye missing wielding 2 daggers, charged towards Luo Xia quickly. Luo Xia squinted slightly, allowing the pirate to charge at him. As the pirate reached Luo Xia, he extended his left hand, and, in the blink of an eye, a tiny square space cube shot out toward the pirate's heart. Ha ha ha, this Navy man's head is mine. However, before the pirate could finish boasting, Luo Xia revealed a meaningful smile. The pirate thrust his dagger into Luo Xia's chest, but to his shock, the dagger froze the moment it penetrated. This scene left many pirates dumbfounded. In contrast to the astonished expressions of the pirates, Luo Xia remained calm. Luo Xia slowly extended a hand, and in the shocked gaze of the pirate in front of him, he quickly clenched it while saying bang. In an instant, the pirate who had been arrogant in front of Luo Xia seemed to be pierced by various ice spikes, and bright red blood burst out in the tavern. The way he died was extremely tragic. The splattered blood, mixed with flesh, was incredibly terrifying. Aokiji, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback by the scene. What kind of technique is this? So powerful? Luo Xia modestly scratched his head, not expecting his own random thoughts to be so effective. This move of mine is called Ice Explosion Technique, specifically designed to explode the human body. How could it not be effective? The space exploded within the body. Plus, the ice spikes used the hidden fruit ability. It took Luo Xia a long time to come up with this move. In fact, Aokiji wouldn't have guessed that this involves 2 types of devil fruit abilities. At this moment in the tavern, all the pirates who originally intended to step forward retreated to the corners, their bodies trembling slightly. Some even fainted on the ground. Those fierce and ruthless pirates have now turned into docile little sheep. Since the Straw Hat Pirates aren't here, let us go. Aokiji said this and was the first to walk out of the tavern. Roches cast a reluctant glance at the pirates huddled in the corner before following Aokiji out of the tavern. Creak, creak. Once the 2 left, some daring pirates ran out to confirm. After confirming that they had really gone far, all the pirates finally let out a sigh of relief. But they didn't dare to be too arrogant. After all, there are 2 Navy officers in Magic Valley Town now. Phew, those 2 Navy officers have finally left. Yes, but thankfully it wasn't that Akainu. Otherwise, we would all have been captured by that guy. But did you notice that the young Navy officer just now actually used Aokiji's powers? That was an ice spike that exploded inside him, right? It was definitely Aokiji's ability. And when I hurried back, I saw that young Navy officer riding a bicycle out of the sea. This is a huge discovery. Did Vegapunk invent something new again? Unlike the lively atmosphere over by the bar, at this moment, Roches and Aokiji were strolling through Magic Valley Town. The 2 walked and chatted. Roches, where do you think the Straw Hat crew will go after coming down from Skypiea? Luo Xia rolled his eyes and said, Boss, I was brought back to the Navy by the old man when I was in the East Sea. How would I know about the islands after Sky Island? But as a Marine Admiral, you should know which island comes after Sky Island, right? We can go to that island and stay for a few days, just waiting for an opportunity. Meanwhile, Luo Xia and his companion had already ventured deeper into Magic Valley Town. The surrounding environment had changed significantly from when they first arrived on the island. The houses here were severely burned, and there were scorch marks on the ground. Luo Xia frowned. There must have been a major battle here, right? Xingji nodded. That's right. At least a mid-admiral level ability user was involved. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this serious. The 2 looked around, just about to find a pirate to ask. But Luo Xia noticed that the pirates around them closed their doors as soon as they made eye contact with him, not giving him a chance to speak at all. This left Luo Xia a bit confused. Did he really look that scary? Luo Xia helplessly said, There's no way. These bastards seem to hide as soon as they see us. Aokiji looked at Luo Xia and slowly said, Luo Xia kid, go ask what has been happening here recently. All right. Luo Xia looked around and soon spotted a rugged-looking man in the distance. Spatial teleportation, Luo Xia said quietly. In an instant, he appeared in front of the man. Upon seeing Luo Xia, the man was clearly frightened, but he didn't dare to run away. The rugged man stammered, Excuse me, Lord Marine, what do you need? Nothing in particular, but I need you to come with me. After saying that, Luo Xia ignored the man's resistance, grabbed his collar, and directly teleported to Aokiji's side. I brought him back. If you want to know something, just ask. Aokiji glanced at the man in front of him and asked, Has anything happened here recently? It feels like there was a great battle. The rugged man shivered and replied, Report to you, Admiral Aokiji, a week ago, Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace, had a battle with Blackbeard Teacher. It ended with Blackbeard's victory. Aokiji frowned, deep in thought. Luo Xia saw Aokiji seemingly deep in thought and immediately waved at the pirate. The burly pirate felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly scrambled back into the house. Whitebeard, I remember. He seems to be one of the 4 emperors. Aokiji nodded. That's right, the two who had fought here a week ago were also crew members of Whitebeard's ship. There must have been some internal issues, otherwise, there wouldn't have been a battle. The two analyzed the situation thoroughly. Boss, where are we going now? Are we heading to the next island, or staying here? Akiji pondered for a moment before slowly saying, let's go to Long Chain Island. Is that island called Long Chain Island? As Rasha and Akiji set off again, the pirates who had been trembling in fear at the bar in Magic Valley Town gradually gained the courage to come out. The expressions on their faces showed an indescribable sense of relief. Those two damn Navy officers finally left. That's right, that damn admiral was here. I couldn't even drink properly. Since the two were heading to Long Chain Island, Rasha and Akiji didn't hear what the pirates were saying. But if Rasha had heard, all the pirates present would probably have been beaten to death, or, at the very least, had their limbs severed. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. At this moment, Rasha and Akiji had already been on Long Chain Island for nearly 5 days. It took them almost a week to ride their bicycles from Magic Valley Town to Long Chain Island. This left Rasha greatly astonished. The day after they arrived at Long Chain Island, while Rasha was out searching for food, he encountered a rather interesting group of pirates. The entire pirate crew numbered in the hundreds, but most of them lacked combat ability. Among them, the Silver Fox Foxy pirates were famous for their Davy Back fight game. This is a game among pirates where the winning side can choose members from the losing side's crew. If they don't find anyone appealing, they can take down the other ship's life or pirate flag. But now, they were all taken down by Rasha in one go. While Rasha was looking for food, a fox-like creature approached him, immediately asking Rasha to become his subordinate. After 3 seconds of silence, Rasha slowly took out a navy cloak from his system space. The moment Silver Fox Foxy saw the navy cloak, he was utterly stunned. Just as Silver Fox Foxy was about to run away, Rasha froze his body, leaving only his head, which looked quite comical. Slow-moving ability user, where are you running? With that, Rasha brought this guy back to Akiji. Although he had very weak combat ability, this guy had a high level of loyalty from his crew. Within an hour of Rasha capturing him, his crew found Silver Fox Foxy. Of course, it didn't matter. A bunch of pirates found 2 powerful Navy officers. What could the outcome be? 2 words, find them. Rasha looked at the group of pirates he had tied up behind him and asked Akiji, should we send these people to the Navy base, or should we kill them? I don't have any experience with this. But for such weak pirates, wouldn't putting them in the underwater prison take up space? Hey, you bastard Navy. What do you mean we're weak? That's right, we're really strong. Rachka completely ignored their shouting and was just waiting for Akiji's response. Don't kill them, Akiji said coldly. Just send them to the underwater prison and let them stay there for a lifetime. Roxia nodded. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed that a door appeared in the space beside Roxia. Seeing this, Rasha quickly took a step back. He knew it was the effect of the anywhere door. Before long, a face that was extremely serious appeared in Rasha's eyes. Rasha, where are those pirates? Roches pointed to the pirates behind him. Are those the ones? Yes. Admiral Akainu. Akainu frowned and looked around, dissatisfied, saying, they don't seem very strong. We might as well just take them out directly. No way. Admiral Akainu. Fleet Admiral Sengoku has said so. The reason Sengoku knows about this is that Akiji asked through a Den Mushi. This also explains why Akainu appeared on the other side of the Devil Fruit portal. The group of pirates behind them listened to their conversation, feeling extremely anxious. And some even fainted upon seeing Akainu's face. All right, just kick them over here. Akainu said seriously. Magellan has already prepared the cells for them. At the same time, a man nearly 5 meters tall appeared in Roche's sight. Upon seeing the person opposite him, Roches immediately recognized him as Magellan from the anime. At this moment, he greeted Roches with a friendly smile. Hello, Major General Roches. Hello, Director Magellan. Just as Roches was about to kick the criminals one by one into the cells, Magellan suddenly said, Major General Roches, I've heard that you are a genius inventor at the Navy headquarters. I wonder if you could invent something that wouldn't make me have diarrhea? I really need it. Roxia was stunned for a few seconds, then awkwardly smiled. Director Magellan. This is the side effect of the devil fruit. As of now, I can't do anything about it, but maybe in the future. Magellan's eyes brightened and his voice suddenly rose. Really? Yes. As of now, Roxia can't do anything, but to make this person stop having diarrhea from the toxic gas. It would require something of golden quality, at least something similar to the fairy beans. Roches is not that generous yet, but he doesn't mind showing a bit of kindness. Hey, Magellan, shut up already. The poison gas is coming out, and you'll knock us all out with your mouth. Akainu complained. Huh? Oh. After Akainu's reminder, Magellan immediately closed his mouth. Roxas looked at the huge cage in front of him, his lips curling up. He suddenly thought that kicking people was also a good game. Then, with a kick, Roxas sent one pirate after another, directly kicking over 100 pirates into the iron cage. Of course, he separated the ability users. This was something Akiji had told him, otherwise he might have kicked them all into the cage together. All right, Admiral Akainu, these are all the pirates for now. Akainu nodded, then looked at Akiji and said, if you want to go back to the Navy headquarters directly later, remember to call Admiral Sengoku. Once I finish my business here, I will call Admiral Sengoku. If I'm lucky, it might take 1 or 2 days. If I'm not, it might take 4 or 5 days. Got it. Bang. The door to the arbitrary space closed. Rasha looked at the calmness of the harbor and said helplessly, could it be that they haven't come down from the sky island yet? It's so boring waiting here, isn't it? By the way, are we really going to send the Straw Hat crew in to impel down? That's the old man's grandson, after all. If we really send the Straw Hat in, will that old man kill us both? Boss. Akiji lay on the deck chair he made, eyes closed and looking very comfortable, while Rasha sat beside him, chattering away endlessly like he was reciting a mantra. Even so, Akiji didn't seem annoyed. He just listened quietly. Meanwhile, a sheep-headed ship had unknowingly docked by the coast. If Rasha turned his head, he would definitely recognize who it was at a glance. Damn kid, stop reciting, they're here. Rashia frowned in confusion and asked, what is coming? Qingji pointed behind Rashia, and when Rashia turned to look, a ship flying a skull flag with a straw hat came into his view. Roshas turned his head and couldn't help but smile. Oh, Captain, it seems the person you're looking for has arrived. Akiji brushed off the dust from his pants and stood up, coldly saying, let's go. All right. Meanwhile, at the port, the Straw Hat crew was unaware that danger had quietly descended upon them. Rasha followed closely behind Akiji, almost like a little brother. After a few minutes, Rasha looked at the Straw Hat crew who had already disembarked and felt a sense of anticipation. As Rasha and the other person got closer, the Straw Hat crew gradually recognized their faces. Initially, the Straw Hat crew was on guard upon seeing someone approaching, but when they saw Rasha, most of them lowered their defenses. The Straw Hat boy was especially excited. Hey, I remember you. You're that ice guy. What are you doing here? Luffy greeted Rasha warmly. Behind him, Zoro's desire for alcohol grew stronger the moment he saw Rasha. Ever since he had that drink made by Rasha last time, he couldn't stop thinking about it. Akiji glanced at Rasha and asked, do you know each other? You seem pretty familiar. Something like that. I had a meal with the old man and the Straw Hat crew last time. Oh, I see. Akiji remained expressionless. From Rasha's memory, ever since he started investigating Robin's whereabouts, Akiji seemed to have hardly smiled. Roxa looked around and found that there was an extra raccoon this time, which he figured must be Chopper. What really caught Roxa's attention, however, was the black-haired woman standing at the back, who had a look of terror on her face. What kind of look was that? Who could she have seen to show such an expression? Rorka slowly looked at Akiji beside him, secretly wondering how much childhood trauma this guy had brought to others during their childhood. Boss, it seems like we found the person we're looking for. Roxas pointed to Robin, who was standing at the back with a look of terror. Nicole, Robin. Just as Roxas finished speaking, a voice that was almost a scream came from Robin's mouth. Everyone, run. That's Admiral Akiji. Upon hearing the words Admiral, Luffy, and the others, who had initially wanted to talk a bit more with Roxas, instantly stepped back. They had some understanding of the Navy, especially its highest combat power, the Admirals. Despite Roxas's calm demeanor, they still maintained a vigilant gaze. Zoro was more direct and drew his sword, Wad Ikamanji. Ratchet was taken aback. The title of Admiral sounds so intimidating. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, this is an Admiral of the Navy, and pirates would naturally be afraid. Rorschach turned to the silent Fujitora and asked, Boss, should we capture them all or freeze them? Or will you handle it yourself? Fujitora looked around and said slowly, I'll handle it myself. You're still not very skilled. Roxia shrugged and walked directly to the corner, making a lounge chair and lying down to rest. Unlike the ease on Roxia's side, the Straw Hat crew had just overheard the entire conversation between the two. Nami asked uncertainly, did they just say they were going to capture all of us? No one spoke. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. One by one, they kept a vigilant eye on Akiji, paying attention to his movements. Akiji scratched his head and said nonchalantly, I've been looking for you, Nico Robin, for more than half a month. I didn't expect you to be on the Straw Hat cruise ship. That really surprised me. Damn Navy. Robin can board whoever ship she wants. What does it have to do with you? Luffy shouted angrily. That's right. Robin is our companion. In response to the Straw Hat crew's rebuttal, Akiji did not reply and instead turned to look at Roxia sitting in the corner. Rashia immediately understood Akiji's meaning. The spatial fruit activated, and he instantly appeared beside Akiji. Boss, is there something wrong? Could you explain Nicole Robin's background to them? Huh? Although he didn't understand why Akiji wanted him to do this, he was still a subordinate after all. Roxia waved a small hand, and an ice chair appeared beneath him. He looked at everyone in front of him and slowly said, Nico Robin, a descendant of the devil, currently has a bounty of 79 million berries. Extremely intelligent. She passed her doctoral assessment at the age of 8. She understands historical texts, and the world government is currently after her. As for why she was given such a high bounty at 8, I remember that she destroyed dozens of warships at that age. Of course, all of this is what I've found out. So, Straw Hat Crew, you should hand her over, Roxia kindly advised. But no one paid attention to Roxia. They were all shocked, looking at Robin. They never expected their partner to be so formidable, capable of destroying dozens of warships at just 8 years old. Damn ice guy, stop talking nonsense. Robin is our partner, and we will never hand her over. Unless you kill me, Robin will never be taken by you. Roxia's mouth twitched, and he didn't respond. What a joke. Your grandpa is Garp, who would dare to kill you. Just as Roxia was lost in thought, a green round bead flew towards him. Roxa blinked, and the next moment, the round bead exploded directly 3 centimeters away from him. At the moment of the explosion, black smoke billowed out. What attacked me? Roxia stood up, and the ice chunks on his face fell off one by one, making a crisp sound as the black smoke-covered ice cubes hit the ground. Once the smoke cleared, Roxia finally saw what that was. Gunpowder. I think I know who did this. Roxia's face darkened. He didn't expect that the usually timid person would be so bold today. A long-nosed man hiding in the crowd caught sight of Roxia and instantly panicked. It's over, I just slipped up and launched the gunpowder star. What should I do now? He won't kill me, right? Roches glanced at Usopp in the crowd, and the next second, a figure appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Without wasting any words, Roches revealed a blue ice-like glow in his hand and directly touched Usopp's body. Roxia's lips curled up as the space fruit activated, returning to Akiji's side. Just as Roxia returned to Akiji, Usopp in the crowd turned into an ice sculpture, frozen solid. When everyone saw Usopp like this, the Straw Hat Crew was completely panicked. Especially noMi, whose gaze towards Roxia was filled with fear. It's over, where's the doctor? Right, I'm a doctor. The body temperature is dropping rapidly. We must quickly thaw Usopp, or he'll die. Chopper quickly made the most effective analysis. As Usopp was carried into the cabin by noMi and Chopper, only Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Robin remained on the scene. Luffy and the others were glaring fiercely at Roxia, their eyes filled with a hatred that seemed ready to kill him. Robin's gaze was unfocused, as if she was seeing the day O'Hara was destroyed again. On that day, Akiji had also used his fruit powers to freeze Sol forever. Suddenly, Robin seemed to think of something and abruptly turned to look at Rasha, then glanced at Akiji, whose expression was extremely unpleasant. You're also a natural-type ice fruit user? This discovery made it difficult for Robin to articulate her thoughts. She was certain that Akiji was a natural-type ice fruit user, but the person beside him was also a natural-type ice fruit user? This was too unbelievable. Do 2 identical fruits really exist in the world? Ratchet stared closely at Robin and then chuckled. You're observing very carefully. However, I'm not an ice power user. I just possess my boss's ability. Rorschach's words left Robin confused, but she didn't expect the Navy to speak the truth anyway. Damn Iceman, and that damn Admiral. What have you done to my friends? Zoro grabbed Luffy's arm cautiously and said, Luffy, don't act rashly. Their abilities are very strange. Luffy shook off Zoro's hand and declared, I can't wait any longer. I'm going to beat them up. Roches squinted his eyes, activated the space fruit, and instantly appeared 50 meters away. Boss, the rest is up to you. He didn't want to fight Luffy. If he accidentally used his space fruit ability, it would be troublesome. He didn't want to be killed by Carp for killing his grandson. Akiji gradually withdrew the lazy look in his eyes. Shtalhat Keet, do you know who Nico Robin is? How dare you let her on your ship? Luffy threw a punch, and Akiji raised his hand to block it. While blocking, Luffy's arm gradually froze by Akiji's ice. I'm done for. My arm. Luffy panicked. Be careful if my ice freezes you. If I just give it a light tap, you might end up as a pile of shattered ice. Damn it, you bastard. Not far away, Roches watched the battle between Akiji and Luffy, holding his stomach and laughing uncontrollably. He found Luffy's fighting stance to be so ridiculous. What kind of fighting stance is that guy using? To Roches, it seemed like Akiji was just playing with Luffy. Hey, what are you laughing at? Suddenly, a magnetic voice rang out. Roches turned to look, and a guy with a black headscarf and 3 knives was glaring at him with a murderous intent. Luo Xia frowned and pointed at Luffy and Aokiji in the distance, asking, "Aren't you going to help your captain? What do you want from me? Aren't you afraid your captain will die?" "It's okay. I trust Luffy, and besides, you're also part of the Navy, so it doesn't matter who you fight. Even though you say you're not participating in the battle, we still need to be cautious. And Usopp is still not awake." Roches curled his lips and said, "I advise you to hurry up and unfreeze that guy named Usopp. He might still survive. Oomph. The most important thing now is to hold you back. My comrades will unfreeze Usopp." At this point, Roches was even more confused. "You don't really think your captain can defeat my boss, do you? You're thinking too much." With a swift motion, a knife slashed fiercely towards Roches, but he instantly activated his space fruit to dodge the attack. Roxia's gaze gradually became cold, and in a low tone he said, "Do you not understand what I'm saying? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful I, Roxia, really am, right?" Roches took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The tiger hunt on his wrist also appeared in his hand. Zoro was taken aback because this version of Roches was not even remotely comparable to the last one. He was significantly stronger. And what was that thing in his mouth? Flames? It was even more vibrant. Roronoa Zoro slowly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Sora. "Get ready. I'm going to knock you out today." The aura around Roshia is as fierce and powerful as the flames on a blade. Rorschach looked at Zoro in front of him and suddenly thought of some fun ideas. Roshia swung his sword fiercely at the air, and at the same moment, a 10-centimeter-long wound suddenly appeared on Zoro's chest. Zoro covered the wound, kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. "What kind of swordsmanship is this? How could you cut me without even touching me?" Seeing Zoro's reaction, Roshia's lips curled up slightly. He was quite pleased with Zoro's response. Staring at the kneeling Zoro, Roshia said, "This move is a slash that combines the power of the devil fruit. It's called Space Slash. However, it wasn't very accurate this time. Next time, I guarantee I'll aim for your neck and ensure a one-hit kill," Roshia said coldly. Zoro's expression froze, but the next second, he struggled to stand up, his demeanor incredibly determined, his gaze seemingly capable of killing. "Oh, you dare to stand up? Humph. I am a man who aims to become the world's greatest swordsman. How could I possibly fall here?" Roxia looked up and down at Zoro, a smile on his lips, and with his tiger hunt in hand, he summoned a blazing fire. "Fire Dragon Slash. Since swordsmanship is your strongest point, I'll defeat you with swordsmanship. Roar." A fire dragon was fiercely cleaved out by Roxia, and it even carried the sound of a dragon's roar. Zoro instinctively crossed his dual swords in front of his chest, his eyes exceptionally serious. Boom! The fire dragon collided with Zoro's swords, producing a dull sound. Roar! Zoro's eyes were incredibly determined at this moment. But this move from Roxia was not something just anyone could withstand. Even if it were Jigen, he couldn't say he could block it 100%. Moreover, Zoro hadn't even learned Haki yet, let alone block it. As the fire dragon unleashed by Roxia crashed into Zoro's swords, Zoro was pushed back step by step, looking extremely disheveled. Perhaps Zoro was running out of strength, and Roxia's fire dragon broke through Zoro's defenses, crashing hard into Zoro's chest. With this impact, Zoro was like a kite with a broken string, slamming to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Zoro lying on the ground, Roxia scratched his head a bit awkwardly. He muttered to himself, "He won't be dead, will he?" Roche slowly approached Solon, grabbing his body and hoisting him onto his shoulder. When Roshia carried Zoro to the Mary at that moment, apart from Sanji who wasn't frozen, both Luffy and Robin, who were fighting Aokiji, had already turned into ice sculptures. And one of Sanji's legs was also frozen. The entire Straw Hat crew was in a dire situation. Perhaps noticing Roshia's presence, Sanji looked up at him, and then his pupils widened. Hey, what happened to Green Algae Head? You bastard." Roxa turned his head, and when he appeared again, he was already on the Mary. "Hey, you guy." Sanji appeared in front of Roxa, but he took out a healing bean and handed it to Sanji. "What is this? If you don't want him to die, let him eat it." Sanji frowned but still took it and shoved it into Zoro's mouth. In the next moment, Zoro slowly opened his eyes. Sanji was about to thank him, but realized that Roxa had already left. Meanwhile, Roxa had teleported in front of Aokiji and asked, "Are you done?" "Yeah, almost." "What about the world government you mentioned?" "It's fine, at most I'll just get scolded." "Well, that's okay. Who told you to be an admiral?" Aokiji looked deeply at the Straw Hat crew, who were busy not far away. "Let's go. Find a place to prepare to return to the Navy headquarters." Oh, not long after, Roxa and the others arrived at the eastern side of Long Chain Island. Akiji took out a din mushi and made a call to Admiral Sengoku. After hanging up, Roxa felt a wave of spatial fluctuation, possibly because he was a user of the space fruit. A pink portal appeared in front of the two, revealing a familiar office and three familiar figures: Garp, Sengoku, and Jian. Jian waited for Roxa to enter the office before sizing him up from head to toe. Rorschach felt a bit unnerved under the gaze of the temple, instinctively retreating 3 steps. Rorschach asked in confusion, "What are you looking at, woman?" How'd it end up like this after being gone for more than half a month? Rokia was momentarily speechless, and you and I won't stoop to his level. Just as Jarden was about to take action, he heard Sengoku ask, "Akiji, how's the investigation going this time?" Marshal Sengoku. Nico Robin is currently serving as an archaeologist in the Straw Hat Pirates, but we need to survive first. Sengoku was puzzled. What do you mean? Akiji pointed lazily at Rokia and said, "I froze the entire Straw Hat crew with this kid." Ratchet glanced at Karp and, seeing that Karp did not respond, nodded. "All right. It seems the 5 elders must have received the news too." After Sengoku finished speaking, his expression gradually became serious. Next, he wanted to talk about another matter. Everyone looked at Sengoku in confusion, while Sengoku's eyes gleamed as he looked at Ratchet. Roxia swallowed hard. "Haha, Roxia kid. I wonder if you can synthesize a devil fruit for our navy now." Ratchet's mouth twitched. He thought of many things, but he never expected this matter. He originally thought that Sengoku, this old fool, would forget it quickly, but unexpectedly, he brought it up so soon. Ahem, it is possible. But all the generals should be out on missions, right? Sengoku revealed a mysterious smile and immediately clapped his hands. At the same time, the sound of the office door opening was heard. Rosia and the others looked over, and there was a man nearly 3 meters tall, dressed in a dark red suit, whose face looked extremely serious. As Akainu entered, he asked, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, is what you said true?" Akainu's gaze kept shifting back and forth on Rosia. Sengoku smiled kindly and replied, "Sakazuki, don't worry, I would never lie about such matters. Now your task is to sit down." Sakazuki looked around and finally plopped down in front of Rosia. "Come on, kid, don't you want my magma?" At that moment, Fleet Admiral Sengoku also stepped out from behind his desk, and Karp stopped eating his senbei as they all formed a circle around Rosia and Akainu. Rorschach opened his mouth. He realized that these guys were here to watch the show. Ratchet sat down beside Akainu, holding an ice blue, glowing object in his hand. However, he seemed to have thought of something and looked up at Sengoku. "Sengoku, I won't do it until Bailey is given to me," he said. "Also, this matter must be kept confidential." Sengoku nodded heavily and took a golden card out of his pocket. Rorschach immediately recognized what this was. Roxia took it without hesitation. Immediately, a flash of light appeared in Roxia's hand, and a thick layer of ice formed on the ground, looking incredibly hard and exuding a chilling aura. Rasha swallowed hard and tremblingly extended his hand. That Admiral Akainu. Give me a small ball of magma first." Akainu glanced at Rasha's trembling hand, then at the thick layer of ice beneath it, and finally looked at Sengoku, his expression quite hesitant. "Kid, my magma reaches temperatures of 1,500 degrees Celsius. Are you sure you can handle it?" Akainu was very skeptical. He didn't want to burn a new marine star with just a small ball of magma. Moreover, he had been paying attention to Rasha, as Rasha's swordsmanship could even push back Jinbi, who was a candidate for admiral. To be able to push back Jinbi now meant that Rasha's future was limitless. Roxia steadied his palm to stop it from trembling. "Don't worry, Admiral Akainu. I still have haki." Akainu thought for a moment and agreed. In his haste, he had forgotten that this kid had haki for protection. Akainu slowly removed his gloves, and the surrounding air seemed to evaporate, becoming extremely hot. Apart from Roxia and Akiji, the other 3 people at the scene were sweating profusely. Akainu condensed a ball of magma the size of an apple and placed it in Roxia's hand. As he placed it in Roxia's hand, the magma actually bubbled up, and a drop of it splashed directly onto Roxia's face. Fortunately, Roxia reacted quickly, forming a mask of ice on his face. At the same time, the magma disappeared right in front of Roxia. "Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Magma Fruit Fragment 2. Rorschach's lips curled slightly upward. "It seems that the system is universal for any ability user, so I can use this money with confidence." Rasha has gone through a smooth absorption process, and his confidence is growing. "Admiral Akainu, please continue. The size can be the same as just now." "All right." After an unknown amount of time, at this moment, the mask on Rasha's face is about to be crushed into a funnel by Akainu's magma. Akiji is also nearby, providing air conditioning for Carp and the others. Luo Xia had just finished absorbing a magma group when suddenly a flash of ice blue light appeared in his hand, and he slammed his palm onto the ground. In almost a blink of an eye, the previously sweltering office instantly became extremely cool, even a bit cold. Watching the entire office freeze over. It would be a lie to say that Zhonghua didn't feel heartbroken. Luo Xia tore off the ice mask that was about to be shattered by the magma. Phew. I'm really sorry. Admiral Akanu's magma is too hot. I had no choice but to do this. It's okay. Luo Xia, you can do whatever you want. Sengoku comforted. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained magma fragments too. Ding. Congratulations. Host has reached 200 fragments. Would you like to synthesize? Luo Xia revealed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth after absorbing the last mass of magma. Since it was the Red Dog called by the Warring States Marshal, Luo Xia was also thinking during the synthesis. Moreover, the Red Dog had never seen how many light spheres he asked from Kazuru. So Luo Xia thought he would take a little more and prepare one for his future crew. Luo Xia asked for a total of 100 units of magma, and the fragments produced can be used to create 2 orbs. Synthesis. The originally dark system space lit up as the name Luo Xia was spoken, and 2 fiery red lights shone in the system space. After about several dozen seconds, the light in the system space faded. Where the light once radiated, 2 round fruits appeared, 1 white and 1 dark red, both of which had very unique colors. Luo Xia thought for a long time and finally decided which one to give to the Warring States. Just then, the Warring States, who couldn't wait any longer, patted Luo Xia on the shoulder. Roches suddenly returned from the system space to reality. Oh, what's going on? Warlord of the Warring States? Is everything all right? Did we succeed? When can we get it? Luo Xia pouted, and with a flash of light in his hand, a round fruit with spiral patterns and a dark red color appeared in his palm. Don't be anxious, Marshal of the Warring States. I almost failed just now, so please don't hit me next time, Luo Xia remarked. At this moment, the eyes of the Warring States were shining brightly, staring intently at the devil fruit in Luo Xia's hand. There were more than one person focusing on the devil fruit in Luo Xia's hand. Akainu, Jihuan, Carp, and Akiji were also watching the devil fruit closely. Among them, Akainu was the most shocked. His mouth was half open, his eyes wide and bright, but still full of intensity. After all, he was the one who personally ate the magma fruit from the Logia type over a decade ago, so he knew exactly what the magma fruit looked like. The fruit in Rasha's hand, whether in appearance or shape, is clearly an authentic devil fruit. Perhaps noticing Akainu's gaze, Rasha carefully took a step back with a smile. Rasha actively explained, "This devil fruit is the Logia type magma fruit that I synthesized. Of course, this is also thanks to Admiral Akainu's magma. Ahem. This fruit was synthesized not by extracting Admiral Akainu's own devil fruit, so he can rest assured about that." To prevent Akainu from overthinking, Rasha took the initiative to explain. This is also the first time Rasha has actively explained the origin of a fruit. Rasha is still worried that Akainu will notice something unusual about his body later. If there is retaliation in the future, although Akainu can't kill him now, he can still hurt him, so Ratchet naturally wants to be foolproof. Akainu nodded and said seriously, "It's okay, I haven't noticed anything unusual about my body, so you don't need to explain so much." Luo Xia didn't respond, but instead brought the fruit in his hand to his chest and began to introduce it. "You all should know about Admiral Akainu's fruit, right?" Everyone nodded. At this moment, a group of people looked at Luo Xia introducing the fruit like students, and this feeling made Luo Xia a bit lightheaded. This fruit is not afraid of seawater. Almost everything you can think of about the magma fruit can be done. At this point, Luo Xia paused and hesitated, saying, "Perhaps the person who eats one fruit can also eat this magma fruit." As soon as Luo Xia said this, Sengoku immediately retorted, "No way. Luo Xia, you can't be joking about this." That's right, Luo Xia, don't say such things." Seeing everyone refuting him, Luo Xia shrugged and directly tossed the fruit to Admiral Sengoku. "Admiral, the task is completed, and you're welcome to visit again next time. Luo Xia's Devil Fruit Shop, 800 million each, very cheap." Luo Xia revealed a smile unique to a shrewd businessman. Hiss. The icy blue light in Rasha's hand dissipated, and he suddenly gasped. Rorschach looked up and found that his right hand was inexplicably charred and blackened, with faint traces of blood seeping from his palm. Roxa quickly put his hand behind his back, gave an awkward smile, and coughed. "I'll go to the infirmary first." Bang! The office door closed behind Roxa as he ran away. Sengoku frowned and said, "Peach Rabbit, you go take a look. Akainu's magma isn't a joke. And that hand looks pretty serious." "Yes, Marshal, I'll go check." Shiryu wasted no time and instantly transformed into a pink beam of light and flew outside. Akainu was taken aback by this scene, and the wind swirling around was quite tangible. Marshall, did Peach Rabbit eat a devil fruit? Akainu asked. That's right. About a month ago, while going to sea with Roxa, she accidentally ate a shining fruit made by him. It could be considered an unexpected joy, Sengoku sighed. Last month, Akainu was busy on a mission, hunting pirates, and didn't have time to pay attention to these matters in the Navy. So it was normal for him not to know about Shiryu having the ability of the shining fruit. At this moment, Sengoku was holding the magma fruit with both hands, and he seemed to be in a state of excitement, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Ha ha ha, Roxa, what a treasure. We can't let the CP guys know that this little fellow can create devil fruits. Remember to keep it a secret. If they find out, the world government will definitely capture Roxa and take him to Mariehua. With his temperament, he might just run off to become a pirate. Everyone nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Sengoku placed the devil fruit on his desk and asked, let's discuss, who should we give this devil fruit to? Akiji, what do you think? Akiji yawned, scratched his head, and replied, la. Any of the vice admirals would be fine, as long as it's not Captain Carp. Sengoku turned his gaze to Carp, who was still munching on senbei. Carp quickly waved his hands. No, I'm too old, my mind can't keep up. So I won't take it. Carp unconsciously recalled a scene in his mind. At a dining table, he was holding senbei, but just as he was about to eat it, the senbei instantly turned into a pile of black sludge, with thick black smoke billowing from it. Carp swallowed hard, instinctively shook his head, thinking to himself, magma fruit. Terrifying indeed. I can't let myself be unable to eat anything in my old age. Sengoku observed Carp's series of actions with confusion, but didn't dwell on it. Akainu, what about you? Any opinions? Like Akiji, any of the vice admirals would be fine. They are the backbone of the Navy, and giving it to them would also help them develop their devil fruit abilities. Sengoku nodded, agreeing with both of them, but still felt something was missing. Suddenly, Sengoku picked up the transponder snail on the desk and said, call Vice Admiral Tsuru to the office. Before long, Vice Admiral Tsuru entered the office. As soon as she walked in, her gaze fell on the devil fruit in Sengoku's hand. She had a faint suspicion in her heart. Sengoku, you call for me? Yes. Little Tsuru, look, this is the magma fruit that Roxa synthesized. Yes, little Tsuru, this is the magma fruit that Roxa just synthesized. Vice Admiral Tsuru instinctively looked at the fruit held up by Sengoku. It was a dark red fruit. A magma fruit? That's right. I just spent 800 million belly to buy it from him. Although Vice Admiral Tsuru had never seen a magma fruit, with Akainu present and not refuting it. It must be the real deal. At this point, Vice Admiral Tsuru couldn't help but ask, so you call me here to admire this magma fruit? Sengoku shook his head. I'm not that free. I called you here to ask who would be best to give this fruit to. Currently, some of the promising young ones in the Navy already have devil fruit abilities, so we can only select from the Vice Admirals. So I'm asking you who would be good for this fruit? As Sengoku finished speaking, Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes were fixed on the dark red fruit, while she recalled the strengths of all the Vice Admirals in her mind. Mole, Fire Mountain, Stalaberry, Doberman. After pondering for a while, Vice Admiral Tsuru slowly said, you paid for it, so you should decide. Moreover, most of these Vice Admirals hardly eat devil fruits. Some may not have found a suitable one, while others might simply not want to eat them. So Sengoku, you should consider this matter yourself. Sengoku's mouth twitched. He initially thought little Tsuru would provide the most suitable candidate, yet she said such a thing. In the end, he would still have to make the judgment himself. Ha 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 ha. Just as Sengoku was deep in thought, a sudden burst of laughter echoed in his ears. He turned to see Carp sitting in a chair, laughing heartily while slapping the armrest. Carp, what are you laughing about? Sengoku asked. The more Sengoku spoke, the louder Carp's laughter became. After about a minute, Carp slowly stopped laughing. Sengoku, you old man, you don't need to be so tangled up, do you? It's just a fruit. Besides, that kid Roxa can make more. Just give it to whoever wants it. How simple is that? Carp said. At this point, Akiji chimed in. That's right, Marshal Sengoku. That's indeed the case. We have that kid Roxa. As long as we wait long enough, he can synthesize another one. Sengoku contemplated in silence, but his eyes were getting brighter. Yes. Although he was reluctant to part with that 800 million belly, Roxa does have a cooldown period, and this fruit could be given to anyone they choose. However, the selection still needed careful consideration. Sengoku thought to himself, Roxa, to hell with your cooldown period. Only you have a cooldown period, your whole family has it. After realizing all this, the expression on Sengoku's face was no longer as troubled as before. Instead, he seemed more relaxed. What about Jiyuan and Roxa? Where did they go? Admiral Crane asked, looking around in confusion. She remembered Jiyuan telling her that they went to Sengoku's office. Oh, that little guy Roxa got his hand burned by Akainu's magma while synthesizing this fruit. Right now, Peach Rabbit is accompanying him to the infirmary. Admiral Crane frowned in thought. So you can get burned while synthesizing a fruit? Little Crane, you should know that the kid was holding a ball of magma while synthesizing. That kid used over 100 pieces of magma to synthesize a magma fruit. If it were someone else, they'd probably lose their hand on the first piece, right? Admiral Crane instinctively looked at Akainu, who was sitting nearby. Akainu's old face turned red, and he coughed. How was I supposed to know that kid would get burned? Sengoku waved his hand to reassure him. It's fine. There's a doctor there. Roxa will be okay. Meanwhile, as Roxa walked towards the infirmary, he felt a tightness in his chest. His sixth sense told him that someone was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Roxia didn't hesitate to activate his spatial fruit ability, and wherever his gaze fell, it was within the range of the spatial fruit. Whoosh! In just an instant, Roxia disappeared from his original spot and arrived at the entrance of the Navy Headquarters Hospital. Ji Yuan, who was halfway through flying, showed a moment of astonishment on his face, but it was only for an instant. Once he reacted, Ji Yuan quickly flew towards Roxia's direction. As Rasha arrived at the hospital entrance and turned around, a face full of anger was glaring fiercely at him. Roxa stood frozen in place. Realizing that the newcomer was Ji Yuan landed in front of Roxa, hands on hips, and asked, "Why did you run when you sent someone behind you? Am I going to beat you up or something?" Roxia twitched the corner of his mouth and said helplessly, "What did you just say? Is there someone behind me waiting to beat me up?" Suddenly, Roxia felt a sharp pain in his palm and looked down to see blood dripping from his hand. He sensed that the blood had been flowing for a while. Upon seeing Roxia's injury, Jiyuan's heart softened, and she quickly grabbed Roxia's arm and rushed him into the hospital. At that moment, a doctor in the infirmary was bandaging Roxia's wound. Although the doctor was busy with the bandaging, he kept talking. Admiral Akainu is really something. Last time, it was a general who got injured by Admiral Akainu, and now, just a few months later, another one comes along. How can he injure his fellow Navy comrades? Roxa gave an awkward smile, wanting to explain, but he opened his mouth and found no words. He certainly couldn't say that he had actively reached out for his magma ball, right? Given this doctor's temperament, he might end up scolding himself. Ji Yuan and Roxa exchanged a knowing glance and smiled at each other without saying anything. Half an hour later, Ji Yuan took Roxa out of the hospital. Ji Yuan's face was full of a gloating smile. Rorschach looked at his hand, which was bandaged like a bare paw, and then glanced at the giggling D garden beside him. Roxia glared fiercely at Jiyuan and said, "What are you laughing at? If you have the ability, let Akainu try lying down." At that moment, Roxia really wanted to split Jiyuan next to him into 180 pieces. After all, he was a space manipulator, and space cutting was still within his capabilities. Seeing Roxia like this, Jiyuan immediately shut his mouth and began to comfort him. "Hey, I couldn't help it. By the way, the doctor told me that you can't use that hand for 5 days and need to rest well." Jiyuan patted her prominent chest and smiled. "As for your meals during these 5 days, let your sister Jiyuan feed you. I've grown up all this time, and besides feeding dogs, I've never fed anyone else." As soon as these words came out, Roxia glared at Jiyuan again and immediately turned to walk away. Rorschach, damn it. Are you indirectly insulting me, woman? The next day, early morning, Roxa is being pulled by Jiyuan, walking down the street at this moment. Roxia yawned lazily and asked, "Jiyuan, where are you taking me? I'm not fully awake yet, and just because I'm clumsy doesn't mean I can't walk." Jiyuan tightened his grip on Roxia's hand and explained, "Last night, the Warring States Marshal asked us to go to his office today. It seems he wants to ask you something." Rorschach pouted and complained, "This general is a marshal. After all, what kind of marshal needs to consult a brigadier general to decide something? I think he's reached the end of his career as a marshal. To dare to have you take me to his office so early in the morning, he must be really bored." Luo Xia kept complaining along the way, his mouth never stopping. Finally, the two arrived at the Warring States office. As Ji Yuan pulled Luo Xia into the office, he saw that the mole and the burning mountain were also there. Rasha slowly opened his eyes and found that the war room was filled with people. The 3 generals, Admiral Crane, Carp, Sengoku, Fire Mountain, Mole, Rasha, and Ji Yuan were all present. Roxa glanced around with hazy eyes and, upon realizing there was no seat for himself, surprisingly made a lounge chair for himself on the spot. Roxia broke free from the little hands of Jiyuan and sat down on the chair. Sengoku only glanced at Roxia and then ignored him. Sengoku's expression gradually became serious as he focused on the two in front of him, the mole and Fire Mountain. Seeing Sengoku's serious demeanor, the two of them tensed up. The reason I called you here today is for one thing. Sengoku remained silent and instead bent down to retrieve a dark red fruit from under his desk. The eyes of the two brightened. They now truly understood what it was. Devil fruit, they exclaimed in unison. Sengoku smiled and nodded. That's right, it's the devil fruit. After thinking for a long time last night, I finally chose the two of you from so many people. After looking at the fruit, Sengoku continued, this fruit is called the nature-type magma fruit. Upon hearing this, the two, who were initially excited, were taken aback, instinctively glancing towards Akainu, who was sitting on the sofa. Akainu's face remained as serious as ever. You don't need to look at Akainu. He's not dead. The mole tentatively asked, Marshal Sengoku, did you get the name of the devil fruit wrong? Fire Mountain quickly agreed. Yeah, Akainu is still alive. But as soon as he said that, he regretted it, feeling a serious gaze tightly focused on him due to his observation haki. Sengoku waved his hand. I didn't get it wrong. This one is indeed the nature-type magma fruit. Let me tell you about the abilities of this devil fruit. You can compare it to Sakazuki. Besides the abilities he can use, this devil fruit also isn't afraid of seawater. The two looked at Sengoku, wanted to say, Marshal Sengoku, are you stupid? Who eats a devil fruit that isn't afraid of seawater? Sengoku smiled mysteriously and pointed to Roxia, who was sleeping soundly not far away. This fruit was synthesized at the cost of one of this kid's hands. The two turned their heads and saw that Roxia, lying on a lounge chair made of ice, had one of his hands wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Roxia can synthesize devil fruits? They had heard of Roxia's name, but they only knew he could synthesize magical items. They had never heard that this guy could also synthesize devil fruits. Sengoku nodded and pointed at Jiwen beside Roxia. See, Peach Rabbit is the one who ate the devil fruit made by Roxia. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiwen, who also didn't shy away. Suddenly, a pink light burst forth from her hand, gradually illuminating the entire office. In her hand appeared a pink lightsaber, looking just like Kizaru's Amitsukami sword. Jiwen smiled slightly. This sword is my imitation of Admiral Kizaru's technique, an Amitsukami sword. Everyone was shocked upon witnessing this, especially seeing that sword. Others might not be as shocked. But Kizaru was the user of the Pika Pika, noMi. Kizaru's eyes widened, and his face looked even more lecherous. This is terrifying. Roxia is truly terrifying. He can even replicate my Pika Pika, noMi 1-to-1. Kizaru had no hint of sarcasm in his tone. No wonder I felt that Peach Rabbit's devil fruit ability was somewhat similar to mine last time. It turns out it really is the Pika Pika noMi. Peach Rabbit smiled slightly. Yes, Admiral Kizaru, because I mistakenly ate that pink devil fruit made by Roxia, I gained such abilities. Jiwen put away the pink lightsaber and quietly stood beside Roxia. The mole curiously asked, Peach Rabbit, is it true that after eating the fruit made by Roxia, you aren't afraid of seawater? Are there no side effects? Peach Rabbit shook her head. No, there aren't. I can even use my abilities to swim around in the sea. It was normal for the mole to ask such questions since he was someone who specialized in swordsmanship. He wouldn't have considered side effects before. But now, what lay before him was a devil fruit without side effects. The eyes of the two gradually heated up. Sengoku naturally noticed their gaze and smiled with satisfaction. He was pleased with their reaction. The Navy should be like this. Only with competition can they become stronger. Sengoku glanced at the soundly sleeping Roxia and slowly said, Peach Rabbit, please wake Roxia up. Huh? Oh, okay. Peach Rabbit quickly turned around and gently nudged Roxia, saying softly, wake up. Roxia. Wake up, Roxia. Marshal Sengoku is calling you. I still don't want to wake up. Jiwen, can you help me get rid of that old monk? Roxia said lazily, and he even turned over, completely unaware that Sengoku's face darkened instantly. Ha ha! Old monk? Is that your new nickname, Sengoku? Truly, you have brought back someone with a good tongue. Only Carp dared to laugh out loud in the room. Sengoku ignored Carp and instead walked up to Roxia without saying a word. In the next moment, Sengoku forcefully pushed Roxia and said sternly, Hey, you little brat, wake up quickly. Rokia felt a strong push as if he was being shoved, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Sengoku with a dark expression pushing him. To Rokia, that look seemed to indicate a desire to stab him. Rokia slowly stood up, rubbed his eyes, and asked, What are you doing, Marshal of the Warring States? I woke you up to ask whether to give this fruit to Fire Mountain or the mole. After all, it's your synthesis. So I'll still take your advice into account. The Warring States said irritably. Rorschach shook his head, trying hard to shake the drowsiness out of his mind. Roxia looked at the two people standing in front of him, one of whom he vaguely remembered was called Mole. The other person was tall, with half-closed eyes, and seemed very kind. What was it? Old Warring States Marshal, who is this? Roxia pointed at the Major, General Huashishan, standing in front of him, and asked. The Warring States, standing not far away, turned dark as he clearly heard the word old. So this bastard was trying to call me old monk? Before the Warring States could think more, Jin, who was standing beside Roxia, pushed him and said irritably, you guy, standing in front of you is Major General Huashishan, who is quite powerful. After Jiuen's explanation, Roxia gradually began to remember. Although he knew what he looked like, who could remember names? Roxia smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. I just joined the Navy and haven't seen so many generals before. Jiuen couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking to herself, you've been here for a year. You're not a rookie anymore. Huashin smiled gently and waved his hand. It's okay, Roxia. Sengoku, who was standing by, played with the magma fruit and looked at Roxia. Seeing that he still hadn't said who it was for, Sengoku couldn't help but urge, you little brat, you still haven't said who it's for. Luo Xia slightly tilted her head and saw the dark face of Zhanghua. From the look on his face, it was clear that someone had upset him. Was this old monk taking his anger out on her? Roxia said slowly, why don't you eat it, General Sengoku? After all, I don't know if the fruit I've synthesized can explode with the big Buddha fruit inside you. How about you help me test it? Swish. As soon as Roxia finished speaking, Sengoku's originally pitch-black face turned even darker in an instant. Upon seeing this, Roxia activated the space fruit and instantly teleported behind Carp, revealing only a pair of eyes. Jiuen couldn't help but rub his forehead. This guy really has a bad memory. He just offended the marshal in his sleep, and now he still dares to talk like this. I hope the marshal doesn't take action. Standing still with a face as dark as a pot bottom, Sengoku couldn't help but curse at Carp in his seat. Damn Carp, Roxia is really becoming more and more like you. Huh, Roxia is someone I picked up? So of course he resembles me. Roxia quietly spoke up at this moment. I think this fruit would be better for the burning mountain. Sengoku glanced at Roxia, leisurely sat down on the chair that Roxia had made earlier, and asked, can you explain that? Roxia's mouth twitched. He was afraid that the reasons he gave might get him criticized by everyone present. I was just looking at body types. If it's General Mole, his swordsmanship is quite impressive, so he would be well suited for the shining fruit. At that moment, General Fireburn's eyes were almost squinting with laughter, and he felt even more favorable towards Roxia. In contrast, Mole felt a bit disheartened. Roxia actually judged based on body type, leaving him unsure whether to laugh or cry. Sengoku said irritably, I don't have any extra shining fruits. The only one you have is meant for Peach Rabbit, right? I do have another one here. However, Roxia said this extremely quietly, but Roxia forgot that everyone present possessed observation haki. Even though his voice was low, it reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing Roxia's words, Mole became excited. After all, this was the shining fruit, not the magma fruit, and he used a sword. There's a saying that goes, in a world of martial arts, speed is unmatched, and the shining fruit is synonymous with speed. It's one of the top 3 fruits for speed among devil fruits. Oh, you have another shining fruit? Could it be left over from the last synthesis? Roxia's eyes met Sengoku's for a moment, and he immediately felt defeated. He then turned around, facing the window, and sat down, not daring to meet Sengoku's gaze. He was afraid that his achievements would be taken away by Sengoku's persuasion. Sengoku waited for a long time without receiving a response from Roxia, and at first glance, he saw Roxia sitting with his back to him. Due to Carp's large stature, he completely blocked Roxia from Sengoku's view, so it was normal that Sengoku couldn't see him. Sengoku gave a signal to Jiuen, who nodded slightly. Then, Jiuen slowly walked towards Roxia and in the next moment, grabbed him. What are you doing? Jiuen said with a charming smile, his voice gentle. Marshal Sengoku is looking for you. Shortly after, Roxia was back on the lounge chair, facing the eager eyes of Sengoku. Roxia's gaze was firm, arms crossed. Although this was the last remaining fruit, he couldn't get it to them. Moreover, this fruit had a somewhat special color, not as bright as Admiral Kazur's yellow, nor as pink as that of the Garden of Eden. Just as Sengoku was about to speak, the usually silent Akiji asked, Roxia, you mentioned that this fruit has a special color. So what color is it? In an instant, everyone's attention turned to Roxia. Roxia didn't say anything, but directly flipped her little hand, and a green object resembling a sparkling fruit appeared in her palm. Roxia spun the fruit in his hand, and, after everyone had finished looking, he put the fruit back into the space. Seeing the fruit, Kizaru was completely stunned. What had he just seen? It was a green devil fruit, and it looked exactly like the one he had eaten decades ago. Truly unbelievable. Kizaru looked at Roxas with a somewhat incredulous gaze. Or rather, he was shocked. How terrifying. This kid Roxas. Rasha pouted and said firmly, this color won't do. I believe General Mole wouldn't eat it either. So, I think green isn't a bad option. General Mole touched his nose and gazed at Rasha with fiery eyes. Rorschach was truly shocked at this moment. This mole general was really hungry. Rorschach waved his hand, saying that unless money is offered, it's just wishful thinking. Rorschach looked around for a week and said slowly, well, if there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving now. Wait. Rashia's foot paused, and he looked at Sengoku with a puzzled expression. Sengoku, spinning the magma fruit in one hand, slowly walked up to the two of them. In the next moment, Sengoku exerted force and stuffed the magma fruit into the mouth of Fire Mountain. Fire Mountain's eyes widened, and the next moment, it instinctively bit down. Just as it was about to swallow, a smell of rotten socks and spoiled fruit hit its nose. Fire Mountain instinctively wanted to spit it out, but couldn't help but think of Akainu using his powers. About a minute later, with red eyes, Fire Mountain swallowed the entire fruit whole. The impact of this scene left all the powers present in awe. Cough, cough. After careful consideration, this fruit will be used by Fire Mountain. When I deduct 800 million from the military budget, then you can eat it, mole. By then, I'll have Rashia change its color for you. As Sengoku said this, his face turned slightly red, clearly quite embarrassed. After all, he had called 2 people to decide the ownership of the fruit, and one of them ended up not getting it, which made Sengoku's face flush with embarrassment. Mole smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, it's fine, Admiral Sengoku. It doesn't matter whether I have the fruit or not. Upon hearing this, Rashia instinctively moved a bit behind Jiyuan, feeling a bit guilty. Sengoku then turned to Fire Mountain and asked, how do you feel? Any changes in your body? At this point, Fire Mountain, who had initially felt nauseous, suddenly perked up and looked quite proud. Admiral, I feel like I've become magma. Should I show you now? No, at least not here. My office has just been renovated. Sengoku hurriedly stopped Fire Mountain. He didn't want his office to turn into ashes. Fire Mountain laughed and scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. Just then, Akainu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Let's go to the square below. I want to see what kind of fruit Rashia made. After Akainu finished speaking, he was the first to leave the office. The others quickly followed, leaving only Rashia and Jiyuan in the room. Jiyuan asked, what's wrong? Aren't you going to see the power of the fruit you synthesized? It's not like the shiny fruit would have any power for you. The magma fruit might not necessarily be strong either. I still need to sleep. After all, I'm an injured person. Jiyuan glared at Rashia and explained, I'm focused on swordsmanship, not fruit abilities. And you better not slack off. Hurry up and come down with me. Jiyuan grabbed Rashia and threw him over her shoulder, instantly turning into a streak of light and flying out of the building, arriving at the Navy headquarters square. Roxia groggily got down from Jiyuan's shoulder and immediately looked around. At that moment, Roxia noticed that the square was surrounded by circle after circle of people. Roches laughed derisively, wondering if these guys were not afraid of death at all. It's fine, with all the generals here, especially you and Admiral Akiji. I believe the surrounding navy will be safe. Jiyuan walked over slowly, a faint smile on his face. Rashia shrugged, and then activated his freezing fruit ability, gradually forming a shape of a lounge chair in front of him. However, this was not the end. Gradually, ice pillars began to grow underneath the lounge chair. The ice pillars reached a height of 4 meters, perfectly supporting the lounge chair. Rorschach grinned, activated the space fruit, and instantly arrived at the lounge chair. Rorschach looked down and indeed could perfectly see the figure at the center of the burning mountain. Roche's actions caught the attention of the Marines, and some of them even began to whisper among themselves. Who is that lying in midair? Could it be Admiral Akiji? No way. Do you think Admiral Akiji would be so ostentatious? In my opinion, that Navy officer must be Brigadier General Roches. I heard he acquired Admiral Akiji's powers, and it seems to be true. What? Admiral Akiji's powers? Freezing? That's incredible. Yeah, I heard he got them by chance. He's really lucky. Amidst the discussions among the Marines about Roches, he remained oblivious. At that moment, he was comfortably lying in midair, enjoying the gentle sea breeze, looking particularly relaxed. Meanwhile, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was staring intently at Roches in midair, his expression darkening. Sengoku patted Akiji, who was beside him, and said, Kazan, get that kid down here. His behavior will have a negative impact on the Navy. Hurry up and bring him down. All right, Fleet Admiral. With that, Akiji immediately jumped into the air and grabbed Roches by the arm, bringing him down. As soon as they landed, Roches couldn't help but say, "Hey, boss. I was lying up there just fine. Why did you bring me down?" Suddenly, Roches seemed to think of something, his expression strange as he asked, "You don't want to lie down too, do you? Can't you do it? Do you want me to teach you?" Akiji turned his head away, afraid he might burst out laughing. Suddenly, a stern voice rang in Roche's ear. "Roches." Roxia turned his head and saw Sengoku staring at him with a dark expression. Gulp. Roxia swallowed and asked, "What's wrong, Admiral Sengoku?" Sengoku pointed at the burning mountain standing in the center of the square and then gestured towards Roxia, saying, "The burning mountain is currently in need of a sparring partner. Are you up for it?" "Huh? With so many people around, I doubt I'll get a turn." Sengoku crossed his arms and said enticingly, "As long as you can defeat him, I'll promote your rank to Vice Admiral. If you can fight him to a standstill, I'll promote you to Rear Admiral. But if you can't even take 10 moves, I'll send you to the New World for 2 years before you can come back." Rox's gaze was erratic as he was contemplating at that moment. All the generals were watching him, especially Akiji and Jiyuan. Jiyuan was the one who understood Roxa the best. Time passed second by second, and suddenly, Rox's gaze became resolute. Rorschach slowly uttered 2 words. "Will you really promote me to Major General? Let's defeat Fire Mountain first," said the black-faced warrior of the Warring States. This little brat, thinking about being promoted to Major General before defeating Fire Mountain. "Are you making a wish in front of me?" Roxia glanced at the bandages in his hand, and the next moment, the bandages wrapped around him like a zongzi suddenly burst open. At the same time, Roxia slowly walked toward the center of the square. The Marines passing by saw Roxia and quickly made way for him. They also heard the conversation between Sengoku and Roxia just now, and they were very much looking forward to it. However, they still couldn't believe how a brigadier general could possibly defeat a seasoned vice admiral. Roxa smiled as he approached the general of Fire Mountain, who was the Warring States commander, and said, "Let me be your opponent. Whether I can be promoted to a lieutenant general this time depends entirely on you. I also want to become a lazy fish like that old man carp." The Fire Mountain general, who was initially full of fighting spirit, felt his mouth twitch at Roxa's words. However, his gaze remained gentle as before. "Come on, Roxa. Although you gave me this fruit, I won't hold back. This is also my responsibility to you." Rorschach, seeing the situation, extended a hand and said, "Bridge Bean Sack, please give me a few minutes." The fire-burning mountain readily agreed, "Sure." Roxa sat down directly and closed his eyes, entering the system space. System lottery. Ding. The lottery wheel is at your service. In an instant, a huge wheel appeared in Roxa's system space. Rochit looked up and instantly widened his eyes. Oh. This time the roulette's grand prize turned out to be. Ding. Will 500 million belly be deducted for the roulette draw? Yes. Ding. 500 million belly has been deducted. The roulette is starting. As the system's voice fell, the previously motionless roulette began to spin instantly. The speed was so fast that Rochit couldn't keep up. After about a minute, a voice once again echoed in Rochit's mind, and 5 items appeared in front of him, one of which was shining with a brilliant golden light. Roxa stood with his hands on his hips, tilting his head back and laughing wildly. "Ha ha. Today, I will definitely become a major general. Not even a great general can stop me." Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the design blueprint for the Tangdao battleship. Ding. Congratulations. You have received 10 fairy beans. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained an iron plate brick. The system kindly reminds you that an iron plate brick is essential for killing and looting. You won't suffer losses, and you won't be fooled. Ding. Congratulations. You have received 50,000 berries. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained Conqueror's Hockey. In just an instant, the aura around Roxa became extraordinary. Roxia's lips curled up slightly. This time, the lottery finally made him feel like a lucky winner. This feeling was truly wonderful, exhilarating. At this moment, outside, a group of sailors were discussing Roxia, not to mention the 2 flames that were emanating from his mouth, which filled the sailors with curiosity. Roxa slowly opened his eyes. This time, he had 50% confidence in defeating General Huashishin. As he looked at General Huashishin, his eyes gradually became fiery. This could be the person who would allow him to become a lazy person in the future. Suddenly, Roxa felt a sharp pain in his palm. Rochit looked down and found that the wound he had burned that day was oozing fresh blood drop by drop. Rorschach tugged at the corner of his mouth, flipped his hand, and a celestial being appeared in his palm. Roxa tilted his head and swallowed and the next moment, the slowly bleeding wound began to heal. The general of the Warring States, who witnessed this scene from a distance, widened his eyes and muttered, "This kid still has some?" Could it be that he has the formula? I must ask him about it after the fight. It wasn't just the warring states who saw this. Even Akainu, who had originally felt a bit guilty, lost that slightest bit of regret upon seeing Rox's hand heal. At this moment, Akainu was very eager for the battle between the two. Meanwhile, a slight smile appeared on Rox's lips as the tiger hunter automatically appeared in his hand. Rocha took a deep breath and smiled. Come on, Huashan Zhongjiang. Today, I must defeat you. You are the key to my promotion to Major General. Huashan smiled gently, but he did not draw his sword. Roxia squinted his eyes and gradually noticed that the body of the burning mountain was emitting intense heat, and the ground of the square, which had originally been stationary, was scorched black by the molten rock. A faint white smoke was rising in the air. At this moment, all the Marines, under the shouts of their commanders, gradually retreated to the back, leaving more space for the two to unleash their abilities. Many commanders and Marines looked at the burning mountain in the center of the square with puzzled expressions, not understanding why the burning mountain possessed powers similar to those of Admiral Akainu, but they wouldn't ask about it now. At this moment, in the center of the square, the burning mountain looked in shock at the changes in his own body. I seem to have turned into magma. This is amazing. Roxia held the sword in one hand, and seeing the mountain on fire, he was still shocked by his own transformation, which gave him the idea of a sneak attack. Roxia turned his head towards the warring state's marshal and revealed a sly smile. In the next second, a powerful slash infused with the breath of the sun quickly struck towards Burning Mountain. The speed of the sword energy was incredibly fast, far beyond what Burning Mountain could block. Puff! Crack! In the next moment, the slash violently pierced through Burning Mountain's chest, directly cleaving it in half. Roxia grinned, but he did not let his guard down. Instead, he took the battle even more seriously. The fire-burning mountain, which had been cut in half, stared wide-eyed, and the spear was quite confused. However, he quickly reacted. He was competing with Roxia, so how could he get distracted? Annoyed, fire-burning mountain slapped his head, and in the next second, his bisected body surprisingly reconnected and returned to its original state. Fire-burning mountain's expression transformed from confusion to seriousness. Roxia revealed a mischievous smile. Hey, has Fire Mountain finally come to his senses? It seems my move was quite effective. Fire Mountain did not respond, but the dark red lava in his hands began to grow increasingly agitated, large drops of magma dripping down. Take this. The magma in Fire Mountain's hands transformed into balls of lava that quickly shot towards Roxia. The lava balls rained down on Roxia's body. However, this would not cause any harm to Roxia. Upon contact with Roxia's frozen form, the lava balls extinguished instantly. Rorschach disdainfully curled his lips. Goodness, who uses moves like that? Rox's gaze gradually turned icy, and the tiger hunt seemed to sense his intent, actively transforming back into a wristband. After the tiger hunt left his palm, Rox's armed color instantly enveloped him, the pitch-black armed color adding a layer of mysterious power to Rox's strength. Roxia clenched his fist and felt the power within him. Swish! The space fruit activated, and in an instant, Roxia appeared in front of Fire Mountain, accompanied by a powerful strike. What? Fire Mountain's pupils widened. He didn't expect Roxia to cover such a distance in an instant. This was outrageous. Before he could think further, Roxia's fist struck hard against Fire Mountain's cheek. The moment their fists made contact, Fire Mountain was sent flying by Roxia's blow, crashing into a nearby wall, raising a cloud of dust. The sight left the Marine soldiers and many commanders astonished, especially Sengoku, Carp, and others who were dumbfounded. When did this kid become so strong? This level of armament hockey is definitely beyond the basics. I didn't expect this kid's hockey talent to be so high, Sengoku exclaimed. The three admirals and others nodded instinctively. Reflecting on their own teenage years, they realized they were not as formidable as Roxia. Unlike everyone else's shock, Carp's eyes gradually lit up. If it were night, Carp's eyes would definitely shine like light bulbs. Carp laughed wildly, saying, with Roxia's fists alone, I can pass on my iron fist to him. Moreover, this kid can definitely learn my flowing rock smash fist. Carp's eyes were filled with admiration as he focused on the image of Roxia just having sent Fire Mountain flying. Rorschach glanced at the smug Carp and said, Old man, I'm not learning that. Find someone else. Ratchet's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for Carp to hear. What? You little brat, you have to learn. It's been a long time since I've taught anyone my flowing stone-shattering fist. You must learn, Carp said, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to walk towards Ratchet. Fortunately, Sengoku and Akiji held him back. Otherwise, Ratchet might have been stuck in a wall right now, unable to get down. Crash! Whoosh! A sound of stones cracking came from a distance, and Rothschild looked up to see a figure climbing out from within the wall. The magma released looked quite violent. As the person walked, the magma dripping from them burned holes into the ground of the square. Roxa swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back. Huashishin slowly walked to the opposite side of Roxa, smiled gently, and said, "Indeed, I've grown old. I never expected to be beaten like this. From now on, I, Huashishin, will use all my strength. So be careful, Roxa." As soon as Huashishin finished speaking, his originally gentle face turned cold. Just then, with a whoosh, Huashishin, who had been standing still, suddenly appeared in front of Roxa. His magma-covered fist slammed hard into Roxa's stomach. Rasha, who was originally laughing, quickly put on a mask of pain, and his whole body bent into the shape of a large shrimp. Phew! Rasha spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this scene, Fire Mountain slowly retracted his fist, but still maintained a serious expression on his face. Roshas bent his body and activated the space fruit, retreating several meters away from the burning mountain. Rorschach wiped the corner of his mouth and said with a nonchalant attitude, "Hey, just spat out a mouthful of clotted blood. Not bad." Roxa stared intently at the burning mountain across from him. This time, he was no longer behaving nonchalantly. Instead, he had a serious expression on his face. He originally thought that a lieutenant general wouldn't be that strong, but now he felt that anyone who could become a lieutenant general was not to be underestimated. Roshas slowly raised the tiger hunt in his hand, activating the breath of the Sun Ha. Roxia raised his sword, the tiger hunt, and lightly slashed towards the direction of the burning mountain. In an instant, a fire dragon about 10 meters long burst forth from his sword. Roar! The fire dragon let out a resounding roar, appearing almost real to onlookers. The speed of the fire dragon was incredibly fast, fiercely biting towards the burning mountain. Due to the close distance and the dragon's speed, the burning mountain had no time to evade. The burning mountain's arms erupted with magma, resembling two volcanoes erupting from a distance. The burning mountain struck hard at the fire dragon. Boom! The fire dragon collided violently with the magma. However, Roxia had used the breath of the sun. It wouldn't be so easily dispersed, and for a moment, the burning mountain's movements met resistance against Roxia's technique. After about several seconds, the burning mountain swung upward, and the fire dragon was instantly dispersed. In that moment of dispersion, sparks flew towards the Navy soldiers, which was a characteristic of Roxia's technique. The surrounding sailors saw this scene and all ran off into the distance. Akiji, who had been observing the Navy soldiers, immediately acted, turning ice into countless fine needles that shot towards the small flames. At that moment, Roxia looked at the equally serious burning mountain, unsure of how to strike. Moreover, Roxia noticed that the burning mountain had a sword strapped to his waist, which he hadn't drawn even now, leaving Roxia puzzled. Could it be that this old man's strongest swordsmanship is just for show? Is he using his ability just to tease me? Roxia thought to himself. Rothschild pondered carefully while stroking his chin, thinking about what abilities he still possessed. Right now, I have the abilities of the ice fruit, swordsmanship, the breath of the sun, the space fruit, and conqueror's haki. Oh right, the space fruit and conqueror's haki. Rorschach quickly thought of a countermeasure. Rorschach's mouth curved into a smile, and his face regained a confident and composed expression. Rothschild tightly gripped the knife in his hand and disappeared from his original position in the next second. Countless afterimages surrounded Huashishin, who was on the square, moving at an astonishing speed. From time to time, Rothschild would strike Huashishin with a knife, infused with a dominating aura that left him defenseless. Spatial slash, fire dragon slash, ice needle, iron fist. In the rapidly moving circle, Rothschild's voice echoed, and with each sound, the corresponding technique would follow suit. This left Huashishin unable to defend himself. And what was even more outrageous was that he had to endure all the techniques while trapped in Rothschild's high-speed circle. He was now only on the receiving end of the attacks. To make matters worse, Rothschild's fist, wrapped in iron, would occasionally strike him hard in the kidneys. 10 minutes later, Huashishin could be described as a beggar. His once brand new Navy uniform was now tattered and covered with knife wounds, leaving him looking extremely disheveled. However, at this point, Rothschild was also struggling to cope with the disorienting sensation of high-speed movement. In the blink of an eye, Luo Xia came to a stop. 10 meters away from the burning mountain, he planted the tiger hunt into the ground and gripped the handle of the knife tightly with both hands. Roxia's head was spinning severely, and he even felt a sense of nausea. Huashishin touched the cloth strips on his body and glanced at the dazed Roxia across from him. Immediately, an idea popped into Huashishin's mind. He weakly limped towards Roxia, but Roxia was completely oblivious. In the crowd, Jiyuan watched the two of them and instinctively wanted to fly towards Luo Xia, but was pulled back by Qingji. General Qingji, Luo Xia is in danger. Qingji shook his head. This is a sparring match. Nothing will go wrong. Besides, this kid is my subordinate. I won't let anything happen to him. Akainu also said in a deep voice. That's right, and Huashishin knows his limits. At the same time, Huashishin limped closer to Luo Xia, his arm covered in dark red magma. Finally, he reached a distance of half a meter from Luo Xia and slowly raised his hand. He intended to knock Luo Xia out to end the sparring directly. He didn't want to feel like a lamb to the slaughter again once Luo Xia recovered. Just as Huashishin's arm was about to reach Luo Xia's neck, Luo Xia suddenly raised his head, his eyes widening in an instant. At the same time, a powerful aura emanated from Luo Xia. Boom! Around them, the Marines fell one after another, with some even fainting outright. Rorschach's eyes were indifferent, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he faced the burning mountain, unsure of where to look. Luo Xia felt a surge of joy in his heart and instantly attached his spatial abilities to the sword. Slash! In the blink of an eye, Luo Xia directly cut the fire-burning mountain in half. Luo Xia raised his weapon, a cold look in his eyes, as he spoke slowly. Fire Mountain General. The Fire Mountain General, who had been cut in half, was about to struggle to get up when Luo Xia's weapon, covered in armed color hockey, pressed against his throat, rendering him immobile. The Fire Mountain General forced a bitter smile and said, I lost. As soon as he spoke, everyone was shocked and stared wide-eyed. Some Navy vice admirals even thought they had misheard and instinctively rubbed their ears. In the center of the square, after receiving the answer he wanted, Luo Xia instantly felt weak and sat down on the ground. He was panting heavily, his head spinning and feeling very tired. Sengoku scanned the crowd and finally uncertainly asked those around him, was that just now Conqueror's hockey? Isn't it? The three admirals nodded with complex expressions. That's right. Sengoku let out a long breath and then stepped forward to Luo Xia and the Fire Mountain General. Upon getting closer, Jiyuan immediately squatted down to check Luo Xia's injuries. And after confirming there was nothing serious, a smile finally appeared on his face. 10 minutes later, the Fire Mountain General was dragged away by Kizu, transformed into a flash of light heading toward the medical room. At this moment, all the Marines, including the unconscious ones, were taken back to their dorms by their comrades, while some returned to the training ground to continue training. At this moment, only the exhausted Luo Xia remained in the square, along with Sengoku, Garp, and the two admirals. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Luo Xia, their eyes intense, as if they were trying to see through him. Luo Xia swallowed hard, feeling that gaze. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a fairy bean appeared. Jiyuan was quick and snatched it away, directly stuffing it into Luo Xia's mouth. As the fairy bean entered his body, Luo Xia felt a gentle energy spreading throughout him, restoring his weak and aching body to its original state. Luo moved his body, and it made a crack, crack, crack sound. At this moment, Luo Xia stared directly at Admiral Sengoku and asked seriously, Admiral Sengoku, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Sengoku shook his head and asked with a strange look in his eyes, how did you do that last strike just now? But did you already know how to do it before? Luo Xia scratched his head and said, are you talking about the momentum I had at the end? What's the big deal about it? It's just a bit of momentum. Is it really worth all this fuss? As he spoke, Luo Xia's voice grew weaker. Sengoku, with a strange look in his eyes, said, it might be a bit different from what you think, but what you just mentioned is the Conqueror's hockey. Conqueror's hockey appears in 1 out of a million. It's almost non-existent on the Grand Line. So when I saw you actually using Conqueror's hockey, I was quite surprised. Although Sengoku spoke in a mysterious manner, making it seem like Conqueror's hockey was very rare, Luo Xia didn't think so. Luo pouted, Marshal, did you just say that the Grand Line doesn't exist at all? Sengoku nodded, that's right. Is there a problem? Not really. It's just that if the Grand Line doesn't exist, then it should all be in the New World, right? There should be a lot in the New World, right? Sengoku's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Luo's mind to work so quickly. Rorschach looked slyly at the general and tentatively asked, Marshal, does the matter of the Lieutenant General still count? If you go back on your word, there's nothing I can do. After all, you're the Marshal. You're the highest in the Navy. Rorschach spoke in a sarcastic tone, making the warring states feel quite irritated. The warring states interrupted. Nonsense. Once I say something, it's like water that's been poured out. You can go ask around. Everything I've said has been done. Rasha looked at the serious Sengoku, turned to pat Karp on the shoulder, and asked, Old man, is what the Marshal said true? TCH, don't believe him. That bastard's words might take months or even years to come true, Karp said, picking his nose with a disdainful look. The two of them openly chatted about Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku glared at Carp and scolded, "Bastard Carp, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll deduct your entire salary." Carp chuckled awkwardly and said nothing more. He had already said everything he needed to say to Rasha. Sengoku waved his hand and said, "All right. It will take a few more days regarding Rasha's promotion to Rear Admiral. I still need to discuss it with the senior officials of the Navy. Once the discussion is settled, we will naturally promote Rasha from Commodore to Rear Admiral immediately." Roxia pouted, but he really did care about the position of the Rear Admiral. It would be great if he could be as openly lazy as Admiral Carp. 5 minutes later, everyone had already left the square, leaving only Roxia and Jiyuan. Before Roxia could react, a slender arm wrapped around his neck. Then, a gentle laugh came from beside him, filled with pride. "Not bad, Roxia. Your strength is really growing quickly. You even managed to defeat Admiral Huashishin. I really underestimated you before. Huashishin is an old-school admiral, and even I would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat him." Jiyuan seemed particularly happy this time, tightening her embrace. The two maintained this posture as they walked toward the villa. Halfway there, Roxia suddenly felt Jiyuan's hand loosen from his shoulder. Roxia looked smug. Defeating the general of the Burning Mountain was just the beginning. "If it weren't for my lack of stamina right now, I'd even want to give you, the reserve general of Jiyuan, a try." "Oh." Jiyuan raised an eyebrow and smiled, while rolling up his sleeves, looking eager to give it a go. "How about we give it a try, little brother Roxa? I guarantee I'll have you looking for your teeth all over the ground." Rorschach couldn't help but shiver as he locked eyes with the twin orbs of the garden. Roxa pretended to be calm and waved his hand, saying, "Wait until I train for a while longer. I will definitely knock you flying." "All right, I'm looking forward to that day." She had watched Roxa grow stronger step by step, transforming from a powerless kid into someone who could defeat the Vice Admiral of Fire Mountain in just a year. Looking back at the past, and then at the current Roxa, Jiyuan couldn't help but wonder if Roxa was really human. His strength had grown too fast, hadn't it? Wasn't Kaido and the others at this level? If Roxa hadn't joined the Navy, she couldn't imagine how chaotic the seas would be now. Just thinking about it was unbelievable. The two quickly returned to the villa. As soon as Roxa got back, he threw himself onto his bed and fell asleep within a second. The next day, early morning, in the Navy's Grand Conference Room, many Navy leaders had gathered, including the three admirals, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru. Sengoku sat at the head of the table, tapped it lightly, and cleared his throat, saying, "All right, since everyone is here, we will officially start today's meeting. The main topic today is about Roxa's promotion to Rear Admiral. Everyone can speak freely and voice any opinions." As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, the previously quiet conference room instantly became noisy. Dozens of Navy leaders split into several groups to discuss. Garp, sitting next to Sengoku, glanced at him and said loudly, "Sengoku, you promised that kid Roxa yesterday, and today you're still making everyone discuss it. Damn, Garp, don't you know our Navy's promotion criteria? Achievements and strength are both essential. But since we made a promise yesterday, we can only try our best," Sengoku sighed. He hadn't expected that his casual remark from yesterday would actually lead to Roxa as promotion. This kid not only defeated Fire Mountain, but also awakened the Conqueror's Haki, something only a few could achieve. Sengoku stroked his goat beard, thinking, "It's really strange, how did I not notice this kid had such potential before?" As time passed, the heated discussions among the Navy leaders gradually quieted down. At this moment, a mole in a purple striped suit stood up and said seriously, "Report to Admiral Sengoku. Since Rear Admiral Roxa has the strength to defeat Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, he possesses the combat power of a Rear Admiral or higher. Currently, our Navy lacks high-end combat power, and Roxa's strength has been witnessed by many, so I think we can promote him to Rear Admiral. After all, achievements can be gained later." After the mole's serious speech, he sat down. Sengoku nodded and was about to speak when a Rear Admiral with half of his face covered by a mask interrupted. This man was the exceptionally muscular Rear Admiral Bastille. "Report to Admiral Sengoku. I think Rear Admiral Roxa's achievements are still insufficient for promotion to Rear Admiral, although his strength is sufficient. The Navy's promotion system cannot be broken for just one person." As soon as Bastille sat down, Jiyuan stood up seriously and said, "Our Navy relies on strength. If we follow your logic, if someone with the strength of an admiral joins our Navy, should we make him start as a recruit?" I'm not talking to you." Jiyuan didn't want anyone to obstruct Roxa's promotion, nor did she want anyone to refute Roxa's efforts. So, with Bastille opposing first, Jiyuan was even less polite and shot back at him. It is often said that men cannot win arguments against women. If Roxa saw this scene, he would surely give Jiyuan a thumbs up. After Jiyuan's speech, Many leaders who had prepared to speak suddenly became hesitant. The conference room fell into a long silence, with no one daring to speak. This was the first time in so many meetings that it had been so quiet. Sengoku coughed lightly and turned his gaze to Akiji, asking, Akiji, Roxa is your subordinate. What do you think? Akiji pondered for a moment before calmly replying, I think he can be promoted to Rear Admiral. Of course. We are discussing his lack of achievements, right? That's easy to solve. Sengoku asked in confusion. Are you going to have him roam the seas to catch pirates? There aren't enough pirates in the Grand Line for him to achieve merit. Akiji shook his head with a smile. Meanwhile, all the Navy leaders were staring at Akiji, eager to hear what he would say. It's simple. Just send him to the New World. The New World is a place that can really train people and accelerate his growth. His strength will increase significantly. As soon as Akiji said this, almost all the Navy leaders fell silent, their faces becoming strange. What kind of place is the New World? It is currently occupied by the 4 emperors. This cold-hearted guy actually wants to send such a promising subordinate to the New World to catch pirates. Are you trying to get him killed? Akiji was very aware of everyone's thoughts and continued. In fact, if it weren't for the Fire Mountain incident, I would have wanted to throw him into the New World after a while. This is also part of my training for him. Sengoku remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Kizaru, Akainu, what do you both think? Roxa's strength is definitely enough for a promotion to Rear Admiral. I think he should be promoted, and you said it yourself. That's right, Sengoku. Roxa is a little monster with various abilities. I agree. Now, everyone had nothing more to say. With all 3 admirals agreeing, how could these little Rear Admirals have any reason to oppose? Even if they did, they couldn't say it out loud. Didn't they see the attitude of the 3 admirals towards Roxa? Sengoku tapped the table, took a deep breath, and slowly said, the minority obeys the majority. Since most people present support this, then starting today, Roxa will officially become a Rear Admiral in the Navy. He will also be the youngest Rear Admiral in our Navy. An 18-year-old Rear Admiral. The future is promising. Sengoku smiled. However, Akiji's proposal needs to be considered carefully. Roxa is not just our Rear Admiral. His value is far greater than that of an admiral. We still need to respect Roxa's own opinion. After Sengoku finished speaking, he stood up and tapped the table, saying, then, today's meeting is adjourned. Everyone disperse. As the meeting concluded, all the Navy leaders walked out in a disorganized manner. After an unknown amount of time, only Akiji, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru remained in the conference room. Sengoku smiled and said, so what are your thoughts? Nothing much. Just that the G5 branch in the New World needs a base commander, and I want Roxa to take charge. Besides, Roxa is the least like a Navy member. The second is Smoker. However, Smoker's strength is still not enough to go to the New World. He needs some more time. Right now, Roxa has reached the required strength and rank, and his personality is suitable for managing the Navy, so he is just right for the position. The warring states nodded in agreement and said, what you said is indeed correct, but Luo Xia has another identity. He is our Navy's composite master. The world government comes to buy his stuff from time to time. At this moment, Ji Yuan transformed into a beam of light and accurately landed at the entrance of the villa. Ji Yuan pushed the door open and her goal was clear. Luo Xia's room. Knock, knock, knock. Here we go, don't come in. A voice from inside Luo Xia's room sounded impatient. About 5 minutes later, Luo Xia opened the door and immediately saw Ji Yuan, who was dressed neatly. Oh, is there something you need? Ji Yuan frowned and asked. Needless to say, of course there is something, otherwise why would I come? Rorschach reluctantly gave up a position. He had planned to study the reward he received yesterday, but now that is all gone. Rorschach sat down on the sofa, looking content as he asked Ji Yuan, didn't you say you had something to discuss? Go ahead. I have things to do later. Stop wasting time. I'm just trying to figure out how to explain this to you so that you understand. Rorschach snorted, but didn't disturb Ji Yuan any further, silently watching her think. After a while, about 5 minutes later, Ji Yuan slowly spoke. There's one good news and one bad news from this meeting. Which one do you want to hear? Roxa raised an eyebrow and glanced at Ji Yuan's expression, deliberately saying, whatever, any of them is fine. Ji Yuan secretly clenched her fists, her gaze fixed fiercely on Roxa. However, Roxa didn't notice any of her actions. Then let's start with the good news. After the meeting's decision, your promotion to Major General should be secure. You can definitely be considered the youngest Major General. Since the establishment of the Navy, I haven't seen a Major General who is only 18 years old. Rorschach had an expressionless face, neither sad nor happy, and asked indifferently, what about the bad news? Oh, the bad news. The bad news is that Admiral Greenbull has proposed for you to take a position in the New World for a term of 2 years. His proposal has received the approval of the majority of the Navy. Jardin's gaze was deep, and his tone was somber as he said, "This time, you may really have to go to the New World for your assignment." Ratchet sat up straight and murmured, "New World? It can't be said to be good or bad, right?" Xuanji Ratchet thought mischievously. "If I really go to the New World, then I'll just create a barrier, so that old monk from the Warring States period can't come in even with his magic door. That way, it will be a bit freer. I'm tired of that old monk bothering me every time. It's so annoying. Can you make something like that?" Ji Yuan asked curiously. Rasha shook his head, saying that he wouldn't for now, but it might be different in the future. Besides, the fact that you can assign a lieutenant general to the New World probably means it's not particularly important. The main thing is that there should only be one supreme commander there, me. When the time comes, I'll rob pirates every day and make sure they know the name of Rasha, my lord. Roxa even began to fantasize about a scene in which a group of Navy soldiers kneels before him. It seems that this might actually be a good thing. Jiyuan looked at Roxa, noticing the pirate aura about him, and thought it was quite possible he might do something like that. Just the thought of Roxa acting as he said made Jiyuan's face darken immediately. "You little brat, put your feet down from the table. With that expression of yours, I'm starting to worry about you going to the New World. I'm afraid you might get beaten to death on your first day there." At this point, Jiyuan abruptly stood up and declared, "No, I can't let you go to the New World. I'm going to find Admiral Sengoku and talk to him." Jiyuan finished speaking to herself, completely ignoring Roxa's words, and in the next moment, she vanished from the room in a flash of light. Rasha tugged at the corner of her mouth. She couldn't let Jiyuan tell Zhanghua and the others what she had just said. Roches activated the space fruit and instantly appeared dozens of meters away. A minute later, Roches finally caught up with Jiyuan using the space fruit. However, Jiyuan had not moved an inch. "Hey, Jiyuan, what are you looking at?" Rashia followed the gaze of Jiyuan and looked into the distance. Not far away, Sengoku, Karp, the 3 admirals, and Crane, among others, were all heading towards the Navy headquarters port. In particular, the expressions on everyone's faces were very serious, as if something significant had happened. Moreover, when Rashia looked at Karp, he realized that since Karp had picked him up, he had never seen Karp show such a serious expression. Roxa swallowed and asked hoarsely, "What are they going to do?" Hearing Roxa's voice, Jiyuan finally reacted and came back to his senses. "Let's go. Let's follow them and see what is happening." The two moved quickly, with Jiyuan using the ability of the Shining Fruit. Roxia used his spatial abilities, which were not inferior to those of Jiyuan. The two quickly caught up with the group. As soon as they reached the group, Roxia leaned over to Karp and asked, "Old man, I've never seen you with such a serious expression. What is going on?" However, Roxia waited for a long time without hearing Karp speak. Eventually, Roxia chose to remain silent and quietly followed Karp. Soon after, the group arrived at the port. As they reached the port, Roxia saw several world government personnel dressed in white. At that moment, 2 of them were escorting a man who was bare-chested off the ship. Rorschach's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with the figure of that man. Roches instinctively blurted out, "Fire Fist Ace, Captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division?" At this moment, 3 members of the CP, in white, had already approached everyone. Sengoku. Hearing the government official call his name, Sengoku instinctively stepped forward. "The transfer of the prisoner has been completed. This one has been captured by the pirate Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Our world government has already promised Blackbeard the title of Warlord of the Sea. This prisoner will thereafter be handed over to the Navy for transport to the underwater prison." The CP in white stated seriously. At this moment, Fire Fist Ace looked at Karp in front of him with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. He had thought he would encounter his father, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Realizing this, he instantly lowered his head, and his gaze dimmed. Karp was completely stunned. He never expected that Ace had really been captured. He had been wearing a stern expression on the way here, but he was shocked to find it was true. Karp instinctively clenched his fists, and his aura gradually began to rise. Roches, standing beside him, could clearly sense this intensity, though he wasn't sure if it was observation hockey or something else. In an instant, Rasha grabbed Karp's shoulder, and the power of space manifested in his hand. The two appeared 30 meters away from Ace in an instant. Karp's reddened pupils were fixed on Rasha, looking as if he wanted to devour him. Rashia swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back. "Ahem, old man, what were you about to do just now with your clenched fist? Besides, I have a feeling that if I hadn't taken you away, you would have probably knocked those couple of CPs down by now." Ratchet deliberately lowered his voice, afraid that those couples in the distance would hear. Cap let out a deep sigh and then sat down on the ground. Rorschach also sat down, and then with a flip of his hands, a bottle of Matai appeared in his grasp. Rorschach directly tossed the bottle to Carp. Carp was also unceremonious, twisting off the cap and gulping it down. Rasha was not in a hurry. After Carp finished a bottle with a gudong sound, he said softly, "That ace is my grandson." "I know." Carp was taken aback, but didn't ask further, as this was something that could be easily found out with a little investigation. Ratchet's gaze was calm, but the words he spoke next were astonishing. "Your grandson, right?" "That's right. That little brat has been caught." He continued, "It's actually easy to resolve. You don't need to take matters into your own hands. If you had acted just now, your image as a naval hero would be ruined." Ratchet said with a grin, "How about I take action? I can take out those CP agents in an instant, and then I'll escape with your grandson. What do you think? I can also guarantee that none of the Navy present will catch me, but then again, maybe not." Carp swallowed hard, and the next moment he stood up, his expression serious. "No, you little brat. Even if he is useless, he has to stay with the Navy. I want to agree to that." Then Carp's gaze softened as he looked at Ace, and even Ratchet noticed the tear stains at the corners of Carp's eyes. "Since that kid is weak and got caught, he deserves it. You shouldn't get involved." As Ratchet and Carp continued their conversation, Sengoku in the distance finally shouted, "Carp, what are you two talking about?" Rasha revealed 8 teeth, saying nothing, but his arm was resting on Carp's arm. In the next moment, Rasha and Carp appeared directly beside Sengoku. At this time, the ship belonging to the CP organization that was used to transport Ace had already slowly started. And at this moment, Ace was being held by 2 Navy soldiers standing to the side. The instant Carp and Ace's eyes met, Ace immediately lowered his head, seemingly not wanting Carp to see him like this. Roches glanced at Ace and then at Carp, his eyes darting around as if he was contemplating something, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The words he had previously said to Carp seemed to suggest that he was about to rescue Ace at any moment. Carp noticed Roche's vivid expressions, and his heart skipped a beat. That large hand, like a claw, suddenly grabbed Roche's. Just as Roche's was deep in thought, he was suddenly seized by a big hand, causing him to cry out in pain, "Ouch, old man, that hurts." "Endure it. Old man will bear it. But if you dare to scream again, I'll give you a loving iron fist." Rasha instantly fell silent, shaking his head in regret as he looked at Ace. At that moment, Sengoku said, "Those guys from the world government said they would receive a call from Blackbeard later, as if he had something to say to me." "Umph. He's just a pirate. What important thing could he possibly say?" Even someone as iron-fisted as Akainu looks down on pirates like Blackbeard. However, capturing a pirate is indeed a good way. As for escorting Fire Fist Ace, let be handled by Rear Admiral Mole, along with a few other admirals. Rear Admiral Mole replied seriously, "I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." Roches looked at Ace and then at Sengoku, and with a smile he said, "Marshal, I also want to join, but I understand that it's not possible. Ace's situation is special, and you are our Navy's youngest Rear Admiral. We can't have any accidents. It's better for a senior Rear Admiral from the Navy to escort him." Rorschach tugged at the corner of his mouth, seeing the situation. It seemed he wouldn't be able to contact Ace. "Well, it's fine. He had been wanting to study something recently." Ratchet tugged at his own arm, and this time Carp actually let go of his arm. After several minutes, Ratchet followed Sengoku and others into Sengoku's office. Upon entering the office, Sengoku turned around and said sternly, "Brigadier General Ratchet, listen up. Yes. Due to your display of strong strength in the match against Rear Admiral Fire Mountain and defeating a Navy Rear Admiral, you are hereby promoted to Rear Admiral of the Navy." Rasha scratched his head and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Marshal. It turns out you weren't lying to me." However, the expression on Warring State's face stiffened, but he still signaled to the nearby Jiuan with his eyes. Jiuan smiled slightly, and a flash of light appeared in her hand as the cloak that was originally hanging behind Rasha suddenly fell off. She slowly handed the neatly folded cloak to Rasha. Roxia reached out to take it, opened it directly, and looked around. He found that there wasn't much difference. However, since it was given by the Warring States, Roxia would just keep it. Roxa exerted force, directly hanging the cloak behind him. Zhangguo looked at Roxa with satisfaction, nodding, not bad, quite handsome. Well, just a little bit more handsome than you. All right, stop joking. Now let's announce the most important matter from this incident." Zhangguo cleared his throat and announced, "Due to his limited experience, Major General Roxa is specially appointed to take command of New World G5 for 2 years. He will serve as the highest commander of G5, and the orders have been read." Rashia widened his eyes and asked, "Where's the G5 branch located?" The G5 branch is near Fishman Island. You'll know the specific island when you get there. Of course, you can still decide the timing. Rorschach nodded. Can I make a request? The Warring States raised his head, raised an eyebrow, and asked with interest, what do you want to request? Rorschach thought for a moment and said slowly, not long ago, I designed a ship. I wonder if the Navy can help me make it? As soon as Rorschach spoke, the office fell into silence. After a long while, the sound of a cough broke the silence. All right, as long as you pay. If you want to do it yourself, just cover the material costs. Of course, if you want to hire a few people to help you, there are plenty in the Navy. Roxa nodded and then said, can I have a cook assigned to me when I go to the New World? Sengoku's expression darkened, and he picked up the pen on the table and threw it at Roxa. Rasha tilted his head slightly and immediately dodged. Just as Sengoku was about to continue, a phone rang, brew, brew, brew. Sengoku furrowed his brows, picked up the phone, and before he could speak, an evil laughter came from the other end. Hee. A piercing sound echoed from the transponder snail. All the Navy personnel present couldn't help but frown. Sengoku said in a deep voice, Blackbeard, speak if you have something to say, or let it out if you have gas. If you dare to pollute our ears with your ugly laughter again, I will send a Marine Admiral to throw you into the underwater prison. As soon as these words were spoken, Blackbeard's laughter abruptly stopped. Meanwhile, on a small island, Blackbeard wiped the non-existent cold sweat and chuckled awkwardly. Sengoku, I'm here to bring you good news today, and I am now a warlord of the sea, appointed by your world government. Sengoku, perhaps not wanting to hear Blackbeard's voice, hurriedly interrupted. All right, enough nonsense. Then I'll tell you my biggest secret. Although the Marines were puzzled, they all fell silent, quietly waiting for Blackbeard's words. The bloodline of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, still exists in the world. How about that? Is this news shocking enough? However, the officers in the office were terrifyingly quiet, and the next second, the previously silent Admiral Tsuru directly rebutted. Impossible. Our Navy searched Roger's hometown and left no stone unturned. Blackbeard, you bastard, dare to deceive the Navy? This was filled with a sense of threat. But Blackbeard on the other end of the line laughed out loud, acknowledging that what Admiral Tsuru said was true. But in fact, the bloodline of the Pirate King truly exists. I was shocked when I heard this news. And today, that bloodline has officially been delivered by the world government. Surprised? Unexpected? Sengoku's expression did not change at all. Instead, he asked, are you saying that Portgas Ace is the son of Gold? Roger? That's right. This time, I won't charge you. The world government has already paid. I'm really looking forward to this matter. See you next time. Kacha. As soon as Blackbeard finished speaking, the signal of the transponder snail was abruptly cut off. At this moment, Rasha glanced around, and everyone's face showed an ugly color. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, as if it were the calm before the storm. Rorschach activated his ability, and two chairs appeared in an instant. He handed one to Ji Yuan and sat down in the other. They hadn't spoken for so long, yet they didn't mind the silence. After an unknown amount of time, Sengoku looked at Karp and said softly, you know everything? Karp's expression slightly froze for a moment, and then he nodded. That nod seemed to use up all of Karp's strength, and he appeared to be deflated. Bring. The transponder snail on the table suddenly rang, and Sengoku picked it up directly. A dignified voice came from the receiver. Sengoku, you received news from Blackbeard, right? Yes, I'm fully aware. And what about the accuracy of that news? It's basically accurate. We can confirm that Fire Fist Ace is indeed a bloodline of Pirate King Gold. Roger. On the other end, the voice paused as if in thought, and soon after, it spoke again, since he is Roger's bloodline. The world government cannot allow him to exist in this world. We also do not want to see another Pirate King like Gold, Roger appear. Pass the word down. A public execution will be carried out in a month. Sengoku was slightly taken aback, but then nodded, understood. Gotcha. Thanks to the excellent amplification of the transponder snail, everyone in the office could hear the conversation between the two. Rokia widened his eyes slightly. What did he just hear? He actually heard that Fire Fist Ace was going to be publicly executed, although he had known for a long time. Knowing about it and actually hearing it were completely different. About an hour later, in the Navy's main conference room, many high-ranking Navy officers and generals were seated in the meeting room. At this moment, Rokia also sat down next to Ji-Yuan. Roches looked around for a week, bored and yawning. The Warring States, sitting in the main seat, spoke seriously. Today, the Navy received shocking news. The bloodline of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, still exists in the world. Instantly, the previously quiet conference room, where one could hear a pin drop, became noisy. Rorschach looked around and found that everyone was either plain-looking or had a fierce appearance, and the discussions were extremely noisy. Rorschach couldn't help but think as he tugged at the corner of his mouth. Could these Navy personnel be the atmosphere group that the old monk invited? Attending a meeting like this must cost at least 10,000 berries. Knock, knock, knock. Sengoku tapped the table. All right, quiet down. We all know the specific reason now. At that time, the Navy searched carefully but found no news of the child. The reason is quite simple. Poor Gasti. Rouge carried Fire Fist Ace for 20 months. To evade the Navy's search, she managed to hide Fire Fist Ace in her belly for 1 year and 3 months. In the end, Fire Fist Ace was born, but she also exhausted herself to death. After Sengoku finished speaking, the Navy present was in an uproar. Sengoku spoke passionately, but Ratchet was not in the mood to listen. Instead, Ratchet began to study his own space fruit. A flash of light appeared in Rorschach's hand, and a piece of fairy shell instantly appeared in his grasp. Rorschach's fingers extended, the tips holding the power of space. Rorschach drew a square in the air. To his surprise, a small door actually opened up in the middle of that square. Rorschach's eyes lit up as he directly placed the freshly synthesized rice crackers into it. Rorschach began to look around, and the next second, the sunbae that had been placed inside suddenly appeared above Sengoku's head. The sunbae directly landed on the table in front of Sengoku. Luo Xia swallowed hard, then immediately lowered his head, pretending to be busy, while his heart was in complete turmoil. The appearance of a fairy shell also caused the originally intense speaker, Sengoku, to stop his speech, staring blankly at the shell. Sengoku frowned and asked, Luo Xia, I'm speaking here. Don't interrupt. Luo Xia swallowed hard. He didn't want to lift his head and be seen by everyone, so he kept his head down. Luo Xia secretly cursed Sengoku. Damn Sengoku. I don't want to feed you. I want to feed the old man. I'll let you eat. You dare to lecture me. You're something else. Of course. Luo Xia never dared to say these words out loud. Ahem. Now let's talk about the preparations over the past month. First, we dispatched the Navy to summon the 7 warlords. Second, if Whitebeard learns about Fire Fist Ace's capture, he will definitely come to rescue him. Even if we spread the news that we plan to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, that old guy would dare to go to war with us directly. Therefore, we should also be prepared to face the Whitebeard pirates. We might even prepare to permanently deal with this man who is hailed as the strongest in the sea. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and soon a week had passed. This morning, a man dressed in a purple striped shirt arrived at the G Garden training ground. At this time, Luo Xia was lying on a reclining chair, with a sunshade propped up beside him, looking quite comfortable. Luo Xia's ears twitched, sensing someone approaching. Roche sat up and looked at the approaching mole, asking, General Mole, is there something you need? Oh, it's like this, General Roche. The Supreme Commander of the Warring States wants you to come with me to Daughter Island to invite the Pirate Empress to participate in the public execution a month from now. Roche nodded and then asked, when do we leave? It won't be now, will it? The mole shook his head. No, we'll leave in about 5 days. Luo Xia nodded, realizing the time he calculated was not much different. By the way, General Luo Xia, the Marshal of the Warring States wants you to go to his office. Luo Xia nodded, stood up directly, and took a step, instantly appearing 100 steps away. In just a few breaths, Luo Xia vanished before the mole's eyes. The mole unconsciously swallowed, and for the first time, a look of surprise appeared on his serious face. He murmured, how could such speed be caused by a shave? This is too absurd. 5 minutes later, in the office of the Warring States, Luo Xia looked around and finally turned his gaze to Warring States, asking, Marshal, do you have something to discuss? I'm still busy over there. Warring States' expression darkened. Busy with what? Busy slacking off? You really learned the essence from Carp. Seeing Luo Xia was about to argue, Warring States quickly interrupted. All right, I called you here for one thing. What is it? Codename. Rorschach asked in confusion. Are you referring to the kind of code names used by the generals? The Warring States nodded. That's right. Every Navy officer at the general level can choose their own code name, which consists of a color and an animal. Here, we have selected 3 code names for you to choose from. Luo Xia waved his hand, and a stool appeared beneath him. First, Pink Pig. Second, Purple Mouse. Third, Gray. After saying this, Zhang Guo wore a faint smile on his face, clearly satisfied with these 3 code names, as if to say that he would agree with any choice. However, when Luo Xia heard these 3 code names, his entire face darkened like a pot bottom, almost ready to curse. Who was the simple-minded, brawny guy who came up with these? Why didn't he use them himself? Ratchet directly kicked over the stool behind him, looking very dissatisfied. Next to him, Kizuru was glancing at Sengoku with a sly expression, seemingly eager to see Sengoku's reaction. So what codename do you want, kid? Let me tell you. These three were hard to choose. If you want a different codename, you'll have to pick one yourself. Roxia smirked and said arrogantly, even if I can't come up with anything, I don't need these three. Then he glanced at the vivid green dragon embroidered on the left chest of his black shirt. Rorschach blurted out, let's go with Qinglong. It suits me perfectly. Green is my color, and Qinglong is just right. The Warring States carefully read it a few times and then nodded, saying, okay, from now on your codename can only be Qinglong. Rorschach nodded. Knock, knock, knock. Cool. As the door opened, the mole walked in, and from the sweat on his forehead, it seemed he had run over. Rorschach glanced at the mole and smiled at Zhangguo with clasped hands. Then I'll take my leave first. Roxia was about to turn and leave when a figure in yellow blocked his way. Roxia looked at the yellow ape in front of him and asked in confusion, is there something wrong? The yellow ape shrugged and then pointed at Sengoku behind Roxia. Roxia turned his head and saw that Sengoku was grinning while holding a golden card. Seeing that golden card, Roxia immediately understood what Sengoku was planning to do. Hee Roxia. Inside this is 800 million berries, and since Kizaru is also here, why don't you merge it into one? Watching Sengoku shamelessly holding the card made Roxia reluctant to even mention the words price increase. Roxia, what? You raised the price? Sengoku pointed at Roxia, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Rorschach helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, yeah, ever since I got burned by Admiral Akino last time, I decided I definitely need to raise my prices. This 2 billion is basically an advance for my medical expenses. Rochit revealed a slime merchant smile, rubbing his hands and saying a total of 1 billion berries. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku's smile gradually began to stiffen. Although he was an admiral, military funds couldn't just be taken out on a whim. This 800 million was something he had painstakingly scraped together. Sengoku sighed and said helplessly, can I put on credit? His face was slightly flushed, as if saying these words had taken all the strength he had in his life. Roxia slightly curled her lips into a charming smile, but in the next second, her smile faded. No money? Then I can only wait for the Warring States Marshal to save enough before coming back. As long as I have enough money, I can start production immediately, but without money, I can only go about my own business. After saying this, Roxia showed no hesitation, lifted her foot to leave, but then heard a serious voice clearly raised in volume. Wait. Rorschach turned his head to see the sweating mole who had just walked in. Rorschach asked in confusion, Major Mole, do you have something to say? Mole didn't respond, but instead took out a golden card from his pocket. Here are 200 million berries, plus the one from Admiral Sengoku. It should be enough. Mole forced a smile. Rasha looked at Sengoku and then at the mole with confusion. And in the blink of an eye, he seemed to understand. Oh, I see. Roxia once again revealed the characteristic smile of a scheming merchant. And with a flick of his hand, he activated the power of the center, instantly pulling the two golden-haired individuals into the system space. Since the money has been received, Roxia can't run away now. Roxia turned to look at Kizaru, and the meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. Kizaru, with a crying face, sat down on the floor with a thud, facing Roxia. Kizaru asked, is it still the size of a fist like last time? As long as it's not too big, it's fine. If I get hurt, then I'll just have to add another 200 million next time. Rorschach's work, once it is revealed, is astonishing. Raka's words startled Sengoku, who was standing to the side. Sengoku quickly walked over to Raka and Kizaru. With a serious expression, Sengoku said, Kizaru, you must ensure the safety of the Azure Dragon. Rorschach, don't say it. You really shouldn't say it. This codename is quite nice. 3 days later. Training ground at the Jiyuan Villa. Roxia was leisurely drinking a beverage when suddenly a purple light streaked across the sky. The purple light descended rapidly and landed in front of Roxia. Roxia stared blankly at the mole in front of him and asked, General Mole, do you have something to say? Well, Roxia, we are ready to set off for Daughter Island. Rorschach pondered for a moment and nodded. It had indeed been many days, and it was time. Roxia stood up and stretched, producing a crisp crack sound from his body. Roxia, do you want me to take you with me? Rorschach shook his head and simply said, let's go, rendezvous at the port. Roxia didn't care about the mole. The space fruit activated, and everywhere his gaze fell became a target he could transform into. In an instant, Roxia appeared hundreds of meters away. The mole in front of him was left stunned. Soon, the mole let out realizing that his own shining fruit was given by someone else, and he was still thinking of taking Roxia along. About a minute later, Roxia arrived at the port. Roches yawned in boredom and looked around, only to find that the port was filled with warships. Which one should he board? At that moment, The voice of the mole came from behind. Qinglong, our warship is this one. Rasha turned his head and saw that it was the mole, who was now waiting for him in front of warship. Rasha understood and immediately walked towards the warship. Roxa had just boarded the warship when he saw dozens of Marines lined up neatly in 3 rows. General Qinglong, good. Everyone shouted in unison. The sound startled Roxa. Ahem. HHLO, everyone. Rocha had never seen so many Marines greeting him in unison, and he felt a bit nervous. All right, everyone, return to your posts. Prepare to set sail. Destination Daughter Island. The Marine in charge of steering nodded seriously. Understood, General Mole, preparing to set sail. Destination Daughter Island. As the warship slowly sailed across the sea, a soldier in a naval uniform approached Rochet, holding a wooden deck chair. General Qinglong, knowing that you like deck chairs, we have prepared this one for you. Rorschach was taken aback and instinctively accepted it. He didn't expect that the Navy on this ship would be so considerate. He had planned to create one using his abilities, but he didn't expect they had already prepared it. Luo Xia smiled kindly, casually found a corner with a lounge chair, and lay down. However, it wasn't long before Luo Xia noticed that the mole also came over with a chair of its own. Rasha glanced at the mole and casually asked, General Mole, how are you getting accustomed to the fruits these past couple of days? If you're not adapting well, I can help you extract your abilities. The mole widened his eyes and swallowed hard, asking in disbelief, wait, you can actually extract abilities? No, I just said that casually, don't take it seriously. Don't mind it. Although Rasha said so, how could the meticulous mole not think further? But that's something Rasha wouldn't know. So, General Mole, why do the soldiers on your ship all call me General Qinglong? The mole tapped his forehead and replied, because ever since you set your code name, the Warring States Marshal notified all the naval commanders, who then informed their subordinates. Oh, I see, that's not bad. By the way, we're going to Daughter Island, which is the territory of the Pirate Empress, right? The mole nodded, that's right, but the Empress Boa Hancock might not agree to this summons. Not agree? Can we just take action then? I want to test my current strength. Roxa speaks astonishingly. Let's not mention whether Roxa can defeat the Empress. Just his petrification ability is already quite troublesome. The mole pondered for a long time, shook his head, and let out a bitter laugh. To be honest, I really don't know if we can take action. We can ask Marshal Sengoku. That's true. If we end up fighting and I don't report it to that old guy, I'll definitely get scolded when I come back. Roxa took out a din-din mushi, which was given to him by the garden. Meanwhile, in the Sengoku office, at this moment, the din-din mushi in Sengoku's arms suddenly rang. Sengoku directly pulled out the din-din mushi. Is it Roxa? Yes, it's me, Marshal Sengoku. What are you up to this time? Ahem, isn't it true that we have already set off to Daughter Island with Major General Mole? I wanted to ask. Before Roxa could finish his question, the monk's temper flared up. What are you planning this time? Old Marshal Sengoku, I want to ask. If the Pirate Empress refuses to cooperate and even attacks us, can I fight back? Sengoku was taken aback. He didn't expect Roxa to ask such a question. But thinking about it, it makes sense since the place Roxa and the others are going to is the Pirate Empress's territory. After pondering for a while, Sengoku slowly said, you can as long as she attacks you first, you can naturally fight back. However, if you take action alone, just remember one thing. Rasha frowned in confusion and asked, what is going on? Remember to run if you can't win, don't get petrified, or our Navy will be in a tough spot. Also, you carry the hope of our Navy with your synthesis ability, so don't overestimate yourself. Sengoku rambled on, and Rasha, lying on a deck chair of a warship, suddenly sat up with a dark expression on his face as he faced Sengoku, who was chattering on the other end of the phone. Rochet stared silently at the phone bug, and the next second he directly hung up the phone. He didn't want to listen to the monk reciting scriptures. So verbose. Does he think I don't know to run if I can't win? In today's world, there's nowhere I can't run. If I can't win and I don't run, what am I still doing there? Does this general from the Warring States know just how good I am at running? Roches said this, and the mole wanted to laugh but felt embarrassed to do so directly, so his face turned bright red. Roxia pouted and ignored the mole, instead pulling out a thin blanket from the space to cover his body and close his eyes. Of course, Roxia was not sleeping. He had entered the system space. System. Lottery. Ding. Deducting 500 million berries, the lottery will start spinning. In an instant, what was originally empty in front of him suddenly revealed a spinning wheel. The wheel spun wildly, dazzling Roxia. About a minute later. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a recipe for the anywhere door. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a recipe for the storage capsule. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained an increase of 10 in space fruit development. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained stone 1. Ding. The lottery is over. Thank you for participating. As the system's voice fell, four items appeared in the system space. Luo Xia said speechlessly, "Is there still one more?" Ding didn't draw anything for the last one, so the system didn't report it. With the system's answer, Luo Xia's face turned completely black. Not only did he not draw any combat skills, but he also ended up with nothing for the last draw. What he drew were all useless things, purely supportive. Luo Xia glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a glowing white object in the system space. Space Fruit Ability Development 15? Luo Xia grinned and picked up the light orb, which transformed into countless sparkling dots and directly merged into Luo Xia's body. Rorschach felt a warm current flowing through his body. And at the same time, some techniques and applications of spatial fruits appeared in his mind. Luo Xia was filled with surprise. 3 days later, in the doldrums, Luo Xia stood up groggily. At that moment, the mole was also walking towards Luo Xia. The Azure Dragon was already close to Daughter Island. They just needed to cross this doldrums to reach Daughter Island. Here is the information about Daughter Island, as well as the basic information about the Pirate Empress. The mole handed a stack of notes to Luo Xia. Luo Xia reached out to take it. 10 minutes later, he roughly looked over the information in his hands and had a basic understanding of the situation on Daughter Island and the Pirate Empress. Time passed little by little, and at some point, a dark red pirate ship suddenly appeared on the sea, its bow resembling 2 sea snakes. Luo Xia's originally lazy gaze became clearer when he saw the ship. At the same time, the lookout on the opposite ship also noticed the presence of the warship ahead. At this moment, the mole's expression was extremely serious. The 2 ships slowly approached each other, and it seemed as if they had agreed to do so, both stopping on the surface of the sea. The mole straightened his chest and stared seriously at the ship belonging to the 9 snake pirates. As time passed little by little, Luo Xia heard the sound of high heels tapping on the deck. As the sound of the high heels became clearer, Luo Xia also caught a glimpse of the visitor's face. The bright red long coat stood out, highlighting her nobility and dominance. The style of the coat was relatively fitted, showcasing her tall and graceful figure. The white cape added a sense of layering and grandeur to the overall appearance, making her look even more imposing in action. However, Luo Xia noticed that the Pirate Empress not far away wore a subtly proud expression, giving her a cold and haughty demeanor. Luo Xia frowned. Navy over there? What do you want? Why are you stopping my ship? The mole calmly took out a piece of paper with the words summon written on it and said, Boa Hancock, in the name of the Marine Admiral, you are invited to participate in the public execution in half a month. What public execution? I want to go. You can return, Navy. The mole frowned but continued. This is a Marine order. As a warlord appointed by the Navy, you must participate. I'm the most beautiful woman in the world, and I say I won't participate, so I won't. After Hancock finished speaking, she leaped and jumped on her own warship. However, Luo Xia did not see Hancock's head. No matter what I do, you will forgive me, right? Hancock's lips curled up, appearing extremely tempting. Rorschach glanced at the dozens of Marines behind him, and at that moment, each of these Marines had their eyes turned into heart shapes. They looked as if they had been seduced by Vixen. Sweet, sweet breeze. Rorschach frowned, and his palm unconsciously emitted a blue glow as he touched the heart-shaped wave launched by Boa Hancock. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Sweet Fruit Fragment 2. Ratchet was taken aback. He didn't expect that his subconscious action not only spared him from petrification, but also rewarded him with 2 fragments of devil fruits. Thinking of petrification, Ratchet suddenly turned around, only to find that the once lively Marines had all turned to stone. However, at the moment Ratchet turned back, the Pirate Empress displayed an expression of disbelief, looking extremely shocked. You actually didn't turn to stone? What are you? You didn't even have any lustful thoughts about me? After saying this, the Pirate Empress pointed at the mole beside Ratchet, and you, this Marine, actually used pain to counteract your attraction to my beauty? Anyway, I won't go to you. If you want to wait, then wait. I am going back. With that, the Pirate Empress elegantly turned and jumped back on her pirate ship. Ratchet turned to look at the mole, who was now sweating beads on his forehead. With a dagger stuck in his hand, and blood was still dripping from his palm, Rorschach's mouth curved wildly upwards, and the cold energy within his body continued to spread. Since this Pirate Empress keeps summoning, can I make a move against the Mole General? The mole looked at the Pirate Empress about to set sail and softly said, If you can't win, just run. Remember the Marshal Sengoku's instructions. Rasha nodded. In the next second, he instantly disappeared from his original spot and reappeared on the deck of the 9 snake pirates. Roxa smiled slightly and looked around. He noticed that every woman here had a snake on her hand. Some snakes were weapons, while others were coiled around their arms. Navy, what are you doing on our Empress's ship? Rorschach grinned and looked at everyone with a cold laugh, saying, "The pirate empress openly violates the Shichibukai Treaty." Rasha paused mid-sentence and then turned to Boa Hancock with a smile, saying, "Since you, the empress, don't want to go, then don't blame me for killing your subjects." What? The many snake princess warriors present burst into laughter, finding Rasha utterly ridiculous. They felt that Rasha was overestimating her own abilities. Roxia was completely unconcerned by the laughter of the crowd, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. In the next moment, a tremendous Conqueror's Haki was instantly unleashed. When the Conqueror's Haki was released, some of the 9 snake female warriors who were laughing and holding their stomachs suddenly froze. Even more 9 snake female warriors, unable to withstand it, fainted instantly. Rashia looked around for a week and found that more than half of the pirates present were still there. At this moment, the female warriors showed shock on their faces, especially Boa Hancock, who bit her finger in her mouth, her expression extremely complex. How could a mere navy have the same Conqueror's Haki as me? This guy even knocked out my subjects. Unforgivable. I will kill you. Roxia pouted, and in the next moment, he instantly vanished from the spot. Boa Hancock's kick did not land on Roxia. "Pirate Empress, let me show you what speed is." Just as the Pirate Empress was completely puzzled, Roxia disappeared in an instant. However, those 9 snake warriors who were still standing in place were consecutively frozen, just like the petrified soldiers on Roxia's warship. As Roxia returned to the Pirate Empress after freezing all the 9 snake female warriors present, she lowered her head completely. But her trembling shoulders indicated just how angry and furious she was. Roxia couldn't help but nod in satisfaction at his masterpiece on the 9-serpent ship. But as he slightly tilted his head, he saw the fierce Empress. Rasha felt a flame of anger rising from the top of her head. Rochet swallowed hard and shouted, "What? Do you still want to hit me? You bastard navy! How could my people be turned into this by a scoundrel like you?" Boa Hancock, with one hand on her hip and her head tilted back, looked incredibly proud and full of disdain. "I command you to restore my people to their original state, or I will kill you. After killing you, I will wipe out all the navy on the warship." As she spoke, Rochet could clearly feel the Conqueror's Haki radiating from the Pirate Empress. Roxa, in the blink of an eye, he returned to the warship. However, when Roxa landed on the warship, the Pirate Empress also followed closely behind. The mole hadn't figured out the situation yet, and in another blink, he saw the murderous Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Roxia could naturally see the mole's tension, and he patted the mole's shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry, General Mole. The Pirate Empress is just a paper tiger now. There's nothing to fear. If she dares to harm you, I'll crush her subjects right away." The Pirate Empress was about to take action, but as soon as Roxia's words came out, she instantly stopped. "Ha, ha, ha." The Pirate Empress took several deep breaths and finally calmed down. She also understood. Even if she killed Roxia now, it wouldn't restore Santa Sonia and the others to their original state. "You bastard navy, what do you want to do to restore my subjects? As long as the conditions aren't too excessive, I can agree to anything," the Pirate Empress said, almost forcing the words out through her anger. Rasha snapped his fingers and smiled. "Wouldn't it have been better if we had done this earlier? I had to use your people to threaten you." The Pirate Empress glared at Rasha and gritted her teeth, saying, "If you're going to say it, then say it quickly." Roxia grinned, activating the power of space in his hand, and 2 lounge chairs from a distance instantly appeared in front of him. Raka plopped down onto the lounge chair and then pointed to the chair in front of him, suggesting, "Sit down first. It will be easier to negotiate this way." "I won't sit on the filthy things of you men." However, the Pirate Empress still jumped down from the bow of the ship, and Salome, who was closely beside her, curled up her body, looking like a cushion made of flesh. "Now, tell me your terms. Hurry up. I still need to return to Amazon Lily." Boa Hancock appeared extremely impatient. Rochet smiled faintly, without wasting words, and pointed to the many petrified sailors beside him. The meaning was self-evident. "My people must be unfrozen first. Otherwise, your Navy soldiers can forget about being released. Otherwise, they might as well spend their lives as smelly, hard stones." Rorschach pursed his lips and said flatly, "Do you know how long it takes for someone frozen in ice to completely freeze to death?" Roxia cheerfully extended 3 fingers, indicating 30 minutes. "So, you only have 30 minutes to negotiate with me. Once the 30 minutes are up, your sister and your people will permanently become blocks of ice." Although what Roxia said was quite frightening, it didn't stop him from increasing the sense of crisis for the Empress. The Pirate Empress swallowed hard, reluctantly forming a heart shape with her hands, and the pink light in her hands illuminated the stones. Almost instantly, The sea soldiers who were previously petrified were freed from their stone state. Roxia nodded in satisfaction. Huh, the pirate empress actually appeared in front of me? Am I dreaming? You're not dreaming, brother. I see it too. A group of Navy soldiers flushed, gazing obsessively at the proud pirate empress before them. The mole standing next to Roxia had a purple light glowing in his hand, and in the next second, a large net that could cover all the Marines formed in the mole's hand. With a serious expression, the mole directly covered all the Marines present. You bastards. If it weren't for the Qinglong, you wouldn't even know when you'd be petrified. Now get your asses back to the cabin. Don't embarrass me. Bang. The mole was not polite at all, waving his hands, and the group of Navy soldiers was heavily thrown into the cabin by the mole. Your Navy soldiers have already been freed from petrification. You must unfreeze my people. Don't rush, Pirate Empress. I think you've forgotten the purpose of our visit this time. Roxa stared intently at the Pirate Empress. If she refused to comply and instead chose to fight, Roxa wouldn't hold back against the Pirate Empress. After all, whether she could win or not would only be known after they fought. At that moment, Vice Admiral Moles walked over slowly and said, Pirate Empress, we will be staying here for 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, we will leave your Amazon Lily. Furthermore, if you do not board our ship to the Navy headquarters within those 3 weeks, we will report your actions to the world government and the highest levels of the Navy. By then, your warlord title may not be guaranteed. Rorschach snapped his fingers. And that's right, if you don't get on our warship in 3 weeks, I won't be polite with you. Roxia gave a cold smile, which looked particularly icy. Oomph. You three just stay here for 3 weeks. I will come on the last day. Hearing the response from the Pirate Empress, Roxia and the mole finally laughed. They had managed to complete their task, albeit barely. Rochet stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and in the next moment, appeared directly above the 9-snake pirate ship. The ice blue light in Rasha's hand spread, instantly melting the ice sculpture that was illuminated. This technique of melting took Rasha a long time to master. If it weren't for this move today, the Pirate Empress would have to send them all for a hot bath one by one. However, it's believed that the Empress wouldn't do that either. As the many female warriors who were thawed saw Rasha in midair, they gritted their teeth, and in the end, they all shot arrows at Rasha. One by one, the arrows flew towards Rasha, and with a shudder of his body, the space fruit was activated immediately. Roxa instantly vanished from his original spot, and, at the same time, he used spatial exchange to directly swap the Pirate Empress to the position he had previously occupied. The Empress pouted and waved her hand, directly shaking off the arrows wrapped in hockey that were shot at her. She coldly glanced at Roxa and returned to the 9-snake pirate ship. As soon as she returned to the ship, many female warriors knelt down one by one. The female warriors looked panicked, as they never expected things to turn out this way. The Pirate Empress looked at the kneeling female warriors and helplessly waved her hand, thinking it was all that Navy bastard's fault. Everyone, get up. Hearing their snake princess command them to rise, they dared to stand up. Sister, should we capture that Navy guy now? After hearing Santasonia's suggestion, Boa Hancock rarely glared at Santasonia and reprimanded her. Do you still want to be frozen by that guy? Now, immediately, set sail, destination Amazon Lily. Faced with her sister's anger, Santasonia's expression was very grim. However, she dared not refute her sister's orders. As soon as the Pirate Empress gave the command, all the female warriors began to take action. However, their eyes seemed as if they wanted to devour Roxa, glaring at him like venomous snakes. Rorschach pursed his lips, completely unconcerned. Just then a very arrogant voice rang out. Hey over there, Navy, what is your devil fruit ability? Rorschach raised his head and saw Boa Hancock standing at the bow of the ship, Snake, with a proud expression on her face. Roxas was also bewildered by the Pirate Empress's question. In the next moment, a blue light shone in Roxas's hand, and an ice arrow shot out towards Hancock. With a wave of her hand, Hancock instantly shattered the ice arrow. What the hell do you mean by that, you bastard? Rochet smiled and pointed at his own head, provocatively saying, Are all of you Amazon Lily people idiots? I just used the power of the frozen fruit to freeze all you women. Now this Pirate Empress is still asking me what ability I have. Is it because all of you Amazon Lily are women that your brains are a bit slow? Hancock gritted her silver teeth, her fists tightly clenched, looking as if she wanted to eat Rochet. I won't argue with a fool. Then Hancock, with a flick of her sleeve, directly returned to the cabin. Roxa smiled faintly as he watched the 9-snake pirate crew enter Amazon Lily. The mole walked over and sat down on the stool in front of Roxa. The mole gave Roxa a pat on the back, his eyes full of admiration. Truly worthy of being a vice admiral of the Qinglong, he really has some skills. No, if I could beat her, I wouldn't just let them go like that. This woman is only slightly stronger than me. At that moment, Roxa really wanted to draw his knife, but after witnessing Boa Hancock's Conqueror's hockey, he dismissed that thought. Although he could fight, he would definitely lose. Ratchet is a very steady person. He wouldn't easily engage in a fight if he had no chance of winning. Just as Ratchet was reflecting on the recent situation, the mole suddenly asked General Qinglong, "What was that incredible speed you just displayed?" Roxia was taken aback for a moment. Then with a roll of his eyes, he said, "As long as you cultivate the 6 styles of the Navy's shave to the peak level, your speed will become as fast as mine. I only have this speed because I needed to escape and become stronger. Is that so? Then it seems I need to practice the shave from now on. I feel like my Pika Pika noMi can't even compare to your speed." In response to the mole's statement, Roxia could only awkwardly nod. "By the way, those guys are still in the cabin. I'll go let them out." With that, the mole walked towards the cabin. Before long, dozens of sailors quickly emerged from the cabin and lined up. The mole stared seriously at the dozens of people in front of him, which made them feel a lot of pressure. "Oomph. You guys were so easily petrified by the Pirate Empress? Next time, if you see her, just hide in the cabin to avoid causing trouble for Vice Admiral Qinglong." Roxia waved his hand to comfort. It's okay. Helping them is just a matter of convenience for me. I've been wanting to fight the Empress for a long time, but in the end, it didn't happen." About half a day later, Roxia was now holding a piece of paper that faintly shimmered with golden light. A cyan light shone in Luo Xia's hand, instantly absorbing the paper he was holding. At the same time, the synthesis method and materials for creating a portal appeared in Luo Xia's mind. Furthermore, his brain recorded various methods for making portals of different sizes, from a palm-sized portal to one large enough for a 3-meter giant to pass through. Rasha's mouth curved wildly upward. The mole sitting in the chair beside him was puzzled, but he didn't ask much. "Ahem, General Mole, may I ask if there is sea prism stone on the ship?" The mole furrowed his brows slightly and asked General Qinglong, "Sea prism stone? We do have it, but what do you need it for?" "I just invented a little gadget, so I need sea prism stone." The mole's eyes brightened. He knew that everything Rasha invented was never simple. "We have it, General Qinglong. If you need anything else, just let us know, and we can prepare it together." The mole pointed to the 2 sailors in front of him and smiled. Roche recalled and said, "Sea stone, wooden planks, and a small piece of iron. That's right. The method to create the any door in Roche's formula is that simple and straightforward." A few minutes later, 2 sailors brought the items Roche needed and placed them in front of him. Rorschach took a look and found that all the materials were basically complete. Rorschach broke off a small piece of everything, and for the sea tower stone, Rorschach could only absorb half with his own hands, leaving the rest for later use. Roxia absorbed the materials one by one, and it began to shine from his hands. About 10 minutes later, a small pink door the size of a palm appeared in front of Roxia and the mole. The mole felt a sudden sense of familiarity upon seeing the door, as if he had seen it somewhere before. "Looks familiar, right? This is the portal from the office of the Warring States General. Of course, that portal was also given by me. It's just that I forgot the formula last time, and this time I remembered." Roxa weighed the palm-sized portal in his hand, which made him wonder if such a small thing could really go wrong. However, thinking about what was going to happen next, Roxa felt a wave of relief wash over him. Rorschach slowly placed the any door on the ground, silently murmuring Warring States office. The next second, the any door opened directly, but in front of the door, there was something black swaying back and forth. Rasha squinted slightly and, with lightning speed, reached out to grab the black object outside the random door. However, from the feel of it, it should be hair or perhaps a beard. Rorschach opened his palm and saw that it was covered in black hairs, or perhaps it was hair. Roxia pouted and casually flicked his hand, letting his black hair fall to the ground. "What I'm trying to steal is the donut of Admiral Sengoku, not some hair." The mole nearby, hearing Roxia's arrogant remarks, couldn't help but come closer to take a look. The weasel felt a bit excited. In contrast to the atmosphere on Roxia's side at the Navy headquarters, in Admiral Sengoku's office, Sengoku gently stroked his beard, which looked like it had been nibbled on. His eyes were filled with rage, his teeth grinding audibly, and his fists were clenched tightly. Sitting in a chair next to him, Carp was laughing heartily, slapping his thigh. "Ha ha 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 ha. This is just too funny. Damn you, Carp. Stop laughing. We need to find that bastard with whatever ability he has." Sengoku stood up in anger, his gaze sharp, clearly determined to find whoever had pulled his beard. Meanwhile, on the warship in the Amazon Lily waters, Roxa tightly held onto the anywhere door. This time, he wouldn't be caught off guard, right? Roxa turned and asked. "It shouldn't be, right?" Roxa glanced at the dormouse's tone of voice. It was clear he didn't have much courage. Moreover, this time he planned to quietly get the Sengoku face donut. Ratchet pondered for a long time, and suddenly a glow emerged from his hand. enveloping the portal in a blue light. Another hand of Rorschach manifested the power of space, and a square transparent block appeared in his hand. In the next second, the object in both hands instantly disappeared. After about 5 minutes, the vanished portal suddenly reappeared. This time, the overall feel of the portal was more glossy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully improving the portal. Rorschach had a face full of question marks. Rorschach secretly asked, "No reward?" Rorschach sighed softly, then turned his gaze to the door in his hand. Luo Xia lightly opened the door and directly twisted the doorknob, slowly extending his right hand inside. What he didn't expect was that a rough and strong hand instantly grabbed his wrist. Moreover, Luo Xia heard Sengoku's excited voice from the other side. "Kapu, come here quickly. I've got him, hurry up." The weasel, hearing the sound from beyond the random door, approached and asked, "What's going on with Vice Admiral Qinglong? It seems like he's been caught red-handed." The weasel instinctively glanced at the beard that Luo Xia had thrown aside, and cold sweat instantly flowed down his forehead. The weasel panicked and said, "Qinglong, hurry up. We can't let Admiral Sengoku catch us." Roxas is currently too busy to pay attention to the weasel. He is using all his strength to break free from the iron grip of Admiral Sengoku. In the Sengoku office, Carp and Sengoku are staring at an arm in that pink door, feeling a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, Carp has a flash of inspiration and exclaims, "Roxas, you little brat. It's you isn't it? Ha ha, even Sengoku's beard has been pulled out by you." On the calm sea, Roxas is sweating in anxiety, and Carp's words make him even more anxious. Slap. Roxas gives himself a slap. Damn, I can elementalize. Thinking of this, Roxas instantly transforms his arm into a pile of shattered ice. Sengoku, who is tightly gripping Roxas, is forced to take a few steps back due to inertia. Sengoku looks at the pile of ice on the table, lost in deep thought. He glances at his own beard and then at the ice on the table, and his mind connects it to the earlier mention of the random door. As a strategist, Sengoku quickly links a series of events together. He slowly sits down, pulls out a transponder snail from his pocket, and dials. Soon after, a serious voice comes from the transponder snail. "Admiral Sengoku, what can I do for you?" "Weasel, where are you now?" Sengoku clearly remembers that he had dispatched the weasel and Roxas to invite one of the 7 warlords, Boa Hancock, and he would not forget that. Moreover, Roxas is definitely eavesdropping nearby. 5 minutes pass, and just as Sengoku is becoming impatient, the weasel finally says, "Admiral Sengoku, we are near the Amazon Lily Sea." After saying this, it seems like the weasel has exhausted all his strength. As the weasel sits down, Roxas secretly chuckles, thinking it's amusing that such a serious figure like the weasel would actually be afraid of Admiral Sengoku. How rare. At this moment, in the Navy headquarters Sengoku office, Sengoku takes a pink door from a corner of his office. This is indeed the random door. "Sengoku, you're not really going to find Roxas and the others, are you?" Carp asks. "That's right, besides asking him a few questions, I have important matters to discuss with him." Sengoku stands the random door upright on the ground, then gently turns the doorknob, and the random door opens directly. Upon entering, Sengoku first sees a warship, but as he looks around, he realizes he is surrounded by the sea. Sengoku glances at the random door and then at the warship across from him, helplessly pulling out the transponder snail. The transponder snail is connected again, but this time it is Roxas who answers. "Hello, you little brat, look across." Roxas lifted his tired eyelids and glanced across. At that moment, there was an open door standing on the surface of the sea. "Do you see it? That's me and Carp over there. Hurry up and use your freezing ability to freeze the sea." Luo Xia frowned and said speechlessly, "It was me who just pulled your beard. If you come over, won't I be in trouble?" "No way, no way." Luo Xia added some gestures while speaking. "By the way, I need to remind you all, if everyone leaves the anywhere door, that door will close immediately. Right now, I only have a palm-sized anywhere door, so if you dare to come over, just come." After finishing his words, Luo Xia directly threw the phone bug into the corner and leisurely laid down on the deck chair. But does Luo Xia really dare to let Sengoku and the others stay there? The answer is no. So Luo Xia lightly placed his arm on the warship, and the icy power quickly penetrated into the sea surface. Almost in an instant, a thick layer of ice covered the entire surface of the sea. "Hey, Major General Mongoose, Admiral Sengoku is coming to beat you up, so be careful. I'll make sure to pin everything on you, and remember not to mention me when you get hit," Luo Xia said seriously, and if outsiders were to see this, they might think he was discussing something important with the squirrel. No, the fleet admiral wouldn't believe that. Never mind, we'll talk about it when he arrives. About 2 minutes later, 2 old men appeared on the sea, one of whom was holding a random door, while the other followed him slowly. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. As soon as the two boarded the ship, they heard the Marines on board greet them. Rorschach glanced at the newcomer and sat up slowly and unhurriedly. Roxia rubbed his hands and smiled. "Marshal, old man, what brings you here?" Carp saw the beard shavings on the ground and grinned widely, stepping forward to put his arm around Roxia's shoulder, laughing. "Haha, I didn't expect you to mess up Sengoku's beard like that. Truly worthy of being picked up by me. Not bad, not bad." The only person present with a dark expression was Sengoku. However, he wasn't there to question Roxia. He was there to confirm whether this kid had already learned how to synthesize the portal. "You little brat, I'm not here to blame you today." Roxia glanced at the beard he had just grabbed and asked with a strange expression. "So what are you here for? You can't be here to supervise us, right?" Warring States' face darkened, and he pointed to the pink palm-sized door that Roxia had been holding. "Have you actually developed a door of any kind?" Rorschach followed the gaze of the Warring States, and on his palm was the random door he had just synthesized. Roxia shook his head, saying it wasn't ready yet and could only produce something the size of a palm. The current random door could only steal a few things and couldn't do anything else. Just as Roxia was about to explain further, a mechanical voice rang in his mind, announcing the triggering of a god-level choice. Choice 1. Kneel before the Warring States Marshal and beg for mercy, seeking the Marshal's forgiveness. Reward: a good quick knife, Snow. Choice 2. Say defiantly, "It's just a tuft of beard. When I grow my own beard, Marshal, I'll let you pluck a handful out too." Reward: advanced armed color, advanced observation color. Roxia glanced at the frowning Sengoku and quietly thought to himself, I choose 2. I choose 2. "You little brat, are you talking about stealing my beard?" Sengoku pointed to his disheveled beard that had already been caught. "It's okay, Marshal Sengoku. This time it was a mistake. Ahem, it's just a beard. When I grow my beard back, you can catch it again." Roxia had a casual expression, which only fueled Sengoku's anger further. He now wished he could just punch Roxia to relieve his pent-up frustration. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. Rewards: advanced armament hockey, advanced observation hockey. The items have been stored in the system space and can be fused at any time. Sengoku looked at Roxia, who appeared indifferent, feeling frustrated that he couldn't hit him even if he wanted to. Huh. Sengoku let out a breath and continued. "How's your mission going?" "Report to Admiral Sengoku. Boa Hancock has agreed to go to the Navy headquarters, but we still need to wait a few days." Sengoku nodded, feeling somewhat surprised. After all, Boa Hancock was notoriously proud, and it must have taken quite a bit of effort to get the Pirate Empress to agree. "All right, since you're on a mission, we should leave too." Sengoku then took out a random door he had placed aside and opened it. However, as soon as he stepped in with one foot, he felt like something was missing. Sengoku turned to look at Roxia, his eyes immediately locking onto the small random door in Roxia's hand. Sengoku reached out his hand and said, "Give that random door to me." Rorschach was taken aback for a moment and then blurted out, 1 billion. "What, 1 billion? Rorschach nodded. "That's right, it's 1 billion. Without a billion, could it be that a dignified naval marshal still wants to get something for nothing?" Roxia's confidence made the Warring States face darken, and he angrily grabbed Carp's shoulder and left. At that moment, General Mongoose, who had witnessed the entire process, asked, "Roxia, is this really that expensive?" "This thing is even more expensive than the devil fruit I bought." "That's right. Don't be fooled by its small size. It actually has a lot of uses." Rorschach was playing with the small anywhere door and said, as an example, "For instance, I can place a bomb next to the 4 Emperor Kaido anytime and anywhere. Don't underestimate it. A bomb can still fit in there. So I want 1 billion. And I'm not joking at all." Rochia's explanation once again shattered the worldview of General Mongoose. Mongoose couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A small random door costs 1 billion. What a profiteer. Time passed day by day, and Rochit had been on the warship for a week. During this week, the warship had sailed from the Amazon waters to less than 100 meters from Daughter Island. Surprisingly, no one had come to disturb them during this time, presumably due to an order from the Pirate Empress. Furthermore, Rochit had successfully created a normally sized random door during these 7 days. Now, this random door was placed in the corner of the deck. How boring. It would be great if some pirates passed by. Brew, 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 brew. Rochit looked down as a small transponder snail in his pocket suddenly rang. "Moshi Moshi, is this Rochit?" "That's right, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, what is up?" "It's like this. There has been an attack on a celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago, and Kizaru is doing his best to get there. If it's convenient for you, please go as well." Roxia frowned and asked, "Why not use the anywhere door?" After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, the voice replied, "It seems to be broken. The doorknob on top seems to have been knocked off. I just used it and it doesn't work at all. Enough with the nonsense. If you can go, hurry up. After Katja hung up the phone, Roxia's mouth twitched. Even the anywhere door could be broken. What a commander of the warring states. But what did he just say? The celestial dragons were attacked? Is it the thing I'm thinking of? Seeing Roxia in a daze, Weasel asked, "What's going on, Qinglong?" Huh? Oh, it seems that some garbage called the celestial dragons was attacked, and the warring states commander wants me to rush over for support. General Weasel was left speechless by Roxia's words. The word garbage was so casually said, truly impressive. Qinglong General. Rochester stood up and patted his body, which made a crack sound. Well, let's go for a trip. It's quite boring to stay here. The power of space in Rosh's hands activated, and the door that was originally thrown into the corner unexpectedly floated directly in front of Rosha. Rorschach looked at the flying squirrel, and his gaze was unmistakable. The flying squirrel nodded, placed a hand on the doorknob, and gently turned it. As soon as the door opened, the scene outside resembled a narrow alley. Rorschach grinned and walked directly through the portal, casually shutting the door behind him. Rox's thoughts shifted, and the random door was conveniently pulled into the space. After a short while, Roxa walked out of the alley and looked up to see a large 13 written on a nearby red tree. As Rasha walked and pondered, he remembered that Summercheese extortion bar was right under this red tree. The celestial dragon attack seemed to have occurred at the number 1 red tree, so he just needed to head towards the direction of the number 1 red tree. With Rasha's continuous teleportation, he was already very close to the number 1 red tree. About 10 minutes later, Rasha arrived under the number 1 red tree, slightly out of breath. At this moment, almost all the civilians Rasha encountered were desperately fleeing. Moreover, not far away, Rasha saw a group of Navy soldiers aiming their guns at the entrance of the number 1 red tree auction house. Roxa's thought instantly teleported him in front of those Navy personnel. When Roxa appeared before the Navy holding guns and cannons, it indeed startled them. However, when they saw the Lieutenant General insignia on Roxa's shoulder, everyone calmed down. At that moment, a commander in a Navy uniform similar to those Marines stepped forward, stood at attention, and saluted Lieutenant General Qinglong. "Hello. Hello. I received the order from Admiral Sengoku to come for support. By the way, where are those garbage pirates?" The Navy personnel in front looked stunned for a moment and then asked, "Lieutenant General Qinglong, what do you mean?" "Oh, sorry, I'm used to saying that. I meant the celestial dragons." The Navy commander nodded, pointed, and reported, "Lieutenant General Qinglong, they are all inside. The main culprit is the Straw Hat Pirates." Rasha sighed softly. "Truly the Straw Hat crew. Should I catch them or not?" The phone bug rang, and Rasha casually answered it. Immediately, the hoarse voice of Admiral Sengoku came through the receiver. "Hello, Qinglong. Have you arrived? Have you found Kizaru?" Rorschach watched the phone bug spitting saliva and deliberately moved it a little farther away. Rasha found a corner and slowly spoke. Admiral Sengoku, I'm here." "Oh, so fast?" "Of course." The atmosphere fell silent for a second, and Sengoku asked, "Have you caught the Straw Hat crew? Are we really going to catch them?" No kidding. That Straw Hat Luffy is the main culprit behind the attack on the Celestial Dragons. You better not slack off. That kind of trash can be dealt with easily." "What's the big deal?" Rasha muttered quietly. "What did you say?" "All right, I'm catching pirates over here." Hanging up, Rasha sighed deeply after hanging up the phone, as if talking to Sengoku was quite a torturous experience. Roronoa Zoro was sitting on the grass, deep in thought. Just then, a naval officer dressed in a Navy uniform approached him. "Vice Admiral Qinglong. Hasn't the Straw Hat crew come out yet?" The officer smiled awkwardly. "We have been using loudspeakers to call the Straw Hat crew inside. Once they come out, we will attack with all our might and surely capture the Straw Hat crew." "Yes." Ratchet listened to the screams of the surrounding commoners, feeling quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, it seemed like he realized something. These should all be caused by the pirates, right? Even if you're a pirate, don't blame me for being rude. About 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the number 1 auction house, 3 arrogant men stepped out from the entrance that had already been shattered to pieces. As the smoke from Luo Xia and others dissipated, he finally saw the faces of the 3. A smirk appeared at the corner of Luo Xia's mouth. His gaze gradually turned cold, and the icy power in his hand had long since attached itself to him. Roxia slowly walked up to the soldier he had just faced and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "First, let the Marines stop. I'll handle them." "Yes, sir." All the Marines halted their attack at the command of their officer. They quickly turned their gazes towards Roxia, their eyes filled with confusion and doubt. However, Roxia paid no attention to this, as the upcoming battle would surprise them. Meanwhile, the 3 who were originally ready to fight, Trafalgar Law, Monkey D, Luffy, and Eustace Kid, stopped their actions and looked towards Roxia, who had his back to them. Luffy shouted arrogantly, "Hey, Navy over there, why aren't you fighting anymore?" Kid provocatively added, "Haha, trash Navy, are you scared? If you're afraid of dying, just get out of the way." Listening to their harsh insults, Luo Xia casually scratched his head and slowly turned to face Luffy and the others. When he turned around, the most surprised among the three was undoubtedly Luffy. At that moment, Luffy even took a slight step back, unconsciously recalling the tragic experience of the Straw Hat crew on Longchain Island, where their entire pirate crew had almost been wiped out. Luffy swallowed hard and shouted, "W, what are you doing here?" Rorschach said nothing and instead slowly approached to a distance of about 10 meters from the three. Roxa said with a, "Last time I let you go, but I didn't expect you to beat up that group of trash celestial dragons this time. You really are the grandson of the hero Garp, able to do anything." Ratchet's gaze gradually turned cold, and the Conqueror's haki unconsciously emanated from him, creating immense psychological pressure on the three. Roronoa Zoro glanced around, eventually lingering the longest on Kid. Eustace Kid, with a bounty of 315 million berries, is a bad seed who even kills civilians, right? Kid frowned slightly and then arrogantly said, "Haha, that's right. This is a world for the strong. The weak have no right to live in this world." The icy power in Rosh's hand radiated from within his body. Because it was ice, even the ground of the Shambody archipelago began to freeze. Luo and Kid looked at the bubble liquid that had frozen into a puddle of ice beneath Luo Xia's feet. The two of them wore expressions of disbelief as they stared at Luo Xia. A terrifying thought crossed their minds, but in the end, they dismissed it. Rasha snorted coldly, activating the space fruit. In the blink of an eye, Rasha appeared directly next to Kid, and the icy power in his hand quickly manifested. Rosh's unleashed a chilling power that instantly struck Kid's right arm, causing it to rapidly freeze at an unbelievable speed. Soon, Kid's entire arm was encased in ice. Gulp. Kid nervously swallowed. What? Is this the ability of the ice fruit? Admiral Akiji's power? How could you have it? Rorschach let out a cold laugh, extending his palm as an invisible force of spatial power rapidly shot towards Kid. Gradually, the spatial power merged into Kid's arm. Beside them, Rorschach seemed to have seen something terrifying, instantly retreating several meters. "Hey Kid, be careful." However, before Rorschach could finish his sentence, a dull explosion echoed in everyone's ears. Law widened his eyes as he looked over. Kid's right arm, which had originally been frozen solid, was now completely blown to pieces. Ice mixed with flesh and blood was scattered all around, creating a gruesome scene. If there were any women nearby, they would probably vomit. "Ah, my arm. Damn Marines. I will kill you." Kid lay on the ground, clutching his severed arm and screaming in agony, looking utterly pathetic. Although the scene made Kid appear very pitiable, Law certainly felt no sympathy for him. Roches shrugged nonchalantly. "Don't you still have one? Besides, you're a magma fruit user. Can't you just create one yourself out of scrap metal, right? Scrap metal king? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a choice. Choice 1. Kill Eustace Kid on the spot. Reducing the Navy's enemies by 1. Reward. A large knife, 21. Choice 2. Spare Kid and let him fend for himself. But in the future, he will seek revenge on the host with 3 billion. Reward. An improved version of the magma fruit. Roxia glanced at his wristband, then looked at the barely breathing Kid. He grinned and immediately made a choice in his heart. "I choose option 2. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained a modified version of the magnet fruit. The item has been automatically placed in the system warehouse, and the host can take it out at will." Rorschach glanced at Luo beside him, who was currently tense to the extreme. Moreover, according to his recent feeling, it seemed that this guy in front of him not only had one fruit, but was also hiding another one. If he wasn't mistaken, Roxa touched his chin and, for a moment, didn't know how to let it go. Moreover, it seemed that someone was missing here. Roxa glanced to the right, where it originally seemed to be Monkey D. Luffy. Roche's mouth twitched, as if the Straw Hat Kid had slipped away. As soon as Rasha finished speaking, the two who had been on guard against him turned their heads in unison. The Luffy, who was originally about to knock the Navy away, had unexpectedly vanished. Suddenly, Rasha felt a strong gust of wind rushing towards the back of his head, and instinctively, he activated his space fruit to escape from the spot where he was standing. Rorschach turned his head and saw that the place where he had originally stood had been replaced by 2 knife marks. In front of him, a pirate had appeared. Rorschach looked up and down at the masked guy, who seemed to be from the Kid Pirates. What was his name again? Vice Admiral Qinglong. He is known as the Killer Warrior Kira, with a bounty of 162 million. Rorschach nodded. "I see. It seems you're eager to protect the captain." Rorschach waved his hand and turned to say, let's regroup. The leading naval officer was taken aback for a moment and then asked Lieutenant General Qinglong, why? This is a great opportunity to catch them all at once. We can't miss it. Roxia pointed at the three people across and said, among these three, is there the culprit who harmed that group of trash? Ooh, no. Well, then that's settled. Roxia then pointed at Kid's arm and said, after all, I only severed his arm for fun. As soon as he said this, the scene fell silent, with only the sounds of gunfire from other red trees and the screams of civilians. That's right. I suppose the next time I see him, he should be Iron Arm Kid, right? Roxia spoke slowly, and how harsh those words sounded in Kid's ears. What do you mean you sever my arm, just for fun? Kid's heart roared, the veins on his forehead bulging, his eyes bloodshot. If it weren't for Kira constantly holding his shoulder, Kid would have probably been shot dead by Roxia on the spot. All right, let's regroup. I need to find Admiral Kizuru and the others. The naval officer nodded blankly, almost instinctively. After giving all the instructions, Roxia activated the space fruit and left the place in an instant. At the same time, Luo, who possessed the surgery fruit, once again felt the power of that space. Why does it feel so similar to my surgery fruit? It's just that the distance can't be that far. How many devil fruit abilities does this guy, called Qinglong, have? Cold sweat broke out on Luo's forehead, just with the ability to instantly blow Kid's arm to bits. Luo was certain he could be killed in an instant. It was the first time he felt that death was so close to him. That overwhelming power made Luo want to become stronger once again, wanting to kill Don Quixote da Flamingo. Rorinoa's hands were tightly clenched, and the veins on his arms were clearly visible. Unlike Rorinoa's self-doubt, Luo Xia was darting around, searching for the location of Admiral Kizuru. As Luo Xia used space exchange more often, his physical strength was being consumed even more. Damn, where did these bastards run off to? How am I supposed to find them? Although he complained like this, Luo Xia's movements were not slow at all, and he quickly arrived near the red tree number 44. Luo Xia raised his eyes. At this moment, not far away, there was a loud explosion from a beam of light attack on the opposite side, and the unique yellow light of the yellow ape was flashing, making it difficult for Luo Xia to see clearly. Luo Xia squinted his eyes and instantly teleported to the side of the culprit, Kizuru. This startled Kizuru, who was focused on attacking the Straw Hat crew. How scary. Qinglong, you suddenly appear without even saying hello. Really? Luo Xia shrugged, not caring at all about Kizuru's complaints. Kizuru continued his actions while asking, how's it going on your side? If you're talking about catching pirates, I haven't caught a single one. However, I've already severed one of Eustace Kid's arms. Luo Xia spoke as if it were a light and easy matter, as if he had done something very simple. Kizaru opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He only focused on the Straw Hat crew in front of him. Rock watched the Straw Hat crew in front of him, including noMi, Zoro, Chopper, and others being chased. Luo Xia casually found a shaded spot to enjoy the view. He looked quite content. Rorschach didn't he intend to stop this one-sided crushing. This was their opportunity. He couldn't stop it. It should be about time, right? Rorschach raised an eyebrow, watching the distant battle between Kizuru and Rayleigh. Since they were already fighting, Bartholomew Kuma should be arriving soon, right? Rashia's gaze was deep as he looked towards Rayleigh and Kizuru in the distance. But why do I feel like these two guys are fighting closer and closer to me? Rashia said with a strange expression. Roxia suddenly stood up and gazed into the distance. Two figures were engaged in an increasingly intense battle, with a yellow figure and a blue figure fighting exceptionally fiercely. In the midst of it all, Roxia could vaguely hear something. Rorschach pouted, activated the power of space, and directly distanced himself from the battlefield of the two. This was a battle between generals, and he couldn't interfere. After about 10 more minutes, the originally fierce fight between Kizuru and Rayleigh suddenly came to a halt as both retreated. Roxia immediately looked at the black and white figure blocking Rayleigh and Kizuru. In the next second, it actually vanished, and when it reappeared, it was right in front of Zoro, then next to the other members of the Straw Hat crew. Just like what Roxia had seen in his previous life, every time the figure's hand touched someone, that person would instantly disappear. Roches widened his eyes at the scene. The ability of this bear's fruit to directly knock people away was truly impressive. Bartholomew Kuma almost spent less than a minute to send all the members of the Straw Hat crew present flying. This speed probably wouldn't even be possible with a tailwind, right? The power of the Rorschach space activated, instantly arriving in front of Kizuru and the bear. Kizaru furrowed his brows and asked, Bear, where did you send those guys? This time my mission is about them. If you sent them flying, how am I supposed to report back? I might even get scolded by those celestial dragons. And that's not even the main issue. The bounty for this mission is quite a lot of money. Damn it, Admiral Sengoku is going to say I'm slacking off again. Ratchet couldn't help but chuckle. Why didn't the yellow ape have so much to say when he was watching TV in his previous life? This is really funny. Since the bounty is high, why are you still dragging your feet? You want to earn that money at this rate. Bartholomew Kumas said flatly. I will discuss this matter with Sengoku. You don't need to worry about it, Admiral Yellow Ape. Roches gave a meaningful glance at Bartholomew the Bear. Ratchet comforted, it's okay, Admiral Kizaru, it's not your fault. I believe you can convince Admiral Sengoku. Kizaru replied, what are you saying? Am I the kind of person who can fool an admiral? At the Navy headquarters, in Sengoku's office, there were 3 people, Sengoku, Garp, and Kizaru, who had just returned. Kizaru said, you mean the Straw Hat crew was blown away, and now they're missing? Although he didn't want to say it, that was indeed the case. Kizaru also couldn't understand Kuma's intentions. Sengoku pondered for a moment and sighed. Well, since they've been blown away, there's nothing we can do. We can't search each island one by one, right? You can go back to work now. Sengoku waved his hand, just as Kizaru stepped out of the office. Sengoku's furious voice came from inside, and his tone was quite rude. Damn, Garp, look at your grandson. Now he even dares to hit a celestial dragon. What's next? Is he going to kill one? Now he's disappeared without a trace. I might get scolded by the world government. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. Ha! He really is my grandson. I wouldn't even dare to hit those trash. Garp, just shut up. Meanwhile, on Sabeti Archipelago, Ratchet was strolling near the red tree number 13. Within half an hour after the Straw Hat crew was blown away, almost the entire Navy at Sabeti had returned to the Navy headquarters. Only a small portion of the Navy at the Sabeti branch remained. Being blown away by that big bear would probably have them flying for 3 days and nights. So I'll return just in time in 3 days. With this thought, Ratchet felt even happier. Not only would he be stuck on the ship, but he also wanted to meet the legendary figure. From the very beginning, Ratchet's destination was the red tree number 13. From a distance, he saw a woman at the bar entrance, grabbing a man's hair and continuously banging his head against the ground, looking extremely tragic. Roxy's thoughts stirred, and in an instant, he arrived at the entrance of Xia Qi's blackmail bar. As Luo Xia appeared at the door of the store, the initially aggressive Xia Qi was taken aback. Upon seeing the cloak behind Luo Xia, she quickly stepped forward and said, hello, our store is not open for business today. Huh? But the welcome sign is clearly hanging at your door, Luo Xia pointed out. We're temporarily closed today, sorry. Roches shook his head. I'm not here to find Rayleigh today. And even if he's inside, as a small soldier, I wouldn't be able to defeat the legendary Dark King Rayleigh.